Ulquiorra from Death Note unexpectedly crossed over to the world of One Piece and encountered Whitebeard. In the latter half of the Grand Line, in the southern part of the New World, the whale-shaped Moby Dick was sailing any ship, whether merchant or pirate, had to take a detour upon seeing it. This was the ship of the Whitebeard pirates, ruled by the Yonko Edward Newgate, also known as Whitebeard. On the deck, Whitebeard sat in an oversized chair covered in medical equipment, with an IV drip in his arm. "Marco, bring me some alcohol." "No way." Marco immediately refused without thinking. "Dad can't drink anymore." Whitebeard didn't argue his son's concern needed a valid reason to counter. "What's that?" Someone pointed to the sky. An unidentified creature fell from the side of the ship into the sea. "It's a kid, someone go fish him out. He might be a landlubber." Whitebeard had already seen it. As the waves surged, the man leaped from the water over 3 meters tall, with pale skin, dark green eyes, and 2 deep green tear marks on his face, wearing a high-neck coat with white and black edges and half a helmet. Suddenly, a massive wave surged, and a sea king comparable to Moby Dick burst forth, opening its giant mouth to bite him. "Fiddle!" The man raised his finger, gathering a bright green flash that blasted towards the Sea King. In the wide-eyed gaze of everyone on the ship, the Sea King's head was shattered into pieces, and after the thunderous sound, the man leaped onto the ship using the impact. This power, he looked at his palm in disbelief, but soon realized that this pale hand and black nails were not his own, and the perspective was off. Looked at the people on the ship, the pineapple-headed man, the freckled guy, and the old man in the center who was twice his height and had a crescent-shaped white beard. "You are Whitebeard?" Calling old man by his name directly, someone was displeased. He confirmed it had crossed over to the world of One Piece. He had been reliving Bleach, and little Ulquiorra's Bankai was so cool could it be? He touched the area below his neck, beneath the high-neck coat, where there was a small hole at the collarbone. But little Ulquiorra was only 1.7 meters tall. How could he be 3 meters? Did the crossover come with modifications? Kid with half a helmet. "Who are you?" Whitebeard's gaze was unfriendly. "Ulquiorra Cypher, just call me Cypher." He used little Ulquiorra's name. His past life as an orphan made his real name meaningless. If it were before, seeing Whitebeard, Marco, and Ace would have excited him. But having inherited little Ulquiorra's power and knowledge, only a faint joy remained. "Cypher? I haven't heard of you." Whitebeard laughed. "Nice power. Join us and be my son." "Coola la 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 la," Cypher thought. As expected, he loves to adopt sons. "But I didn't come to be a son. And besides, the Whitebeard crew looks weirder than I do." "Mr. Whitebeard, I accidentally fell here. Can I hitch a ride?" He neither rejected nor accepted. "What was it you did earlier?" A freckled guy patted him on the back and asked casually, "That strong attack with your finger, what fruit power do you have?" Cypher recognized him. Porgas D. Ace, the future catalyst for the Marineford War. It seemed the timeline was still early. "I haven't eaten a devil fruit," Cypher replied expressionlessly. "I am a hollow, a race you haven't heard of." How strong is Cypher's Zero? Would Whitebeard let him hitch a ride? Does he know Ace's future? Would he intervene to change it? Whitebeard stared at Cypher and suddenly laughed loudly. "A hollow. A race I haven't heard of. Interesting." "Yeah, you jumped out of the sea." Ace clapped his hands, enlightened. "Hollow? That's cool." "Guh." Ace's stomach suddenly growled, and he slumped to the ground. "Sachi, I want to eat." "Coola la 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 la." Whitebeard laughed heartily. "Let's hold a feast. Celebrate our new friend Cypher." "All right." Everyone cheered. Whitebeard felt happy inside. Holding a feast meant he could drink, and Marco couldn't stop him. Cypher watched everyone eat, drink, and sing and dance, feeling inexplicably warm inside. He seemed to understand what little Ulquiorra had been searching for, something that his past life as an orphan had lacked. "Cypher, try this." Ace handed him an oversized meat skewer and then squeezed into the crowd to grab more food. Cypher glanced at the corner. An uncle with a big belly and missing a few teeth was eating a cherry pie. Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach. Cypher frowned. His goal was ruthless, turning his blade against his family. It was truly disgusting. The timeline was still early. He hadn't betrayed yet. And he couldn't just say, "You have a traitor in your ranks." It would be too obvious. A giant figure loomed over. Whitebeard sat down with a jug of alcohol. "Got something on your mind?" "I see a blurry future." Cypher's dark green eyes locked onto him. "Soon, the Whitebeard crew will face a serious bloodbath due to something called the dark fruit." He didn't go into too much detail. Being too precise would make him seem suspicious. "The dark fruit?" Whitebeard pondered. "I will keep an eye on it." Cypher looked at the campfire, silently thinking. "With strength, I will change things. I could still alter some plots." The next day, a deserted island appeared ahead of Moby Dick. "That's a deserted island. Do you want to go live there?" Marco teased. "Join the Whitebeard crew. The 2nd Division welcomes you." Ace laughed and extended his hand. Cypher looked at Ace, who was shorter than him and inexplicably thought of Whitebeard's famous scene, feeling a cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Mr. Whitebeard, he looked toward the high seat. Can I experience the strongest power in the world? He wanted to know how strong he really was. Whitebeard was the best reference. The people around were shocked and amused. This kid was too arrogant. Kula la 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 la. Whitebeard didn't agree the strongest in the world couldn't just fight anyone, and besides, he was getting old, and moving around was taxing on his body. Arrogant little brat. He'll fight you. Ace ignited with flames. If you want to challenge Dad, you have to get past me first. Come on. Cypher moved his fingers strangely. His Zanpakuto hadn't crossed over with him. When the ship reached the deserted island, everyone disembarked to watch. Whitebeard had his chair moved to the bow of the ship, secretly drinking a little alcohol while waiting for the battle to begin. I'm a flame fruit user. Ace faced Cypher with his palm up, flames igniting around him. Be careful not to die. Could Cypher win against Ace without his Zanpakuto? Would Whitebeard really investigate the dark fruit? If Blackbeard knew Cypher had his eyes on him, would he act first? Cypher stared at the flames dancing on Ace's body, a glint of sharpness flashing in his dark green pupil. She had to win this fight. Come on, let me see the power of the flame fruit. Fire pistol. Ace shaped his hands like guns, shooting flaming bullets at Cypher. Cypher stood still, taking dozens of hits, directly. Only a bit of ash stuck to him. The Whitebeard crew exploded in disbelief. Is this guy stupid? He's taking Ace's attacks heated. Looks like I underestimated him. Ace got serious. Firefly, fire dama. A massive amount of fireflies exploded, turning the ground black. As the thick smoke dispersed, Cypher was unscathed, looking at Ace with a face full of disdain. Isn't this hockey too powerful? Marco was stunned. Ace wasn't using his full strength, but Sifa was too relaxed. Jaws frowned. If it were him, he wouldn't be so composed without activating his abilities. Wait, he doesn't have the aura of hockey. Whitebeard became serious. This physical strength reminded him of a certain strong individual. Flame ring. A circle of flames formed at Ace's feet, his power continuously rising, enough to injure Sifa's steel skin. His lower body became elemental, and his right hand transformed into a massive flaming fist. Fire fist. Just as it was about to hit, Sifa vanished into thin air. Ace's fire fist pierced through trees, burning them to ashes before coming to a stop. Whitebeard at the bow of the ship widened his eyes. Sifa was actually standing behind Ace. This wasn't speed, it was clearly teleportation. Even his observation hockey didn't catch it. What is this little brat's background? Whitebeard mumbled while sipping his drink. Ace sensed movement behind him and suddenly turned around. Sifa's finger was pointing at him. Virtual flash. Ace instantly elementalized, and a turquoise energy passed through his body, crashing into the mountain behind. Boom! A large section of the mountain was directly blown off. That was close. Flames coalesced into Ace's body. Flame ring. Flame pillar. Flames shot up into the sky as Sifa dodged with a sound shift, still feeling the heat in his body. He had a rough idea without his shurikai. His strength was probably similar to that of a captain, slightly stronger than a white squad member. His speed and power were above Ace's, but Ace had already started to grasp the rhythm. Ace, use your full strength from now on. Sifa's dark green eyes fixed on him. I'm going to get serious. Without a shurikai, everything was in the moment. Honored to the extreme. Ace smiled, knew both sides hadn't used their full strength. Everyone except the captain, get back on the ship. Marco waved his hand. The scene that's coming next isn't something you can observe up close. The heat wave hit, and the weaker members felt like they were in a sea of fire, quickly running away. In the crowd, Blackbeard remained still, staring intently at the arena. Ever since Sifa appeared, he felt something was off, as if he was being targeted by a great evil. What exactly did Sifa mean by getting serious? Without a shurikai, how could he unleash greater power? Who would win between Ace's Flame Emperor and Sifa's trump card? Was Blackbeard's gaze one of plotting mischief? The flames on Ace grew stronger, causing the air to start distorting. Are you ready, Sifa? Is it raining? Someone from the Whitebeard pirates touched their face. In the next second, the heat sensation vanished, and black raindrops fell from the sky. Everyone felt an immense pressure, with the weaker ones collapsing to the ground, clutching their chests, struggling to breathe. This aura is too domineering. The squad captains couldn't hold steady. It's like facing old man. Strange conqueror's hockey? Whitebeard remained calm, but Sifa's shock value was too much. Saw Sifa raise his hand, pointing at Ace. Seal it, Blackwing Demon. Spiritual pressure rain poured down. Sifa stood in the air, with massive black wings unfurling behind him. In Ace's eyes, the entire sky was obscured. After the spiritual pressure rain stopped, Sifa had changed. The half-horned helmet became a complete double-horned one. The tear marks on his face deeper and thicker, Black nails turned into long claws, and his dark green eyes exuded a sense of oppression. Ace became excited after joining the White Squad. It was the first time he felt this unbeatable sensation. Great Flame Ring, Flame Emperor. Ace exerted all his strength, raising a massive fireball with enough power to flatten a mountain. Take this. He soared into the air, launching the Flame Emperor towards Sifa. Moonlight Sword. Sifa grabbed a beam of light with his bare hands, pointing it downward, and thrust it fiercely towards the fireball. In an instant, the Flame Emperor was shattered, the residual impact showering over him, not even scratching his steel skin. Virtual Bullet. Sifa flicked his finger, a flash of light passed, and Ace was knocked down to the ground. He crashed into the ground, creating a 10-meter-wide pit, embedding Ace inside, blood leaking from the corner of his mouth. Sifa landed, fully aware his Virtual Flash was too slow without his Shirkai, while the Virtual Bullet was weak but fast. After achieving Shirkai, the Virtual Flash would probably knock Ace out directly. He lacked the 3 types of Haki, but his abilities were comparable. Nerve-probing observation Haki, fixed release of spiritual pressure armament Haki, overflow of spiritual pressure conquerors Haki. Want to go again? Sifa extended his hand. Of course. Ace grabbed his hand to stand up, wiping away the blood. To succumb to power is to be unworthy of being a man. His eyes held excitement, defiance, and stubbornness, but there was no fear. Kureha. Stop it, Ace. Whitebeard shook his empty sake jar, drawing out his sword, and his conqueror's Haki subtly leaked. You can't beat him. Dad, you snuck a drink again. Marco cursed after drinking so much at yesterday's banquet. He was at it again today. Whitebeard scratched his head. Sifa is here. Give me some face. Mr. Whitebeard, you're getting old. Drink less. Sifa reminded. I am Whitebeard. He leaped off the ship, slicing directly at Sifa with his sword. Dad. Ace quickly elementalized to dodge. Sifa did not evade, wielding the moonlight sword to meet it. The two swords clashed, the immense impact causing Sifa's hands to tremble. This was the world's strongest man. The sense of oppression and power was something Ace couldn't compare to at all. He couldn't imagine if Whitebeard could maintain this state during the Marineford War. Sinking Marineford wouldn't be a joke. How many moves could Sifa take from Whitebeard? After achieving Shirkai, how much power could he force out of Whitebeard? Would Blackbeard take the opportunity to stir trouble while watching from the side? Whitebeard swung his sword again, carrying an earth-shattering momentum. Brat, show me your true abilities. After a brief exchange, Whitebeard swung his sword, and Sifa was forced back repeatedly, his feet carving deep grooves in the ground, retreating 5 or 6 meters before stopping. He knew clearly compared to Whitebeard's strength, the gap was too vast. But he wasn't discouraged after all. His strength didn't rely on close combat and brute force. Being able to slightly measure up to the world's strongest was already enough reason to be proud this guy could stop a giant ship with one hand, even when injured. Kureha, is that all you've got? Whitebeard planted his sword into the ground. Of course not. Sifa knew he was old and couldn't afford to wear himself out. Please, Mr. Whitebeard, strike me with all your might. What? The members of the White Squad erupted. Are you crazy? Marco shouted. Dad's full-strength strike could destroy the entire island. You'll die. Whitebeard said nothing, waiting for Sifa's answer. Of course I'm sure. Sifa's gaze was resolute. One segment of Shikai's black virtual flash, combined with a moonlight sword, should be able to withstand it. Whitebeard retreated dozens of meters, raising his sword, black armament Haki wrapping around the blade, a transparent light covering the edge. Everyone held their breath. Blackbeard swallowed. That was one of the powers he desired most. The tremor fruit. Whitebeard's arm tensed. Lightning crackled across his sword. The top-tier conqueror's Haki intertwined. Sifa sensed his power skyrocketing, approaching his limit for a segment of Shirkai. Truly the world's strongest. Shifa condensed his aura this time. It wasn't an ordinary black flash, but a powerful version several times stronger, compressing and fixing spiritual pressure. Whitebeard swung his sword, a hurricane swirling, shattering the atmosphere in front of him like glass. A huge transparent light blasted towards Shifa, leaving destruction in its wake, the ground cracking beneath it. The black flash from Zypha's fingertips shot out to meet it. In the instant of collision between the two forces, a destructive aura spread out. Whitebeard used his pole to brace himself against the ground, his fist striking out to contain the dispersing power, protecting those behind him. Shifa raised his moonlight sword, forming a barrier of spiritual pressure to resist. After a moment, the forces exhausted themselves. Shifa was pushed back several hundred meters, a trickle of dark green blood escaping from the corner of his mouth, his coat torn in half, clearly at a disadvantage. The entire island, except for the area behind Whitebeard and Shifa, was destroyed. The ground collapsed, forests and mountains vanished without a trace. He actually took Old Man's full-strength attack? The members of the white group were wide-eyed in disbelief. Blackbeard's heart raced with alarm. This kid is too strong. Karalalala. I'm getting old. To be taken on by a kid. Whitebeard seemed self-deprecating, but there was no hint of surrender in his eyes. Shifa wiped away the blood thanks to rapid regeneration. The wound was healing quickly. Non-fatal injuries were mere scratches. He felt confident. A first stage of his blade was slightly inferior to a peak Whitebeard, but a second stage should exceed it, reaching above the Emperor level. However, thinking of IM's ability to harm from afar, he suppressed any thoughts of invincibility. Don't be modest, Shifa smiled bitterly. If it were easy to take, I wouldn't be in this state. On the other side, at Marineford, Sengoku looked at the intelligence, veins bulging on his forehead. Kizaru was nearby, munching on rice crackers, the sound irritating him. Kizaru, shut up. Sengoku snatched the rice crackers and stuffed them all into his mouth, chewing loudly in retaliation. Haha, what's bothering you now? Kizaru laughed while picking his nose. Look for yourself. Sengoku threw the intelligence over. Kizaru stopped joking, took the intel trouble in the New World, the territory of the Four Emperors. Whitebeard destroyed an uninhabited island. He scratched his head. Why? Would the fight between Whitebeard and Shifa attract the Marine's attention? How strong was Zypha's second stage of his blade? Would have noticed this suddenly emerging powerhouse? Sengoku stared at the information, suddenly slamming the table. Investigate. Find out why Whitebeard destroyed the island. This is a photo of the island's wreckage. Sengoku handed the photo to Kizaru. Whitebeard is serious about something. Ha! This island was thoroughly destroyed. Kizaru laughed at the photo. The world order is about to change. A remarkable guy has emerged from the white group. The intel said the white group had been docked there, and after leaving the island, no other people were found. Most likely, the ones who acted were from the white group themselves. Can't this old man just behave? Sengoku's veins bulged. On the Moby Dick, the atmosphere was completely different. Shifa, come join the white group. Dad is going to be the pirate king. Ace had been pestering him all day. Shifa felt overwhelmed, even thinking about tearing open space to escape, but this world had no void realm, and tearing open space would only lead to places he had been. He certainly couldn't fly back to that destroyed island. I don't want to be a pirate. Shifa shook his head. I just want to roam freely on the sea. Even though he would likely be hunted, there were too few pirates like Whitebeard and Luffy who didn't bully civilians. He didn't want to bear that notoriety. Then where do you want to go? Ace stopped insisting. Shifa pondered, should he steal Luffy's crew? A strange smile crept onto his face, giving Ace goosebumps. Meanwhile, in Windmill Village, Luffy sneezed. Weird, why did I suddenly sneeze? Maybe go explore the East Sea or the Grand Line, Shifa casually suggested. My brother is in the East Sea. Ace's eyes lit up, grabbing his hand and shoving a piece of paper into it. This is my life card. If you see him, please give it to him. His name is Monkey D. Luffy, he's not famous now, but he'll definitely cause a lot of trouble in the future. Shifa understood no one knew better than him how much trouble Luffy could stir up. He would give a life card to Luffy, but would tear off a small piece to Keith. Still didn't know how much storm his butterfly could create. Going from the New World to the East Sea, the Marines will definitely intercept. There will be conflict. Marco analyzed. Should I send you to the first half of the Grand Line? Shifa nodded. Then let's go to Fishman Island. I'll handle the rest of the journey myself. Karalalala. Let's have a banquet to send off Shifa. Whitebeard shouted. Okay. Everyone responded. Dad, no drinking. Marco yelled, calling for a nurse to set up medical equipment for Whitebeard. Whitebeard pretended to complain, but the corner of his mouth was raised. Having lacked love since childhood, he cherished the concern of his family the most. Shifa looked at his smile and remembered a saying from his past life. Whitebeard had already found his one piece, and that was the feeling of home. After several days of banquets, Shifa and Ace became close friends. When they reached Fishman Island, during their farewell, Ace cried, tears and snot flowing. Shifa, will we meet again? Next time you must be happy. Don't forget us. The members of the white group were moved, all wiping their eyes. Would Shifa go meet Luffy? Would he really steal Luffy's crew? What kind of butterfly effect would the torn piece of the life card trigger? Shifa looked at Ace, who was crying uncontrollably, and shook his head helplessly. It's not like we can't meet again. Why cry? What a formidable hero. Even if he is wary of his own existence, he pretends to be reluctant to part with it. Strong as he is, Shifa has long noticed that Blackbeard often gazes at him, and the murderous intent in his eyes is evident. Now is not the time to deal with him. Shifa touched Ace's life card in his coat pocket, hoping he would never have to use it. Walking on Fishman Island, Shifa was amazed by the scenery and the residents, especially the fact that the mermaids were generally so beautiful. Should it be considered a racial advantage? Although he had no intention of becoming a pirate, Having a pretty mermaid companion to take care of him didn't seem like a bad idea. Sailing freely alone would be too boring. A mermaid CAF? Meeting that woman could be nice. While lost in thought, Sifa happened to stop in front of a shop, and amidst the gathering gazes of numerous mermaids, he pushed the door open and walked in. "Hello, dear customer. This is the Mermaid CAF. What would you like to order?" A short-haired mermaid greeted him as he entered, and Sifa recognized her as Cammy, a future friend of Luffy. "I'll have a cup of coffee, and also I would like to meet Madame Charlie." Sifa naturally found a seat and ordered like a host. This was the first time Cammy had met a human who specifically asked to see Madame Charlie at the Mermaid CAF. He looked a bit strange, but he didn't seem like a bad person. However, whether Madame Charlie wanted to see him was not something she could decide. She could only go ask in the back. She picked up the coffee brought by another mermaid waitress, watching as Cammy walked away. "A strangely looking human wants to see me?" Lady Shaylee took the pipe out of her mouth and exhaled a puff of fragrant smoke. "Is he aware of his abilities and wants me to help him predict the future? It's better not to know about such things as the future, boring humans. Cammy, go tell him I'm not around lately." "No need. I'm already here." Before Lady Shaylee could finish her sentence, She-Fa, who stood over 3 meters tall, was already behind Cammy, and even Lady Shaylee didn't see how he got in. Cammy turned around and saw She-Fa, who was twice her height and had a cold expression, standing in front of her, causing her to quickly hide behind Lady Shaylee. "What a rude human. May I ask what you want from me?" Lady Shaylee asked calmly, not flustered, and inquired about She-Fa's purpose. "What a beautiful mermaid lady. Would you be interested in becoming my companion?" She-Fa thought for a moment and then extended his right hand like Whitebeard. "I'm not a pirate, just a traveler driven by interest." Lady Shaylee, trying to remain calm, took a steady puff from her pipe and slowly exhaled the smoke. "A traveler? I'm afraid I have no plans to go to sea. My first recruitment has failed. When watching One Piece in my past life, I always felt that Luffy's recruitment of crew members was very easy, and he even got an SSR character during the first recruitment. I didn't expect to be ruthlessly rejected on my first try. What a pity, but I'm actually here for another important matter. I've heard that Lady Shaylee possesses the ability to predict the future. Could you please help me predict what will happen to the Whitebeard pirates in the future?" Shifa has no interest in his future at all. Life, after all, loses its fun if you can see the end at a glance. The unknown is the best. Many people feel despair when they can't see the future, but it's only when you can see the end that you feel hopeless. The unknown is the best remedy, filled with vitality and hope for living on. However, the Whitebeard pirates are the first pirate crew he encountered since his arrival in this world, and they're a very warm pirate crew. He still wants to see if his reminder has had any effect. "Whitebeard pirates, are you a member of the Whitebeard pirates?" Madame Charlie can no longer remain calm, especially since the whole Fishman Island is still flying the flag of the Whitebeard pirates. "We are friends," Shifa simply replied. Madame Charlie stared at Shifa, her gaze deep and serious. After a moment, she took out her divination crystal, quietly gazing into it, trying to glimpse the future of the Whitebeard pirates. Suddenly, as if she saw something, Madame Charlie's brow furrowed, her hands covering her head as she let out a painful groan. "How is this possible? It's the Whitebeard pirates." Madame Charlie, Cammy quickly supported her to prevent her from falling to the ground. Clearly, the result of this divination was hard for Charlie to believe. It would also be a heavy blow for Fishman Island. "It seems that the future is not a bright one. I think I already know the answer." "Well then, goodbye." Madame Charlie. Shifa began to leave the Mermaid CAF through the back door. Without waiting for Madame Charlie to reveal the divination result, Shifa already knew that nothing had changed. His reminder had no impact on the future direction of the entire Whitebeard pirates. It makes sense, even if Whitebeard himself pays more attention. Blackbeard can act before Sachi tells Whitebeard, which is really troublesome. It seems Sachi's life is in danger. Shifa is a wanderer, so it's natural that he can't stay with the Whitebeard pirates to be their babysitter. Everything depends on them now. "Stop." Just as Shifa opened the back door and was about to take his first step out, 5 voices spoke in unison. He looked over, and it was Kemi's friends. The 5 mermaid sisters, the Wanjiao sisters, 5 adorable little mermaids, just like little angels. "Wanjiao 1, Wanjiao 2, Wanjiao 3, Wanjiao 4, why are you here?" Kemi, supporting Madame Shaylee, looked at them in surprise. The 5 little mermaids puffed up their cheeks and pointed at Shifa, saying in unison, "We just saw him. This person drank coffee and didn't pay." The air fell silent in that moment. After this brief interaction, Madame Shaylee could feel the terrifying aura emanating from Shifa. She wished he would leave quickly, but he was called to stop. She thought she needed to find something to ease the situation. Meanwhile, Shifa seemed frozen in place. But in reality, he was indeed stuck there. His awkwardness was overwhelming, and his feet had already cracked the floor of Madame Chalier's room. How could he forget that he had crossed over? There was no currency in the world of One Piece. He had been eating and drinking on a Whitebeard pirate ship for days without needing money, and in his previous life, it seemed rare to see scenes involving payment. He had completely forgotten about this, and even ordered a cup of coffee. Look, he even broke Madame Chalier's floor. Wan Zhao, 3 shouted, pointing at the cracked ground beneath Shifa's feet. A drop of cold sweat slid down his forehead. At that moment, the Wan Zhao sisters looked like demons to him, making him want to leave immediately. I will compensate you, Madame Chalie, but not now. After forcing out those words through his embarrassment, Shifa quickly walked out of the Mermaid CAF. He then made a sharp turn and disappeared from their sight. Is this? The Wan Zhao sisters looked at the disappearing Shifa, fell silent for a moment, then swam over to Kemi, pulling her along. It's a free meal, Kemi. At that moment, Shifa had already teleported near the Dragon Palace, and he had come up with a way to make money. Stealing or robbing was beneath him, and working was not an option. It would never be possible in this lifetime. The only way to maintain a living was to earn some extra cash from Neptune and the others. Who are you? This is the Dragon Palace. No one is allowed to approach. The guards of the Dragon Palace noticed Shifa and urged him to leave. Please inform your King Neptune that my name is UlquiorraTravels, a friend of Whitebeard. I'm here to help him with the issue concerning Princess Shirahoshi. Upon hearing this, the mermaid guards immediately arranged for a colleague to report to King Neptune and apologize to Shifa, asking him to wait patiently for a moment. What a polite race. Shifa couldn't help but think of Arlong and Hody, wishing they weren't part of it. They were merely experiences for King Luffy. As for Hody, since he liked slave human pirates, let him be. Shifa had always held a disdainful attitude towards most pirates, so he would let King Luffy handle him 2 years later. Mr. Shifa, King Neptune invites you. The efficiency of the mermaid guards was impressive. In just a moment of days, the message had already been delivered. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Shifa followed a few guards and began this journey to the Dragon King's palace. It really is a luxurious palace. Perhaps building a virtual palace of my own wouldn't be a bad choice. Once I have money, at that time, Lord Shifa will sit high in the sky, and young people like Luffy and Ace will have to bow their heads and submit. Under his command, he will eliminate the celestial dragons and replace the world government's flag with a red one. While Shifa was wandering in the void, King Neptune and the 3 princes were already standing in front of him. Father, why does this guy look so unreliable? Is he really the friend of Whitebeard? The eldest prince, Sharkstar, quietly asked as he observed the distracted Shifa. Maybe he should be. Neptune also felt that Shifa was a bit unreliable. But since the other party claimed to be a friend of Whitebeard, he still had to give him some face. As for whether he was impersonating, everyone believed that no one would dare to pretend to be a member of the Whitebeard pirates. Hello, Mr. Neptune. I came here to discuss a deal with you. Shifa, having regained his focus, didn't mind their whispers. Oh, I wonder what kind of deal Mr. Shifa wishes to discuss. I've heard that your princess has been harassed by some clowns in recent years. I can take care of that for you. Shifa raised a finger. It will only cost 100 million berries. How about it? Shifa didn't know what the purchasing power of 100 million berries was like. But recalling Water 7, it shouldn't be too little. After all, he was just raising his hand, and there was no need to ask for too much. Moreover, he only mentioned collecting 100 million berries and didn't say he wouldn't accept anything else. Thinking of this, a smile involuntarily appeared on Shifa's pale face. A mere 100 million berries. If you can deal with that guy, for the little girl, Fishman Island will forever regard you as our best friend. Without any hesitation, Neptune immediately agreed to Shifa's request. First, take me to meet Princess Shirahoshi. Wait a minute. At this moment, a catfish man wearing a purple robe and a black top hat jumped out. Your Majesty, how can you agree to him so casually? What if he does something to Princess Shirahoshi? Minister Zwa. Neptune did not respond to his words. In his eyes, Shirahoshi had been hiding in the hardshell tower for several years. He wanted to try even the slightest opportunity. Minister Zwa, you don't need to worry about His Majesty. I will stay by his side. An experienced voice came from behind. It's Jinbe. As everyone's gaze turned, Shifa also saw the Warlord of the Sea, with storm-like eyebrows and sideburns, a top-knot hairstyle, a rough black short beard on his chin, a lightning-patterned scar at the corner of his left eye, a large build, and 2 prominent teeth on his jaw. Let me accompany Shifa to deal with Vander Decken. Jinbe's sharp gaze fixed tightly on Shifa. I'm also a good friend of the Whitebeard pirates, so Mr. Shifa shouldn't mind, right? Of course not. Shifa shrugged. If he really wanted to do something bad, even Whitebeard wouldn't be able to stop him. Soon, under the leadership of Neptune and the guards, Shifa finally arrived at the Hardshell Tower, the residence of Princess Shirahoshi for many years. At this moment, the exterior of the Hardshell Tower was embedded with various weapons, and anyone who saw it would think that a fierce battle had just taken place here. But who would have thought it was the pain of a tragic little girl? Vander Decken was indeed a disgusting guy. How dare he treat my future crew like this? A flash of ferocity crossed Shifa's eyes, surprising Jinbe beside him. What a terrifying guy. A drop of cold sweat trickled down, and Jinbe could only think this one thought. He originally thought that if he were around, he could stop anything bad from happening. Now it seemed this guy was even more terrifying than he had imagined. During this period, Jinbe hadn't been in contact with the Whitebeard pirates, so he couldn't be sure whether he was a friend of the Whitebeard pirates. He hoped that what he said was the truth. On the other side, aboard the flying pirate cruise ship, Vander Decken continued his daily self-talk about love. Shirahoshi, why have you refused to respond to my love all these years? Accept my love, Shirahoshi. A 3-meter-long battle axe flew out with Vander Decken's shout, slicing through the ocean toward the Hardshell Tower. Shirahoshi, its father. Are you awake? Neptune gently knocked on the door of the Hardshell Tower, waiting for Shirahoshi's response. But there was no answer for a long time. That Vander Decken had been throwing weapons toward Shirahoshi at all hours these past few days. She might not have had a good rest. Neptune scratched his head and explained to Shifa, how about we wait a little longer? No problem. It wouldn't be gentlemanly to disturb the sleeping beauty, Shifa said without a care, walking over to the Hardshell Tower and sitting down against it, squinting his eyes to pretend a nap. Shifa has always been so polite, and combined with his pale complexion and slightly thin stature of over 3 meters, Neptune for a moment doubted whether he had trusted the wrong person. Here it comes. Shifa suddenly spoke up. Could it be? Neptune's eyes widened, clearly realizing what Shifa was referring to. Armament haki, hardening. Just as everyone was astonished, Jinbe leaped up, a wave of black aura wrapping around his arm. Sharkwave punch. The powerful punch instantly shattered the axe into dozens of pieces. However, those fragments still flew straight toward the Hardshell Tower. Virtual flash. A burst of emerald green light flashed by, completely obliterating the axe fragments. Disturbing a girl's sleep is not a good behavior. At this moment, Shifa had already stood up, his gaze filled with murderous intent. Originally, Shifa planned to first talk to Princess Shirahoshi and deceive her before dealing with Vander Decken. But since he was so eager for death, Shifa didn't mind taking care of him first. The axe just now carried Vander Decken's aura, and Shifa's nerd detection began to expand outward, searching for similar auras, then following the trail of the aura to track back. Although Neptune and the others didn't know what Shifa was doing standing there, they could tell that he was already angry and didn't dare to approach him. Wait for me. In an instant, Shifa disappeared from everyone's sight, causing gasps from Neptune and the others. Is that Soru? The well-informed Jinbe thought of more. No, in my observation hockey. He simply vanished. At this time, Vander Decken on the flying pirate ship felt uneasy, sensing that something terrifying was coming. Bald-headed sea monster. Hurry, take me Noah. Vander Decken increasingly felt that something big was about to happen, and only by reaching Noah could he feel a shred of safety. Understood, Captain. Under the sea, the 80-meter-tall, bald-headed sea monster, Mihawk, was pulling the flying pirate ship and quickly heading toward Noah. On the other side, Shifa, who was continuously tracking Vander Decken's aura, was already considering whether to use his blade return. In his current state, he could only track the aura coming from the axe in the reverse direction. If he were to use the blade return, he could probably expand the nerd detection atmosphere directly to Vander Decken himself. At that time, he could use the void release to appear right beside him. Meanwhile, unaware of all this, Vander Decken was sitting on Noah with his crew, activating his ability to move the bubble-covered Noah above Fishman Island. In his view, as long as the other party was coming for Fishman Island, the Noah hovering above it was his greatest support. Not running away, but coming towards me? Sensing Vander Decken suddenly appearing within his detection range and approaching himself, Shifa revealed a hint of mockery on his face. It's coming. Vander Decken's anxiety had reached its peak, feeling that something extraordinary was watching him and was getting closer. Bald-headed sea monster, keep an eye out. Don't let anyone approach Noah. Understood. Mihawk was patrolling near Noah, casually grabbing a giant sea king as a snack. On the deck of Noah, a dozen fishmen were on high alert, noticing the captain's tension and unease. Bang! Bang! The sound of shattering glass came from behind, and Vander Decken and the others turned in fear to look at the source of the sound, where Shifa was ripping open space with one hand, casually looking at them with his hand in his pocket. Finally found you. A devil fruit user? He can actually traverse space? What a terrifying ability. Vander Decken wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. So what are you here for? Did that guy Neptune send you? Shifa did not answer his question, but instead looked around, clearly realizing he was on the giant ship Noah. It was a useless little calculation. A tidal wave of spiritual pressure surged forth, causing Vander Decken to suddenly kneel on the ground, as if a massive mountain was pressing down on him, making even breathing feel extravagant. The Fishman beside him couldn't even withstand a single glance. The moment Shifa's spiritual pressure overflowed, they lost consciousness and collapsed, leaving Vander Decken alone to struggle. As Shifa slowly raised his palm, Vander Decken could no longer maintain his forced calm and shouted hoarsely, "Bald-headed sea monster. If you don't come, your captain is going to die." What he never expected was that, at that moment, Mianjin Jian, in pursuit of his fragmented snacks, had run to a place where he couldn't hear Vander Decken's voice or see Noah, completely forgetting his instructions. What a creatively unique last word, weakling. Just the overflowing spiritual pressure was enough to immobilize him. In Shifa's eyes, he was no different from an ant. "Wait, I won't disturb Princess Shirahoshi anymore. Just let me go. I'm willing to personally apologize to them." Seeing that Shifa had no intention of communicating with him, Vander Decken could only beg for mercy, repeatedly banging his forehead against the deck. "Indeed, you should let Neptune and the others see your fate." Shifa seemed to nod in agreement. As for Shirahoshi, the remaining matters were temporarily not suitable for the pure-hearted girl who was as innocent as a blank sheet of paper. Hearing this, Vander Decken was overjoyed. But when he raised his head, he saw Shifa lifting his hand, a terrifying power gathering at his fingertips. "Didn't you say you would let me go?" Vander Decken's eyes widened in horror, fear making him tremble all over, and with the pressure on him, he couldn't move at all, watching helplessly as Shifa launched an attack at him. Virtual bullet. In that instant, Vander Decken spat out a large amount of blood. Just one strike, and he felt his internal organs sustain severe damage, and he didn't know how many bones had broken. Yet he still felt fortunate because he was still alive. Why do you want to propose to Princess Shirahoshi? Because of her beauty? No, it was because of her power, because she was the legendary sea King Poseidon. But all of this had one prerequisite. He had to be alive. Having everything means nothing to the dead. The spiritual pressure of Shifa has dissipated, and Vander Decken lies on the ground, gasping for breath. Despite feeling as if his whole body were falling apart, he still appreciates the beauty of being alive. "Come on, you wouldn't want me to help you, would you?" Shifa waved his hand, and the space shattered once again, revealing nothingness in Vander Decken's sight. Yet he staggered to his feet and followed behind Shifa, stepping into that void. Meanwhile, Noah remained hovering above Fishman Island, at the Dragon King's palace. Outside the hard-shell tower, "Father, Jinbe, I've already instructed the palace guards to find Mr. Shifa. I believe we'll have news soon." The Crown Prince Shark Star swam over, panting, while Neptune and Jinbe stood guard at the tower's entrance. Suddenly, the space tore apart, and to their astonishment, Vander Decken, looking like a dead dog, was thrown to the ground by Shifa. "That's Vander Decken." In an instant, Neptune's anger surged. It was because of this man that his precious daughter had lived in fear every day for so many years, never daring to go out, as if living in a prison. At that moment, Neptune disregarded his image as king and, in front of everyone, pressed down on Vander Decken, his massive fists raining down like raindrops on his head. Vander Decken was already severely injured, and with Shifa and Jinbe nearby, he dared not fight back, only using his arms to shield his head while shouting, "Your Majesty Neptune, please stop. I'm here to apologize." Neptune ignored his pleas and continued to swing his fists. The left minister and the princes nearby were eager to join in. "If you don't want to die, stop." After enduring continuous blows, Vander Decken's face was covered in blood, and he decided to give up. "If you kill me, the entire Fishman Island will be buried with me." Hearing such words, even Neptune, no matter how furious, had to stop his hands. He was not just a father, but also the king responsible for the entire Fishman Island. Vander Decken mustered all his strength to push Neptune off him, trembling as he stood up, a sickly smile on his face. "I am the target person who has eaten the target fruit. The super giant ship Noah, sunk at the bottom of the sea, has been marked by me as an arrow, and it is now hovering directly above Fishman Island. What will happen if I die?" Vander Decken pulled out a dagger and pressed it against his neck, shouting, "Let me leave here now." This bastard. Neptune and the others' veins bulged. Yet they dared not take action. No one was willing to gamble on whether he was telling the truth, because the price was too great to bear. Vander, Decken finally burst into laughter. Since becoming the captain of the flying pirate crew, he had never felt as humiliated as today. Watching them wanting to strike, but not daring to do so, was truly satisfying. And that white-faced bastard, although I don't know how he found me. Once I escape this time, I will launch the most furious revenge on Fishman Island. Useless. Shifa ignored Vander Decken's warning and walked towards him step by step, moving lightly, but to Vander Decken, it felt like the call of hell. Stop right there. Otherwise, I really will stab you. Vander Decken continued to retreat while shouting loudly, his hand holding the dagger, gesturing wildly. Mr. Shifa, Sir Shifa, Jinbe and Neptune and the others became tense. If Shifa really pushed him to the edge, the result of mutual destruction would be unacceptable for everyone. But did Vander Decken truly have the courage to go down with him? Shifa walked up to him, casually waved his hand, and snatched the dagger from his grasp, which caused everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. The next moment, all of them widened their eyes in shock, for the dagger that Shifa had just taken was now plunged into Vander Decken's neck, creating a hole before being pulled out. He clutched his neck and fell to the ground, blood gushing out, his body convulsing uncontrollably, and his mouth opened wide, but he couldn't say a word. Taking deep breaths and feeling dizzy was normal. This is bad. Sharkstar and Minister Zwa hurried to arrange for the citizens of Fishman Island to leave. Seeing Vander Decken lying on the ground, dying, Neptune realized that the situation was completely beyond saving and quickly ordered the Crown Prince and his subordinates to evacuate the people. Right, White Star. Neptune and Jinbe no longer had time to consider why Shifa had killed Vander Decken. They just wanted to get everyone off Fishman Island as quickly as possible. At this moment, Neptune also couldn't care that White Star had not yet woken up and tried to push open the door of the hardshell tower. But he was easily stopped by Shifa. Shifa, what are you doing? Jinbe's hands were already starting to drip with water, his gaze fiercely fixed on Shifa. You're all overreacting. Since I've killed him, I naturally have a way to deal with Noah, Shifa said, releasing his grip on Neptune. What? Do you have a way to handle that giant Noah? Now it was King Neptune who grabbed Shifa's hand. Please, Mr. Shifa, you must help us, Fishman Island. After all, Fishman Island is their homeland, and given the time constraints, many residents would not be able to evacuate in time. Neptune could only place his hopes on Shifa now. Shifa shook off Neptune's hand, and his aura continued to rise, enveloping everyone present in an endless darkness. This was the way of death represented by Shifa. Nothingness. Seal it. Dark-winged demon. Even though Shifa intentionally suppressed his spiritual pressure after returning to his blade, and there was no spiritual pressure raining down, the terrifying aura emanating from him still caused Neptune and the others to step back in fear. We can't compete. Jinbe had completely recognized the vast gap in strength between the two, which felt like a chasm, and he also felt relieved. Such an existence always had the final say. How annoying. Since Vander Decken was completely dead, Noah had now descended to a height barely visible to the naked eye, and parts of Fishman Island were already shrouded in shadows. Crying, fear, and chaos filled the entire Fishman Island, even though the Fishman army repeatedly tried to maintain order. It was futile. In the face of death, all beings showed their true forms. Meanwhile, the Fishman Cafe remained as tranquil as ever, with the only difference being the absence of customers. The future of Fishman Island had not been severed, and we would not die here. Lady Shirley still held her pipe, calmly looking at the trembling Cammy and the others. On the other side, Shifa walked over to Vander Decken's corpse, grabbed his leg, and forcefully threw it towards Noah's direction. Immediately, Shifa extended a finger, and dark power instantly gathered at its tip. Black void flash. A deep black flash struck Vander Decken's corpse, then pierced through the sky, rapidly heading towards Noah. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed, shaking the entire Fishman Island with its aftershock. Look, someone who was originally on the street with other fishmen, tried to escape Fishman Island amidst the chaos, was now pointing at the sky, incredulous. It's been blown apart. Everyone looked up to witness this shocking scene. Seeing Noah, whose size was comparable to half of Fishman Island, now with an enormous hole opened in the middle, no longer descending, as if some force was propelling him sideways. Incredible. To think that just a single strike could do this to Noah. For Jinbe, who was a member of the Seven Warlords of the Sea and a frequent visitor to the Whitebeard pirates, this scene was undeniably shocking. It was precisely because he had seen so much that he understood what this level of power represented. The four emperors, In his mind, the only person who could possess such strength was that man, Edward Newgate. After Shifa unleashed that black flash, he released his blade-returning state. Although a brief blade-returning state didn't put too much burden on him, he still felt that form was a bit strange. The human form was more comfortable. It's so scary, father. Just as everyone was still marveling at Shifa's strength, a cry came from within the hardshell tower. Neptune, feeling anxious, hurriedly pushed open the door and rushed in. What's wrong, White Star? The crying White Star, rubbing her eyes with both hands, jumped into his arms upon seeing Neptune. It was so scary just now, father. There was such a loud noise, and the ground shook so violently. Is that person throwing things again? Neptune then realized that the noise from Shifa destroying Noah was so great that it scared White Star into thinking Vander Decken was back. Don't be afraid, White Star. You won't have to live in the hardshell tower anymore. That person won't throw things anymore. Neptune gently patted White Star's head and comforted her. Really? The sudden joy pulled White Star out of her previous fear. She had been in the hardshell tower for several years, constantly wondering when she would regain her freedom. Now, she had finally waited for this day. White Star, let me introduce you to someone. This is the one who dealt with Vander Decken 9. Just as Neptune was about to introduce the great benefactor of Fishman Island, Shifa waved his hand to stop him and stepped towards Princess White Star. Although Shifa was just a slightly taller human compared to Princess White Star, the shy White Star still hid behind Neptune upon seeing him approach. Shifa stood in front of Neptune, looking at the little White Star who dared to show only half of her head to him. With her flowing pink long hair, bright blue eyes, beautiful features, ample bosom, and her pink tail of varying shades, he felt an overwhelming shock in his heart. Lolas are already lovable, let alone a lowly princess. How could such a pure and adorable little mermaid be almost bullied by a pig in the original storyline? Shifa solemnly introduced himself. My name is UlquiorraTravels, a man who sails freely across the seas. Here, I sincerely invite Princess White Star to become my companion and travel the world with me. White Star hadn't reacted yet, but Neptune and Jinbe's eyes were nearly popping out. It turned out Shifa had been waiting for this. I refuse. Neptune couldn't care less about how powerful Shifa was. White Star was only 14 years old this year, and how could he possibly let her run around with you? Shifa ignored Neptune and stared intently at White Star. Feeling Shifa's gaze, White Star shrank her head back a little. However, thinking that it was Lord Shifa who had dealt with Vander Decken and allowed her to regain her freedom, she immediately poked her head out again. Lord Shifa, can I really go to the surface? Can you give me a little more time? For White Star, going to the surface to take a look had always been one of her wishes. Moreover, she wanted to contribute her part to fulfill her mother's last wish. Of course, Shifa, seeing that White Star had no resistance towards him, finally breathed a sigh of relief. The second recruitment seemed to be half successful for now. Indeed, Neptune was right. She was still too young and should stay by his side for now. After hearing Shifa's words, Neptune and the others felt relieved, realizing that their little cotton-padded jacket was still safe. Just give me some time. Shifa raised a finger. Within a year, I will find a way for you, White Star, to walk normally on land. Otherwise, with your body, it would still be quite inconvenient. White Star's cheeks flushed, her voice small yet firm. Yes, please, Lord Shifa. I will definitely wait for the day when you take me to the surface. Of course. Wait a minute. Neptune first comforted White Star, then pulled Shifa aside. Mr. Shifa? Others may not understand, but I know that both fishmen and mermaids are races that various nobles desire on land, especially someone like my daughter. She is still so young, has not been exposed to the dark side of the world, and I truly cannot let you take her away. Please retract your words about taking her out to sea. As Neptune spoke, tears filled his eyes, and his tone shifted from negotiation to pleading. Is this love? Whether it's Shifa or Little Wu, he has never felt the feeling of being loved. After crossing over, both the Whitebeard pirates and the King of Neptune, who is now tearfully pleading for his daughter, have shown him the existence of love. Don't worry, King Neptune, I won't take her away right now. Shifa looked at Shirahoshi, who was chatting with several princes not far away. You know she is the legendary Poseidon, right? How did you know this? Neptune gasped. Very few people knew that his daughter was one of the legendary 3 great weapons. And now even Shifa, whom he was meeting for the first time, knows. The reason Vander Decken has been so obsessed with Shirahoshi is probably the biggest reason. You can't even deal with Vander Decken. Shifa's gaze shifted to Neptune, looking into his eyes. In the future, there might be countless Vander Deckens staring at White Star, and only by staying by my side would she be the safest. I won't let anyone harm her. May I ask the reason? Mr. Shifa, why are you so fixated on White Star? At this moment, Neptune had already tacitly accepted Shifa's invitation for White Star. Shifa's power was evident. If he wanted to forcibly take White Star away, there would be no way for Neptune to stop him. At the same time, he believed that Shifa could protect White Star. As long as he wasn't taking White Star to do anything bad, not using her, and wouldn't harm her, that would be fine. Moreover, Shifa had also said that he was just a traveler, someone who should be friendly like Whitebeard. A reason? Shifa seemed unable to find a specific reason for wanting her to be his partner. Beauty? While Shifa certainly admired White Star's appearance, she was still an innocent young girl, and he wouldn't be so shallow. Poseidon? He possessed the power to destroy everything. How could he possibly desire the power of others? Perhaps it was because she was a kind and lovely girl. Even after her mother was killed, she was willing to put aside her hatred for her mother's wishes. Deeply loved by the people of Fishman Island, she also loved her subjects. If I were with her, would I also be loved one day? I once sought something, and my intuition told me that I would find the answer in Princess White Star. Shifa answered, though it seemed he hadn't completely answered. But for Neptune, that was enough. Shifa had enough power and showed enough patience regarding White Star. He believed that Shifa would not mistreat White Star in the future. Shark Star, arrange a banquet. Tonight, we won't return until we're drunk with Mr. Shifa. Neptune turned and swam towards the crowd, asking the left minister to send troops to patrol and see if the earlier commotion had caused any impact. Yes. Neptune then pulled Jinbe aside to chat, leaving White Star and Shifa alone together. Would that Shifa be a pirate, or was he simply going on adventures? After gathering her courage, White Star finally asked Shifa her first question. In her current thoughts, most pirates should be bad people, right? Of course not. I'm just a carefree traveler. In the future, White Star will accompany me on adventures, seeing things you've never seen before. Shifa shrugged. He naturally wouldn't become a pirate, but whether he would be wanted was uncertain. After all, powerful and free-spirited individuals appeared to the world government like ticking time bombs. Upon hearing that Shifa wouldn't become a bad person, Shirahoshi completely let go of her remaining caution and started chattering away. Has Lord Shifa experienced many adventures? Are there many flowers and plants on land, and animals covered in fur? At night, do the stars climb up into the sky? And has Lord Shifa ever been to a completely green forest? Shirahoshi's curiosity about the land was like that of a baby just learning to speak, filled with anticipation for the world, and Shifa patiently answered her one by one. In about a year, when I come back next time, I will bring a solution for Shirahoshi's size problem. At that time, I will accompany you to see whatever you want and go wherever you want. Shifa extended his right hand again, smiling at Shirahoshi. Just a promise from Lord Shifa made Shirahoshi's big tears well up again, her flushed cheeks as captivating as cherry blossoms. She gently extended a finger, touching Shifa's hand, and no one would have thought that the future renowned Shifa Adventure Group was taking shape at this moment. Unknowingly, Shifa had been on Fishman Island for more than a week, spending every day with Shirahoshi exploring various places. And the people of Fishman Island had naturally come to know this great hero, greatly changing their views on humans. During this time, Neptune had taken Shifa to the palace treasury, allowing him to take anything he wanted, but Shifa only took about 1,000,000 berries. He only asked him to prepare a good ship, as Shifa's initial goal was not money. Once he returned to the Grand Line, with his strength, he could have as much money as he wanted. Here, for the coffee money I owe you. At the entrance of the Mermaid CAF, Shifa tossed a bag of berries into Cammy's hands. Cammy opened it and estimated it to be several tens of thousands. Mr. Shifa, this is too much. A cup of coffee isn't worth much, and you're still our great hero of Fishman Island. How can you? Cammy hurriedly wanted to return the money to Shifa, but he simply waved his hand and turned to leave. Consider the extra as my treat for you, Lady Shirahoshi. And those little kids. After taking a few steps, Shifa suddenly stopped. The known future is merely the most likely thing to happen among countless unknowns. How could the so-called future remain unchanged as expected? With that, Shifa's figure disappeared from Cammy's sight. Such an annoying little brat, Lady Shirahoshi, who had been hiding for some reason, slowly exhaled a puff of smoke inside the Mermaid CF. Mr. Shifa, the ship is fully prepared. Are you leaving now? Jinbe, who was chatting with Shirahoshi and the princes by the port, stood up upon seeing Shifa suddenly appear. Yes, I've stayed long enough. It's time to go up. What came into Shifa's view was a giant ship, the bow shaped like a shark wearing a white horn helmet, and the hull was bright red. Its size nearly half that of the Moby Dick. For Shifa alone, it was undeniably extravagant. The value of this ship was likely far more than 100 million. But after considering that Shirahoshi would follow him on adventures in the future, Neptune, as her father, naturally wanted to provide the greatest help. Lord Shifa, I will wait for you on Fishman Island. When you come back next time, we can go on adventures together. Since the threat of Vander Decken was gone, Shirahoshi had become much stronger after spending time with Shifa and would no longer cry easily. Well, little Shirahoshi, spend more time with Neptune and the others this year. After all, if we go on adventures everywhere in the future, you might not want to come home. During the time spent with Shirahoshi, Shifa had also become much more cheerful and enjoyed teasing people. Shifa lightly leaped onto the ship, over 20 meters high, with Jinbe following closely behind. He promised Shifa that he would temporarily sail with him as his helmsman until Shifa found his navigator. Farewell, Hashihoshi, farewell, princes. Farewell, Lord Shifa. The anchor chain was pulled up. Set sail. In a certain sea area of the New World, thunder and lightning clashed, and the Moby Dick appeared particularly lonely amidst the storm, seemingly foreshadowing something serious about to happen. Old man, Teach has stolen Sachi's dark fruit and defected. Marco, soaked to the skin, rushed into Whitebeard's bedroom, shouting anxiously. What about Sachi? Whitebeard sat up upon hearing this, his hand instinctively reaching for the sword, Shirahoshi. Since Shifa left, he had instructed Marco to keep an eye on the dark fruit, and he didn't expect something to actually happen. The Teach guy was actually planning to kill Sachi. Fortunately, old man, you reminded me, so I was able to save Sachi in time. Marco's face showed fear. It seemed Teach was already prepared to be a traitor. His ability was strange, and his strength felt different from usual on the ship. When I fought him, there was a moment he grabbed me, and I couldn't activate my fruit ability. He took advantage of my moment of unpreparedness, tossed me into the sea, and then escaped in a small boat. Marco still felt lingering fear from the sensation of losing his powers. As the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard pirates, he couldn't rely solely on his fruit abilities. However, suddenly losing his usual strength in battle was simply unbelievable. Teach, huh? Whitebeard couldn't help but frown. Recalling the child who once knelt before him pleading for shelter, now wanted to kill his own family for a fruit. As long as you all are fine, Teach will personally face the consequences when he sees me next. Just as Whitebeard finished speaking, Ace, who had just learned of the situation from Sachi, suddenly burst through the door. Old man, I'm going to find Teach. That guy was a member of the 2nd Division before. This is my responsibility. Looking at the furious Ace, Whitebeard understood that Ace's request was reasonable as a captain, but he felt an uneasy premonition. Let's let it go this time, Ace. That guy doesn't know where he ran off to, and with that strange ability, even Marco suffered losses at his hands. Let's wait until I run into him next time. No, if it weren't for Marco, Sachi might have already been in trouble. This is the shame of our 2nd Division. It's a disgrace for the Whitebeard pirates. Seeing the determination in Ace's eyes, Whitebeard knew that even if he tried to stop him, Ace would secretly set sail anyway. It was better to let him go. He is my son, after all. Every young bird will eventually fly into the sky. Then I'll leave it to you, Ace. Whitebeard released his grip on Shirahoshi. And let's wait for the weather to clear before setting sail. Understood. Ace turned around fiercely to grab some luggage and prepare to depart. And be careful. Whitebeard didn't say it out loud, as farewells between men didn't require much, and he trusted Ace to take care of himself. Marco, Jinbe is with that kid Shifa, right? You contact them. Yes. On the other side, the Grand Line, Sabaody Archipelago. As long as Sachi is fine, that's good. I'll keep an eye on any news about Teach and Ace from here. Shifa returned the Den Mushi to Jinbe. Teach still got the dark fruit, and Ace was setting out to pursue him, just like in the story. But Sachi didn't die, so it seems changing the predetermined plot isn't as difficult as imagined. Teach had just set sail, and there were still a few months before the story began. However, Shifa couldn't remember which countries he had visited, only that he ultimately defeated Ace on an island called Eneru. Let us just wait for the time to pass over there. Anyway, I still have Ace's life card, so I can see Ace's condition at any time. I'm going to take a walk on Sabaody Archipelago. Do you want to come, Jinbe? Shifa stood at the bow of the ship, looking back at Jinbe. I'll pass. Someone has to stay and watch the ship. This place is quite chaotic. The Sabaody Archipelago is made up of 79 numbered trees, each with towns and facilities. The area of the Sabaody Archipelago is also clearly divided. Based on the numbers on the trees, numbers 1 to 29 are illegal areas like human trafficking, 30 to 39 is an amusement park, 40 to 49 is a sightseeing area with local specialties, 50 to 59 is a shipyard with coding craftsmen, 60 to 69 is the Navy and government entry area, and 70 to 79 is the hotel street and other places. The purpose of Shifa's trip was to go to the bar of Shachi to find that informant. As for Rayleigh, it would be fine to meet him if fate allowed. Young man, What are you standing there for? Hurry up and kneel down like us. Just as Shifa was about to ask someone for directions, a sudden commotion broke out. People along the way quickly moved to the sides and knelt down, clearing a path. An old man next to Shifa saw that he wasn't moving and quickly nudged him with his hand. In his line of sight, a man, as fat as a pig with snot continuously dripping from his face, dressed in something resembling a spacesuit and wearing an oxygen mask, was riding on the back of another muscular man who was kneeling. As the strong man crawled, they slowly moved into the crowd. That was the world aristocracy, the so-called descendants of the creator, the celestial dragons. You, go grab that woman for me. I have my eye on that one. The celestial dragon momentarily did not notice the conspicuous Shifa, as he had already set his sights on a woman kneeling on the ground and was instructing the armored guards beside him. No, please spare my wife, celestial dragon. A young man stood up, firmly protecting the woman in front of him. Even though his legs trembled, he did not move an inch. Foolish commoner, daring to resist the great celestial dragon. How dare you stand before me, Charlos? Charlos forcefully sniffed the snot running down his face and pulled out a golden handgun. Most of the people kneeling closed their eyes, unable to bear witnessing this cruel scene. The gunshot did not sound as expected. Instead, there was a rush of wind, followed by the celestial dragon's anguished screams. My hand! Everyone opened their eyes, and in their disbelief, they saw the celestial dragon writhing in pain on the ground. His right hand that had held the gun, now lying quietly on the ground. Shifa stood at the front of the road, holding the long knife he had just taken from a nearby pirate. The scorching sword mark on the ground stretched to a place invisible to the naked eye. Protect St. Charlos. The armored guards rushed forward, half surrounding the celestial dragon and half surrounding Shifa. The knife was quite useful, but unfortunately, it wasn't a good one. If only a Zampakit were by his side, it would have to be at the level of the supreme greatsword. Shifa walked forward slowly, amidst the flashes of swords and knives. Only the celestial dragon, holding his wound and sitting on the ground, and the slave whose eyes suddenly lit up remained. As for the bystanders who had originally knelt on either side, they had fled long ago when Shifa chopped off Charlos's right hand. After all, having witnessed such a scene, staying behind would surely lead to death. Damn filthy commoners. I am a great celestial dragon. The world government will not let you go. Charlos was completely unaware that death was imminent and continued to shout loudly, the pain from his severed hand causing tears and snot to flow, making Shifa feel nauseous. Too noisy. With a flash of his sword, the head of the celestial dragon wearing the oxygen mask fell to the ground. Even at that moment, his face still bore a look of anger, albeit with a hint of confusion. That man actually killed a celestial dragon. Some nearby pirates and bystanders who had chosen to hide and secretly watch were too frightened to even breathe at this scene. The lofty world aristocrat actually had a day of dying on the streets. Boss, big news. Somewhere in the New World, Morgans, who was sipping hot tea, had a transponder snail in his hand, which was excitedly narrating the events that had occurred on Sabaody Archipelago. Marine Ford, headquarters, Marshal's office. What? A celestial dragon, actually. Sengoku's eyes were filled with disbelief, while Carp, who was munching on sunbae nearby, couldn't help but burst into laughter. What's wrong? Are you used to kneeling? Shifa glanced sideways at the slave kneeling on the ground, unsure of what to do. Sir, please leave quickly. You killed a celestial dragon, and the marine admirals will be coming. The slave finally came to his senses, his expression filled with excitement. I can't escape. I have a celestial dragon's collar bomb around my neck, and the key is in another celestial dragon's hands. A mere collar bomb. The way Rayleigh disarms bombs is just a certain application of hockey, and Shifa's spiritual pressure is just as capable. He placed his knife against the collar around the slave's neck, gave it a gentle flick, and the collar detached, exploding in the air. The slave touched his neck and found that the collar was really gone. Overjoyed, he stood up, wanting to say something to thank Shifa, but he choked up and couldn't speak. Hurry and go. You said it yourself. The marine admirals are coming. Shifa casually tossed away the long knife in his hand. By the way, do you know where Shaki's bar is? The slave shook his head, and Shifa was about to bypass him to ask someone else for directions. Seeing Shifa's calm demeanor, the slave suddenly knelt down and said, Sir, please allow me to follow you. Let's talk about that when you can stand up one day. Shifa shook his head, simply uttering a few words as he walked past him, heading towards the area where the crowd was investigating. The slave was stunned, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. He banged his head hard against the ground and shouted, My name is Yet Bray. One day, I will stand before you, becoming a man who can truly help you. Shifa ignored it, lightly tapping his feet and disappearing from the slave's sight. After half an hour, using his cash ability, Shifa finally found a Shaki bar located in Area 13. Pushing open the bar's big door, the place was empty, apart from Shifa. There was only a young woman with short black hair, wearing a spider-patterned top and smoking, who was wiping a glass. You must be Shaki. I've heard your information broker, and I want to inquire about something. Shifa sat down at the bar. Hey there, killing a celestial dragon is a big trouble. If you stay here, you'll bring trouble to my bar, Shaki said, stopping her glass wiping and taking a deep drag from her cigarette. I need to know the whereabouts of the small fruit. Shifa hasn't forgotten to help Baixing with her body shape issue. The small fruit is a good choice. Of course, one must prepare for both possibilities, so Shifa is also planning to find time to chat with Dr. Vegapunk. What a domineering young man he is. Although Shaki can't see Shifa's strength, she can guess something from his fearless demeanor in front of the general. But what about the reward? He wouldn't want me to help him gather information for free, as information circulation is quite expensive. 1 year, Shifa extends a hand to Shaki, saying that if she can help him find the location of the fruit within a year, he will give her 500 million berries. Shaki slightly furrows her brows. Can she really earn 500 million just for the whereabouts of such a useless fruit? Moreover, it seems he has no intention of providing a deposit. Just as Shaki is about to ask for a deposit, laughter comes from the back door accompanied by the sound of slippers. 500 million? I'll agree for Shaki. But let me say first, we may not be able to find it. A middle-aged man with gray hair, wearing old-fashioned glasses and holding a wine jug, swayed in. Seeing that Rayleigh has already agreed, Shaki naturally won't try to save face for him. She makes an excuse to go buy something and then strides out of the bar, knowing that it's the men's time now. Young man, that sword just now startled this old man. Rayleigh smiles. He hasn't seen such a strong and spirited young person in a long time. I am Silver's Rayleigh. What's your name? Ulquiorra, just a traveler. Shifa looks at the legendary first mate of the Pirate King with great interest. And you, the so-called King of Hell, have turned into a disheveled old man? Ha! What King of Hell? I'm just an old man eliminated by the times. The future belongs to you young ones. Rayleigh takes a swig of his drink. So, after killing the celestial dragons, what are your plans next? The world is vast. There is nowhere I cannot go, and nothing I cannot do. A mere celestial dragon. Just a fat pig. What does it matter if I kill one? Shifa's words were understated, but to Rayleigh, they exuded an overwhelming aura. A commanding presence that he had never even seen in Roger. At that moment, Rayleigh deeply questioned whether he had truly grown old. The younger generation is indeed formidable. He couldn't help but lament how time waits for no one. They were very close to the Navy headquarters, and he believed the Navy admiral was already on the way. You're strong, but still not enough compared to an admiral. Besides, you're not alone here. The Pirate King's first mate is present, so what is there to fear? Shifa slumped beside him, teasing. Just let me be at my age. If it comes to a fight, I'd be shaking all over. Rayleigh shook the wine jug in his hand, finding it nearly empty. Let us have a good drink, now that we're at a tavern. It seems inappropriate not to drink. Shifa remained calm, but Rayleigh looked a bit confused. However, he didn't persuade any further and casually took the bottle of delicacy he had long coveted from the counter, since it would be charged to Shifa anyway. He filled a large bowl for Shifa and poured the rest into his empty wine flask. The two clinked their bowls and began to drink, not mentioning leaving again, as if it was not Shifa who had killed the celestial dragon. On the other side, in the area where the celestial dragon had died. This is the sword that killed the celestial dragon. It left such a terrifying sword mark. It must be an unparalleled treasure. The corpse of the celestial dragon had long been taken away by the world government, leaving only the bodies of the nameless armored guards scattered all over the ground. At this moment, a bold pirate excitedly picked up the long sword that Shifa had casually discarded. You can't just take the sword that killed the celestial dragon. A chill swept over him, and when the pirate tried to turn back, he found that he couldn't move at all. In Area 13, is it the bar of Shaki? It seems like a troublesome place. A tall man scratched his head and walked straight towards his destination. A gust of wind blew, making the word justice on his cloak shine brilliantly in the sunlight. An extraordinary figure is coming. Rayleigh no longer had the leisure to drink and chat, as his observation haki had given him a significant warning. Shifa said nothing, but the aura around him became increasingly profound. In the blink of an eye, what appeared before Rayleigh was the transformed Shifa. Such powerful strength. No wonder you can sit here so leisurely. Rayleigh was not startled by Shifa's transformation. After all, as a powerful figure from the old era, he had seen too many incredible things. Ah, found you. The criminal is still sitting here, drinking leisurely. The door was pushed open, and a tall man with curly hair walked in. Hey, The intel didn't mention there were two formidable guys. A cold aura quickly spread through the tavern, the temperature dropping sharply. Admiral Aokiji looked troubled as he gazed at the two men in front of the bar. Ha! I'm just a retired old man. This has nothing to do with me. Rayleigh took off his reading glasses to wipe them. Seemingly, just an ordinary old man. Admiral Kuzan. Just as Aokiji was about to say something, the Navy outside had already gathered and surrounded the area. Let's go find an open space to fight. Shifa downed his drink, saying that no matter how many fish there are, they only add to the casualties. Right here is fine, since King of Hell Rayleigh has no intention of making a move. Frost began to condense around them. Aokiji had not finished speaking when Shifa stood up and instantly vanished from his sight. In the next moment, Aokiji crossed his arms in front of his chest, just in time to block Shifa's powerful punch, which sent him crashing out of the tavern, flying dozens of meters before crashing into a large tree, raising a cloud of dust. Admiral Kuzan. The Marines surrounding the tavern looked in disbelief at Aokiji being sent flying, tightening their grips on their guns as they watched Shifa step out of the tavern. Truly a monster. As the dust settled, Aokiji brushed himself off and walked out as if nothing had happened. In fact, his arm felt numb from that punch. All the Navy retreated from the scene. Aokiji waved his hand. The upcoming battle was not something they could participate in. Although the Marines wanted to support Aokiji, they understood that staying after that blow would only cause trouble, so they quickly withdrew as ordered, leaving the two men behind. Double-spiked spear. Two ice spears formed out of thin air and flew toward Shifa, who merely punched them to shatter them into pieces. Huh! Aokiji breathed cold air onto his hand, and in the blink of an eye, it coalesced into an ice knife. Shifa didn't hesitate either, concentrating his spiritual pressure in his hand to form the moonlight sword. Clang! The sound echoed as their movements synced, swords clashing together. Both of their powers no longer held back, an astonishing aura spreading out. In just a moment, they had exchanged blows over 100 times. That guy, he can actually hold his own against Admiral Kazan. The Marines watching the battle from a distance with binoculars couldn't help but swallow hard, relieved they hadn't joined the fight. In the midst of their swordplay, Shifa used the momentum to retreat, followed by a black flash, which Kuzan sensed the immense power of and used Moonwalk to leap into the air. Ice Ball. A flash of cold light appeared in Kazan's hand, which he quickly threw at the retreating Shifa, while the black flash missed, striking a giant tree marked with 13 behind him. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded, and as everyone turned to look, the giant tree crashed down, the residual force even causing a regional earthquake. Such destructive power is truly astonishing. Rayleigh, watching the battlefield from a distance, sighed to Shucky. It seems there's really no need for me to intervene. What a terrifying guy. The Marines were soaked in sweat. Their leader was excited. But it was still Admiral Kuzan who was winning. They had already seen Shifa frozen into an ice block by Kazan. However, they didn't see that Kazan was currently wearing a serious expression. With a soft bang, the ice block began to crack, and Shifa calmly walked out. 4 top-tier powerhouses. It was indeed not easy to hit with the black flash. Shifa couldn't help but exclaim, "Seriously, how could a strong person like you remain unnoticed?" The temperature continued to drop, and a thin layer of frost began to cover Kazan's body and face. If you hadn't killed a celestial dragon, I would really want to pull you into the Navy. Killing a pig, are you really loyal to it? Shifa's words were laced with mockery. Even as an admiral, you are merely a puppet controlled by the world government. Why not leave the Navy and become my partner? And together, we can overturn this world in the future. Shifa extended his right hand towards Aokiji. He admired Aokiji, or rather, he admired the 3 admirals and many Marines. No matter what path they chose, in the end, it was all for justice. He really was underestimated. Aokiji habitually scratched his head and did not respond to Shifa, perhaps out of disdain or perhaps not knowing how to retort. Centered around Aokiji, ice covered the ground within 100 meters. Just as Shifa was about to walk towards him, he found his feet frozen to the ground. Ice block pheasant beak. Cold air gathered in Aokiji's right arm, and a giant ice bird shot out from it, its powerful impact as fierce as a train on the sea. Shifa exerted force with both feet and lifted up, causing the ice block that had originally fixed him to shatter completely. He threw the moonlight sword towards the violent bird's beak. Like water and fire unable to coexist, the giant bird could no longer advance. Cracks began to spread across its body, and the moonlight sword grew dimmer. In the end, the two completely canceled each other out. If you want to determine the victor against me, one general is not enough. Shifa once again formed the moonlight sword with his hands, watching intently. They should have sent both of them. Aokiji saw that the violent bird's beak was ineffective, so he could only gather ice blades again and step forward. The two resumed their swordplay. The sounds of blades clashing echoed frequently, and the speed of their combat was so fast that the Marines, observing from a distance with binoculars, could hardly capture their movements. Aokiji, you should not obey the decayed world government. In the exchange, Shifa continued to persuade him, saying that without overthrowing the celestial dragon's rule, the tragedy of O'Hara would repeat itself. Shut up. O'Hara had always been a hurdle in Aokiji's heart. That mission was the first time he had doubted justice in his life, and even now, as an admiral, he still could not let go of it. In an instant, furious Aokiji unleashed astonishing power and speed, blocking the moonlight sword at the moment he found Shifa's flaw. The ice blade struck forward fiercely, but unexpectedly, Shifa caught the ice blade barehanded with his other hand, dark green blood dripping onto the ice. While the ice blade seemed stuck and could not continue downward, you have exposed a flaw. Not realizing what happened, Aokiji was pierced in the shoulder by the moonlight sword, and Shifa forcefully threw the sword that was stuck in Aokiji's shoulder forward, the immense force propelling Aokiji backward. It's actually dark green? At this moment, Shifa looked at the wound that was rapidly regenerating and realized the color of his own blood. Is it like this for little Wu? Shifa originally thought he had simply transformed into a little crow. Now it seems that it is not the case, as this body has many unknowns waiting for Shifa to discover. It really is quite tricky. In front of Shifa, the ice on the ground slowly spread upwards, eventually taking the form of Aokiji. At this moment, Aokiji was no longer as pristine as during their previous encounters. Blood stained his shirt at the shoulders, and his justice cloak had long been destroyed. It seemed that he had avoided the explosion of the moonlight sword through elemental transformation. Shifa spoke directly, noting that if he had endured the explosion of the moonlight sword, the scars on his body would not be limited to these. Did he want to continue? Aokiji looked at Shifa's fully restored right hand and shook his head. He no longer had the intention to fight. Such an extraordinary self-healing ability and immense power made it impossible to determine a winner in a short time, and besides, his chances of winning were not very high. The celestial dragons were in trouble, and the admiral was dispatched, nothing more than that. Aokiji would not risk his life fighting someone he still somewhat admired for the sake of those scoundrels. It wasn't worth it, regardless of the outcome. This time, he decided to let it go. Continuing would be meaningless, and the injuries he sustained were enough to require him to rest for a while. Aokiji waved his hand, then pointed at his shoulder, suggesting that the news of the admiral's defeat would soon spread everywhere. So Shifa should be careful. Shifa watched as the departing green pheasant released its blade state, and at the same time, he sensed that many people were peeping from not far away, accompanied by the sound of camera shutters. This was all within Shifa's expectations. He was sure that by tomorrow, he would become a notorious villain. What Shifa didn't notice was that the blood he had dripped on the ground was now evaporating like boiling water in the new world on a small island. Hurry up. This is big news. Morgans urged his subordinates to speed up the newspaper production as he listened to the news from the phone bug. They had killed a celestial dragon and defeated a marine admiral. You really are my lucky star, Shifa. 3 days had passed since the Battle of Sabaody Archipelago, and Shifa and Jinbe were aimlessly drifting on the sea. Ximokun, we've been adrift for 3 days. Have you not thought of a destination? Jinbe had heard about the events at Sabaody Archipelago a few days ago, and could understand Shifa's struggle against Aokiji, having witnessed his strength before. What Jinbe couldn't understand was that Shifa had spent 3 consecutive days fishing at the bow of the ship, aside from eating and sleeping. Jinbe, you are too impatient. Since we haven't thought of our next stop, why not let fate guide us and see where the ship drifts? As he spoke, Shifa tugged at his fishing rod, and a fish the size of a palm was lifted off the hook and landed on the deck. Lunch is on you, Jinbe. Jinbe suddenly felt an urge to punch someone. Not only was Shifa drifting aimlessly, but he also couldn't cook. Here he was, a warlord of the sea, having to act as both navigator and chef for Shifa. Chirp, chirp. The sound of a news bird caught their attention. Jinbe waved it over and bought the latest newspaper for 100 berries, then flipped through it with an incredulous look. In the new world, aboard the Moby Dick. Old man, big news. Diamond Jozu rushed towards Whitebeard, who was sitting in a chair and taking medicine, holding a newspaper with an excited expression. Marco and the others looked puzzled. It's that guy Shifa. He.S. incredible, killing a celestial dragon at Sabaody Archipelago and chasing off Aokiji. Jozu handed the newspaper to Whitebeard. Marco and the other captains weren't surprised he chased off Aokiji. After all, Shifa was the man who could withstand Whitebeard's full-force attack. But the fact that he dared to kill a celestial dragon was something no one expected. What a free-spirited guy. Whitebeard habitually reached for his flask, only to have Marco swat his hand away. Really, that kid Shifa has a bounty now. How can we not hold a feast to celebrate? All right. The members of the Whitebeard pirates responded loudly. Old man. Only Marco was still angry that the world still existed. At Fishman Island, Ryugu Palace. What an amazing guy. Neptune and the princes exclaimed upon seeing the newspaper, but Neptune began to doubt whether it was a mistake to entrust Shirahoshi to such a free person. Look, it's Lord Shifa. Shirahoshi excitedly held the newspaper and shared her joy with her beloved shark. Lord Shifa is so powerful, he actually defeated a marine admiral. And that celestial dragon must be a big bad guy. Lord Shifa is the real good person. In the Grand Line, Amazon Lily. Someone really dared to do this. The recently returned king, the only female warlord of the sea, the world's most beautiful woman, Boa Hancock, was looking at the information in the newspaper with disbelief. The pain from the celestial dragon's hoof on her back seemed to throb again. The shadow of the so-called world nobles was something that could hardly be erased in a lifetime. At such a moment, someone actually dared to kill a celestial dragon near the marine headquarters and drive off Aokiji. Hancock seemed less afraid now. It turned out celestial dragons could die. It turned out marine admirals could also be powerless at times. Go prepare. We are setting sail. Where are you planning to go? Granny Nyan, leaning on her cane. Try to stop her. Having just returned from a voyage, she wanted to go out to sea again after reading the newspaper. What was she thinking? To meet that legendary Shifa. At this moment, the Empress no longer had that unreachable coldness and pride. Instead, her cheeks were flushed and she looked shy. The world was buzzing because of this newspaper. The four emperors, revolutionaries, warlords of the sea, and the world government. All eyes were on Shifa. 3 days earlier, at Marine headquarters. Marineford. Aokiji, are you saying you couldn't defeat that guy with all your strength? Sengoku was furious, as the Gorosei were constantly pressuring him to handle the situation. Yet even the admiral returned empty-handed. It wasn't a deserted island. I naturally couldn't maximize the fruit's abilities. Aokiji, wrapped in bandages, was sitting across from Sengoku with his legs crossed. Besides, I might not have used my full strength. I was the one who got injured first. But he seems to have some kind of power. That healing ability is simply unheard of. Aokiji recalled Shifa's right hand. In the brief moments he had been knocked back, he had actually healed, and the ice blade was infused with hockey. As you can see, I was also injured. In a trade of injuries, I might not be able to defeat him. Strength, speed. He is a versatile monster. After much debate, Sengoku could only report to the Gorosei that Aokiji was unable to defeat Shifa. After all, Shifa had never done anything wrong before. As for killing a celestial dragon, Sengoku felt a headache coming on. Such a strong combat force would have been great for the marine headquarters, yet it had gotten entangled with a celestial dragon. After meeting with the Gorosei and receiving a stern reprimand, Shifa's bounty was finally issued. Shifa-kun, your bounty has come out. Jinbe's expression was serious. Black-winged great demon Ulquiorra Shifa. Bounty of 1,348,000,000 berries. Alive or dead. The bounty poster depicted Shifa in his usual form, seemingly in an ice and snow world. Likely taken after his battle with Aokiji. Oh, it seems the world government is quite attached to my head. Shifa didn't mind. To be honest, if they were going to put a bounty on him, this amount was far from enough. Are you leaving? After a moment of silence, Shifa suddenly spoke. Jinbe, who had been unsure how to speak, felt relieved that Shifa initiated the conversation, but also felt a bit embarrassed. He had promised to accompany Shifa to find his navigator before leaving. Yet after just a few days of sailing, he was already saying goodbye. Shifa couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy, realizing that he would once again be traveling alone. He knew that Jinbe was going to leave and had even planned to push him away. One of the reasons Jinbe became one of the Seven Warlords was to ease the relationship between the world government and Fishman Island. That's why he had always been cautious about openly interacting with the Whitebeard pirates. Moreover, in his current situation, if it were discovered that he was on the same ship as Jinbe, the world government would not turn a blind eye. They might even strip him of his title as a warlord, and Shifa didn't want to put him in a difficult position. Should he leave now? I should prepare today's meals for Shifa first. Jinbe turned and entered the cabin. It was time to find a companion. Jinbe left. On the second day of Shifa drifting alone at sea, really putting aside the plot, I truly know nothing about this world. Shifa took out a wrinkled map, which was given to him by Jinbe 2 days ago before he left, telling him to choose an island to find the navigator and continue sailing. At that time, Shifa casually agreed, but who knew that after Sandu left, he found that he couldn't understand the map at all. In despair, Shifa could only wait to see if he could encounter any passing ships to ask for help in reading it, which led to him wandering for 2 days. Shifa has gone over the map dozens of times these past few days, but still can't understand it. In the end, he chose to lie on the bow of the boat and sleep, securing the fishing rod for fishing. Here it comes. After an unknown amount of time has passed, the fishing rod started shaking violently, and Shifa finally opened his eyes. Shifa stood up, and in his line of sight, a small black finally appeared. It was a ship. Today is your lucky day. I'll spare your life. Shifa forcefully swung the fishing rod, and a fish over 2 meters long flew towards the deck. However, Shifa was in a good mood at the moment, so he kicked the flying fish back into the sea mid-air. Immediately after, Shifa quickly ran to the stern of the ship, concentrated his spiritual pressure in his fist, and punched out. With a loud sonic boom, his ship, the Little Crow, took off from the surface of the sea, flying straight towards the distant ship. What is that? Aboard the naval warship, led by Colonel Tina from the Navy headquarters. Panic ensued. They were watching in disbelief as something was flying towards the warship from the sky. It couldn't be the Golden Lion, could it? Tina, with pink hair, dressed in a red suit, holding a lady's cigarette, and draped in a justice cloak, couldn't help but feel worried. That was a powerful figure from the same era as Vice Admiral Garp. However, speculation aside, as a Navy officer, Tina couldn't recklessly attack without confirming what it was. Within a few breaths, the Little Crow became visible to the naked eye, and Tina breathed a slight sigh of relief, not seeing any flags of the Golden Lion or other pirates on the ship. But she remained vigilant, ready to activate her abilities at any moment. Bang! The Little Crow landed on the surface of the sea next to the warship, creating huge waves that splashed onto the deck, soaking most of the sailors. Tina, on the other hand, remained completely dry. Not even her cigarette was affected. Long before the ship descended, several sailors had already opened umbrellas in front of her, forming a barrier to shield her from the seawater. It turned out to be a naval ship. Shifa leaped to Tina's side, prompting everyone to raise their guns at him. Everyone put down your guns. Upon seeing Shifa's face, Tina finally couldn't maintain her composure any longer and shouted for the Marines to lower their weapons. These low-ranking Marines might not know who Shifa is, but for Tina, an elite from the naval headquarters, this face was even more terrifying than that of Gold Lion. After all, Gold Lion was old and had even severed his own legs, significantly reducing his combat power. The person in front of her had just fought to a standstill against a general a few days ago in the Sabaody Archipelago. She certainly didn't have the confidence to confront someone of that caliber. The Marines were confused, but still obeyed the order and lowered their guns. Do you recognize me? When Shifa's interest was piqued, how would Colonel Tina react upon learning that she was a bounty criminal? Would she pursue him like she did with Monkey D? Luffy? Recently, the black-winged demon Ulquiorra Shifa has been listed by the Navy headquarters as one of the world's most dangerous criminals. Tina was so nervous that she didn't even notice when her cigarette fell to the ground. Why is someone like you still lingering in the first half of the Grand Line? The New World is where you belong. Honestly, I am a great benefactor. Shifa slowly walked into the ship's cabin, and no one dared to stop him. When he came out again, he was holding half a watermelon, scooping it out with a spoon. Contact your Admiral Sengoku at the Navy headquarters. I have something to tell him. He then added, if I have to come personally, some things that everyone doesn't want to see might happen. Although Tina was reluctant, she had no choice but to take out Admiral Sengoku's contact snail from her pocket and dial it. Shifa immediately snatched it from her hand. Tina? What's going on? I am Ulquiorra Shifa. I've heard a lot about you, Admiral Sengoku. At this moment, Sengoku, far away in Marineford, suddenly stood up, unable to contain his anger, and smashed his entire desk with a single slap. Blackwing Demon, what do you want? What have you done to my subordinates? Sengoku was eager to know about Tina and the other Marine situation. After all, the one using her snail to contact him was a man who could rival a Marine Admiral. Them? Don't worry, not a hair is missing, but I want to take a few people with me. Shifa sat in Tina's seat on the deck. Having just one person on my ship is too boring. After saying that, Shifa hung up the snail. To him, this behavior was merely a notification to the parents. But for Sengoku, it was entirely different. You bastard. Sengoku was furious, his face turning red, realizing that Shifa intended to take people from the Navy to be his companions, and even called to humiliate him. What is going on? Vice Admiral Crane, who had come just for tea, unexpectedly witnessed Sengoku's outburst. After hearing Sengoku explain the situation, Vice Admiral Crane had a different opinion. He hadn't sought pirates as companions and had refrained from killing when encountering the Navy twice, indicating that this person was not the world villain as defined by the world government. Do you have any maneuvering space with the Gorosei? Are you talking about the Warlord of the Sea? Sengoku calmed down and began to consider the possibilities of the situation. If such powerful combat strength could stand on the Navy's side, that would be the best outcome. However, he had killed a celestial dragon, and this was known worldwide. Damn organs. Meanwhile, Tina and a middle-aged man on the warship had arrived on Shifa's ship. Colonel Tina, I will trouble you to temporarily be my navigator. Shifa picked up his fishing rod and sat at the bow of the ship. Tina was very angry. Naturally, Tina was extremely unwilling. But Shifa threatened her with the lives of the entire crew, so she had no choice but to comply. Moreover, Uncle Light was also there. That's right, besides her. The other person forced onto Shifa's pirate ship was her Uncle Light, who was just an ordinary Navy cook, intending to look after her by boarding the warship, but was now captured because Shifa needed a cook. Don't worry, Colonel Tina. Once I find a suitable navigator, I will naturally let you go. Shifa could see her reluctance. The same goes for the cook. You just need to accompany me for a while. More than 10 days after Shifa kidnapped Tina and her uncle, Tina casually asked Shifa, "Do you have a purpose for going to Kakamand Island?" As she steered the ship, she noted that it was a notorious crime island. Kakamand Island is located in the first half of the Grand Line, but due to its remote geographical location and the absence of any official nation on the island, the Navy generally does not patrol here. This has resulted in the island being filled with various crimes, where those who take root here are basically human traffickers, pirates, or people with powerful backgrounds. It is precisely in such a chaotic place that some businesses emerge that others dare not undertake. During her time on Shifa's ship, Tina has come to realize that Shifa is not as bloodthirsty and cruel as she heard at the naval headquarters. He does not resemble a criminal. At Shifa's request, she calls him by his real name instead of the title on the bounty, because it's interesting. At this moment, Shifa had stopped fishing and was instead making chess pieces, spending his free time each day playing against Blah. Tina was speechless. It seemed Shifa did everything based on his interests. A few days ago, when she asked him why he chose her instead of a pirate as a companion, his answer was also interesting. A powerful man with a carefree personality and no malicious intent. That's Tina's evaluation of him during this time. The naval headquarters should be the place for him to showcase his abilities, not becoming a fugitive wandering around. On this point, Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru share the same thoughts as her. Shifa has never restricted Tina's contact with the Navy. Firstly, he is not afraid. Even if all the admirals were dispatched, and even the second stage return of the blade couldn't solve the problem, the Navy could not possibly stop him from leaving if he wanted to. Secondly, the Navy is unwilling and unable to dispatch more than 2 admirals to capture him. Furthermore, for what Tina has said, it seems that Admiral Sengoku intends to make him a warlord of the sea. He seems to be trying to communicate this matter with the world government. If an invitation is really sent, then it might not be a bad idea. Having the title of Warlord of the Sea would make many things much easier. After a meal, Shifa and the others finally arrived at their destination, Kakamand Island, and Tina and the others no longer wore Navy uniforms. As soon as they docked at the port, Shifa felt countless eyes watching him and his ship. No wonder it's Kakamand Island. This is exactly what Shifa wanted. The 3 disembarked one by one. Shifa wandered around, Tina wanted to go shopping, and Light wanted to buy food, so they didn't leave anyone on the ship to guard it. He had a better plan. A middle-aged man, shorter than Shifa's chest, approached and said, "Are you here to visit the island? It's only 100,000 berries a day, and my brothers and I will keep an eye on your ship. You can go enjoy yourself." Tina frowned and was about to argue. How could guarding a ship cost 100,000 berries a day? At most, it should only be a few thousand berries. Shifa reached out his hand to stop her, then pointed to a man lying on the ground not far behind him, holding a piece of wild grass in his mouth and standing at about 2 meters tall. Is he also your brother? In Shifa's perception, that person's strength was not weak, at least comparable to Tina's, making him distinctly powerful among this group. That guy? The middle-aged man chuckled. He's just a little rascal, usually lazy and good for nothing. I guess he could be considered my little brother. At that moment, not far away, a sea king leaped high out of the water, seemingly enjoying a nice sunbath. With a casual gesture, Shifa unleashed a dark green flash that pierced through its target while creating a massive whirlpool on the sea. "Take care of the ship, or I'll break your legs." He tossed a bag of berries into the man's hands and walked past him slowly, accompanied by his crew, while the surrounding people stepped back to clear a path. Only when passing by the man with the grass in his mouth did Shifa glance slightly, noticing that the man was also watching him, but his earlier composure was completely gone. The middle-aged man trembled as he held the berries. On this island, watching over ships for pirates or traffickers was also a business, and there were many unscrupulous ones who would take the money and then steal the ship. Originally, seeing Shifa's large and luxurious ship without a flag, they thought he was an easy target, which led them to raise the price, but unexpectedly, a great demon had arrived. Everyone pay attention. If anything happens to this gentleman's ship, no one will bear the responsibility, he shouted, and his brothers rushed forward to tightly guard the dock, not allowing anyone to approach. At this point, they indeed looked a bit like villains. Tina teased. During these days at sea, they had encountered merchant ships, and Shifa's friendly demeanor made her doubt whether he was really a criminal who killed celestial dragons. It depends on the person. For villains, it's enough to be more ruthless than them. Shifa smiled slightly. Having a sword and not using it is not the same as not having one at all. The three separated in the city. The other two went shopping for clothes and supplies for the ship, while Shifa naturally headed to the most chaotic place to take a look. After all, he had been spending lavishly and was about to exhaust the millions of berries he had brought from the Dragon King's palace. After spending a bit of cash, a middle-aged man who called himself Brother Cohen took Shifa to the most prosperous yet lawless area of Kakamand Island, the gladiatorial arena. Today happened to be the day of the grand tournament at the arena. Various factions on this island trained their fighters, and once a month, a gladiatorial tournament would be held. Whichever faction's fighter stood last could distribute the island's resources to some extent. Could islanders outside the factions participate? Of course. But if you win without the ability to manage the prize, someone will naturally take over. Do you see that big guy? He is the boss of this arena, the infamous killer Bait. At this moment, the arena was packed, with people forming circles inside and outside, but Brother Cohen still had some influence, as people cleared a path for him wherever he went. Shifa noticed that the crowd looked at Brother Cohen not with fear, but with respect. He secretly pointed to a group of people sitting closest to the arena. Among them, a giant, about 5 meters tall, was sitting in the front, observing the battles. So he is a high-bounty pirate? Shifa's interest was piqued. Of course, he has a bounty of 37 million berries. Brother Kuin signaled Shifa to lower his head and whispered in his ear, I heard that when he first went to sea, he massacred several villages in the North Sea, and later, after burning and plundering, he attracted the attention of the Navy headquarters, which dispatched a colonel to pursue him, and that's how he ended up here. 37 million? Shifa did not expect the bounty for such a minor character to be very high. However, it was still much lower than he had budgeted. He thought that since they were in the Grand Line, it should be around 100 million. Was there no more powerful figure on the island? One with a higher bounty? Even if a mosquito's leg is thin, it's still meat. Shifa naturally did not plan to let him go, but it would be better if he could deal with a few more. More powerful figures? Brother Kuin thought Shifa also wanted to rely on a force for protection. But a bounty does not necessarily mean a strong force. The young man was still too young. There were no higher bounties, but there were big figures. Brother Kuin's voice became quieter, and he looked around as he spoke, fearing that others would hear. The nearby auction house deals in good items every day. However, no one ever dares to cause trouble there, as it is said that a warlord of the 7 seas stands behind it. If they want to rely on someone, they're the best choice. The auction house. Don Quixote da Flamingo. Shifa recalled that Da Flamingo was indeed a figure in the underground world, and he could get the Mera Nomi to lure Luffy. It seems you should get to know this guy. Finding the Mera Nomi through him might have a higher success rate. Fortunately, one of his subordinates is right here, saving him the trip to the New World. The match is over. A man in a suit shouted into a microphone, looking at the scene in the arena where only one white-haired, muscular man with a knife was still standing. The victor is our Captain Biter's subordinate, Ayin. Ha ha ha. As expected of Ayin, it looks like the resource allocation rights next month will still be in my hands. Biter excitedly stood up, and applause erupted around him. Ayin had helped him secure the allocation rights for 3 consecutive months, but there was no joy on Ayin's face. Give me a smile. He walked into the arena, intending to put his arm around Ayin's shoulders, only to realize that Ayin was only half his height. So he changed it to a couple of hearty pats. Ayin could only respond with a symbolic fake smile. Shifa no longer had the intention to continue watching their proud display. He climbed over the fence of the fighting arena and walked in. Brother Kuin tried hard to pull him back, but found he couldn't hold him. Kid, do you want to join my ranks? Bait looked at Shifa, who had walked up to him. During this time, he had gotten used to it. Whenever Ain achieved victory, there were always some young ones wanting to join him and become powerful men. You are the notorious pirate with a bounty of 37 million, right? Do you have other bounty hunting companions with you? Shifa directly asked Bait, and at that moment, everyone felt that the atmosphere was off. Some spectators who had planned to leave after watching the gladiatorial competition stopped to see what would unfold. Bait's mouth curled up in a wild grin, as if he had heard a joke. Are you a bounty hunter? Do you want to take my head that's worth 37 million? Ha ha ha. But then Bait suddenly felt something was odd. He hadn't done anything, yet he felt a spinning sensation. Wait, wasn't that tall person standing next to Ain himself? Why was his head missing? Until the last trace of consciousness in his mind faded away, he couldn't understand that in an instant he had become a corpse. Run. It's a devil. At this moment, the audience began to panic. For them, who were in a remote part of the Grand Line, Bait, with a bounty of 37 million, was already a significant figure. It was terrifying for them to see such a prominent person killed in public. No one knew if Shifa was a ruthless pirate. Thus, tens of thousands of people began to push and shove, trying to escape, with cries filling the entire arena. Quiet. A tidal wave of spiritual pressure swept through the gladiatorial arena and the audience, and the bustling crowd suddenly lost consciousness and collapsed on the ground, leaving only Shifa, Ain, and Brother Kuin. Brother Kuin was now trembling in fear. He had sensed something was wrong when Shifa entered the arena, but he never expected him to be such a terrifying man. Are you this guy's companion? Shifa tore off Bait's shirt and wrapped up his head. Although it was a bit dirty, it was still worth 37 million. I'm just a refugee who drifted to the island. I chose to rely on him because I couldn't afford food. We have no connection outside of the gladiatorial competition. Ain hurriedly distanced himself, fearing he might be implicated and meet the same fate in the next moment. The man before him was far stronger, and he didn't even know when his knife had been taken away. Are there any wanted criminals among your companions? It seems there aren't. Shifa showed no intention of continuing the conversation, picking up the package and walking towards Kuin-gu. Let's go. Take me to the auction house. Yes. At this moment, Kuin-gu also felt uneasy, even wondering if Shifa would kill him after bringing him to the auction house. After all, he looked like a demon who could kill without blinking. Ain looked at the headless corpse lying on the ground and the thousands of people who had fainted, feeling a surge of emotion, and rushed to kneel behind Shifa. Please, my lord, take me as your subordinate. Shifa did not stop, nor did he respond. If every time he displayed his strength, someone wanted to become his companion, and he took the time to acknowledge each one, it would be too boring. Ute Blake at least knelt down to follow him because he saved his life. This Ain is merely a slave to power. There are many strong people in the world, and those who submit to Shifa because of his strength will one day betray him due to the strength of others or their own. Shifa is looking for partners, those who are willing to walk alongside him and are ready to give everything to overturn this world with him. Seeing that Shifa did not respond, Kuin-gu could only quicken his pace to catch up, while Ain remained kneeling on the ground. He did not stand up even when Shifa left. No one knew what he was thinking. The auction house was very close, and under Kuin-ji's guidance, they arrived in front of a massive circular building in about 10 minutes. Please show us your invitation. Just as they were about to enter, the armed guard at the door stopped them. Kuin-gu nervously looked at Shifa. Earlier at the arena, the islanders had given him some face to let him squeeze in, but no one's going to give him face at the auction house. Tell your boss that I am UlquiorraTravels, and I have a deal to discuss with him. Shifa didn't rush in directly. He still needed Doflamingo to help him find the small fruit, and there was no need to make things awkward from start. Moreover, he believed that, given Doflamingo's personality, his subordinates couldn't possibly be unaware of him. What? Someone wants to see me? The boss of the auction house was lounging in a private box, sipping red wine and enjoying the wonderful sounds of various deals being made at the auction, when he was interrupted by a guard. Not seeing anyone, he said his name was UlquiorraTravels and that he had a deal to discuss with you. What? He jumped up from his chair, completely unconcerned that red wine had spilled all over his coat. How could Shifa not know the name? The young master had given a death order. If they encountered this person, they had to find a way to win him over. Moreover, he was in the underground world, so how could he not know about the recent incident in the Sabaody Archipelago that shook the entire world? There was no time to change clothes. He immediately took off his coat and instructed the maid to clean up the spilled red wine on the floor. He then quickly followed the bodyguard and rushed toward the entrance of the auction house. At this moment, Kuin-gu was on the verge of a breakdown, wishing he could escape from here immediately. The pressure he felt next to Shi Fa was overwhelming, especially since he was still holding that package. He was just a kind old man who never bullied civilians and was always willing to help. Why did he have to accept this demon's money to lead him? Perhaps he would be killed for this later, or after he left, that subordinate of Bader would blame everything on him. All Kuan-gu wanted at that moment was to go home quickly, to take his family and find a place to hide. As for leaving, the port was full of ruthless people who would strip him of his skin. Mr. Shi Fa, sorry to keep you waiting. I am the owner of this auction house. You can call me Basie. The moment Basie saw Shi Fa, he felt like retreating, with the strength of a general and the courage to kill the celestial dragons. This person was undoubtedly a madman in his eyes. I want to speak with your boss. You know who I'm talking about. Sitting in the box where Basie originally belonged, Shi Fa instructed him to take out the Den Mushi. BRRRNG, BRRRNG, BRRRNG. The call connected. What is up, Basie? It's Ulquiorra, Shi Fa. Seeing that the Den Mushi was connected, Basie and Kuan-gu wisely left the box, allowing Shi Fa to speak privately with Ming-gu. The voice on the other end of the Den Mushi paused for a moment. Then came his signature laugh of Ming-gu. What kind of man like you would go to such a remote place? Just making a little extra money. Shi Fa casually placed the package on the table. I need your help with something. A small fruit? It really is a useless fruit I've never seen before. So, what do you plan to use as payment? After some conversation, Ming-gu was naturally willing to give Shi Fa this favor, but he also needed to gain something in return. If necessary, I can lend you a hand once. No matter if the opponent is a Marine Admiral, a Yonko, or a Celestial Dragon. Deal, Blackwing Demon. In Ming-ji's view, exchanging a nearly useless fruit for a single strike from an Admiral-level figure was a huge profit. After the conversation ended, Shi Fa and Ming-gu naturally wouldn't chat any longer. He returned the Den Mushi to Basie, but after Basie took it, he ran to a corner to listen to the orders coming from the other end, nodding and bowing continuously. When Basie returned to the box after hanging up the Den Mushi, he was completely different. There was no longer the panic he had when he first met Shi Fa, replaced instead by confidence and respect. Mr. Shi Fa, the young master asked me to give you this Den Mushi for your convenience in contacting each other. Bossy respectfully handed over the Den Mushi. Also, he said if you like anything from this auction house, you can take it as a gift from the young master. Oh, now I must take a look. Since Doflamingo was so accommodating, Shi Fa naturally accepted his kindness. Under Basie's guidance, Shi Fa and Kuan-gu arrived at the back of the auction house, where goods that had not yet been auctioned were stored. Daddy, I'm here. Daddy, save me. At that moment, in a cage, a cute little girl about 5 or 6 years old, dressed elegantly, cried out upon seeing Kuan-gu. Xiaokui. Kuan-gu ran towards the cage in disbelief. He had just come out to earn some quick money, and his daughter had actually been captured and brought to the auction house. Kuan-gu turned around and wanted to kneel before Shi Fa, but Shi Fa pulled him back. It was only natural for the weak to kneel before the strong, but he did not want a father to kneel before anyone in front of his child. Let this child go. I really don't like seeing human traffickers. Understood. Basie immediately instructed his subordinates to release Xiao Kuei from the cage and also ordered them to deal with the human traffickers on the island. A mere human trafficking business on a remote island was nothing to Basie. If it was gone, it was gone. After all, he would soon be in a new world. And, right now, the main thing was to please this person in front of him. Released, Xiao Kuei threw herself into Kuan-ji's arms, crying. During the time she had been captured, her throat was almost hoarse from shouting. But no one was willing to pay her any attention. She thought she would never see her father again in this lifetime. Kuan-gu's eyes turned red, suddenly feeling that the most normal thing he had done in his life was meeting Shi Fa today. If he hadn't led him here and had done something else instead, he couldn't believe what would have happened to Xiao Kuei. Shi Fa walked around the back court and found nothing but useless trash to him, such as good knives and jewelry, which he didn't care about at all. Are there any bounty criminals on this island? Shifa can only turn his attention back to the bounty. Mr. Shifa, this island is nicely referred to as a crime island. In reality, it's just a place where some small fry who can't make it in the Grand Line linger for a long time. Bosikin is sweating, thinking that there are hardly any with such a high bounty as yours who still linger in the earlier stages. This answer was expected by Shifa. It seems he still needs to walk around for a bit, as he has no plans to return to the New World for now. The bounty of 37 million. Can you help me exchange it for cash here without any problem? Shifa threw the package towards Basil. If this could be resolved here, it would save him the trouble of finding a way to the naval branch. especially since he could have taken 2 sailors from his ship. Of course. In fact, I had already sent someone to collect the money earlier. Basu wiped the sweat off his forehead with a handkerchief and handed the package to a nearby guard. He then instructed someone to bring over the items he had just prepared. When Shifa was talking to the young master earlier, he learned about the events happening in the arena and could easily guess that Shifa was after the bounty. In the underground world, Basu may not be very powerful, but being under Don Quixote Doflamingo's command is due to his ability to read people and situations. Many things don't require the boss to tell you to do them. Rather, when he asks you to do something, he finds that you have already prepared in advance. That is what makes an excellent subordinate. Here is the belly that Mr. Shifa wants, and inside, we've also prepared some precious jewels and gold as a gift for Mr. Shifa. Shifa took the large package, which was the size of several people, from the 2 guards and casually threw it over his shoulder. Gifts offered to him were not to be refused. Let's part ways here. This place is too dull. Shifa originally thought that coming to this island would at least earn him 1 or 200 million. But he didn't expect the bounties on the pirates here to be so low, and there was only 1 person with a bounty. It seems he overestimated the strength of the first half. Only in places where Luffy has been will there be more bounty criminals. Fortunately, he made the acquaintance of Doflamingo and gained quite a few benefits. Shifa guessed that the package he was carrying was worth over 100 million. Benefactor, I will never forget what happened today. He heard Kuin's voice behind him, but Shifa just waved his hand, saying it was just a small effort. As for whether they would be retaliated against by Bader's subordinates after he left, Basie naturally knew how to handle it. With a gentle swipe of his finger, Shifa created a huge crack in the space before him and stepped inside amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. Have you been guarding my ship well? At the dock, as the space shattered, Shifa emerged carrying a package. Yes. Reporting to you, my lord, we have been guarding it well. 2 groups of people tried to take action against your ship, but we drove them away. The middle-aged man, collecting money, stood straight, answering Shifa like a soldier reporting to his commander. Seeing several injured mixed among his subordinates, Shifa knew he was not lying. What is your name? Shifa looked at the man who had been chewing on grass at first. His shirt had become tattered, but he didn't seem to be injured. Charlotte was completely unafraid, staring directly at Shifa with unwavering eyes. He even wanted to test the difference between himself and the man in front of him. What is Big Mom to you? I don't know her. Is that woman a bloodline cast out into the world? Westfa can't be sure, but his physical qualities are the best I've seen since he set sail. I'm still short a helmsman on my ship. Are you interested? We can't keep making Tina do both the navigation and steering. Besides, if I really become a warlord of the sea, I still have to return. Hurry up and agree. Everyone present was silently thinking that boarding this person's ship would be a leap to success. I refuse. To everyone's surprise, Will only thought for a moment before giving his answer. You're strong, but I can be stronger. One day in the future, I will have my own ship, find my own crew, and I will surpass you. Surpass me? That's indeed a long way to go. Since he was rejected, Westfa turned and walked toward the little U, not commenting on Will's thoughts. Although he might be a child abandoned by Big Mom, the bloodline only grants him the potential to reach the level of a star, but how far he will grow is still unknown. As for surpassing oneself, young people who have not set sail are naturally proud and think of themselves as geniuses. Little do they know that even the greatest genius only sees their own threshold. You should think about setting sail. You can't surpass that monster. If you haven't set sail, you'll only feel the gap between you like a mayfly and a giant tree. Once you set sail, you'll know the difference between fireflies and the bright moon. Tina and Light happened to be returning to the dock, carrying large bags when they heard Will's childish remarks. In Tina's eyes, it's hard to find another monster like Westfa in the world. A Navy Admiral? The 4 Emperors? Although those big shots are on par with him in strength. Westfa is still very young. He has plenty of time to grow. Moreover, it's better to stop a young person from becoming a pirate. Damn the era of great pirates. Will ignored it and quietly watched Westfa's figure fade away. He needed to remember this person. His primary goal after setting sail was to surpass him. Seeing he had no reaction, Tina didn't want to make things awkward and followed Westfa onto the ship. Tina was curious. You arrived at Kakamand Island empty-handed. So where did all this money and jewelry come from? You didn't do anything bad, did you? Tina saw the package casually placed on the deck and walked over to take a peek, almost blinded by the dazzling golden light. But fortunately, she was wearing sunglasses. I killed a bounty criminal and exchanged money directly with the people on the island. As for the jewelry, it was a gift from someone. If you like it, take it. Shifa was looking at the map. Although he couldn't understand it, he planned to find a name that looked interesting as the destination for the next stop. Shifa's nonchalant attitude really annoyed Tina, so she angrily grabbed a handful of jewels from the package to express her frustration. Seriously, Tina was very irritated. When are you planning to let us return to the Navy headquarters? With right at the helm, Tina, who rarely had free time, began to nag Shifa again. Just wait for the invitation from the Seven Warlords of the Sea. Shifa answered her for the first time, which made her feel a bit uncomfortable. Of course, if both of you want to leave the Navy and become my companions, that's not impossible. After all, we get along quite well. Although they are weak, at least they are not the type to cower in fear. Tina's surrender without a fight is merely due to her fear of the person who would destroy that warship. Moreover, as a Navy from headquarters, their quality is still quite reliable. Haha, I'm fine with whatever. I originally joined the Navy to take care of my little Tina. Mr. Shifa is quite an interesting person. Light naturally had no objections. As a middle-aged man who had spent some time with Shifa, he still believed in his character. Uncle, we are Navy from headquarters. Tina is getting angry. Tina also thought Shifa was a very interesting person and would never harm the innocent. But after all, he is a wanted criminal, and how could she casually give up the rank of Navy colonel that she had worked so hard to achieve? Shifa, how did you become so strong? Tina asked the question she had always wanted to ask, wondering how someone could be so young yet comparable to a general, even if they had been training since birth. That's a good question. It must be innate, he said. Forget I said anything. Shifa's response made Tina roll her eyes. But he couldn't possibly say that he had come from another world and possessed someone else's powers. Could he? The three of them spent a month wandering around in the first half, with Shifa still living extravagantly, never checking prices when eating or shopping. As a result, they ended up taking down quite a few pirates along the way, causing the pirates in the first half to become more restrained for a time. The invitation from the Seven Warlords of the Sea was delayed, and Tina and Light accompanied Shifa for quite a while, completely letting down their guard, as if they truly considered themselves Shifa's companions. BRR. After a long time, Tina's transponder snail rang. This is Tina. Is that guy with you? A tired voice from Sengoku came through. It's me. Tina handed the transponder snail over. The world government has agreed to invite you to become one of the Seven Warlords of the Sea. However, one of the original seven needs to be kicked out, and you will have to handle that yourself. Is it really that simple? Sifa expressed doubt. After all, he had killed a celestial dragon, and the Gorosei were actually willing to make him a warlord of the sea. It certainly wouldn't be that simple. Sengoku's tone darkened. They originally wanted you to go to Mariewa to apologize to the family of that celestial dragon, and I argued with them for a long time. Recently, many formidable newcomers have started flooding into the Grand Line from the Four Seas. Given your recent frenzied hunting of pirates, we plan to have you guard Paradise, the first half of the Grand Line, for 2 years. No more than a year. Sifa's attitude was very tough. The only use of the Seven Warlords of the Sea for him was that they could take the route of the world government for daily navigation, which was just a bit more convenient. How would he possibly be bound? He was willing to guard for a year because of the agreement with White Star, but they never said that the year started from the moment he became a warlord. He was already guarding ahead of time. Moreover, those so-called super newcomers should be ready to enter the new world in about a year anyway, so playing with them for a while wouldn't be a problem. All right, then it's a year. Sengoku's tone was very relaxed, seemingly unexpected to him. Sifa was a bit silent. Apparently the other party hadn't thought that he would agree to this request. Whenever you bring down the next warlord, you can take office. Sengoku's words were not finished, and Sifa had already hung up the transponder snail. So, when you plan to take action against which warlord? Tina's expression was somewhat unnatural. If Sifa were to take down a warlord immediately, she would have to part ways with him, and she had been quite happy during this time. No, Tina, what are you thinking? You're a Navy. He's a pirate. How could you possibly be happy with him? Thinking this way, Tina suddenly realized that Sifa was not a pirate at all. Aside from killing celestial dragons, his actions resembled those of a bounty hunter. He didn't even have the most basic pirate flag. No rush. The time hasn't come yet. Shifa plans to deal with Crocodile and meet with Ace's brothers. But the plot hasn't developed to that point yet, and it would be terrible if he disrupted it. That said, you're about to become a warlord. Don't you plan to fly your own pirate flag? Tina reminded him. I'm not a pirate. What do I need a pirate flag for? Shifa pulled out a large rectangular piece of black cloth. Can you draw one for me? It doesn't need a skull, just something like a mask. As long as it's clear that it represents my flag. Since you asked Tina so sincerely, she'll help you. Tina took the black cloth and began to paint seriously on it. After a few hours, the little crow finally welcomed its first and only flag in its ship's life. On the pure white mask, 2 dark green tear stains were clearly visible, topped with a pair of pointed helmet horns. However, above those eyes, There was a pair of sunglasses. What are those sunglasses for? Are you going to be my companion? Shifa teased. I've sailed with you for so long, and I drew the design for you. So what's wrong with adding a pair of little sunglasses? A puff of thick smoke was blown towards Shifa, but dissipated in midair. The next stop is Gaya. Shifa didn't care about the flag. To him, it was just a formality. As long as it wasn't ugly, it didn't matter how it looked. Was it because it was interesting this time? Tina sensed something was off. In the past, their voyages always involved looking at the sea chart that day and casually picking a small island as their destination. This time, Shifa didn't even look at the chart before mentioning it and didn't ask what Gaya was like. No, I want to find someone to be my partner. Shifa lay on the bow of the boat, and just a casual remark made Tina perk up. Who is Shifa? He is the future warlord of the sea, a presence whose strength rivals that of an admiral, and he is well aware of his high aspirations. Over the past month of sailing, there have been about 180 pirates who wished to join him after their defeat, including some notorious pirates with bounties as high as 50 million berries. Those individuals didn't even make him hesitate for a moment before becoming the berries currently on his ship. It's likely that those he actively seeks out are not ordinary people either. Tina knows that Shifa initially approached the two of them, simply because the ship needed 2 crew members. Otherwise, given their strength, they would hardly have caught his eye. As for inviting them to stay while leaving the Navy, it was merely because he had spent some time with them and treated them as friends. If a small monster were to appear on the big monster's ship, Tina could hardly imagine it. Fortunately, he is about to become a warlord of the sea. Hopefully, he can maintain his kindness. With a thud, Shifa tossed a gold coin into the sky, and the newsbird returned with the latest newspaper, dropping it beside Tina. The headline read, "The Black-Winged Demon UlquiorraTravels goes on a rampage in paradise, the first half of the Grand Line." With a recent sharp decline in pirates entering the Grand Line and the New World, suspected to be due to some reason suppressing paradise, Tina noticed that the newspaper was almost entirely focused on reporting Shifa's power and violence. And she looked up at Shifa, who was still basking in the sun, reading it word for word. It seems the world government has already begun to build momentum for me. Shifa could tell what the situation was with just a casual thought. As long as I continue to cause chaos, the newsbird will keep reporting on me, instilling fear in the little brats of paradise. Then, when I become a warlord of the sea, my deterrent power will greatly increase for the newcomers. Building momentum for Shifa was also discussed in meetings with Sengoku and many vice admirals. They had been watching his slaughter of pirates closely, combined with Tina's consistent communication with them. They believe that Shifa harbors the most malevolent intentions toward other pirates among all the warlords of the sea. He is like a double-edged sword. If used well, it will effectively reduce the proportion of ordinary people becoming pirates. Therefore, until Shifa becomes a warlord of the sea, they will keep a close watch, continuously amplifying his terror, shaking the 4 seas. Will Shifa be defeated by the former 7 warlords? They have never considered this question. The strength of an admiral-level figure is beyond doubt. Mr. Shifa, look, there's another pirate ship. The helmsman, Light, was excited. Several pirate crews have been destroyed by Shifa during this period, all of them ignorant fools who thought they could rob him, only to realize that it was too late to discover Shifa's strength. Those were all valuable berries. Shifa usually either killed them or let Tina imprison them, then converted them into berries to use. This was equivalent to them being his own berries. How could Light not be thrilled? After living for most of his life, it was the first time he felt a rush of countless berries coming his way just by cooking, steering the ship, and playing chess every day. Look, the pirates on the ship were almost shouting, "What a huge ship! It even has a strange pirate flag. Let's go rob it." They were the Howling Wolf pirates, having burned, killed, and plundered their way from the North Sea to the Grand Line, robbing merchant ships and other pirate crews more than once. They were already used to it. Only one pirate, holding a telescope, looked at Shifa standing at the bow and felt that he had seen that face somewhere before. A sense of foreboding creeping up on him. Tweet, tweet, the sound of newsbird came. A newspaper. He remembered seeing this in a newspaper some time ago. The pirate ship was approaching the little crow, and everyone was rolling up their sleeves, ready for a big fight. But he quickly rushed back to his cabin, grabbed the newspaper from the table, and flipped through it rapidly. Finally, after a few copies, he found a report about the Sabaody Archipelago incident and Shifa's absurdly high bounty. "Captain, stop the ship." He rushed in like a madman, found the captain calmly sitting at the bow drinking, and shoved the newspaper in front of his eyes. The person on that ship was the mastermind behind the Sabaody Archipelago incident, the notorious pirate Black-Winged Demon with a bounty of 348 billion. The sky seemed to darken a bit. At this moment, the captain was trembling and could not speak, his fingers shaking as he pointed at the sails. "Is there anyone here who has a bounty?" The voice of Shifa came from above, and the group of pirates also noticed the tall figure of Shifa standing on top of the mast. Although they didn't know when he had arrived, it did not dampen the pirates' high spirits. "The little brat actually came to our doorstep. Our captain is a supervillain with a bounty of 60 million. Before the words were finished, a flash of a blade appeared, and that little brother, until his death, could not understand why he, who was clearly trying to show off to the captain, ended up being killed by him. At this moment, everyone on the ship fell silent. The captain's actions could only mean one thing. They had run into big trouble. Shifa didn't care. As long as the other party was a wanted criminal, the name didn't matter. Although you can't hear it. Thanks for saving me some effort. Virtual shot. With just a finger. The captain felt as if a giant had punched him hard. A large amount of blood spurted from his mouth and nose. And it felt like all the bones in his body had shattered, lying on the deck, unable to move. Captain. He surprisingly wasn't dead? No wonder he's a man worth 60 million. Then let him live. Shifa's praise was filled with sarcasm in everyone's ears, but they didn't dare to step forward. The captain's fearful and pleading gaze swept over his crew, but unfortunately, wherever he looked, they all avoided his gaze. Shifa grabbed him by the collar, like picking up a little chick, and instantly disappeared into the crowd. Is it safe? The pirates on the ship didn't dare to breathe. That man was just too terrifying. Even the captain, with a bounty of 60 million, was brought to the brink of death with just one move from him. Revenge for the captain? That was impossible. After finally arriving at the Grand Line, how could they risk their lives so easily? If the captain was gone, they could just find another one. This was the captain of the evil wolf pirate crew. Tina immediately recognized the man who was casually tossed on the deck like a dead dog by Shifa. After all, a bounty of 60 million was indeed considered a great pirate in the first half of the Grand Line. 60 million. No wonder Mr. Shifa was so impressive. Upon hearing his bounty, Light had already started planning what to buy on the next island. Are we just letting that ship escape? On the evil wolf pirate ship, the pirates desperately accelerated away, fearing that if they slowed down even for half a second, they would be left behind. What is that? Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and a green light flashed, followed by the entire pirate ship being shattered to pieces. The notorious evil wolf pirate crew was annihilated. The closest place to here was the Navy G8 base at Nabarro Fortress, where Rear Admiral Jonathan was stationed. Tina took out a sea chart, looked around carefully, and suggested that Shifa go to G8 to collect his bounty. Nabarro Fortress was also on the route to Gaya. Most importantly, Rear Admiral Jonathan was one of those who knew you would become one of the 7 warlords. So if you went there, you could even take a look at the Navy base. Then let's go there. Shifa didn't care which branch to go to, but it would be nice to take a look inside. After getting Shifa's consent, Tina took out her phone bug to contact Vice Admiral Jonathan. After all, it would be troublesome if they didn't communicate in advance. At the Nabarro Fortress, in the base commander's office. What's wrong? You seem a bit troubled? A beautiful woman was pressing on Vice Admiral Jonathan's shoulder. She was Jessica, the chef director of the G8 base, and also Jonathan's wife. Tina and the warlord candidate are bringing a bounty criminal to our branch to exchange for a reward. Isn't that great? We haven't seen little Tina in a while. Jessica suddenly realized. Are you saying that the super problematic criminal is coming too? Yes, according to the opinions from headquarters and the descriptions from Tina and Admiral Kazan. It's only a matter of time before he becomes a warlord. Naturally, I wouldn't want to embarrass him. I heard he's someone who likes to kill pirates for bounty. Aside from the Celestial Dragon incident, he hasn't done anything bad, so there shouldn't be any need for concern. Jessica squeezed Jonathan's shoulder tightly, urging him not to think too much. It's precisely because of that I'm worried. That guy's been slaughtering pirates in the Grand Line recently. His style of doing things is very similar to a good friend of mine. Vice Admiral Jonathan rested his chin on his hands, showing no signs of relaxation. My good friend just returned from the New World. He'll be passing through our base before heading back to headquarters in these next couple of days. Are you talking about that? Jonathan nodded, and an eerie silence fell over the office. After 2.5 days, Shifa and the others finally arrived at Nabarro Fortress. The base gate had been opened in advance to await their arrival, and the Jonathan couple, along with about 10 higher-ranking Marines, were there to greet them. Shifa walked down the ship slowly, holding a nearly dead pirate, while Tina, draped in a justice cloak and with a cigarette in her mouth, followed him down with a spirited demeanor, her aura reminiscent of when Shifa first met her. Is this the Nabarro Fortress? It's my first time here. Light looked around with great emotion. Only the pirate in Shifa's hands seemed to have arrived in heaven for the past 2.5 days. No one on the ship had cared for him. Not only was he left untreated for his severe injuries, but he also wasn't given anything to eat. The key point was that he didn't dare to speak, as he had witnessed Shifa destroy his pirate ship in one blow. Thinking about the bounty notice that read regardless of life or death, he resolutely became a transparent person on the ship. Finally, after enduring the pain and hunger, he made it here, ready to start his wonderful new life in prison. Nice to meet you for the first time, Mr. Ulquiorra. Jonathan stepped forward without fear, extending his right hand to Shifa, who was significantly taller than him. Jessica couldn't help but clench her fists, and the surrounding sailors were so tense they didn't dare to move, as they had learned 2 days ago what kind of person was coming today. I've heard a lot about you, Vice Admiral Jonathan. Shifa also accepted his goodwill amicably, adding, just call me Shifa. Oh, Shifa has heard of me? Upon hearing Shifa's words, Jonathan began to reflect on whether he had done anything remarkable, surprised that such a big figure knew about him. I heard about you from Tina a couple of days ago. The scene suddenly fell silent, as if a crow flew overhead. However, the atmosphere wasn't as tense as it had been at the beginning. Don't take it to heart. That's just how he is. But he means no harm to the Navy, so there's no need to be so constrained. Tina noticed that everyone present had doubts or fears about Shifa. This guy is worth 60 million and still has a breath left. Shifa tossed the pirate in his hands to a nearby sailor, saying, just put him on my ship. Understood. 2 sailors carried the weeping pirate away. Aren't you going to take me for a walk, Vice Admiral Jonathan? I'd be more than happy to. Light and many sailors followed behind the 2, beginning to accompany Shifa in touring the fortress, while a few sailors remained stationed there. Don't worry, Jessica. This guy is actually quite friendly. Once Shifa was out of earshot, Tina seemed to transform, rushing forward to hug Jessica's shoulders. You little girl. It seems the only thing that has grown over the years is certain aspects. Jessica lightly flicked her finger, causing Tina's cheeks to flush instantly. Little Tina, we all know about how that guy abducted you to be his navigator. The atmosphere suddenly grew serious as Jessica looked intently at Tina. It's only a matter of time before he becomes a warlord of the sea. You staying on his ship can be understood as convenient for contacting headquarters. But once he rises to power, you must leave immediately. As a woman, Jessica could see that between Tina and Shifa, they were like partners on the same ship. So, she wanted to remind Tina that they were the Navy. What is Sister Jessica talking about? Tina didn't want to stay on that annoying guy's ship. She couldn't wait for him to become a warlord of the sea, so she could return to Navy headquarters. Tina felt a bit unnatural in her eyes. Shifa was a really good person, and they were good friends. However, her position would inevitably lead to a separation from Shifa. It's a good thing that Colonel Tina thinks this way. While they weren't paying attention, a Navy warship unexpectedly arrived. A man standing behind them, 3 meters tall, dressed in a red suit and draped in a justice cloak. On the other side, walking alongside Jonathan and observing the patrolling and training soldiers, Shifa felt a bit curious, but not overly impressed. How does Shifa feel about my base? As a fortress, it can be considered a solid wall. Jonathan introduced the conditions of his base while also boasting about himself. A solid wall, is it? Shifa suddenly thought that the so-called impregnable fortress didn't seem to yield any good results. It could indeed be considered an impregnable fortress against those new recruits. Shifa roughly sensed that there wasn't a single strong person in the entire fortress. The strong Jonathan before him was only about as strong as Tina, and it seemed he was merely a civilian official. Power is the most important. The precise layout, powerful firepower, advanced technology, and specialized nets for ability, users seemed capable of handling various emergencies. In reality, your base doesn't even have a single person who can fight head-on. A strong martial artist could break through the crowd, and everything in your fortress would become useless, unless you were prepared to sacrifice everything for justice. A rough voice interrupted Shifa. Ha ha ha, he really resembles the young you, Sakazuki. Major General Jonathan laughed and turned around. Standing behind them was none other than Sakazuki, one of the 3 highest combat powers of the Navy, a man who firmly upholds justice. I never thought about becoming a pirate when I was young. Sakazuki's words were as hot as magma, one by one. Those with a bit of ability run off to become pirates. Who will maintain justice? Admiral Sakazuki, you are mistaken about one thing. I am essentially not a pirate. As a senior officer in the Navy, I wonder why I'm being wanted, and I think you should understand. Of course, Akainu knew that Shifa was not a pirate. Otherwise, his first words upon meeting Shifa would have been big fire. Although Shifa was now tacitly acknowledged as a pirate and was about to become a warlord of the sea, Akainu still felt regret. He had learned about the recent slaughter of pirates and understood Shifa's methods. Whether for bounty or other reasons, His style of action was indeed to Akainu's liking. Those pirates and evildoers should all be eradicated for the world to welcome justice. If it weren't for the Celestial Dragon incident, this guy should have been a comrade fighting alongside me, seeing that the atmosphere between the two seemed a bit off. Major General Jonathan quickly intervened to smooth things over. Gentlemen, the base has prepared lunch for you, and I think it's about time, so why don't we go eat first? In the Navy cafeteria, many sailors stared dumbfounded at the scene before them. Sifa and Akainu were sitting next to each other at adjacent tables, their hands constantly shoving food into their mouths, with empty plates and bowls piling up like mountains in front of them. Sister Jessica, come help. The kitchen can't keep up. The chefs, who were frantically stirring pots, were on the verge of tears. Vice Admiral Jonathan had mentioned that 2 big eaters would be coming today, but he hadn't said that these 2 could devour enough food for 60 people in one go. Jessica looked at the speed at which the 2 were demolishing the food, paused for just a moment, then quickly rolled up her sleeves and joined the line of chefs. Tina, holding a cigarette, froze with her hand in the air. Having been on Sifa's ship for so long, she knew that Sifa could eat a lot, averaging the amount for dozens of people in one sitting. But it was her first time seeing Sifa eat so much and so quickly. Isn't it ready yet? The Marines beside Akainu were constantly clearing his table and replacing it with new food. However, the speed of serving still couldn't keep up with how fast he was eating. While Sifa was engrossed in his meal, he suddenly sensed a malicious intent approaching. By the time he reached out to protect the last braised lion's head in front of him, it was already too late. Akainu's chopsticks had pierced the lion's head, and with Sifa's incredulous gaze, he stuffed it into his mouth. You bastard! Just as Akainu was enjoying himself. The meatballs that were supposed to be on his table were snatched up by Sifa, who then dumped them all into his mouth with a crash. The 2 instantly went head-to-head, crazily fighting over the food on each other's tables, shoving each other's hands away as they grabbed. Got it. Shifa's left hand was firmly locked by Akainu's palm, which was like a claw, while Akainu's other hand reached toward Shifa's dining table. A chilling wind seemed to sweep through, sending shivers down everyone's spines, and a pair of enormous wings spread open as Shifa began a return slash. Is this the form that even Aokiji found troublesome? Ultimately choosing to retreat, Akainu's attention was distracted by Shifa's transformation. This allowed Shifa to exert a little force and easily break free from his grasp, standing behind Akainu. Smoothly, he extended his hand towards the Navy soldier waiting behind Akainu for the dishes to be served, and in the blink of an eye, the entire array of dishes was cleared. The food was delicious. Thank you for the hospitality. Shifa even sat back at his own dining table, elegantly taking out a napkin to wipe the corners of his mouth. What kind of monster is this? Almost everyone's eyes were about to pop out. Finishing nearly 100 people's worth of food in an instant was simply unheard of. Akainu and Jonathan were not very surprised. In this world, the stomachs of the strong are like bottomless pits. If Shifa didn't eat much, they would find it strange. Mr. Sakazuki, why aren't you eating? Are you full already? Shifa, while wiping his mouth, didn't forget to mock Akainu. The temperature in the cafeteria suddenly rose. Since you're full, why not let me see if you're as terrifying as that guy Kizaru claims? Akainu, known for his fiery temper, seized the rare opportunity and naturally wanted to test how much weight the prospective Shichibukai in front of him really had, to see if this colleague was truly worth his expectations. Wait a minute, Sakazuki. Rear Admiral Jonathan was displeased. If those 2 monsters started fighting in this fortress, wouldn't base -8 turn into ruins? Tina, go check if there are any uninhabited islands nearby, or places suitable for the 2 of us to have a good fight. Shifa could tell that Akainu did not harbor any killing intent towards him. Instead, there seemed to be more regret in his eyes, perhaps feeling that they were kindred spirits. However, since he had extended such a warm invitation, Shifa was curious to see what the extent of the return blade could achieve. As for the second return blade, the trump card naturally shouldn't be revealed easily. It would depend on whether Akainu had that capability. You too, Vice Admiral Jonathan still wanted to persuade them, but both of them tacitly raised their hands to signal him to be quiet. Tina had already started flipping through the nautical charts and records of the Navy branch. The decisions made by these 2 peak powerhouses could hardly be changed by the words of small characters like them. I found it. After a brief few minutes of staring each other down, Tina located their battlefield on an island named Rakesino. It was approximately 100 nautical miles from the G8 base, and the entire island was almost covered by dense jungles and mountains, with various ferocious beasts roaming about. The harsh terrain, brutal ecological environment, and inconvenient location had led to it being largely ignored for many years. It was the perfect battlefield for Akainu and Shifa. Aboard the Navy warship, the two stood together on the deck, looking towards Rexino. In perfect harmony, none of the sailors remained, including Tina and Jonathan. I am curious. What must have been the feelings of the person who ordered the bombardment of civilian refugee ships during the O'Hara incident 20 years ago? Shifa boldly asked a question that he had always been curious about. When a city gate catches fire, the fish in the moat suffer. Akainu did not pay attention to this matter. In his belief, it could not shake his sense of justice. However, he did not explain more to Shifa, as he saw him merely as a young man who suited his taste and whom he had a favorable opinion of, not someone with whom he would share everything. To follow through to the end? Shifa can actually guess a bit. Just like Doflamingo couldn't accept Corazon's betrayal, Akainu also cannot tolerate even a grain of evil. Bombarding a refugee ship is something Shifa cannot do. However, someone must do such things. The seeds of evil must be completely eradicated, and sacrifices are inevitable in this process. As for whether O'Hara is truly guilty, only those in power can decide. If they say you're guilty, then you're guilty. If they want to accuse you, there will always be a reason. Akainu probably has experienced too much and sees everything too clearly, which is why he desperately climbs higher. Report to Admiral Sakazuki. Rexino Island has arrived. I see. Because Rexino is already an abandoned island with no port, the warships can only anchor in the sea close to the shore. Akainu squinted his eyes, and his observation haki instantly enveloped the entire island, but he did not sense any human presence. It seems we can fight to our heart's content. Shifa's neural probe also swept over the small island and found no signs of habitation. After we landed, we moved the warship a bit further away. Sakazuki, are you planning to? Jonathan still couldn't believe it. Could it be that these two are going to fight fiercely on the island? Just as he was about to finish his question, Shifa and Akainu had already used Shuinpa and Moonwalk to leave the warship. The two of them accelerated continuously, and, in the blink of an eye, they had reached the center of the island. The scenery here is beautiful, with clear mountains and waters, birds singing, and flowers fragrant. It could even be called a paradise on earth. Even Shifa and Akainu couldn't help but stop to admire it. What a pity. Such beauty will no longer exist after today, Shifa sighed. The clash between powerful beings always destroys the weak. Akainu was already starting to heat up, and it seemed that a bit of magma was seeping out of his gloves. You're really impatient. Shifa no longer suppressed his spiritual pressure this time, and the heavy black rain poured down, only to be evaporated by the heat, just as it was about to drench Akainu. Seal it, great demon of the black wings. With a flap of his wings, Shifa completed his return to Blade, and his spiritual pressure shattered all the surrounding trees. The beasts that had initially been hiding nearby were intimidated by this aura, and in an instant, birds were startled and animals scattered. Even the fish in the river sank to the bottom and quickly swam away. So terrifying. The people on the battleship far away didn't even dare to breathe. Even at such a distance, Shifa's spiritual pressure instilled fear in their hearts. Tina's expression was the most serious among them all. After being on Shifa's ship for so long, she had never felt such a terrifying aura from him. They hadn't even started fighting yet, and just the pressure was already astonishing. If they really fought with this kind of power, neither of them would come out unscathed. Come on, Sakazuki, with a hook of the two fingers. What comes towards me is Akainu's fist covered in haki. Sifa sidestepped and delivered a powerful punch, but was blocked by Akainu's elbow. After dozens of exchanges, they were evenly matched. Wherever they fought, the ground cracked. Just the clash of their physical techniques created enough force to dent the base of a towering mountain. Bang! Their fists collided. Hellhound! Akainu's right fist turned to lava, enveloping Sifa's fist. Soon, the outer layer of lava began to heat up, transforming into magma that surged up towards Sifa. Shifa quickly enveloped himself in spiritual pressure, causing the magma to dissipate upon impact. Not good. Akainu realized that the Hellhound was ineffective and immediately attempted to elementalize his arm to escape, but Shifa grabbed him with spiritual pressure instead. Unable to elementalize his other arm, Akainu struck at Shifa with it, only to have it caught as well. Shifa then exerted force with both arms, forcibly lifting Akainu into the air, spinning him around before slamming him down hard onto the ground. Akainu hit the ground face first, and when he lifted his head again, several scars had appeared on his face. Just as Shifa planned to repeat his previous move and fling Akainu up again before smashing him down, Akainu kicked forward with his legs in midair, striking Shifa in the abdomen. Shifa winced in pain and released his grip, stepping back several times while clutching his stomach. a trickle of fresh blood sliding from the corner of his mouth. Both sides took only a brief moment to catch their breath before resuming their exchange of punches and kicks, once again going at it for several hundred rounds without a clear victor. Faint. As Shifa leaped backward into the air, Akainu grabbed his left leg mid-air, and Shifa pointed his finger at Akainu, firing a hollow bullet at a speed far surpassing that of a hollow flash. There was no way to dodge at this distance. Akainu was hit in the chest and the pain surged through him like a cannonball thrown into the sea, causing his entire skeleton to tremble. However, he did not let go. Instead, the pain made him grip even tighter, and he slammed Shifa down from the air. Shifa fell to the ground, his whole body embedded in the floor, and a large amount of blood gushed from his mouth. Especially his left leg, which was tightly gripped by Akainu, felt as if it were being burned by magma. Taking advantage of Shifa still being unable to break free from the ground, Akainu pressed down on him and began to rain down iron fists on Shifa's head. Shifa could only passively block with his arms in front of his face, while Akainu's continuous heavy blows left his arms somewhat numb. Akainu raised his right fist high, gathering power for a strike, and as Shifa tilted his head to the side, the fist slammed violently into the ground. Shifa seized the opportunity, flapping his wings forcefully, breaking free from the ground, and using the momentum to punch Akainu in the face, sending him flying dozens of meters and embedding him into a mountain. What a madman! Shifa gasped for breath, his accelerated regeneration making his self-healing ability exceptionally strong. But the pain was very real. He couldn't ignore it like little you could. This was the experience of pain mixed with pleasure. Since arriving in this world over a month ago, he had never fought someone on such equal footing and with such abandon as today. Being invincible was a lonely affair, and having opponents made the journey much more exciting. This was also another reason he had been reluctant to perform the second stage of Blade Return. But he had a feeling he would need to use it today. Akainu's power exceeded his expectations. A wave of heat spread out, and magma continuously flowed from the mountain towards Shifa, erupting before him and taking the form of Akainu. Moonlight Sword. The shining spiritual pressure gathered in his hand, forming a precious sword, as Akainu began to partially elementalize. Shifa had no intention of engaging him in a purely physical fight. Inu Nairi Kurinai. Akainu's arm once again turned to lava, taking the shape of a dog's head and flying toward Shifa. With a powerful swing, Shifa unleashed a fierce sword chi that shot into the sky, splitting the red lotus in half as if it were a solid object, and sending the pieces flying to either side, incinerating the fallen trees. The residual sword chi surged forward, leaving a scar that extended all the way to the mountains behind Akainu. Boom! The thunderous impact echoed through the clouds as Akainu turned slightly to glance back, watching as the mountain behind him was sliced smoothly in half like tofu. In that moment, the earth shook, and it seemed that Shifa's sword strike had provoked the wrath of some creatures. Under the observation of the two's observation haki and nerves, numerous red dots began to converge towards their location. The anger of having their home destroyed seemed to overshadow their fear. During this rare moment of rest, Akainu removed his navy cap adorned with English letters and tidied up his short hair. I had already given a hint, since they were seeking death. There was nothing I could do. Shifa's powerful spiritual pressure would normally cause these weak creatures to faint on the ground. However, he dispersed his spiritual pressure, only scaring them away. If they left the battlefield honestly, they might have a chance to survive. If they returned, Shifa would show no mercy. Wolves, tigers, leopards, and various beasts of different shapes and sizes began to gather around them, and not far away seemed to be an exceptionally large figure. A series of gazes fell on Shifa and Akainu, but they did not attract much attention. At this moment, there was only the person in front of them. Great fire! Scalding magma dripped from Akainu's arm, quickly wrapping around and continuously growing larger, eventually solidifying into a fist-shaped mass of lava, violently attacking Shifa. Black Void Flash. In response to such a powerful but relatively slow attack, Shifa naturally raised a finger and delivered an attack with the same strengths and weaknesses. The two forces violently collided, causing the ground to crack around them, and with cries of agony, the beasts caught in the chaos lay dead all around. Look! A marine on the warship who had been observing the situation on the island shouted, attracting the attention of Jonathan, Tina, and others who were playing chess nearby. Following the direction he pointed, Tina stared in disbelief, her chess piece falling to the ground unnoticed. Although Jonathan had seen many grand scenes as Akainu's good friend, he had never witnessed such a terrifying battle before, and he couldn't help but swallow hard to maintain his composure. Following the numerous terrified gazes, the sky cracked. With Akainu's furious roar, the black void flash was completely consumed by the great fire, and a massive fist charged straight at Shifa. A tremendous amount of spiritual pressure wrapped around the moonlight sword, which Shifa thrust toward the punch. This strike was a contest of physical prowess, as well as a clash between Shifa's spiritual pressure and Akainu's domineering aura and fruit abilities. Ulquiorra Shifa, you are strong, but not enough. Akainu tensed his muscles, the heat from the lava becoming even more intense. A crisp sound rang out as the moonlight sword shattered, and Akainu's fist continued forward, smashing into Shifa's body covered in spiritual pressure. It felt as if his bones were about to crack. This was Shifa's first feeling, accompanied by an intense burning sensation. He was blasted away. After crashing through countless trees and killing many beasts with the residual force, Shifa finally stabilized himself hundreds of meters away. That hurt. Facing Akainu was indeed a bit taxing. At this point, Shifa's shirt had been burned away by the magma, and he had large areas of burns on his body. But under his rapid regeneration ability, he was fully healed in less than 3 seconds. In terms of physical prowess, domineering aura, and endurance, Akainu was undoubtedly one of the top-tier powerhouses. In Shifa's view, he was not much different in strength from the current Whitebeard. However, the threat he posed was far greater than that of Whitebeard. Whitebeard was old. His physical prowess, domineering aura, and endurance could no longer support him in a prolonged battle. If a fight broke out, Shifa could exhaust him to death. Akainu, in his prime, could fight Shifa for 10 days and nights without exaggeration. What's wrong? Are you already too weak to fight, Blackwing Great Demon? Provoking the enemy with words was always Akainu's preference. He walked towards Shifa from a distance, his semi-elementalized right hand continuously dripping magma, leaving nothing alive in its path. At the same time, he noticed the hollow at Shifa's collarbone and his smooth body. Had the burns caused by the magma already healed? Akainu didn't believe that Shifa could take his full force attack of Great Fire without a scratch. However, he was more curious about who could leave such a hole on Shifa's body that he couldn't recover from. If you didn't have that mouth, you might be more likable. Shifa responded without hesitation, the light in his hand flickering as the moonlight sword formed again. At that moment, an astonishing roar echoed, shaking the entire forest. In the vast wilderness, it was as if 2 bright lights had appeared. It seemed the king of this small island had arrived, and now trouble was brewing. Looking at the eyes larger than a person's, Shifa muttered about trouble, yet there was no trace of concern on his face. It had finally revealed itself. It was a male lion, standing nearly 50 meters tall, its enormous eyes fixed intently on the 2 small beings below, unable to fathom how such tiny humans could create such a commotion in its territory. It opened its massive jaws, revealing huge, sharp teeth, and let out a roar, attempting to drive the 2 away. Unfortunately, it was too late. Shut up. Canine, bite Red Lotus. Black Void Flash and Dog Head struck simultaneously, with Black Void Flash hitting its chest and Dog Head landing on its head, with just the 2 of them attacking. The king of the Rexano let out no more than a wail before collapsing to the ground, unable to rise again. The sound of the giant lion falling and a heavy scent of blood wafted through the forest, causing the beast that had gathered to follow the lion in confronting the 2 to flee in panic, returning everything to silence. The ground began to heat up, and the once tree-covered mountain peaks suddenly erupted, spewing forth lava, meteor volcano. In a few quick movements, Akainu distanced himself from Shifa, launching countless magma projectiles into the sky. They then transformed into molten lava, plummeting towards Shifa like falling stars. Trivial skills. Shifa continuously dodged as he charged towards Akainu, occasionally kicking 1 or 2 back at him. Ulquiorra Shifa. Sakazuki. The moonlight sword collided once again with the magma fist. General Jonathan, is it really okay to let them continue fighting like this? Tina said with a worried expression. It was already the 3rd day of the battle between Shifa and Akainu. A large part of Rexano had been destroyed, and the mountains and forests were utterly devastated. From the warship, Rexano looked like a wasteland. If it weren't for the occasional tremors coming from the island, Tina would doubt whether the 2 of them were still alive. The power of monsters cannot be explained by common sense. Let them be, we can't stop it. Jonathan initially worried, but after thinking it over, he realized this was beyond his considerations, so he decided to spend his days happily playing chess with light. On Rexano Island, the terrain had been completely altered. The place where the 2 were fighting once a pleasant environment, had half of it taken over by Akainu's abilities, now filled with volcanoes, with bubbling magma occasionally surfacing. The other half resembled a ruin, filled with an atmosphere of desolation, where even the magma could not reach. Shifa stood opposite Akainu, and although there was not a single wound on him, his breathing was quite erratic, already gasping for air. Looking at Akainu, his jacket had been destroyed in 3 days of fighting, exposing his robust physique and the tattoos covering half of his body. Akainu bore numerous scars of varying sizes, some still bleeding, while others had already scabbed over. However, in terms of aura, he was far more stable than Shifa. Your self-healing ability is astonishingly powerful, but unfortunately, your physical skills and your strange offensive techniques are slightly inferior to mine. Akainu picked up the hat he had casually thrown on the ground and put it back on his head, intending to end this meaningless battle. He had already sensed Shifa's strength. Continuing to fight held no significance. You are not my opponent. Indeed, if there are slight differences in multiple aspects, then the overall strength disparity is not just slight. It may seem evenly matched, but in reality, the outcome is already determined. After 3 days of fighting, Shifa made the same judgment. Akainu could not leave any scars on him. However, the damage he inflicted on Akainu was minimal. If they continued to fight, he would be exhausted in just a few days, and at that point, he would lose in a very humiliating way. Additionally, after engaging in such a prolonged battle for the first time, Shifa's body finally felt the burden, which was also one of the reasons for his erratic breathing. It is not over yet. Shifa raised a finger and, under Akainu's puzzled gaze, said, "There's still one more time. I have another stage of my form." Hearing this, Akainu clenched his fists tightly. Shifa's current form had already been enough to fight him for so many days without defeat. How powerful would the next form be? It's so hot, so hot. Suddenly, a little girl about 5 or 6 years old popped up from underground, jumped onto Shifa, and hugged his neck, tears rolling down her cheeks like beads. The little girl's face was chubby, with long white hair, dressed in dirty clothes covered in dust, hanging onto Shifa at that moment. Finally, someone has come. This island is so scary. Large, pearl-like tears slid down her face, dripping onto Shifa's shoulder. It seems our competition will have to wait until next time. With the little girl causing such a commotion, he lost the thought of continuing the fight and lifted her up from his neck, looking at this little creature. Although he was a bit disappointed not to see Shifa's final form, Akainu had only wanted to gauge his strength anyway. Regardless of what the final form was, there was no doubt that he possessed the strength of an admiral. Little one, when did you arrive on this island? How did you manage to avoid our detection? Sakazuki raised a question, wondering how it was possible for him and Akainu, both top-tier powerhouses in the world, to be outwitted by a little girl. Shifa and Akainu sat on the ground, but she stubbornly refused, insisting that the ground was too hot and insisted on sitting on Shifa's shoulders. As for why she didn't sit on Akainu's shoulders, it might be because the first person she saw on this island was Shifa, or perhaps there was some kind of attraction she felt towards him. Thus, on Shifa's shoulders, after more than 10 minutes, she finally clarified her background. The little girl's name was Joni. Recently, while out at sea with her family for a trip, they were attacked by a pirate crew. In the chaos, everyone scrambled to find a small lifeboat to escape. She was originally on that lifeboat, but a big wave knocked her into the sea, causing her to lose consciousness. When she woke up again, she found herself drifting to an unknown small island. Based on Joni's description, Shifa and the others deduced that the coast she drifted to was on the other side of the island. As for how she managed to escape the observation haki and nerd detection, they also had an answer in their minds: a devil fruit. The perception of Shifa and the others was limited to the ground, while this little guy burrowed underground. According to her, at first, she was too scared to enter the forest. It wasn't until she was so hungry that she couldn't stand it anymore that she sneaked in to pick some fruit. In her frantic eating, she ended up with a very unpalatable one. However, since there weren't many fruits, she couldn't bear to throw it away and forced herself to eat it. A few days later, she discovered that she could burrow into the ground, and slowly she became brave enough to dig into the forest to find food and water. Whenever she encountered danger, she would burrow underground to escape, and she even slept underground during the day. Initially, she had been too scared to venture deep into the forest after seeing 2 huge, lantern-like eyes. She was so frightened that she didn't dare enter the forest for several days, until eventually nothing happened and she started looking for food on the outskirts of the woods. However, in recent days, the wild animals that usually stayed deep in the mountains had been frantically fleeing to the area where she was. She sensed that something was happening on the island, with volcanic eruptions and earthquakes occurring day and night, making her too scared to come out of the ground. But if she stayed underground, she wouldn't have anything to eat, and she was starving, so she made up her mind to dig a little farther, hoping to reach the other side of the coast, where she might find something to eat. After digging all day, she reached an area near Shirahoshi and the others. Due to the ability of the red dog, the underground became incredibly hot. That's why she couldn't stand the heat anymore and jumped out, ending up hanging right on Shirahoshi's neck. Did you also wander to this island? Xiao and I didn't realize that the events happening on the island these days were caused by the two people in front of her. She thought they were just like her. No, they were worse off than her. Both were bare-chested, and one had quite a few scars on his body. Shirahoshi and Akainu felt a bit awkward. No, we are here to relax. Relax? Joni looked around. Everywhere was volcanoes and ruins. Is this really a place to relax? Come with us. We can take you away from here. Akainu, unlike Shirahoshi, didn't make excuses and directly changed the topic. Really? That's great. Joni's tears, which had stopped, flowed again, this time representing joy. Admiral Jonathan, Admiral Sakazuki, they're back. After 3 days of holding the fort, the Marine finally saw them walking in the air and joyfully ran into the cabin to report. We can finally prepare to return. Jonathan let out a deep breath. As the base commander, it wasn't a good thing to be away from the fortress for so long. Jonathan stood up, stretched, and slowly walked out of the cabin. Then, seeing the scene on the deck, he rubbed his eyes hard. In the kitchen, various delicacies were being moved out, and Shirahoshi, Akainu, and a little girl were sitting on the deck, enjoying a feast. Both Sif and Akainu are shirtless, and they don't seem to be affected much. Jonathan is curious about the small hole on Sif's chest. Big brother, why do you have a hole here? Does it hurt? While Joni, the little food king, devours food at an astonishing speed, he also asks a question that everyone present is curious about, and Akainu nearby can't help but perk up his ears. This. Shifa held a bone in one hand and touched his chest with the other, showing no concern at all. Such things are inherently difficult to explain. Let's just consider it a trait of my race. The only problem is that I'm the last one left of my kind. Everyone was momentarily stunned, with Jonathan pondering which race could be so peculiar, while Tina's mind had already conjured up a tragic drama. In Akainu's heart, Shifa transformed into a tragic and passionate young boy, drifting alone on the sea after the extinction of his race, bullied by others, having to fight every day to grow stronger. At this moment, he finally set aside his slight prejudice against Shifa becoming one of the 7 warlords. Both were individuals fated to suffer, even if they stood at different angles. However, they were on the same path, one that wouldn't tolerate evil. With this thought, Akainu found Shifa to be much more agreeable. When he came back to his senses and reached out to grab something to eat, he discovered that Shifa and Joni were already lying on the deck, patting their round bellies, and there was no food left on the ground. Tina couldn't understand how this little kid could eat so much. She had seen Joni, Shifa, and Akainu fighting over food, and the quantity they consumed in one meal would last her several days. Joni had been hungry for several days. She wasn't usually like this. Hearing Tina's surprise, Joni's little face instantly turned bright red, and she began to feel shy. After Shifa explained, everyone finally understood why a little kid suddenly appeared after they had been fighting for several days. So what do you plan to do? Joni, do you remember where your home is? Even upon hearing that she possessed the power of a devil fruit, Jonathan's first reaction was to send her home. After all, she was just a child. Sifa and Akainu remained silent, feeling that Joni's story seemed to be a mix of truth and lies. Joni's expression became unnatural, and she stammered, unable to articulate clearly. Jonathan also noticed that this little girl seemed to be dishonest. He had his own ways to deal with dishonest children. Can't remember, huh? Then I'll have to leave you here, so that your family will find you more easily. As soon as Jonathan finished speaking, Joni couldn't hold back her tears, and suddenly threw herself onto Sifa. Please don't abandon Joni. Joni doesn't want to be an unwanted child anymore. Stop crying. You are not an unwanted child. Shifa held the little Joni in his arms, gently stroking her small head with 2 fingers. But Joni's mom and dad didn't want her anymore. Joni cried bitterly, and at that moment, Shifa and the others finally understood the truth. Joni had 2 siblings. She was the second child, and her birth was an accident. At home, she was the kind of child who was neither loved by her father nor her mother. Since she grew up a bit, all the dirty and tiring work at home was done by her and her older brother. Recently, the older brother was supposed to go out to sea with their parents to shop and help carry luggage, but that day, he suddenly fell ill. The older brother was the only one in the family who cared for her, so she naturally volunteered to take his place as a little workhorse. Unexpectedly, The boat they were on was attacked by a pirate crew, and her parents, in their panic to escape, completely ignored her. Watching the lifeboat drift further away, she jumped into the sea and swam toward it, crying out for her parents to save her, but no one on the boat turned back to help her. That is how she was washed up on the shores of Rexino, how she ate the devil fruit, how she met Shifa and Akainu, and how she got her first full meal in her life. Joni was very capable. Please don't abandon Joni. With tear-filled, sincere eyes, she looked at Shifa and Akainu. We are the Just Navy, and of course, we will not leave little Joni all alone. After hearing her story, Tina couldn't help but feel maternal instincts surge within her. The Navy doesn't really mind one more pair of chopsticks, right? Shifa looked at Akainu, knowing there were only two decision-makers here. He had no intention of taking a child around. I certainly won't let her become a pirate. After all, Joni was somewhat like his own, cute in appearance, possessing a devil fruit ability and with a pitiful background. Akainu naturally wouldn't allow her to wander around with Shifa. Let's just treat it like raising a daughter. Joni, you will follow Uncle Sakaski from now on. He is a Marine Admiral. Akainu's answer was expected, and Shifa felt no surprise. Aren't Big Brother and Uncle together? I want to follow Big Brother. Joni was curious. They could walk together on that deserted island. Shouldn't they be good friends? I am a Marine Admiral. This guy's a notorious pirate. Akainu replied with dissatisfaction, but whether his dissatisfaction was towards Shifa or something else, only he knew. Is Big Brother a bad guy? Hearing that Shifa was a pirate made Joni tremble slightly, recalling the scenes of the pirates on the ship burning, killing, and looting. She couldn't believe that the gentle and polite Big Brother in front of her was actually a bad guy. I suppose I have to be counted as a big pirate. Shifa scratched his head. After all, he was a warlord of the sea, but this world isn't purely black and white. Pirates represent evil, but not all pirates are bad people. The Marines represent justice, but not all Marines are good people. Don't easily believe what you hear, trust what you see. These concepts were too profound for Joni. She was still too young. Shifa believed that she would understand naturally as she grew older. This time, Akainu did not refute. As someone who had seen much of the world, he would not be as naive as Joni. However, he had to treat the world as black and white. Only by being the whitest one could he have the chance to deal with all the true darkness. Joni nodded, half understanding, as Shifa placed her in Akainu's arms. So warm. This was Joni's first impression. She had always thought this uncle looked fierce. However, his embrace was much warmer than Shifa's. Shifa seemed gentle and polite, yet his embrace was cold. Let me be clear, I'm very strict. I will train you to be the strongest Marine. Akainu's expression remained serious. Thinking of the despicable appearance of the pirates who attacked that ship, Joni nodded vigorously. She wanted to become strong and catch those bad guys. After confirming she could stay, Joni finally relaxed her worried heart and followed Tina around the military ship, filled with curiosity about everything on her first sea trip. Jonathan continued to play chess with Light, while Akainu and Shifa stood at the bow of the ship, talking for a long time. As the saying goes, you can't know someone without a fight. After 3 days of fierce battles, they recognized each other, chatting like old friends who had not seen each other for a long time. It's about time. I should leave. After enjoying another feast at the G8 base, Shifa decided to set off for Gaya. Joni was taken aback. She didn't expect Shifa to leave so soon. Will we meet again, Big Brother Shifa? Of course. Looking at her hopeful eyes, Shifa tugged at the collar of his justice cape. His original coat, whether due to coming with him or some other reason, could have been restored by his super regeneration. However, it had been burned to nothing by Akainu during the fight 2 days ago, so it couldn't be restored. He could only take a piece of Akainu's justice cape from his warship since his red suit was too ugly. Akainu initially had some objections, but after thinking about it, he realized that Shifa's sense of justice was not much different from his own, so he let it go, considering it as if a thief had stolen a piece from him. After all, the loss of a Marine's justice cape had happened more than once or twice. How long do you plan to let a colonel from the headquarters stay with you? Akainu was naturally dissatisfied with Shifa taking Tina along. What kind of nonsense was it for a Marine headquarters colonel to stay on a warlord ship? Moreover, Shifa had not yet become a warlord. This undermined the Marine's authority. Sengoku covered his face, knowing that Akainu's old problem had flared up again, always thinking about the Navy's authority. Then how about sending me to Gaya? Shifa thought about the itinerary after Gaya and realized that he didn't actually need the two of them. He had his own candidates. Once you arrive at Gaya, just send someone to pick them up. I have arranged the next part of the journey. Tina felt a bit disappointed. She had originally thought they would part ways only after he became a warlord of the sea, but unexpectedly, because of Akainu, it happened earlier. She didn't show this emotion on her face, as she was well aware that she was a Navy officer representing justice and could never truly become Shifa's companion. Gaya was not far from the Nabarro fortress, about a 3 to 4 day journey, and Akainu did not pursue the matter further, so the two reached a consensus. The little Wu set sail. Brother Shifa, when we meet next time, I will definitely become an excellent Marine. On the shore, Joni had already changed into a brand new little Marine outfit at the base, looking full of energy. Akainu stood behind her with his hands in his pockets, silently watching the departing ship. At this moment, on an unknown island in the Grand Line. Where's my sister? Where did my sister go? A boy around 12 years old, but nearly 2 meters tall, roared. I told you she was kidnapped. There's nothing we can do. She's a pirate. Looking at his parents' perfunctory attitude, his heart sank completely. Although they usually treated his little sister poorly, he didn't expect that even her life seemed insignificant to them. It's all my fault. If I hadn't been sick that day, my sister wouldn't have. A powerful aura surged upwards, causing the couple eating nearby to fall to the ground with a thud. Perhaps it was Shifa's renowned reputation that made the pirates in the paradise feel threatened, and they didn't dare to cause trouble at sea. After all, getting caught by the Navy meant prison, but encountering Shifa meant only one way out: death. Therefore, Shifa and his group arrived at Gaya Island smoothly, without encountering any turbulence at sea. After circling the coast of Gaya, Shifa finally found the luxurious and grand house on the eastern shore. Bring the ship closer. Tina and Light looked at the mansion on the coast with suspicion. Who would build a mansion in a place like this? The three of them disembarked and walked towards the house. In Shifa's investigation, there was no one inside. They must have gone out to sea. So he sat down quietly on the ground to wait. The owner of this house is really... Tina obviously discovered the truth about the house. What do you guys want to do to my house? At that moment, a man with a diamond-shaped face, a chestnut on his head, and a bare upper body jumped out of the sea, striking a fighting pose and shouting. Tina was curious. Is this the partner you were looking for, Shifa? He doesn't seem very strong. She took a deep breath. The chestnut-headed man completely did not meet her expectations of what kind of companion Shifa would be looking for. What is your name? Shifa did not answer Tina, but instead stood up and walked towards Kirikich. Although Kirikich was also a pirate, looking back at the plot, he seemed like just another guy setting out to sea to seek treasures, like Monkey D, Luffy. However, the Yinshan United Army needed to be dealt with. Mont-Blanc Kirikich. Kirikich retreated as the tall man approached him. Although he did not see a warship, he couldn't let his guard down with this man draped in a cloak of justice, especially since he was a wanted criminal. Kirikich, that's right, it's you. I've heard the story of your ancestor, Mont-Blanc Rolando. That great liar Rolando? Tina and Light clearly knew about that fairy tale. You don't actually believe in the story of the Golden Country, do you? Upon hearing the mention of Rolando, Kirikich instantly relaxed his guard. Unfortunately, my ancestor was a great liar, and I have yet to find the Golden Country he spoke of. He walked aside, coughed, and didn't he forget to take out a cigarette from his home, trembling as he lit it. I'm going to Sky Island. Shifa raised his index finger towards the sky, and the word Sky Island instantly triggered a reaction from everyone. How do you know there's a Sky Island? Kalake had speculated before that the Golden Country his ancestors saw back in the day might not have sunk to the bottom of the sea, but instead floated into the sky. But this was the first time he heard it from someone else's mouth. Shifa, do you really believe in the existence of Sky Islands? Tina, a small encyclopedia of the Navy headquarters, had heard rumors about Sky Islands as well, but no one had ever confirmed their existence. I not only know there is a Sky Island, but I also know there's a powerful ocean current that will take ships to the Sky Island. And that is why I came to find you. You want me to risk my life with you? Kalake hesitated. He knew how to find that current. And this man in front of him clearly wanted him to take him there. Setting aside whether he could be trusted, riding that current to the sky was already an unimaginable thing. But this was also a great opportunity to confirm his speculation. Don't you want to see with your own eyes the Golden Country that Rolando spoke of? Shifa kept tempting him, and also, I can guarantee your personal safety. In the name of the Black-Winged Demon, Shifa handed over his bounty notice. Kuli Kai rubbed his eyes, counted the digits on the bounty notice again, and then looked up at Shifa's face and the justice cloak draped over him. Although it seemed strange, there was no doubt that the man before him was a super villain. In front of him, he had no right to refuse. Although he appeared amiable, many powerful figures hid their daggers behind their smiles, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking. I agree. Kuli Kai made up his mind. Rather than not knowing if he would be killed for refusing, it was better to take the plunge and see the legendary Sky Island. In the future, he would be glad for his decision. Subsequently, under Kuli Kai's enthusiastic invitation, everyone headed to the town, planning to have a big meal and discuss matters of the heavens when the Ape Mountain United Army returned. As for the little crow, anyone who had recently sailed the seas would avoid it like the plague upon seeing its iconic flag. Magic Valley Town, a place entirely filled with rogues, ignored by the Navy. Fights, brawls, thefts, and scams happened every day in countless numbers. Get lost, Navy. A middle-aged man, drunk out of his mind, saw the justice cloak on Shi-Fa and started cursing, and the surrounding ruffians began to jeer. Many lecherous men also started whistling at Tina, uttering lewd remarks. Tina was very angry. With just a wave of her hands, everyone around was locked in her ability, falling to the ground and struggling. What is this? A devil fruit user? The fallen crowd kept groaning, mostly shouting threats of revenge and the like. Shifa had no intention of dealing with such small fry. He released his spiritual pressure, causing everyone on the ground to lose consciousness. The Conqueror's Haki is really useful. As Kurikai looked on in surprise, Tina couldn't help but sigh, thinking about how, unlike herself, she had to personally deal with these small fries. Eating here was too unappetizing. Let's buy some good food and eat it back on shore. While Kurikai was communicating with the shop owner, a fearful gaze was fixed on Shifa. Do you know me? The intense gaze certainly couldn't escape Shifa's perception. He turned to look at the man sitting by the window, with dirty braids and a headscarf. No, I don't know you. At that moment, the man quickly averted his gaze, unable to even speak clearly. The people around also sensed something was off, because that man was the executioner Ratio, with a bounty of 42 million berries. Usually arrogant and overbearing, he loved to gamble in Magic Valley Town. If anyone dared to win his money, he would kill them. But now he was shrinking back in his seat like a quail, not even daring to meet the eyes of the man draped in a navy coat. What a pity. I have neither the time nor the interest to take you to collect your bounty. What do you think we should do? From his reaction, Shifa knew without asking that he was definitely a pirate with a bounty on his head. As soon as Shifa finished speaking, Ratio leaped through the window. Escape. That was the only word in Ratio's mind. In this sea, the height of a bounty often represented the strength and danger of that person. He didn't know how strong a Marine Admiral was, but he couldn't even entertain the thought of resisting against someone with a bounty more than 30 times higher than his own. If you get away, where will my dignity be? He casually drew a sword from a nearby pirate, and with a light swing, Ratio, dozens of meters away, suddenly felt a chill pass by, and then his head was severed from his body. Run! The large restaurant instantly became deserted. Excuse me, sir, the restaurant owner said cautiously, holding a full bag containing all the dishes that Shifa and the others had ordered. No need to look for it. Shifa casually picked up the bag and tossed a large sack of Bailey onto his desk. The crowd turned to leave, and on the ground, Rocio's head was facing the direction they were departing, his eyes filled with confusion. Old man, back at Kulikei's residence, a large group had already gathered there, led by an orangutan and a gibbon. Blackwing Demon, what do you want with our old man? Clearly, as frequent sailors, the ape brothers recognized Shifa at a glance. Rather than worrying about him, they should be more concerned about themselves, as both were bounty pirates. Shifa's cold words made Kulikai's heart tighten, and he opened his arms to block in front of the two of them. Please, Mr. Shifa, spare them. Since we set sail, we have never harmed anyone's life. From Shifa's words earlier in Magic Valley Town, Kulikai could roughly guess that he liked to kill some bounty pirates, so he could only try to lessen their charges. Yes, at most, we just rob some valuables and salvage a sunken ship. And we only take a little. We have never harmed anyone. The brothers from the monkey tribe quickly explained honestly. Since I still need to use you, I will let you go this time, but from now on, you cannot rob any valuables. Considering that they were just greedy for money and did not harm lives, Shifa rarely showed leniency. Yes, everyone's anxious hearts were put at ease. And then Shifa and the others sat cross-legged to enjoy the food, while Kulikai and the monkey brothers went aside to discuss matters regarding the heavens. Originally, they thought about helping Shifa modify the ship so that it could better harness the wind to ascend, but Shifa refused. Aren't they considered bad people? Tina elegantly took small bites of the food in her hand, without raising her head, and asked Shifa. If they were bad people, they would already be dead. Shifa's response was concise. For him, it would be better for those evil people he doesn't need to just die. Mr. Shifa, the soaring sea current will appear at noon today. We don't have time left. We need to find the guide-bird and set off immediately. Kulikai shouted as he ran towards Shifa, his face filled with seriousness and urgency. Guide-bird? Tina looked confused, but Shifa had already stood up and disappeared from everyone's sight. The soaring sea current would appear in the south, and once adrift on the boundless sea, no one could accurately determine direction, but the guide bird could. Cooley Kai explained to Tina seriously. Let's go. In just a couple of sentences, Shifa had already appeared holding the guide bird, but it had a big bump on its head. Does this mean parting? Tina felt a bit uncomfortable. Even if he wasn't her companion, after walking such a long way with him, wouldn't he at least say something when they part? The members of the Yeren Mountain United Army, the ape and the gorilla, were ready on their respective boats, aiming to take Shifa's ship to find the soaring sea current. What are you doing? Hurry up and get on the ship. Seeing Tina and Light frozen in place, Shifa frowned. Didn't you promise Admiral Sakazuki that you would let us take you to Gaya and then part ways? Tina was both surprised and delighted, unsure if Shifa had forgotten or was indifferent. The journey to Gaya isn't over yet. I mean that Gaya. Following the direction, he pointed and recalling the legend of the Sky Island and the story of the great liar Rolando. Tina looked at the half pavilion and naturally thought that half of Gaya was in the sky. Let's go. Tina couldn't express her joy and wouldn't question whether the Sky Island actually existed. The man in front of her said it did, so it must be true. She wouldn't think about what if it didn't. Old man, Mr. Shifa, look at that. As time passed, the sky had completely darkened, and the wind and waves wreaked havoc across the sea. The two ships of the Yeren brothers were constantly rocking, but the little crow was as steady as a mountain. Following their gaze, a gigantic whirlpool appeared on the sea surface, even pulling in some sea kings that couldn't escape. Old man, we can only take you this far. The members of the Yeren Mountain United Army had no intention of going to the sky. Therefore, they didn't dare to get too close. If they were sucked into the whirlpool, going to the sky would be the best outcome, and a bad one was unimaginable. Mr. Shifa, what should we do? That's a huge whirlpool. Light, who was steering the ship, looked panicked. He usually stayed in the kitchen cooking and had never seen such a big scene. Tina and Cooley Kai remained silent. Since they chose to follow Shifa, they would wait for him to give orders. Get us closer. Before the words were finished, the enormous whirlpool suddenly vanished, and everyone became tense, feeling that something was about to happen. Everyone on the ship, find something to hold on to. We're leaving. With a surge of warmth from the seabed, a soaring sea current shot up, and the little crow began to rise with it. Suddenly, a sea king was flung out by the current, falling from the sky. Tina recognized it as one of those that had just been sucked into the whirlpool. It was simply unbelievable. How could the ship remain steady? Tina looked at Shifa in confusion. The soaring sea current could be guessed as a certain natural phenomenon upon careful thought. After all, there are many kinds of disasters in this sea. But if the little crow was ascending vertically with the current, the bow should lose balance, and it should be flung out like that sea king. Moreover, Shifa wasn't holding anything, just standing on the deck without losing his center of gravity, because the ship had already taken off. Upon hearing this, Tina immediately stuck her head out of the ship and was astonished to find that the ship had actually left the water, flying in the air. As soon as the ship rode the soaring sea current, Shifa enveloped the hull with his powerful spiritual pressure, allowing the bottom of the ship to detach from the surface of the current, and then flew along with the wind. As for him, walking in the air was not difficult, let alone maintaining balance. It was that warm current. Tina suddenly understood. This man really had everything under control. Will his future also be controlled by others? Old man, they succeeded. The Yeren Mountain United Army, having distanced themselves from the whirlpool, watched as Shifa's ship soared into the sky, excitedly hugging each other and shouting, Old man, you will definitely prove it. His ancestor Rolando is not a liar. The Sky Island really exists. At this moment, Shifa and the others were continuously weaving through the clouds, not knowing how many layers they had crossed, finally stopping, with the entire ship resting on the cloud's surface. So amazing. It really can stop on the clouds. Light was exceptionally excited. Since setting sail with Shifa, he had experienced many things he never even dreamed of. Since the ship can stop on the clouds, then this must be a sea of clouds. Mr. Shifa, you don't mind if I take a swim, right? Light had already taken off his outer clothing and put on a diving mask, looking ready. Go ahead, but don't dive too deep. You'll fall back down. Since they were already up, Shifa naturally didn't mind this little time, letting them play. Cooley Kai also decisively stripped off his clothes and followed Light into the sea of clouds. Everything felt too wonderful to him, as if the golden country spoken of by their ancestors was just a step away. You can skip it. After all, the sky sea is still the sea. Shifa casually sat down against the wall. Tina had no intention of going down. She put on her sunglasses as usual, comfortably lounging on the deck chair, continuously exhaling smoke, clearly in a good mood. The neural exploration of Shifa continued to spread as he watched the two people entering the sea, searching for a route. The two had intruded into his exploration range and were getting closer to the ship. It seemed that something was coming. Tina also heard strange noises coming from nearby. A man wearing a horned monster mask and having small wings on his back charged through the clouds with a spear. Eliminate you. He leaped into the air, aiming the spear directly at Shifa. The Sky Knight has arrived. Just as another voice sounded, Shifa had already grabbed the spear's tip and threw the masked man into the sea of clouds, making him disappear. This doesn't seem right. The fully armed old man flying on a bird was stunned in midair. Wasn't it said that the Qinghai people would be weak when they reached the Baihai? However, they still stopped on the ship. You are Qinghai people, right? Qinghai? As the old man spoke, the curious Tina kept asking him about the Sky Islands. The old man, named Ganfuer, was an amateur mercenary who roamed the Baihai, earning a living by rescuing Qinghai people who ended up here for commission. The bird he rode was a Pegasus bird that had eaten the Pegasus fruit. Qinghai is a general term for the great route below and other oceans. This is the Baihai, which is 7,000 meters above the sea below, and above that is the Bai Sea, where they would find the Sky Island they were looking for. After educating Tina about the Baihai and Bai Sea, Ganfuer prepared to leave and wander elsewhere. After all, Shifa didn't look like someone who needed his help, so he didn't even take out his whistle. Little Tina, look, it's the legendary sky fish. Light, who climbed aboard the ship, was holding two flat, feather-like scaled creatures. I want to see if it's delicious. Unclelita. We still don't know if this fish is poisonous. Light completely ignored her words and walked into the kitchen to start preparing this brand new dish. I heard it's really tasty. You could try it. Shifa suddenly blurted out, "Who did you hear that from?" Tina couldn't help but feel curious. Clearly, it was you who was supposed to come to Sky Island. Yet you seemed uninterested after arriving. Have you been to Sky Island before? You seem to know so much about this place, yet also appear indifferent. I heard it from a friend I've never met. And besides, I said I came to find companions. Shifa's index finger points upward, indicating that the person they are looking for is on the White Sea's empty island. Shifa is not very interested in Sky Island. The land of gold? It's more comfortable to kill pirates in Qinghai for bounty. Sky Island? In his eyes, it's nothing special aside from floating in the air. Really, Tina is not happy. What friend she has never met? It's clearly that he doesn't want to tell her. Tina sulked in her chair. Clang, clang. Light came out holding a plate of fried fish and a plate of grilled fish, letting Tina and Shifa taste them. So delicious. Tina's taste buds were instantly conquered. It was a brand new experience she never had in the Grand Line. Indeed, this little bit of food was simply not enough to fill Shifa's gaps. In the blink of an eye, nothing was left. It's truly amazing. Sky fish doesn't even have fish bones. It's simply the best cooking ingredient. I want to stay here. For the cook light, convenient ingredients are just fantastic. Run. Something big is coming. Kulike suddenly jumped onto the ship from the White Sea, shouting in panic. Following him was an enormous monster resembling an octopus, but its tentacles had something that looked like mouths reaching out towards everyone on the ship. Shifa simply shot at a glare, and the monster hurriedly shrank back. Since we're already here, let us set off by Baihai. All right, under Shifa's direction. The ship soon arrived in front of a large arch-shaped building with the words Gate of Heaven written on it. Behind the building was a waterfall made of clouds and a ribbon-like river of clouds. From a side door inside the building, an old lady holding a camera came out to take pictures of Shifa and the others. Are you here for sightseeing or for a fight? Fight? What do you mean? Tina asked with a puzzled expression, but unfortunately, the old lady did not answer. Whatever you are here for, to enter the upper level. Each person needs to pay 1 billion yaks. This is the law here. 1 billion. Although they didn't know what yaks were. Kurikai and Light were already scared to the ground. Tina, however, looked at Shifa. After Ganfuer's explanation earlier, she naturally knew what yaks were. But since this ship belonged to Shifa, whether to pay or not was up to him. We are here for a fight, and I don't intend to pay. Shifa answered with an air of arrogance. You can go in without paying. I'm neither the doorman nor the guard, just here to ask your intentions. So how do we get up there? Tina was still questioning when suddenly 2 giant pincers emerged from the sea of clouds, clamping onto the sides of the ship. What is that? Light and Kalikai shouted in panic. That's the express shrimp unique to the White Sea. The old woman hadn't finished speaking when the pincers swiftly lifted the little crow and flew upstream along the cloud waterfall. Light and Kalikai clung to the mast, wailing. In just a few seconds, they saw the end of the Cloud River, marked at the entrance of the Sky Island as the divine country Skywipe. The little crow successfully passed through the entrance and stopped above the white sea of clouds. As far as the eye could see, besides the vast expanse of whiteness, there was an island filled with various buildings. This was the Sky Island. Unlike Tina and Light's astonishment, Kalikai's eyes were already filled with tears. The existence of the Sky Island had been confirmed, witnessed by his own eyes. Now all that was left was the Land of Gold. As long as they found the Land of Gold, it would prove to be the other half of Gaya, the place where his ancestor Roland had once been. You're crying too early. Gaya is not here. The ship docked, and Shirahoshi and the others stepped onto the soft, fluffy land of clouds. How amazing! Is the ground made of clouds? Light, who was already middle-aged, rolled on the ground like a child, while Kalikai touched everything around, like someone who had never seen the world before. Tina found it hard to believe. She forgot to light her cigarette, looking at everything on the island, stepping on this cotton candy-like land, and her gaze inevitably turned toward Shirahoshi. Shifa looked towards the higher and farther parts of the island, as if his vision penetrated through countless houses and obstructions. At this moment, on the island of the gods and the land of the gods, a man with his upper body bare, wearing golden ornaments on his ears and around his neck, a white cloth on his head, and 4 triple-hook jade thunder drums on his back, opened his eyes. Looks like we have some uninvited guests, huh? Hee. Admiral Sakazuki. Fleet Admiral Sengoku wants you to come to his office. I got it. Akainu walked along the road in Marineford, with Joni, a socially anxious child, tightly clutching the hem of his pants and following closely behind him. Along the way, he watched the Marines greet Uncle Sakazuki. You bastard, Akainu. Pushing open the Fleet Admiral's office, he was met with Sengoku's scolding and a stack of documents thrown at him. Mr. Sengoku, there's no need to be so angry. Akainu caught the stack of documents, leisurely walked to the side and sat down, while Joni waited for him outside the door. He looked at the reports and the documents, which were nothing more than how impactful the fight between him and Shifa on the Rexino was. Do you know that the fight you two had changed the entire terrain of Rexino? Sengoku stood up and walked toward Akainu, but stopped right in front of him. If it weren't for Jonathan calling me to tell me, I would have sent someone to seal off the news in advance. The reports about you two would have been everywhere. He just happened to bump into that guy and couldn't hold back at the moment. Akainu looked indifferent. So what if the news leaked? That guy was his colleague. Sengoku had a face full of helplessness, dealing with 3 admirals, none of whom were easy to handle. And that old bastard even went on vacation in the East Blue. I hope that guy from the West Sea can quickly become one of the 7 warlords. The sea really needs a pirate like him, who possesses both deterrent power and a sense of justice, to join the 7 warlords. When the outside world sees such strong individuals willing to stand with the Navy, it will naturally strengthen the Navy's authority. Xiao Kiao ni Komein. As Akainu's voice fell, a lively little girl ran in from outside and stood beside him. Nanny, where did you find such a cute little marine? At the edge of Sky Island. Cece, what a cute little fox. I don't know, when a snow-white fox approached Tina, instantly making her feel smitten. That's my pet. Its name is Cece. A beautiful girl with a pair of small white wings on her back smiled as she walked out from the house by the shore. It's an angel. Light and Kurokai's eyes widened. In the era of great pirates, beautiful women weren't rare, but they were seeing an angel for the first time. My name is Cornus. I am a resident of Sky Island. No need for further words. I'm going to God Island to see Enel. Shifa interrupted what she was about to say. He came to Sky Island with only one purpose, to deal with that guy first, and then take his time exploring to prevent more killings. This gentleman, that person, is our god of Sky Island. Cornus trembled in fear. After arriving at Sky Island, others wanted nothing more than to avoid Eneru and find a way back to the Blue Sea. Yet this person actually wanted to seek him out right away. Ha ha ha, kid. Gods are not something you can just meet whenever you want. A group wearing white berets descended the stairs leading to the town. Just as Cornus was about to salute the man in the lead, they suddenly fell to the ground, their eyes rolling back. Ganfuya, how long do you plan to watch from the sidelines? After being exposed by Shifa, the armored old man who had been hiding nearby also brought out his Pierre. Former god. Cornus felt her brain was not functioning properly. The man before her had not only illegally entered, but also somehow incapacitated the beret squad. And now he was calling out the former god. A storm brewed in Tina's mind as well. It seemed Shifa did not particularly respect the islanders here, wanting to fight their god right upon arrival. Could Mr. Shifa also have the ability of the Heart Network? Gonfuer couldn't figure out how he had been discovered. The only possibility was that he could read minds. Just consider it as if he could, and take me to find the descendants of the original Jaya residents. Shifa thought carefully. Dealing with Enelu alone was not enough. Even without Enelu and his subordinates, the conflict between the local residents and the residents of Gaya remained unresolved. Since he was here, he naturally wanted to resolve everything at once. Ganfuer looked at Shi Fa's unyielding gaze and recalled his formidable strength, and still asked, "What do you want with them? If you intend to harm them, I will stop you at all costs." During his tenure, he had always advocated for a peaceful resolution to the conflict, and the residents of Shanya were, in his view, his own people. How could he bring such a powerful and mysterious person to confront them? On the other side, in Shanya, Yanin village. "Isa, are you saying there are more illegal intruders?" The man with a tattoo on his left eye and a cigarette looked at the child beside him. "Yes, their aura seems to be with Ganfuer, and it seems they even attacked the berets." In an instant, my heart net could no longer hear the sounds of those berets. Isa hid behind a girl, fearfully looking at the man in front of her. "Ward, Demon Wappa, could it be that guy finally wants to resist Eneru?" Wappa pondered while smoking. He disliked anyone referred to as God. Both Eneru and Ganfuer were his targets to be defeated. However, since Ganfuer had always taken peaceful measures, he never truly confronted him. Ever since Eneru became the new god of the Sky Island, the entire island had been shrouded in his shadow. Wappa wanting to overthrow him and reclaim his homeland was not a recent desire. If Ganfuer and those from the Blue Sea could take down 1 or 2 priests, perhaps the time for their counterattack would finally come. They seemed to be coming this way. Isa unusually hid behind Wappa, whom she usually described as more terrifying than a ghost, because she felt that among those approaching, there seemed to be a very frightening person. Wappa immediately summoned all the warriors of Shanya. Seeing his serious demeanor, everyone knew that something significant was about to happen. What a lively scene. "Mind if we had a few more people?" A sudden voice broke in, and Shi Fa and his group appeared in Yanin village. "Ganfuer? What do you mean by this?" Wappa drew his burning cannon. "There are a few people here who want to meet you." Ganfuer steppet azida. And Shi Fa and his companions slowly walked up to Wappa. After their earlier exchange, he realized that Shi Fa had a certain understanding of the Sky Island and Shanya. Moreover, after Shi Fa demonstrated his terrifying power, Ganfuer believed he could definitely resolve the issues that had plagued the Sky Island for 400 years. "I am here to help you solve the problems between Shanya and the Sky Island. And this person is here to verify a rumor from 400 years ago." Shifa pointed to the nearby Kilike. 400 years ago? Could it be that you are? Wappa obviously recalled his ancestor, the great warrior Cartera's old friend. "I am Montblanc Kilike, here to prove that my ancestors once visited the land of gold." Kilike was already in tears. Shifa's introduction was clearly meaningful. These people were all original residents of Gaya. Surely, among their ancestors, there were some who knew his ancestor. Wappa did not doubt it. Just the chestnut on Kilike's head closely resembled the descriptions left by their ancestors. The promise they couldn't fulfill, let us complete it. This time, we must light the fire of Jandora. Seriously, always saying things Tina doesn't understand. Looking at Kilike, who was crying with his hands covering his face. It was impossible not to feel a thing. Perhaps this was one of the reasons Shifa brought him here. Tina didn't believe that without him, Shifa would not find that soaring ocean current. It was just an excuse to bring him along. Hearing about the existence of Sky Island and the land of gold from anyone was not as real as seeing it with one's own eyes. "So, what are your plans?" Wappa looked at Shifa. To have Gonfall actively seek them out and yield his position, he must be quite capable. "It's simple. I just need to defeat Enel." Shifa raised a finger to them, giving off a sense of "I've got an idea." "Are you kidding me?" Wappa didn't believe his words. It was normal for someone from Qinghai, visiting Sky Island for the first time, to be unaware of Enel's terror. Xiangdia was already prepared to abandon their injured comrades in order to bring down Enel. They had only one path, to move forward, and no matter who fell beside them. They could not turn back. Their only goal was to reclaim their homeland from Enel and reignite the flame of Xiangdwala. But after just one meeting with Shifa, how could he expect him to believe that he would defeat Enel? Was it true that the people of Xiangdia wanted to protect criminals here? A man riding a strange bird, wearing a pilot's hat and goggles, with 2 small mustaches, descended from the sky. The visitor was none other than one of Enel's 4 priests, the trial priest Shura, along with his pet Sanzo bird. "Didn't you say I was joking? Watch closely." Shifa raised his finger. A flash of light shot through, and before the heartnet of Shura could react, it was struck directly in the chest by a phantom bullet. A large amount of blood gushed from its mouth, and it was sent flying several dozen meters before collapsing to the ground. Sitting cross-legged, seeing its master being knocked away, it opened its mouth wide, intending to take revenge using the flame shell in its mouth. In the next moment, Wappa's burning cannon had already blasted towards it. The sitting cross-legged was caught off guard and could not dodge in time, being turned to ashes by the pale blue fire cannon. Shura is dead. A Shandian warrior screamed in shock, while checking Shura's condition. At this moment, Wappa had to face the truth of what Shifa had just said. With just a casual strike, he could kill Shura, who ranked second among Enel's 4 priests. Perhaps he really could defeat that god. What should we do? Everyone looked at Wappa with disbelief, never imagining that he would ask such a question one day. In fact, Wappa just felt that with Shifa's help, their chances of success would increase significantly. At the very least, he himself could not instantly kill Shura. The so-called island of gods you speak of was actually a part of an island called Gaya that was washed up into the sky 400 years ago. Shifa seems to be somewhat off-topic, due to the greed and desires of the native inhabitants of the Sky Island. They have been at war with the natives of Gaya for nearly 400 years, and everything originated from the light of Pandora, right? Wappa nodded. As a descendant of the great warrior Calgary, he was quite clear about all of this. However, he was curious why Shifa was also so knowledgeable. Since everything originated from the light of Pandora, let everything come to an end. I will light up the light of Pandora. Shifa looked at Gon Fu Air and Wappa beside him, and his intention was clear. After this matter, the Holy Land should be returned to the Shandians. I understand. After so many years, Gon Fu Air actually understood that the issue of the Holy Land's ownership could no longer be resolved peacefully. It was either like Enel, who claimed it with absolute power, or, as in the past, the Sky Island natives occupying the Holy Land, leading to continuous conflicts with the Shandians. Over the past 6 years, he had seen how desperately the Shandians fought to reclaim the Holy Land. If they could really defeat Enel, it was time to return things to their rightful owner. Shifa is already ready to take action against Enel. It is likely that Enel has already realized that one of his subordinate priests has fallen, and the heart network covering the entire Sky Island is no joke. According to his usual habits, he will definitely gather the other priests to initiate some boring trials or survival elimination matches. You can launch your attack to deal with those miscellaneous fish under Enel, while I will handle Enel and the other 3 priests. Just as Wappa was about to say something, Tina stepped forward. Don't underestimate him. He is one of the strongest people in our entire Qinghai. The strongest? Although everyone didn't know the strength of the Qinghai people, Enel was just the strongest on the Sky Island. While this man was one of the strongest in the entire sea below, it seemed that they suddenly had a backbone, and the Shandians became excited. After many years, they could finally reclaim their homeland. What's your name? UlquiorraTravels. A very simple exchange. Then I'll leave it to you, Shifa. Regardless of success or failure, Wappa will always remember Shifa. Hey, did you forget about Tina? Tina was very dissatisfied, as she had been ignored by Shifa ever since coming to the Sky Island. Although a serious man is very charming, she shouldn't be overlooked either. Shifa thought carefully. In his previous life, when watching One Piece, there were always some plot holes in the early stages due to imperfect settings. But now that he is in this real world, what would it be like? Would he be able to use armament hockey? Shifa asked a question that made Tina's face twitch. Of course, I'm a student of Teacher Zifa, an elite of the Navy headquarters. Indeed, Tina could use hockey, and with her devil fruit ability. It was time to give that naive kid Enel a shock from the Blue Sea. Let's set off. Tina and Wappa, along with others, set off towards the Island of God, using various unique transportation tools of the Sky Island, while Shifa leisurely followed behind. Yahaha! Enel's loud laughter echoed from the palace that represented God. What is the god laughing about? The 3 priests, who had just been summoned, exchanged glances, realizing that Shura seemed to be in trouble. It appeared that Shura did not have the god's favor. Enel tapped his ear and formally sat up from his previous reclining position. Did the illegal intruders and the residents of Skypiea think they could challenge a deity just because they defeated Shura? His eyes were filled with indifference and disdain. In his view, he, possessing the rumble fruit, was invincible. You all stay here. Let those small fries do whatever they want. When those foolish people reach here, let them see what true despair is. Upon hearing this, the 3 priests sat down on the ground, quietly waiting for the challengers to arrive. Although they couldn't play the trial and survival elimination match, Shura's fall indicated that the opponent had some ability, making it indeed safer to be next to the god. The Arc Maxim was also nearing completion, so let's use you all to celebrate. Yahahaha! Following Enel's orders, when everyone entered the forest, only some minor gods came to stop them. For the Scythian warriors who had been preparing for years, dealing with them was just a matter of taking a little time. Shifa didn't have a habit of wasting time on minor characters, and Enel had already appeared within his neural probing range. Let us go meet that so-called god. His 3 subordinates are here too. With a gentle swipe of his fingers in front of him, The space before him was suddenly torn open with a crack. Kamachi, Buraham, I'll leave it to you here. Understood. Wappa entrusted the battlefield to his two powerful and reliable childhood friends. He then stepped boldly into the space torn open by Shifa. Tina, Ganfu, and Kulike also stepped in one after another, and as Shifa entered, the spatial crack closed again, without a ripple. As for Light, he wasn't a fighter in the first place, so he naturally stayed in Yunin village to take care of the children. Disappeared? Enel, who was quietly watching Shifa and the others in the temple with his mind network, was stunned. Suddenly, several people in his mind network could no longer be heard. He certainly didn't believe that those who could instantaneously kill Azura would be instantly killed by the minor characters of the Divine Team. Bang! The space inside the temple rippled, then shattered like glass, and Shifa and the others stepped out from within. Devil fruit ability? This unheard-of method could only be attributed to a devil fruit in Enel's mind. However, he still believed that his rumble fruit was the strongest. Seriously, can't they just live well? Why challenge a god? Enel, give it your life. The moment Wappa saw Enel, he was filled with rage and raised his burning cannon to fire. Unfortunately, the flames passed straight through Enel's body. He remained as arrogant as ever, showing no reaction to Wappa's actions at all. Tina, go teach them a lesson. Shifa sat on the ground, wanting to see what Tina, empowered by Haki, could do. Tina is not your subordinate. The words left her mouth without courtesy, but she still stepped forward slowly, with the three high priests surrounding her. Cage, with just a movement of her hands, the three priests were bound by Tina's ability and fell to the ground, rolling around. Tina felt disappointed. After taking a deep breath and exhaling smoke, she expressed her disdain. These three seemed to possess observation Haki, but they were too weak to react at all. Their physical skills were also poor. Once trapped by the shackles, they couldn't break free and could only roll in place. She recalled the various shellfish mentioned by the Sky Island people, hearing that several priests had powerful shellfish as combat tools. Unexpectedly, it was so easy to take action before they could use their shells. The power gained from external sources was ultimately just fleeting. So strong, the three behind her were dumbfounded. This was a priest who ruled the Sky Island alongside Eneru, and yet she easily overpowered him in one encounter. Was it a Paramecia devil fruit? What a pity! Encountering a Logia user was useless. Eneru still arrogantly sat on his throne, expressing his disdain for Paramecia fruits. Seeing his punchable face, Tina clenched her fists, walked up to him, and suddenly threw a punch at his face. Useless. While Eneru was still mockingly laughing, that iron-like fist had already slammed into his face, and after a dizzying sensation, he was sent flying. After crashing into many objects within the palace, he finally stopped under a shattered wall. He actually knocked down Eneru. Ganfu knew very well how powerful Eneru was, so he felt as if he were dreaming at that moment. So painful. Eneru shook his head and stood up. Woman, how could you hit me? In his worldview, there was no concept of Haki, which was one reason he felt invincible. No one could hit him. Don't think that just because you ate a Logia fruit, you are invincible. There are many ways to deal with Logia users in the Blue Sea. It was Tina's turn to mock him. She had never seen a Logia user so stubbornly take a hit from an armament Haki punch. 30 million volts, Thunder Beast. The golden staff in his hand struck the drum on his left shoulder, summoning a lightning wolf that charged toward Tina. Boom! Her left fist hit the head of the lightning wolf. The armament Haki prevented the lightning wolf from elementalizing and wrapping around her, but it was an extremely exhausting blow, barely shattering the lightning wolf. Tina's fist felt numb and she was covered in sweat. Her armament Haki was not strong enough, and facing such a powerful Logia user was somewhat challenging. But it wasn't over yet. 60 million. Before Eneru could finish his sentence, Tina, using the 6 styles, had already teleported in front of him. However, when Tina waved her hand, she missed with Eneru's observation Haki and the speed of lightning. As long as he took it seriously, it was still very difficult for Tina to touch him. 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. In the air, Eneru struck the drums on his left and right sides in quick succession, summoning a dragon-shaped lightning beast that was extremely fast. Tina wanted to dodge, but was too late. Donji. Just as Kalikai and the others shouted anxiously, the 3 priests were overjoyed, and Shifa used sound transfer to block in front of Tina. With a casual wave, the Thunder Dragon was completely shattered. His nonchalant demeanor scared Eneru into a shocked expression. Phantom Bullet. At this moment, Eneru's observation Haki gave him a huge warning, and he kept repeating in his mind, "Get away, otherwise you'll die." The speed of the Phantom Bullet was extremely fast, and with Shifa's overall strength surpassing Eneru, by the time his observation Haki sensed it, The attack was already upon him. Puff! When the phantom bullet hit his abdomen, Eneru couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He had never endured such damage in his life. Knocked back several dozen meters, Eneru lay on the ground motionless. God! The three priests struggled to move their bodies, trying to get closer to Eneru, while Tina, behind Shifa, had a complicated expression. Was this the strongest in the blue sea? Wappa and Gonfuer had incredulous expressions. They had easily dealt with Eneru's Thunder Dragon and even killed it in one blow. It seemed they had exerted a bit too much effort. The previous Phantom Bullet used only 50% of Shifa's strength. He wouldn't die just like that, would he? If he died so easily, it could only be said that he was not fated to be with them. With his chest continuously vibrating, Eneru's breath gradually recovered, and in the blink of an eye, he stood up. Had he passively used electric therapy? He looked pale at Shifa, realizing that the previous powerful strike had nearly cost him his life. Fortunately, the current massage revived his heart. Divine punishment. A bolt of lightning shot straight at Shifa. Shifa spread his 5 fingers, and all the lightning struck his palm as he slowly extended his other hand. Was he going to use that move again? The shadow of the virtual strike against Enel was too great. As soon as he saw Shifa raise his hand, he used the power of lightning to teleport. 200 million volts of discharge. Enel appeared above Shifa, both palms facing him, intending to defeat him with a maximum power discharge. Too slow. Before the lightning had even gathered, Shifa's fist had already landed on Enel's face. Damn it. Foolish mortals. You must show respect to the gods. Enel, who crawled out of the ruins once again, was clearly on the verge of breaking down. He had never expected that Shifa's speed was faster than lightning. In fact, Shifa was just faster than him. 200 million volts of Thunder God. Enel released all the lightning from his body, wrapping it around himself, transforming into a gigantic Thunder God. From the perspective of attack power alone, Enel now possessed strength comparable to some of the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. No matter how powerful a devil fruit is, without the support of physical combat and hockey, its strength is merely that of the fruit itself. Insolent fool, accept the judgment of the gods. With a massive hand descending, a bolt of giant lightning surged from the sky toward Shifa. This strike was enough for Shifa to take seriously. Virtual flash. Shifa unleashed a powerful strike, and the compressed spiritual pressure burst forth from his fingertips, colliding with the giant thunder in the air. After a brief stalemate, Enel, using all his strength, attempted to suppress Shifa's attack, only to have the lightning shattered, with a virtual flash hitting his Thunder God body head-on. The Thunder God body shattered. Enel, bleeding from all 7 orifices, fell from the sky, collapsing to the ground like a pile of mud, already unconscious. If it weren't for Shifa dissipating the spiritual pressure at the last moment, he would have turned to ash long ago. Seeing the fallen Enel, the 3 priests chose to faint selectively. At this moment, the Shandians, having finished dealing with the miscellaneous enemies, also arrived at the temple one after another. Enel was defeated. With a loud cheer, everyone threw their weapons into the air as the 400-year-long war finally drew to a close at this moment, and they could finally go home. These 3 guys are for you to deal with. I want to take Enel away. Shifa pointed at the 3 priests lying nearby, pretending to be dead. Is that the companion you're looking for? He doesn't seem like a man willing to be subservient. After going through this, Tina could guess that Enel was indeed the person Shifa was looking for. His potential was immense. For someone like him, I naturally have my methods. For Proud Guy, just defeating what he values the most would suffice. Of course, Shifa understood the principle of leaving some leeway. After all, he was looking for partners, not slaves. No one should be anyone's slave. This world is distorted, but Shifa is not. He returned the golden bell that he had hidden from Enel to Wappa. Then, in his presence, Wappa, Kulike, and Gonfuer rang the bell together. The deep sound of the bell resonated throughout the entire Sky Island. And both the indigenous people of the Sky Island and the Shandians couldn't help but shed tears at that moment. Before Enel's arrival, the Sky Island had been trapped in endless civil war, with countless blood and sweat shed by both the Sky Islanders and the Shandians fighting over that land. When he arrived, they realized how ridiculous their long-standing war had been, when one side occupied with absolute advantage. The other side didn't even have the qualification to land on the island. After who knows how many years, they finally heard this historically rich sound. This bell was the origin of all wars, and from today on, the war would end with the sound of the bell. Gaya, return to the Shandians. Of course, after 400 years, the Sky Islanders and the Shandians had actually merged in many ways. At Shifa's suggestion, Wappa accepted to govern the entire Sky Island together with Gonfuer. The Sky Islanders and the Shandians would truly become one family. News of liberation quickly spread throughout the entire Sky Island, and everyone celebrated Enel's downfall. Aisha sat on Kamachili's shoulder, running with him on the land she had longed for, and the bonfire feast even drew out the giant snakes from the forest. Seeing Kulike and Wappa drinking together at the center of the feast, it seemed like a glimpse into the past 400 years ago, and tears streamed down their faces. Tina and Light joined Cornus and the others in cooking, consulting about various shellfish issues. Shifa was sitting against a big tree, holding a large pancake in his hand, surrounded by food, watching them not far away. Why not kill me? Eneru, who had unknowingly opened his eyes and sat up beside him, no longer had a proud expression on his face. You have great potential. You shouldn't die in a place like this. An apple was thrown into his hand. How about becoming my partner and sailing back to Qinghai with me? Was this a threat, or was it pity? His undefeated streak had made him somewhat arrogant. But after encountering Shifa and suffering such a setback, he began to feel confused. Did this count as being a god? If possible, I hope it is redemption. Shifa looked directly into his eyes. Haven't you always called yourself a god? Are you interested in doing something that a god should do? Enel looked at the crowd at the banquet, feeling waves of joy through his heart network, a sensation he had never experienced since becoming the god of Skypiea. When did he start to become so cruel and heartless? Ever since he ate the rumble fruit, the people from his hometown began to reject him, calling him a monster. But he was also a resident of Skypiea. Why did they all say he was a monster? The Heart Network brought him nothing but bad talk about himself. He didn't understand why he had become this way, why he had become an outcast, until one day, someone told him that he was not human at all, but a god. Then he heard the legend of the Infinite Land. His thoughts began to change. That's right. It was because he was a god that they thought he was a monster. How could a god be the same as the others in Skypiea? He broke his own wings and replaced them with a unique taiko drum. He destroyed his hometown of Burka, came here, and defeated Gonfall to become the new god of Skypiea. Since he was a god, he had to be respected and feared. Thus, he sat atop the temple, with his heart network covering the entire Skypiea. Anyone who dared to speak ill of him would face divine punishment. Over time, the people filled with hatred for him, yet had to maintain their respect and obedience. Deep down, he felt that a god shouldn't be like this. But he didn't know what was wrong. He increasingly yearned for the Infinite Land, where a god should reside. Perhaps there were other gods like him there who wouldn't reject him. So he ordered the construction of the Ark Maxim, wanting to go to the Infinite Land and fulfill his dream of being a god. However, just as he was about to complete it, he was brutally defeated, and his dream of being a god began to crack. Feeling the emotions from the Heart Network, he unexpectedly felt joy once again, not the pleasure of manipulating others, but genuine joy from within. What should a god do? For the first time, he completely set aside his hostility and his identity as a god to seek advice from Shifa. A god should, of course, save the people. What happened to Qinghai? Enel began to bite into the apple in his hand. Isn't it true that a bunch of self-proclaimed gods are ruling below? Don't you want to take them down? Seeing that the fish had already taken the bait, Shifa naturally continued to provide more bait. Enel had realized that he was not a god at all. If he were a god, then what was Shifa? What about that woman who could strike him? But he could become a god, as long as he did what a god should do. Can't a man like you do that? In Enel's eyes, there shouldn't be anything that someone as strong as Shifa couldn't accomplish. Enel, don't underestimate the world too much. Shifa indeed thought about overthrowing the rule of the world government. But at least not now. The Navy admirals, the 4 emperors, the Revolutionary Army, and the Knights of God with him, it remains to be seen who is human and who is a ghost. His strength alone is limited, and even if he really had that ability, what would happen after the overthrow? In his view, the difficulty of rebuilding is even greater than that of overthrowing. He cannot become a ruler managing various affairs, as that contradicts his pursuit of freedom. Therefore, everything must wait. When the time comes, he will naturally take action. Take me with you. Swallowing the last apple core in his hand, Enel reached out towards the food in front of Shifa. Show me this world. I want to know how to be a qualified god. Welcome aboard. Their fists collided. The previous unpleasantness from the battle dissipated at this moment, and Enel officially became Shifa's companion. Have you settled it? Seeing the two fist bumping, Tina walked over and sat down beside Shifa. Of course. Do you want to be my navigator? Shifa extended an invitation to Tina once again. This time, she did not refuse, but she also did not agree. She fell silent. During the more than a month of sailing with Shifa, She had seen many landscapes she had never seen before and experienced many things she had not encountered during her time in the Navy. Over the years as a naval officer, she had witnessed quite a bit of the government's darkness, and she often felt confused. What exactly is justice? If she were to become Shifa's companion, could she still maintain justice as she had before? Shifa has his own style of doing things, which is a completely different path from the Navy. Can I keep up with his pace now? Shifa noticed Tina's hesitation and understood that she was different from him. She had a loving family, caring friends, and supportive teachers. She couldn't just do whatever she wanted. I'll wait for you. There will always be a position for you as a navigator on my ship. Really, Tina is a Navy officer. Initially wanting to respond dismissively as a habit, Tina found that tears were uncontrollably streaming down her face, and she could only reach out to cover her face with one hand. Why are you crying? You're a colonel in the Navy headquarters. Shifa casually pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to her. What? Colonel doesn't allow crying. Tina wiped away her tears and replied with a proud expression, her red eyes and pink cheeks appearing particularly charming in the glow of the campfire. Unfortunately, at that moment, the phone bug in Shifa's robe suddenly rang. Brother Shifa, it's Joni. The phone bug transformed into a cute figure. Joni, how have you been lately? He had expected it to be Sakazuki or Don Quixote da Flamingo, but it turned out to be this little girl. I'm great. Uncle Sakazuki took me to the Navy headquarters. His house is so big. Joni kept talking about all the things Sakazuki had taken her to eat and the places they had visited, making Shifa marvel that this guy was still a daughter slave. Tina occasionally chimed in, and the three of them chatted for quite a while Enel looked at them with a puzzled expression, as if watching them talk to a snail. All right, little Joni, let your uncle say something. Then Sakazuki's voice came through. Fleet Admiral Sengoku wants to know which warlord you plan to replace? Not sure yet. If I don't happen to run into a certain warlord, I think I'll head to Alabasta. The implication was clear. Barring any accidents, Shifa intended to take Crocodile's head to pave his way to becoming a warlord. It's best not to mess with those who have a national foundation, and try not to kill. Those like Crocodile and the Empress, who have a national foundation, could easily provoke public anger if handled poorly. As Shifa's friend, I kind of naturally hoped for that. If a devil fruit user was killed, it would cause the fruit to reappear in the world, becoming a new, uncontrollable factor. Got it. Let's keep it this way. Take care, Joni. Shifa hung up the phone without hesitation to avoid being asked why Tina was still with him. What a hassle. Shifa is contemplating whether to change his target, as the situation in Alabasta is indeed quite complex. He needs to talk to both the king and the princess, as well as the rebels. And just thinking about it gives him a headache. He can't just go up and take down Crocodile and say he's the mastermind, right? He can't even remember what Crocodile has done. Why think so much? Time to eat. Watching Shifa, who is deep in thought after finishing a call, Tina stuffed a slice of pizza into his mouth. How heartwarming. Enel watched the two playfully, a smile creeping onto his face. Shifa and others have been enjoying their time on the Sky Island, while Tina, like an ordinary girl, has been shopping around with Aisha and the others, driving the Waiba to experience the local customs and culture. Light keeps learning various recipes and knowledge about different shellfish, while Kulike is wandering around the ruins deep in the forest with Wappa. The three priests and the remaining members of the divine team have been sent to the cloud gathering site as laborers, and Eneru has been forgiven by everyone after sincerely apologizing. After all, if it weren't for his commotion, who knows when the war would end? Moreover, although he is cold and ruthless, he does not attack people without reason. Most of the time, he just finds amusement in toying with outsiders. Unconsciously, a week has passed. Shifa has decided to return to Qinghai, and in addition to the original 4 people, there is now an extra Eneru. As for the Ark proverb, it will be left on Sky Island, waiting for the moment when Eneru and Shifa finish dealing with Qinghai. If he still wants to go to the Infinite Land, he can come back later. Brother Shifa, I want to go to Qinghai too. The little girl Aisha kept tugging at Shifa's pants, acting cute. As a curious little girl, she was very fascinated by the Qinghai that Tina mentioned. Is there really an endless ocean filled with water? There are actually many people stronger than that, Eneru. Aisha didn't dare to tell Wappa that she wanted to go to Qinghai, but went directly to Shifa instead, thinking that Wappa was too fierce and would definitely scold her. But Shifa wouldn't. Moreover, if Shifa agreed, Wappa would definitely have no objections. It's a pity. I won't have time to accompany Aisha next. Shifa gently rubbed Aisha's little head and politely declined. Next time, I'll take you with me, Aisha. Even the fierce Wappa in his heart had softened now, because he also wanted to see the land where his ancestors once lived. He had already instructed the 3 priests to make sailing ships suitable for the waters of Qinghai. After all, it's easy to go down but hard to come back up. He needed to be fully prepared. All right. Aisha reluctantly released her small hand that was gripping Shifa's. Goodbye, everyone. The little crow disappeared at the edge of the clouds. Just as Shifa had guessed, the little crow landed near the G8 base. Shifa did not plan to stay at the Nabarro fortress, and to this day, no bounty notice from Monkey D. Luffy has been found. He intends to go to the East Sea for a look. As for Kulike, let Tina take him along on her way. Well then, it's time for us to say goodbye, Tina. It's been long enough. Shifa should let her return to the Navy. He believes that next time, Tina will willingly become his navigator. The facade of the world government will be gradually torn away, and she still needs time. Finally, the moment has come. Since leaving Sky Island, Tina has been prepared. Tina is leaving. She turned around to jump from the ship to the shore, where Jonathan and Jessica were waiting for her. And Uncle Light had also packed his luggage and disembarked, leaving space for her to say goodbye to Shifa. As she reached the edge of the ship, she suddenly turned back and rushed into Shifa's embrace. Over the past month, Tina has been very happy. Thank you. A gentle kiss was left on Shifa's face as Tina turned to leave, seemingly without any more attachments. Haha, mortals are ultimately mortals. After Tina disembarked, Enel, who had been hiding in the cabin watching all of this, laughed as he came out, seemingly finding it amusing that someone like Shifa. Has anyone ever told you that you resemble a dog? I am a god. Who dares to describe me as a dog? Shifa ignored Enel and controlled the little U to leave the G8 base. After all, the generational gap in the world is hard to bridge. Tina was still watching. How far had they gone? On the shore, Jessica teased Tina by pinching her flushed cheeks, but she didn't mind. Next time they meet, Tina would be stronger. Determined, Tina immediately took out her snail phone, ready to call the warship from her branch to pick her up. Shifa, without a navigator and a cook. How are we going to sail on the sea? Enel wouldn't stop Tina from leaving with Light. It was Shifa's choice, but a new problem lay ahead of them. How would 2 men who couldn't cook or read nautical charts find their destination in this vast ocean? Ha, don't be impatient, Enel. Fate will naturally lead us to the next stop. Shifa is not in a hurry. Not to mention that there is a large amount of ready-made food on the ship. He can tear open space to go to places he has been to before. If all else fails, they can go to the Sabaody Archipelago, Kakamand Island, or Fishman Island. They casually chose a direction and let the little U sail with the waves on the sea. After all, there is nowhere in the world they cannot go. That being said, you need to learn hockey. A natural fruit user without hockey can only bully rookies here in the paradise. Enel's offensive ability is very strong. So strong that Shifa needs to take it seriously in normal circumstances, but his weaknesses are too obvious. He's like a high-attack, low-defense archer, unable to use hockey, lacking in physical skills, and his defense is just average. In the end, he has low endurance and a thin health bar. Therefore, Shifa's first lesson to him is hockey. Although he doesn't understand it himself, who can't follow the example? Hockey is perhaps another form of spiritual pressure. The mind network you use is what the Qinghai people refer to as observation hockey, and there's no need to elaborate on that. What you are curious about is simply why you were hit by Tina and me at that time, which is armament hockey. Shifa does not intend to explain the use of spiritual pressure. 1, it is troublesome to explain, and 2, they cannot feel spiritual pressure on them. So it is better to use this world's concepts. Enel, usually carefree and lazy, believed that no one could hit his elemental form until he was actually beaten by them. In his eager gaze, Shifa described what he thinks are various forms of hockey. Since most people can cultivate the 2 forms of hockey through acquired effort, the essential difference between these 2 types of hockey should not be too great. Observation hockey gathers a certain power in the brain, allowing the brain to perceive various energies and sound around. Armament hockey is just another application of that energy. It allows that power to overflow to the surface, forming a kind of armor. The armor can serve as a defensive tool, but it is also a means of attack. Especially the ability to attack natural fruit users is why armament hockey is one of the thresholds in the New World. In the New World, there are countless fruit users and powerful individuals. Without mastering both forms of hockey, one cannot even enter. However, the armor formed by armament hockey does not exist all the time. It requires strong physical skills to maintain, which is also one of the reasons why powerful users known for armament hockey generally have very strong physical skills. On the other hand, Conqueror's hockey is mostly used to intimidate weaker individuals and can even cause them to faint. Since this type of hockey cannot be cultivated through acquired means, it is naturally different from the power required for the 2 forms of hockey. Shifa believes it leans more toward the kind of spirit. The question is when this spirit will manifest. Shifa cannot say for sure, but he remembers that the awakenings of those few individuals seem to occur in desperate situations. So let's see when Enel will find himself in a desperate situation. Should I force him? Forget it. After all, they are companions now. Moreover, in a situation of too much powerlessness, he does not think the other party can still generate the spirit of a conqueror. Another application of power? As someone who is naturally strong in observation, Enel quickly tried to use armament hockey, but he undoubtedly failed. That power seemed rooted, and no matter what he did, he could only apply it to his mind. How is this possible? I am a god. How could I not learn it? Enel felt a bit frustrated. Shifa said this is the threshold of the new world, and here he is the god of Gaya Island, failing. Does that mean the talents of the Qinghai people are stronger than this god? As for conqueror's hockey, Enel was not worried at all. How could he not have it as a god? He just needed to wait for the right moment to awaken it. Don't rush. I know a top genius who took a full year and a half to fully master the use of these two forms of hockey. Hearing this, Enel felt a bit more at ease. The top genius Shifa mentioned is undoubtedly one of the most potential individuals in this sea. And if even he needed a year and a half, then he was indeed too anxious. So how long did it take you to learn all three forms of hockey? On Gaya Island, Enel learned from others that Shifa is one of the strongest in the entire sea, and he wants to stand shoulder to shoulder with this man. Shifa smiled without saying a word. After all, he was a monster. He certainly couldn't tell Ainulu that it was something he was born with, as that would be too much of a blow to him. Shifa didn't say anything, and Enel wouldn't make things difficult for himself either. He ran to the training room in the cabin and started pondering by himself. He needed to get stronger to catch up with this man. If he had known, he wouldn't have taught him so quickly. After Enel went in, Shifa became bored again. Light was gone, and there was no one to play chess with him. Tina was gone, and there was no one to bicker with. If only he had a phone. Feeling utterly bored, he took out a dusty fishing rod and set it up at the bow of the ship. He put on sunglasses and lay on a beach chair to sunbathe, until a large figure blocked his sunlight. Hey, don't you know I'm looking for the Seven Warlords? You dare to walk into my line of fire? It was Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, known to the world as the Tyrant. He still wore his iconic outfit. Holding a book of scriptures he didn't even know what it was, standing over 6 meters tall at the bow of the ship, completely blocking Shifa's sunlight. Why would a man like you want to become a 7 warlord? Kuma asked with a non sequitur. Shifa wasn't surprised that he knew he was going to become a 7 warlord. As a revolutionary cadre, now a 7 warlord, a close friend of Vegapunk and Kizu, his various identities intersected, and his intelligence network was quite terrifying. Is this question something you want to know? Or is it something the revolutionary wants to know? Shifa stood up, his gaze fixed on the great bear, and the small figure before him was infinitely magnified in his eyes. The strength of Shifa is rare in Bartholomew Kuma's life. He did not attempt to argue about his relationship with the dragons. Shifa clearly knew, and there was no need for an explanation. As for why Shifa knew, he did not expect an answer. A strong person like you should not serve the world government. He did not directly answer Shifa's question, but provided an answer nonetheless. Kuma has already been modified, whether for Bonnie or Vegapunk. He is now bound to the world government's ship. He does not know how much time he has left. So upon learning that the formidable Shifa has a conflict with the celestial dragons, but is about to join the 7 warlords, he couldn't help but want to meet him to seek answers. Serve? Did you misunderstand something? Shifa revealed a strange smile. There is no one in this world worth my dedication. I want to become a warlord of the sea simply because I see the benefits of being one. There will be no more annoying Navy scum to hinder my voyage. Besides, it can also reduce a bit of the filth in this decaying world, right? Shifa's speech made Kuma somewhat uneasy. He could tell that Shifa would not be obedient to the world government. Similarly, he had no intention of joining the revolutionary army. His reckless behavior, living according to his own preferences and understanding, will become one of the most unstable factors in this world. However, that was not something he should be concerned about. His time was limited, and knowing that Shifa would not serve the world government was enough. At the very least, he and the revolutionary army were not on opposing sides. Kuma had no intention of clashing with Shifa. He had gotten the answer he wanted and wished to take his leave. Wait, as he was about to use his pawpaw fruit ability to leave, Shifa called out to him. I know you're collaborating with the world government on some research. It would be a waste for you to keep your warlord title. Why not hand it over to me? It saves me from looking for the next one. Kuma was also a pitiful figure, and Shifa did not want to resort to violence against him. But since they had crossed paths, it was better for him to relinquish his warlord position. especially since he had no use for it anymore. Kuma realized that Shifa was suggesting he voluntarily give it up rather than resorting to direct confrontation, and he fell into thought. According to intelligence analysis, Shifa's strength was at the level of an emperor, stronger than himself, especially at sea. Once a fight broke out, the loser would only be himself. The higher-ups in the Navy were basically aware of the relationship between him and the world government. He indeed no longer needed the warlord title, so it would be better to do a favor and avoid conflict. What do you need me to do? Very simple. Go to Marineford and tell Sengoku that you encountered me and were defeated by me. The most straightforward way was for Kuma to admit he was no match for Shifa, and Shifa would naturally take over his position. However, Kuma might not be able to save face. After all, if he wasn't injured, Sengoku and the others could tell he had surrendered without a fight. But for Kuma, the concept of face had ceased to exist the moment he began his transformation. He agreed without hesitation. There was no need to have a real fight or a fake one. If he couldn't win, he couldn't win. However, just as he was about to leave, Shifa called him back once more. Kuma was a close friend of Vegapunk, so having him relay information was perfect, saving him a trip to the New World and avoiding trouble. Vegapunk has been focusing on a certain research project recently. He doesn't have extra time to help you with experiments. After hearing Shifa's request for Vegapunk to assist in researching a way to control body size, Kuma politely declined. The experiment Vegapunk was currently conducting was very important to the world government, and Saint Saturn from the Gorosei often oversaw him. He simply couldn't spare any extra time. He might not have time to help me, but what if it's to help you? Shifa poked Kuma with his finger. You are his close friend. If you want him to help me, then it would be different. Time is like water in a sponge. If he is willing to squeeze a bit, there is still some to be had. Let's make a deal. You must have heard about my plan to suppress the paradise. You help me talk to Vegapunk about my situation, and I will help take care of your daughter. The words were like a thunderclap in Kuma's heart. At that moment, Shifa appeared exceptionally mysterious to Kuma, as if all his secrets were laid bare before him. However, what Shifa said was also immensely tempting. Perhaps one day, soon he would completely lose his consciousness and become a killing machine for the world government. Bonnie had already set sail. Perhaps she would soon enter the Grand Line, or maybe she was already in it. He and Kizaru could only occasionally observe her from a distance and protect her. What would happen in the future, when he was no longer himself? Who would protect Bonnie if she encountered danger? Admiral Borsellino was a Navy admiral, and Bonnie was a pirate. If one day they stood on opposing sides, how would he make his friend choose? But at that moment, Kuma saw hope. If Shifa replaced him as the new warlord, he could indeed protect Bonnie to a great extent, as long as he wanted to. Then Bonnie will be entrusted to you. Mr. Shifa, Kuma finally gave a positive answer. Of course. In fact, even without the deal with Kuma, if Shifa encountered Bonnie, he would take care of her. After all, she was just a little girl looking to find her father. However, after making a deal with Kuma, it will be different. It was safest to keep the little girl by his side. Just in time, there was now a middle schooler on the ship, so having a normal person around would be good. At that moment, Bonnie, who was preparing to enter the Grand Line, was unaware that her future had quietly changed. Big news. Big news. A little boy selling newspapers wandered through the streets, promoting the latest newspapers to passersby. Give me one. A rough voice came from behind. Sure. A white-haired man with 2 cigars in his mouth placed money in the little boy's hand and took a worn newspaper. Mr. Smoker, Roadtown has been so calm lately. People are living their lives quite comfortably. The bespectacled girl patrolling the area said joyfully. Probably because of this guy. Smoker handed over the newspaper. Black-winged demon UlquiorraTravels has defeated one of the warlords, the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma, at sea and has been invited by the world government to become the new warlord. Days ago, at Marineford, Bartholomew Kuma, are you sure you want to relinquish your warlord position? Sengoku never expected that Shifa's target would be the tyrant, whose whereabouts even he usually did not know. I lost to him. He spared my life and let me relinquish the warlord position. Kuma's defeat to Shifa was something Sengoku anticipated, but it seemed he had given up even before they had truly fought. However, Sengoku was actually quite satisfied with Kuma's choice. The other warlords either had ties to nations or had once caused a stir. They still held significant deterrent power over ordinary pirates. Kuma rarely appeared in public, and he completely obeyed the world government. Even if he was not a warlord, he could still play the role of one. Relinquishing this position to Shifa might not be a bad thing. Hopefully, he wouldn't cause trouble anymore, as long as he didn't encounter the celestial dragons. Regarding Shifa's warlord matter, Sengoku had already discussed it with the Gorosei. Therefore, that day, the world government announced that Shifa would replace Kuma as the new warlord. Various factions stirred upon hearing the news, with the Whitebeard pirates reacting the most. "Old man, what does it mean that Shifa rejected your invitation and is now a warlord? Does he look down on our Whitebeard pirates?" The hot-tempered Jozu had an angry expression, feeling displeased for Whitebeard. "Don't judge Shifa by common sense, Jozu. He is not the type to be content under others." Whitebeard knew very well that a man with such immense strength and spirit would never submit to the world government. On Fishman Island, "Father, brother, look. Lord Shifa is now a warlord just like Jinbe." White Star was very happy because Jinbe said that the 7 warlords are recognized by the world government. What exactly does Shifa want? Compared to the crowd celebrating nearby, Jinbe was more curious about why Shifa wanted to become a 7 warlord. Of course, no one could have guessed that he simply wanted convenience in transportation. Is he actually the new 7 warlord? This pirate seems to be quite active lately. Flipping through the newspaper in her hand, Daski habitually pushed up her glasses on her nose. The pirates in the paradise call him the Butcher because any pirate who encounters him, those with bounties become targets. And those without bounties are all killed. This has led to the pirates in the paradise being very anxious recently, afraid to go out to sea. The pirates from the 4 seas are hesitating whether to enter the Grand Line because they know about him. This is why the road town he guards has been so peaceful lately. While it's good that everyone is living a quiet life, relying on the intimidation of a single pirate makes him feel that the Navy's authority is rather low. Smoker's expression was serious. As a friend of Aokiji, he naturally knew more about Shifa than the average Navy officer. He was a lawless character. "It seems my reputation isn't small after all." A figure emerged from a nearby alley, holding a newspaper and carrying an oversized package on his shoulder. "Ulquiorra, why are you here?" Smoker showed no fear in his eyes, only confusion and displeasure. The confusion was because he had heard about Shifa's agreement to guard the paradise for a year and shouldn't be appearing in the East Sea. The displeasure was because this guy had taken Tina away for almost 2 months, and she was one of his few friends. "You're too impatient, Colonel Smoker. I finally made it to the East Sea." Shifa slapped the newspaper on Smoker's chest and brushed past him. Road Town was not Shifa's destination, nor was it a starting or ending point. It was just a place to return to, and he had no interest in seeing the execution platform of a dead man. He came to town to procure some supplies. The food on the ship couldn't withstand the appetites of 2 big eaters. Their journey had indeed not been easy. Fortunately, they managed to pick up an old man who was headed to Road Town, allowing them to arrive here smoothly. Otherwise, with their methods, they would have no idea where they would have drifted to in the Grand Line by now. Naturally, Smoker wouldn't interfere with Shifa. The whereabouts of the 7 warlords were not something he could question. Moreover, this man at least wouldn't attack the Navy or civilians. After taking a few steps, Shifa suddenly stopped and turned to look at Smoker, who was staring at him. "I just remembered, I don't have a navigator on my ship, and the road ahead won't be easy. Smoker-kun, would you like to accompany me for a while?" "I refuse." What a joke. He was the commander of the Road Town Naval Branch. What would happen if something went wrong while he left Road Town? Besides, he didn't want to associate with pirates. "Then let me borrow your subordinate for a while." Smoker drew his jutty from his back, and seeing this, Daski also drew her katana, and the atmosphere became tense. "Still unwilling? Then I'll just have to randomly grab a civilian from Road Town to accompany me. I wonder who will be so lucky." Wait, pirates are ultimately pirates. However, Smoker had no way to fight him. As a good friend of Aokiji, he understood Aokiji's strength quite well and could also infer Shifa's strength. If he were alone, he would fight Shifa, and death would be the worst outcome. But he was the commander of Road Town, and every move he made had to consider the safety of the civilians there. "Daski, do you want to go along?" He naturally couldn't leave. Letting Daski go was actually not a bad idea. According to Tina, he couldn't be considered a pirate, more like a bounty hunter. He wouldn't harm Daski, and she could supervise him, provided he was indeed, as Tina said, and not pretending to be a 7 warlord for some other reason. Daski couldn't believe that the strong-willed Colonel Smoker had actually yielded. When she saw the murderous look in Smoker's eyes, she felt relieved. As a just Navy, the safety of civilians must come first, and she had also heard of Shifa. He wasn't a big bad guy. Understood. Daski saluted Smoker to show her compliance with the order. Shifa told them a location where his ship was docked, then strode away. Daski also bid farewell to Smoker and went back to the branch to pack up some things. "Don't be afraid, just treat it as a journey." This was the last thing Shifa said to Smoker. Following him would naturally lead to no harm, for Shifa was a man of justice. But after this journey, could Daski still uphold the justice in her heart? The destination of Shifa's journey is Coco West Village. He wants to see if the plot has developed there. If not, he will take care of it casually and then continue wandering in the Grand Line. If it has developed there, You should also make arrangements for the next part of the journey. Mr. Shifa, may I ask why you want to go to such an unknown village? This little-known village took her quite a while to find on the nautical charts. After all, Shifa only mentioned that this village is in the East Sea, and she knows nothing else. I'll take you to see this world. Big shots love to play riddles, and she has gotten used to it. When the navigator turned chef, Dasky brought plate after plate of food to the table. The dishes that were originally on the table had already been devoured. Do strong people eat this much? Dasky wondered. Yahahaha. What we've been eating these days is what God should eat. Enel laughed while stuffing meat into his mouth. Before Dasky boarded the ship, they finished the instant food in the cabin, and every day it was grilled fish and grilled sea kings. Even with such simple cooking methods, they've both managed to make it taste terrible, and their mouths were almost parched. Let's eat. With our appetite, you could work yourself to death and still not have enough. Looking at the sweating Dasky, Shifa hesitated for a moment and handed over a plate of fried rice next to him. Thank you, Mr. Shifa. After spending 2 or 3 days together, Dasky felt Shifa's friendliness. Being with him was as free and relaxed as being at a naval base. It's just that the two of them were a bit strange. Mr. Shifa was like a riddle, and she completely couldn't understand what he was saying. Mr. Eneru was even stranger, always considering himself a god and occasionally sitting on the ground in a daze. Just as Eneru was gorging himself, he suddenly stopped. You feel it too, right? A remarkable guy has arrived. He quickly wiped his mouth and hands with a napkin, grabbed his golden rod, and rushed out onto the deck. It had been a week since he arrived in the East Sea, and this was his first encounter with a strong person. What is it, Mr. Eneru? Dasky asked, puzzled. She hadn't learned hockey yet, so she naturally didn't know what Shifa and the others were talking about. You'll know if you go out and take a look. It might even be your idol. At this time, a strong person of this level, and in the East Sea, could it be that he just happened to run into that man? A small boat resembling a coffin, with a cross at the tail, drifted near the little crow. An elegantly dressed man, wearing a European-style hat, was sitting on it. His eyes were as intimidating as an eagle's, and even a slightly weaker person would tremble uncontrollably at the sight, unable to summon any will to resist. Hawkeye Mihawk. Dasky's pupils trembled behind her glasses. She never expected that, just by serving as a navigator for this warlord for a while, she would encounter another warlord. Moreover, it was the man she most wanted to chase after, the world's greatest swordsman. If it weren't for being in the vast ocean, she really wanted to go back to the cabin, take out her sword, and have a duel with this great swordsman. Yahahaha, are you trying to challenge a god? Eneru, who had boarded Shifa's pirate ship, was already itching for action. In the Sky Island, he could still punish illegal immigrants. Since arriving in the East Sea, he had only encountered civilians and hadn't seen a single pirate. The key was that he couldn't defeat Shifa. Every time he trained, as soon as Shifa joined, it was a one-sided beating. After all these days, he hadn't learned hockey, but his ability to take hits had improved quite a bit. Ulquiorra Hawkeye did not pay attention to Enelu's childish remarks, clearly recognizing the newly promoted warlord. He had always been keeping an eye on the world.'s developments. Hawkeye, you wouldn't be playing some boring game, would you? Just a bunch of pathetic fools. Indeed, just as Shifa thought, it seemed that Luffy had already found Sanji, and the next stop was Cocoa West Village. Was this a stroke of luck for him? However, they were already very close to Cocoa West Village. Although he had learned about the plot's development, it wouldn't hinder him from taking care of that along first, as it was a simple task. Hawkeye, would you be interested in coming on my ship and becoming my companion? Shifa extended his right hand. Eneru hadn't learned armament hockey for so long, and Shifa suspected he might be misunderstanding something. The hockey master was right in front of him. It would be great to recruit him, and it would also solve the problem of not knowing the way. I have no intention of joining anyone else's pirate crew. What a pity. If you were a swordsman, I would love to spar with you. Ever since becoming the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye had no longer regarded various challengers as worthy opponents, yearning instead for a monumental battle with top swordsmen. He wasn't afraid of being defeated. He feared that no one would ever surpass him. And then could he still walk this path? The road of the sword has not yet reached the summit. What a pity. My crew wants to spar with you. What do you think? Looking at Eneru, who was sulking after being ignored, Shifa still made the request for a spar with Hawkeye. Hopefully, this guy wouldn't be beaten to the point of questioning his life. Let's just try it out. Having just encountered a man whose inner strength he admired, he happily agreed. Divine judgment. An impatient Eneru launched a bolt of lightning right away. Although the attack was incredibly swift, to Hawkeye, it appeared in slow motion. He slowly drew his long sword from his back, and with a gentle flick, the lightning altered direction and crashed elsewhere. Meanwhile, Dasky had already taken out her notebook and was continuously recording descriptions about Hawkeye. This might be the first and possibly the last time she saw him. That was the weapon of the world's strongest swordsman, the Supreme Great Sword, one of the 12 Supreme Blades, the Black Blade Yuru. The allure of a famous sword to a swordsman is immeasurable. She was almost drooling. 60 million volts. Thunder Dragon. Unbelieving, Eneru struck both sides of the drum, summoning a massive dragon-shaped thunder beast that pounced fiercely towards Hawkeye. Hawkeye's face remained as calm as water, and with a light swing, he shattered the thunder beast into pieces. How is this possible? Eneru's expression turned comical again. He could accept being easily defeated by Shifa, who was one of the strongest in the East Sea. But why did it seem so effortless for someone he randomly encountered on the road, wielding a sword, to handle his powerful attack? Was his strength just that of a small fry in the East Sea? As Shifa expected, Eneru began to question his life. Eneru, the world is far broader than you imagine. Don't underestimate the heroes of the world. Shifa patted the still, self-doubting Eneru. Let's go. We have things to do. Mihawk nodded slightly, and the chance encounter between the two warlords came to an end. Yaha, I knew that a god can't just be defeated by anyone. After learning that Mihawk was the world's strongest swordsman, Eneru's mood finally eased, and he reverted to his usual Chinibu demeanor. Shifa didn't actually strike him. Anyway, he would learn hockey sooner or later. In the paradise, Eneru could basically walk sideways. It's just that he wasn't very lucky, encountering only top-tier powerhouses. Mr. Shifa, we've arrived at Kokoyashi Village. After parting with Hawkeye for just half an hour, the Going Merry docked near coastline. Let's go up and take a walk. The three of them disembarked in order. Now that Eneru was here, his mantra was open around the clock, and there was no longer a need for anyone to guard the ship. What is this situation? As Dasky walked into the village and saw the scene before her, her eyes widened in shock. The roads were in ruins, and the houses on both sides had been uprooted and turned upside down, stuck in the ground. What immense power was this? A few small fish were merely flopping around. The exchange between Hawkeye and Eneru on the sea was brief. The latter's techniques were easily neutralized, leaving Dasky unable to see their true strength. Her perspective was still too narrow. She had never witnessed a true powerhouse in action and thought what she saw was terrifying enough. Really, this is the first landing of a deity in the East Blue. How can there be no one to welcome him? Eneru transformed into a bolt of lightning and vanished from sight. Not far away, on a well-maintained road, a middle-aged man with intersecting scars on his face was gathered with a group of villagers, including a blue-haired, attractive girl. It's okay, Aegean, Nami will succeed soon. Noki comforted the uncle by patting his shoulder. Aegean had been thinking about expelling Arlong and his gang for years, but he had failed every time. His body bore various scars, and seeing her was painful for him. In her heart, Aegean was like a father figure. She could only keep reassuring herself and them that Nami would handle it. But how could she not know about Nami's suffering over the years? She would rather the whole village fight Arlong to the death than let Nami endure that pain alone, but she couldn't do anything about it. This was something Nami was determined about. She naively thought everyone was unaware and didn't want to make others feel guilty, so everyone tacitly pretended not to know. Yaha! You guys, why aren't you welcoming the arrival of the deity? Enel, who was sitting on a rooftop listening to their conversation, suddenly spoke up, startling everyone. Aegean recognized immediately that this person was an outsider. Young man, you should leave here quickly. Otherwise, if that group of guys finds you, it'll be over. Aegean's expression was very serious. That group of fishmen was elusive, coming to the village from time to time to collect various payments. For those who resisted them, they would either smash their houses or seriously injure them. If they were in a bad mood, outsiders could even be killed. That group of guys? Enel was confused. His powerful mantra could naturally pick up Aegean's hatred and fear regarding that group of guys. Listening a bit more closely, everything became clear in the entire village. Only one place was filled with laughter and joy. We just need to eliminate that group of guys, right? Yah ha ha. I didn't expect that I, Enel, could reveal my divine presence so quickly and be respected like a deity. Everyone looked at the suddenly laughing Enel, exchanging glances, all looking bewildered. The guys you were talking about, is it this thing? Shifa and Dashki also appeared in everyone's sight at this moment, dragging a leg in their hands. While behind them, a fishman was bleeding from 7 orifices, being dragged on the ground. Aegean's expression changed drastically as he quickly ran toward Shifa, and the crowd followed closely behind. Seeing this, Shifa knew what he wanted to do and directly threw the fishman's corpse in front of them. He's dead. The fishman was tall, had a middle-part hairstyle, and a long mouth. Aegean recognized him as Gio, one of Arlong's subordinates. Aegean's hands trembled. He couldn't imagine that the Fishman who usually boasted in the village had died so quietly, and he was a cadre. He felt a deep joy inside, but it was soon followed by a deeper tension. If an ordinary Fishman went missing, Arlong might not pay much attention. But this was one of his cadres, a trusted partner. If he was missing, Arlong would not sit idly by. Something big was about to happen. You guys, hurry and run away. Otherwise, you'll die. Aegean's voice was filled with tension. Outsiders who had killed a Fishman would definitely not be let off by Arlong. Although after they left, Arlong would likely vent his anger on the villagers. They had paid a protection fee, so their chances of surviving were relatively high. At most, they would just get beaten up. Arlong also knew that killing too many people would make the villagers fight back against him. So over the years, he had rarely killed villagers. Hey, are you ignoring me? I'm a god. Seeing Shifa draw everyone's attention right away, Eneru was quite displeased. Foolish people, let the gods solve this little trouble for you. Yaha! A group of people looked at Shifa and his companions in surprise, thinking that they were speaking wildly because they had never seen Arlong's power. I am the righteous navy. Please trust us. The arrogant and domineering appearance of the Fishman she had just seen was fresh in her mind, and combined with the villagers' reactions and the houses at the village entrance. It was hard not to think about what these Fishmen had done. As a soldier with a sense of justice, she had to bring those bad guys to justice. However, as soon as she spoke, the villagers, who had been worried about them, turned cold. Oh, it's the Navy. We don't need your help. The crowd began to distance themselves from them. Dasky couldn't understand why she, representing justice and coming to help, was being rejected. Noki, who was more perceptive than Aegean, immediately stepped forward. The ones occupying this place are the Fishman pirate crew, and their captain Arlong has a bounty of 20 million berries. Are you sure you can handle it? Looking at the dead Geo, Naka's heart lifted with a glimmer of hope. They might be different from Captain Mouse, the real soldiers of justice. But she also needed to confirm whether they could truly solve the problem. Otherwise, letting them go was equivalent to sending them to their deaths. 20 million berries? Dasky wasn't very clear on the concept of bounty. Ever since she became a navy and was assigned to the Logtown branch, all the slightly stronger pirates had been dealt with by Colonel Smoker. Among those dealt with, it seemed none had such a high bounty. However, she glanced at Shifa beside her and felt calm. This person had a bounty exceeding 1 billion, being a super pirate. Moreover, seeing how he had acted decisively against the Fishmen earlier, she felt Shifa was there to deal with those scum. Don't be afraid. Please trust us. She didn't tell the villagers about Shifa's warlord status. After all, this was the East Sea, and for the common people here, the warlords might be an even more terrifying pirate. Seeing them completely disregard Arlong's bounty of 20 million, Noki and Aegean decided to take a gamble. For Nami, and for all those who had been bullied and harmed by the Fishmen. All right, I'll take you there. Aegean spoke up while he urged the other villagers, including Noki, to go home. Just in case they failed, it wouldn't drag everyone down with them. We're going to. However, the villagers, having endured oppression for many years, could no longer contain their anger. Now that they had the opportunity to witness the end of Arlong's pirate crew, they were willing to accept death. For so many years, they had let Nami bear the pain alone. They didn't want to pretend not to know anymore. If they were too afraid to even lead the way, how could they face the tears Nami had shed for them over the years? In fact, Eneru and his companions didn't need a guide. In such a small village, they could easily find out where Arlong Park was. However, the villagers' hospitality was hard to refuse. Plus, it was necessary for them to witness the destruction of Arlong Park to extinguish the anger in their hearts. Thus, the three followed the mighty crowd of villagers, step by step heading towards Arlong Park. Eneru was enjoying himself. It was only natural for a large group to lead the god. On the coast, a sheep-headed pirate ship was docked next to the Little Crow. From the looks of the ship, it was clearly a much smaller one. A new pirate ship? The orange-haired girl who came down from the ship was already covered in sweat. She was used to stealing, but upon seeing such a giant vessel, she had no thoughts of it and quickly ran towards the village. Everyone, please be okay. Noki, Aegean, everyone. Nami was running and shouting in the village, but no one responded to her. A desolate atmosphere filled the entire village. The houses on either side, turned upside down, seemed to tell the story of an unpleasant event that had occurred here not long ago. Why? Why now? Nami knelt on the ground with vacant eyes. She had worked so hard, and she was so close to saving up 100 million berries to buy back the village and her freedom from those bastards. Why did something have to happen now? Why did she have to fail at the moment when success was within reach? Helpless tears rolled down her cheeks, and she recalled the hardships she had endured along the way. Bellamy was killed for her, and for the villagers, she willingly drew sea charts for the enemy Arlong, willingly tattooed Arlong's symbol on her arm, willingly became his subordinate and worked for him. She had countless times wanted to cut off the disgusting tattoo on her arm with a knife, but each time she held back, telling herself that soon she would be able to truly break free. She constantly stole and deceived, hoping to save enough money one day so that everyone could be free to protect the place where she grew up. But why did she have to end up like this? She stopped crying, returning home with a cold face. Underneath the orange orchard lay the blood and tears of many years. At least, the orchard had not been destroyed. She took a sharp-ended long stick from her home and, with a determined gaze, walked towards Arlong Park, no longer having any attachments. At least, she had to take down one or two with her. On the other side, at Arlong Park, led by the villagers, Shifa and his companions finally arrived at what looked like an expensive building that served as the headquarters of the Fishman pirate crew. The main door was tightly shut, and inside, the sounds of Fishman's laughter and cheers could be heard, contrasting sharply with the serious atmosphere outside. 30 million volts, Thunderbeast. Eneru lightly tapped the drum on the left with his long stick, and a wolf-shaped thunder beast roared out. In the astonished eyes of the crowd, it smashed the gate to pieces. Who goes there? A voice filled with doubt and anger emerged. As the smoke cleared, everyone present came into Alone's view. Seeing three unfamiliar figures at the forefront, he didn't think much of it, merely assuming they were ignorant villagers who had found some small-time thugs to help them. It seemed he needed to make them remember that kind of fear. A chilling smile appeared on Alone's face, and everyone couldn't help but recall his brutal demeanor when he first arrived in Kakoja village. Behind him, a group of fishmen drew their weapons, clearly waiting for Alone's command to launch an attack. But no one took a step back. Choosing fear at this moment meant they would never escape Alone's shadow in this lifetime. Can I kill them all? Enel scratched his head and looked at Sifa. After all, they were Sifa's crew, so he needed to ask for his opinion. Of course you can. Sifa had intended for things to go this way anyway, and it would let Enel take out some frustration on the small fry, regaining a bit of confidence, although it seemed he wasn't really affected. Mr. Sifa. Dasky wanted to stop their slaughterous actions. In her eyes, even pirates should undergo interrogation before any conviction. Shut up. Think before you speak and act. Shifa directly interrupted her speech. Dasky suddenly remembered that the person in front of her was not a Navy officer, but one of the Shichibukai, and he was a monster known as the Butcher. As she looked around, she noticed that the people were very excited about Shifa's answer. She realized that these pirates must have done many outrageous things to them. She felt a bit dazed, starting to wonder why pirates could commit such excessive acts against civilians and yet only be imprisoned after a trial. Enel, who had received Shifa's permission, slowly walked forward, spinning the golden staff in his hand, a defiant expression on his face. Your expression and words are making the gods very displeased. Don't you know you should maintain fear of the divine? With a wave of Arlong's big hand, the fishmen, except for the officers, rushed at Enel with knives. But the blades passed right through his body without hurting him at all. Is this a Logia type? As a member of the Sun Pirates who had once roamed the Grand Line, Arlong knew exactly what this meant. Sweat began to drip. If he was indeed a powerful Logia Devil Fruit user, he was not his opponent. 30 million volts. Electrocution, just by extending his palm. A powerful current wrapped around him, and in an instant, all the fishmen that had surrounded him were fried, lying on the ground, their lives uncertain. Run. Jump into the sea. Seeing his compatriots in such a state, Arlong's eyes were bloodshot, but he still chose to abandon them, whose fate was uncertain. Enel was already terrifying with just a slight show of power. He didn't think he could match his opponent in a contest of strength. At this moment, escaping to the sea was the most important thing. Devil Fruit users are those abandoned by the sea, a well-known truth in the Grand Line. As long as they got to the sea, they would be safe. He now realized that opening a port connected to the sea in Arlong Park was truly the smartest choice of his life. 30 million volts. Thunderbird. Just as the remaining fishmen attempted to escape to the sea, Enel lightly tapped the drum on his right side with his golden staff, and a swift bird-shaped lightning beast soared into the sky. Its speed was so fast that the officers couldn't react in time and were directly knocked to the ground, convulsing all over. Xiaoba. Kruby, the only one who had managed to escape to the sea, Arlong, now had bloodshot eyes, tears mixing with the seawater. His compatriots had fallen today at the hands of humans, making it impossible for him to return to Fishman Street and face anyone. He vowed that after these people left, he would come back and kill everyone in Kokoyasi village to accompany the dead Fishman. It's over. That Arlong actually escaped. Of all people, it was the strongest one who got away. The villagers were anxious, and Ajin even started to take off his clothes, wanting to jump into the sea to fight Arlong. You can't escape. A mere little fish dare to defy the gods. Divine punishment. After locking onto Arlong's position with a heart network, a bolt of lightning shot from Enel's fingertips, flying over the sea and transforming into a massive thunder that fell straight down. The sea shimmered with lightning, and after the thunder, various fish floated to the surface due to the injuries they sustained. In the expectant gazes of the crowd, Arlong, bleeding from all 7 orifices, also surfaced. We won. Looking at Arlong's chest, which no longer rose and fell, the villagers were moved to tears, cheers echoing across the land, and they all dropped their weapons, embracing each other. Nokigao tightly held onto Ajin's arm, his face filled with long-lost joy. Hey, this was done by the gods for you. The great contributor Enel, seeing himself ignored again, reminded them. The villagers then reacted, rushing forward, lifting his limbs high in the air amid Enel's puzzled gaze. Thank you for the help of the gods. With the ups and downs, the villagers began to refer to Enel as a god, as he truly had saved them. Yahaha. This is the treatment a god deserves. In that moment, Enel finally understood how to be a true god. Nami, who had already walked not far from them, heard the cheers coming from Arlong Park, and her life seemed to reignite with light. She quickened her pace, throwing away the staff in her hand, and rushed towards Arlong Park, only to see a ground full of Fishman corpses and the villagers cheering. Nokigawa Jin, I'm so glad you all are okay. Nami covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face again. Nami. Nokigawa released a Jin and ran towards Nami. The two tightly embraced each other. After Nokigawa's explanation, Nami finally understood the whole story. I really can't thank you all enough. Nami approached the 3 of them and deeply bowed. Meanwhile, during the villagers' celebrations, Daski, who learned of Arlong's gang's evil deeds over the years from the villagers, felt ashamed and lowered her head. She believed that the Navy bore significant responsibility for Kokoyashi village enduring such tragic years. As the Navy, responsible for maintaining world stability, they had failed to protect even a small place in the EC. After all, the 4 seas and the park are the Navy's territory. Is there anything you need? I will do my best to meet your needs. Nami was in a great mood now, contemplating whether to give all the money she had saved over the years to Shifa and the others since they had saved the village. Satisfy me. I need a lot of things. A lewd voice came from behind. A man with a shifty appearance, dressed in a justice cloak, walked in through the shattered door, followed by a group of armed marines. I never expected that the infamous Arlong would die at the hands of a bunch of people I've never heard of. Colonel Mouse had a big smile on his face. Since Arlong was dead, his treasure and the credit for killing him belonged to him, along with the money that little girl had hidden. He could already imagine how delightful it would be to sit on a fortune of over 100 million berries and possibly be transferred from the branch to the headquarters. What are you Navy scum doing here at this time? A Jin shouted, protecting Nami and Nokigao behind him. Arlong's many years of evil deeds had a significant relationship with the Navy officer in front of them. The crowd reacted strongly, now that Arlong was dead. The mountain pressing down on them had disappeared, and they naturally wanted to rise up against it. Watching their reaction, the Marines raised their guns, seemingly ready to turn all the people present into sieves at Colonel Mouse's command. I, Colonel Mouse, am not unreasonable. After expending so much effort to deal with Arlong's gang, shouldn't you thank me? He opened his mouth, trying to take all the credit in just a few words, shamelessly asking the villagers for benefits. Everyone was filled with anger, but didn't know how to respond to such a shameless person. After all, the other party was the Navy. Historically, civilians do not fight against officials. Which branch are you from? How can you claim someone else's credit as your own? Daski was already deeply dissatisfied with Colonel Mouse's style, and hearing his remarks, combined with the villagers' attitudes towards him, it was obvious that this group of Navy personnel was colluding with the pirates. It was because of these scoundrels that justice could not reach every corner of the sea. I am Daski, a sergeant from the naval headquarters, and I will definitely report your actions and behavior to the headquarters. Seeing Daski's face full of hatred, Colonel Mouse felt that he might have kicked a hardboard. After all, she was a sergeant from the headquarters, although her rank might not be higher than his. The significance of the headquarters was something the branch could not compare to. Among the people she knew, there might be someone who could easily crush him. Given the circumstances, it seemed that he could only resort to violence. A sergeant from the headquarters, I might have to ask you to stay. Daski could never have imagined that. In order to cover up their crimes, her colleagues would actually turn against her. In her incredulous gaze, Colonel Mouse waved his hand, and the sailors pulled the trigger without hesitation, not even caring about the villagers beside her. Everyone closed their eyes in terror, but they only heard the crackling of gunfire and did not feel any bullets hitting them. When they opened their eyes, they saw an unbelievable scene. Colonel Mouse and his subordinates were paralyzed on the ground in fear, while the bullets they fired were suspended in midair in front of Shifa. A power user? Colonel Mouse could only think in the direction of the devil fruit, sitting on the ground and retreating. After a moment's thought, they should all be Navy, and, at most, they would be punished and dismissed. As for turning against his comrades, he wouldn't admit it no matter what. After all, the money he had earned over the years was enough for him to live carefree for the rest of his life. But it would be best if he could ease the situation. Gentlemen, I was just momentarily bewitched. Please bear with me. Let us pretend I was never here, okay? I will definitely send a big gift afterward. He rubbed his hands and walked over to Dasky with a fawning expression, cowardly towards the weak and fearful of the strong. The ugliness of human nature was vividly displayed in him at this moment, but Dasky had no intention of letting it go. If it weren't for Shifa's timely intervention, not only she, but all the civilians around would have died. This was something she could not tolerate. Just as she was about to speak, Shifa spoke up first. Eneru, kill them all. Understood. In his words, he showed no regard for the lives of these dozens of people. To Shifa, the level of scum masquerading as justice was no different from that of murderous pirates. They were not even considered human. Wait, but I am the Navy. Even if I did something wrong, it should be handled by someone from the headquarters. At this moment, Colonel Mouse was genuinely scared. These two men looked like they could kill without blinking. He now only hoped that the regulations of the naval headquarters could restrain them. Aegean and the others looked at Shifa with worried expressions. Although they hated this group of Navy personnel, they were also afraid that Shifa and the others would make a mistake because of them. Who told you that I am the Navy? Shifa's gaze was cold as he signaled Enel to take action. God's judgment. Colonel Mouse still wanted to say something, but Enel's lightning struck, an attack even Arlong couldn't withstand. And naturally, this group of idle Marines was completely wiped out. That benefactor, 1T killing Colonel Mouse have any impact on you? Aegean asked with a worried expression. Don't worry, we're fine. Dasky answered for Shifa. Originally, as just a mere sergeant from the headquarters, she couldn't make decisions in such matters. But with this man, it was different. The Marine branch's colonel, a scourge to the area, was killed by a warlord of the sea. As long as the report here was well written, the headquarters wouldn't have any objections. It's good that nothing happened. It's good that nothing happened. After hearing their responses, the worried villagers finally felt relieved. They then inquired about Shifa and Enel's names, expressing their intention to hold a banquet to thank the three of them for their help. Yaha, this is a celebration for the gods. Enel's childish enthusiasm was unstoppable. As for Shifa, he finally answered Nami's earlier question. I heard the oranges here are nice. Can I have some? Hearing that he wanted to eat oranges, Nami, who was already happy, beamed even more and eagerly offered to take them to her family's orange orchard. At the coast, a small boat quietly docked. It can't be wrong. Why is that guy also looking at the flag hanging on the little U? Zoro's expression darkened. Enel, just wait here. I'll go get you some oranges. Yaha, I didn't expect you to respect the gods too. Unaware of the situation, Enel thought it was Shifa's goodwill. As a god with a magnanimous heart, he naturally had to accept such admiration. At that moment, he, with his overly dramatic demeanor, seemed genuine in the eyes of everyone. Although he always regarded himself as a god, he indeed acted as their guardian. Dasky blended in among the villagers. She not only did nothing this time, but also felt she couldn't do anything. She could only help the villagers prepare for the banquet to give herself something to do. The justice of the Navy began to waver in her heart. What she had always upheld seemed to have become a joke. Miss Dasky, what's wrong? The cheerful villagers saw her helping to move things and were startled to find her in tears, rushing over to ask. If only I were stronger. She shook her head to indicate that everyone shouldn't worry, but the tears just wouldn't stop. That's Shifa. Your companion seems to be crying. Is everything okay? Nami and Noki Gao, heading towards the orange orchard with Shifa, also noticed the commotion behind them and curiously asked. This was something she should experience. Justice was not as pure in her heart as she thought. They speculated it might be due to Colonel Mouse's incident. Since Shifa didn't care, they had nothing more to say. Soon they arrived at their proud orange orchard, a golden expanse sparkling in the sunlight. Here, Nami skillfully peeled an orange and handed it to Shifa. How is it? Is it delicious? Under Nami's eager gaze, Shifa gave an answer that satisfied her. causing her to jump up in joy. Honestly, in this life and the last, these were the best oranges Shifa had ever eaten. The taste might not be vastly different, but the feeling was unique. Perhaps it was because the owner of the orchard took great care of it. The warmth of the heart seemed to come through the oranges. You too. Have you ever thought about going to see the sea? Another orange popped into his mouth, and Shifa's casual remark left the two of them stunned. For these two characters known to Shifa in the storyline, there was no need to consider whether they would betray him. Moreover, one was a cook, and the other a navigator, perfectly filling the vacancies on the ship. As for waiting for Tina, it was normal for positions of the same rank to rotate on such a large ship. Are you talking about becoming a Marine? Nami asked tentatively, suddenly recalling that when Shifa ordered the killing of Colonel Mouse at Arlong Park, he seemed to say he wasn't a Marine. I think it should be a pirate. This statement left both of them dumbfounded. He's a pirate? But Dasky is a Marine. It shouldn't make sense for them to be together, right? Nokigao still had a degree of fear and aversion towards pirates. Nami, however, had grown less hostile towards pirates. Yet, she already had a pirate crew she wanted to join. Soon, both decisively rejected Shifa. Nokigao's reason was that she had to guard the orange orchard left by her adoptive mother, while Nami was more straightforward, saying she already had a preferred pirate crew. He felt somewhat disappointed by the outcome, but it was within his expectations. The Straw Hat Pirates, after all. By the way, Shifa, look at this. Afraid of making him unhappy with the rejection, Nami pulled her to her little treasury, opened the floor, and revealed the shining treasures inside. This is probably worth 93 million berries. Can we consider it a reward for helping our village deal with Arlong and Colonel Mouse? Nami seemed to be showing off her years of hard work. This money was originally saved to buy freedom for the entire village. Now, everyone was not only free, but also free of threats, even if she was greedy for money. She felt this money should be given to Shifa as a thank you. Shifa looked at the treasure on the ground, his eyes showing no trace of greed. He didn't lack money at all. The value of the gold, silver, jewels, and berries on his ship far exceeded what was here. Moreover, he was a butcher. If he ran out of money, he could just cruise around the Grand Line for a bit and earn more. Leave it for your villagers. If you really want to use money to ask me to take action, this is still far from enough. He didn't look at the treasure anymore and strolled through the orange grove, occasionally picking one, peeling it, and putting it in his mouth. Seeing Shifa say this, Nami hid the treasure again. She had already thought about how to use this money. This man in front of her, like Luffy and the others, was a good pirate. Nami. As she smiled, she heard Luffy's voice behind her. She turned around and saw several men running toward her. They had arrived. Shifa's ears trembled. He had been in this world for almost 2 months and was finally going to meet the main character. Luffy. Nami, free from Arlong's constraints, felt no more shackles on her body. At this moment, she truly wanted to become this man's partner. The group had just entered the village and saw everyone preparing for a feast. After some inquiries, they learned that Nami had always had her own struggles. Following the guidance of a villager, they found their way here. Nami, be my partner. For the first time, Nami felt that not all pirates were bad people. It was because of this man that she wanted to sail the seas with him. Was it the timeline playing tricks? Or did she arrive too late? Even if it wasn't Luffy who defeated Arlong, he still managed to invite Nami. Watching the two embrace, Shifa couldn't help but sigh. His journey to invite companions had been quite rocky. He had deceived a little girl, convinced someone with a middle school syndrome, and failed with everyone else. The companion recruitment rate was just too low. However, he thought about it. All the people he had invited were characters from the original story, and those individuals basically didn't have to worry about betrayal. But the success rate was still quite low. If he publicly announced that he was recruiting crew members, people would surely flock to join him. But that wouldn't be fun. Shifa has decided to live a life of freedom, to live as he pleases. And he would never seek companions just for the sake of having them. You guy, are you the one who helped Nami out of trouble? You seem really strong. Thank you. With a pure and innocent smile, Luffy approached Shifa, touching his hat as he recalled what Zoro had just said. Zoro, do you recognize this flag? Seeing Zoro's panicked expression, Luffy's demeanor became serious. As a former pirate hunter, I would never mistake this. The owner of this ship is another warlord of the sea, renowned alongside Mihawk. He is known as the Black-Winged Demon, UlquiorraTravels. As soon as these words were spoken, nearly everyone on the ship turned pale with fear. Zoro had just been defeated by Mihawk with absolute superiority, and now another monster of equal fame had appeared. How could that not be terrifying? It was just a casual matter. Looking at the little guy in front of him, Shifa contemplated whether to give him a beating to let him experience the harshness of society. Time quickly turned to night. The banquet was held at Arlong Park. A bonfire lit up the entire park in Kakoshia village as villagers gathered to sing and dance, with countless types of food and drinks. Enel, as the great contributor, sat by the bonfire, receiving toasts from everyone one by one. By the end of the day, his face was almost frozen in a smile. Yet, he couldn't help but feel that joy. It turned out that compared to fear, the respect that comes from the heart is what the gods truly desire. Shifa sat alone in a corner, slowly sipping wine and eating meat. He enjoyed watching the lively scene, but didn't particularly like to join in. As for the original main character group, they naturally blended into the banquet with their outgoing nature. Luffy and Usopp were goofing around with their chopsticks while eating, and bursts of laughter could be heard from the crowd. Zoro was quietly sipping his drink when Dazbones recognized the Wado Ikamanji at his waist and began to question him about the sword's origins. When he saw a woman resembling Kuina chasing after him with questions, he couldn't take it anymore and hid in that corner. Sanji was mingling with the chefs, helping to prepare dishes while learning about the advantages of cooking from different places. Suddenly, his transponder snail rang at an inopportune moment, and Shifa picked up the receiver. "Doctor, Vegapunk agreed to your request, but he couldn't guarantee success." A gentle voice from Bartholomew Kuma came through. "It's fine. Things like this are never easy to accomplish. All I want is for him to try to make it." It was something that had never appeared in the original storyline, and it seemed to be a matter of chance. No one could guarantee whether this genius scientist could actually research it. Shifa would not doubt whether the other party would attempt anything. One advantage of this world is that most well-known people value righteousness, integrity, and honesty, which is something Shifa appreciates. It seems that Bonnie has already entered the Great Route. From now on, please take good care of her, and if possible, do not interfere in her life. There was a pause on the other side before the latter half of the sentence was spoken. As an incompetent father, he couldn't be by Bonnie's side, but he still hoped that the path Bonnie takes next will be chosen by her own will. He hoped she would move forward as a strong girl towards the direction she desires, without being interfered with by anyone, not even himself. Shifa was speechless. After all, his intention was to bring Bonnie onto his ship, while now she was asking him not to intervene in her life. This was clearly inconsistent with his own thoughts, and Xiong did not know. However, Shifa, with his godlike perspective, clearly understood that Bonnie set sail not to seek that boring treasure. In a sense, what she was searching for was her own unique One Piece. Everything Xiong had done had already gone against what Bonnie was pursuing. But Xiong's research on the body was nearing its end. With just his few words, it was impossible to make this man betray the world government. The deal made for Bonnie's life was something he could not violate. If only he had crossed over sooner. For the first time, Shifa had this idea, but unfortunately, everything had already been set in stone. He could only take away the last remaining memory of the Big Bear in the future. Your strange devil fruit ability should be able to extract your own memories, right? On the other side, the Big Bear fell into silence, not expecting that Shifa could think of this as well. After receiving a positive answer, the two of them came up with a plan. Until the moment the call was hung up, Shifa did not answer the Big Bear's question. Perhaps in his view, this was already a very clear answer. Shifa does not intend to interfere in her life, as long as she needs to know what exactly happened. Then it's up to her to decide whether to continue playing pirate dress-up or to follow her own path. Are all the 7 warlords as strong as Mihawk? A figure sat down next to Shifa, and the obvious green algae hair indicated the identity of the newcomer. The 7 warlords each have different levels of strength. The injuries on you must have been left by Mihawk, as I encountered him at sea. Shifa didn't expect that Zoro, the former pirate hunter, would kind of chat with him. It's him. One day, I will surpass him. Zoro gently touched the bandage on his chest. The scars on his back were the shame of a swordsman, while the front was glory. Among the 7 warlords, with your strength, you can't handle even one of them. To Shifa, a pure plot kill like Crocodile doesn't count as a strength victory, even though he completely looked down on the opponent. You still need to become stronger. If you want to reach the level of me and Mihawk, at least wait until your bounty reaches 3 billion before we talk. This number left Zoro speechless. As far as he knew, none of the 7 warlords seemed to have reached that amount. But he didn't think that this butcher in front of him would speak without basis. Which means their strength must be far beyond the terrifying level represented by the bounty before becoming a warlord. It's indeed a long journey. After downing a flask of hot wine, he fell silent. A night passed until dawn. The 3 of Shifa decided to leave, while the Straw Hat Pirates, for some reasons, decided to stay for another day. What a pity. I was hoping to have a fight with you, Shifa. Hee hee. Luffy had no idea what kind of monster was in front of him. The fearless nature of a rookie was just like that. Monkey de Luffy. This time, I'll let you off the hook, but next time, when we meet in the Grand Line, I hope your strength can match your big mouth. In this sea, small fry like you can't even reach the threshold to see me. So keep working hard. Smooth sailing isn't a good thing for them. When a confident mouse encounters a fierce tiger, there will only be one outcome. Shifa doesn't mind giving them a painful lesson at the end of the amusement park after some time. I'm going to be the pirate king. The carefree Luffy didn't pay attention to Shifa's warning and still had a big smile on his face. Strange. Why do I always feel like I want to beat this guy up? Eneru looked confused, having never met the other party before. But upon seeing him, he immediately felt that the guy's face was asking for a beating. Let's go. Shifa patted the thinking Eneru, and the three of them boarded the ship. Amid the grateful gazes of the people in Kakoja village, the little crow set sail. Those people seem to be pirates as well. Doesn't Mr. Shifa intend to deal with them? It feels like the members of the Straw Hat Pirates are not bad people. But the fact that Shifa didn't take action against them is something that Dasky finds very curious. This man seems to never show mercy to pirates. During this journey, haven't you seen a lot? Shifa took off his shirt, put on a pair of sunglasses, and lay on a deck chair, basking in the sunlight. This world is divided into black and white, and there has always been a mix of black and white and black. If you want to uphold the justice in your heart, the road ahead is still long. Dasky recalled the actions of Colonel Mouse. It seems that justice and evil are not determined by a simple identity. Good and evil are defined by people. Mr. Shifa, please teach me to become stronger. She walked up to Shifa and bowed close to 90 degrees. Shifa, under his sunglasses, looked bewildered. If you want to get stronger, you should go to your Navy headquarters. I won't teach anyone. He refused without hesitation. His own strength is innate, and he doesn't even know how to systematically teach others to become stronger. Just the fact that Eneru has yet to grasp the trick of hockey is enough to give him a headache. He's even considering whether to find someone who truly understands to teach him. Besides, I'm a pirate. You, a dignified Navy headquarters officer, want to learn from me? Shifa joked that if he hadn't met his Daki, he would think that all pirates should be captured, let alone seek advice from him. Now, I no longer judge people's good and evil based on their stance. Daki's little face turned red, but she answered with her head held high. Seeing her no longer confused, it seemed she had found her true sense of justice. I'm hungry, time to cook. Yes. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed, and they had returned to the town where it all began and ended. Aren't you going to report to your superior? During this time, thanks to Mr. Shifa and Mr. Enel for their care. On the street, Daki once again bowed to the two in front of her. Although she hadn't learned any strong techniques on Shifa's ship nor received any pointers, she had witnessed the world's strongest swordsman and the most renowned black blade. She witnessed the joy of a village's civilians after being rescued. She saw the filth beneath the cloak of justice and the light in the darkness. What all this gave her far exceeded what she had contributed during this time. No more confusion. She turned and ran away. The atmosphere no longer heavy like their first meeting. Shifa could see that some kind of shackles on her seemed to have been broken. Let's go. Now that he knew the current direction of the plot, Shifa felt more relaxed about controlling time. He called Enel, and they strolled around the streets of Road Town. After all, it was the town where the Pirate King was executed, and it was still quite prosperous. I'm sorry. An 11 or 12-year-old boy accidentally bumped into Shifa and hurriedly apologized before running away without looking back. That little brat wasn't very clean, stealing from his own captain. Isn't this a shame for a god? Enel coldly watched the direction he ran off to. Same to you. Shifa gently tossed the bulging wallet in his hand. The two did not plan to rush over and expose him directly. They followed the little boy at a leisurely pace. Jackpot! Jackpot! The little boy ran to a dilapidated street, piled high with all kinds of household garbage, emitting a foul stench. He carefully glanced around to confirm that no one was watching before eagerly opening Shifa's wallet to count the money. There was actually 100,000 berries. He was thrilled. This amount was equivalent to several days' earnings for him, bringing him one step closer to his dream. What is this? He discovered a folded piece of paper stuffed in the wallet's compartment. Black-winged demon UlquiorraTravels, bounty, 10, 100,000, 10,000. As he counted the amount on the bounty notice, he broke into a cold sweat, and the notice even fell to the ground. Had he just stolen from supervillain? It's fine, it's fine. He probably didn't notice. I was very careful. He reached into his inner coat pocket, pulled out a handkerchief, and nervously wiped the sweat from his forehead while constantly checking his surroundings. Wait, while wiping his forehead, he seemed to sense something and began to pat himself down, only to realize his wallet was missing. It must have been at that moment. That man was his first customer of the day, and they had only brushed against each other. It must have been then that he had taken it. Inside was his card with hundreds of thousands of berries saved. His heart bled as he wanted to go back and find that man. But then he remembered the bounty notice and prayed that the other party wouldn't come looking for him. "Little Jerry, looks like you're in luck today, counting money so soon." Jerry heard one of the voices he least wanted to hear at that moment. Turning around, he saw a group of young men in their 20s, dressed casually with hair of various colors, walking out from an alley. They were the local bullies in Rogtown, who enjoyed picking on kids and civilians. The man who had just spoken was one of them. However, they weren't pirates and hadn't committed any particularly serious crimes. Even if the Navy caught them, they would only be locked up for a few days and would return to their old ways. Moreover, they weren't afraid of jail at all. They said it was a hard training ground, and being caught was just an opportunity to gain experience, boasting about it to other rascals once they got out. "Brothers, do you need something from your little brother?" There was no way to outrun them, so he could only see if he could minimize his losses. "You little brat, if I hadn't seen you sneaking around counting money here yesterday, I wouldn't have known you could steal so much." The man who had just spoken lightly patted Jerry's face, looking smug. "Just in time, my buddies just got out of the hard training ground and have no money for food. Why don't you treat us to a meal with today's earnings?" Without further ado, he pulled Jerry's right hand behind his back and snatched one of the wallets away. "No, give it back." Jerry struggled to get the wallet back, but was quickly knocked to the ground by the man's companions with a few punches and kicks. Right now, he only had one thought: to get that wallet back. His years of savings were gone, and if this wallet was taken away, he didn't know how he would face returning home. "Give it back." Like a mad dog, he bit down on the man's calf, holding the wallet, causing intense pain that made the man repeatedly punch and kick Jerry's head. With two of his teeth shattered and blood streaming down his face, Jerry gasped for breath on the ground. The bitten man wanted to kick him again, but was pulled back by others nearby. "If we keep hitting him, we might kill him. Don't you remember who the commander of the Navy in this town is?" Thinking of the fierce and ruthless appearance of Smoker, the White Hunter, he shivered all over and ultimately refrained from kicking again. "Give it back." Just as they turned to leave, Jerry's hand once again grabbed the man's pant leg, causing him to become irritated and step down hard on Jerry's hand. Jerry cried out in pain and had to let go, helplessly watching them take his stolen wallet and prepare to enjoy themselves, tears streaming down his face. Just a minor setback. After a moment, he stood up again, wiped away his tears, and limped home, his back resembling a lone wolf after a failed hunt. "Boss, is it really okay that we beat that kid up so badly just now?" One of the little thugs felt a bit apprehensive. This wasn't the first time they had gone hard on someone. But after all, the other party was just a kid. He wondered if he could handle it. "Don't worry. We just gave him a beating. We didn't kill him. Even if Smoker finds out, we can just go back to the hard training ground for a while." The man holding the wallet didn't take the matter to heart. He was more concerned about what to eat for a big meal later. After all, he had just checked, and there were 100,000 berries in the wallet. "Hey there, it looks like you're holding my wallet." Just before they reached the main street, Shifa's tall figure blocked their way. The real owner has come to find them. The group of little thugs initially felt some fear, but then they thought, having been around Rogtown for a while, this person looked tall, but spoke politely, which surely meant he was easy to bully. The leading thug couldn't help but think of taking advantage of the situation. "I was just saying, it looks like you have my wallet on you." The group understood immediately and prepared to take action against Shifa. Seriously, with a casual wave, a splash of bright red blossomed in the alley. In Rogtown, in a remote and sparsely populated neighborhood, the houses were dilapidated, littered with garbage, and only a few households scattered about, all indicating the poverty of the area. "Brother, what happened?" Jerry gently pushed open the door of one of the old, broken houses, where a 7 or 8-year-old girl rushed forward upon seeing his battered appearance. The girl was dressed beautifully, standing in stark contrast to Jerry's simple attire and their impoverished family. "It's nothing, little Jamie. I just tripped and fell." Jerry gritted his teeth against the pain and gently stroked his sister's smooth, delicate hair, yet he dared not show a smile. Just a little bit more, and he could take his sister and mother away from this filthy place, allowing her to live happily like other children. His heart was filled with grievances and unwillingness, but his face remained calm, as if nothing had happened. At worst, they could start over. Jamie also held back the tears welling up in her eyes, running to the room to fetch a medical kit, gently tending to Jerry's wounds. Her brother always thought she knew nothing, but in fact, she knew everything. Sometimes her brother came home covered in injuries, which were the result of being beaten for stealing. She wanted to persuade him to stop, that it was wrong. But when she heard their mother's cough and thought of her brother's dreams, she couldn't bring herself to say anything. Looking at her frail brother, and then at her beautiful clothes, she felt a pang in her heart. Her brother never skimped on food or clothing for her and their mother, but he always acted as if he didn't care. If only she could grow up quickly to help her brother. Jerry naturally noticed his sister's almost tearful expression. He gently wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, softly comforting her and promising to be more careful next time. Although he didn't know how many times he had made that promise before. He had once tried to work steadily, but others bullied him for being a child, often cutting his wages and sometimes not paying him at all. The weight of the family burden fell on this 12-year-old boy. It hadn't been his spine, but it had crushed his upright heart. Without money, their mother and sister couldn't eat, and their family would be stuck in this slum for a lifetime, possibly starving to death tomorrow. So he began to steal, specifically targeting those who looked wealthy and unfamiliar, but he never expected today's encounter to end so tragically. Perhaps it was retribution. He originally wanted to join the Navy to catch bad guys, but he had turned into a thorough little villain himself. So it was only fitting that he faced retribution. He just had planned to wash his hands of it. After all, his family depended on him for food. The sudden sound of coughing caught their attention, and they hurried to their mother's room. A frail woman lay on the bed, clearly in her 30s. But due to the merciless passage of time and illness, she looked like a 50-year-old, emaciated old lady. She had been bedridden for several years. Jamie took a bowl, poured some water, and brought it to the woman by the bed. "Here, Mom, drink some water." The woman, hearing this, tried to sit up with difficulty, and Jerry quickly stepped forward to support her. After drinking the water, she looked at the scars on Jerry's body and fell silent, as if contemplating something. Finally, she spoke. "Little Jerry, sell the knife." "How could I?" Jerry rejected her without hesitation. The knife their mother mentioned was the one passed down from her ancestors, known as one of the supreme blades, the Black Blade Manlong. Legend has it that hundreds of years ago, their mother's ancestor was a renowned swordsman holding a black blade, traversing the world, and ultimately fought against a giant dragon in an epic battle. With this knife, he slayed the dragon, and from then on, the name Manlong shook the seas and lands. However, the dragon slayer also succumbed to his injuries soon after. Jerry had grown up listening to the story of Manlong and his ancestor, and for him, the significance of Manlong was far beyond that of a mere supreme blade. The expected refusal did not anger or disappoint the mother. She didn't want to sell the ancestral knife either. But she was even less willing to let her son risk his life every day to earn money. Although she didn't know what her son was doing, she was sure it wasn't a respectable job. What respectable job would involve falling down every few days? After seeing her son so badly injured today, she could no longer hold back. She was terrified that one day her son would go out and never come back. At that moment, all thoughts of supreme blades and ancestral glory were cast aside. She just wanted her family to be happy and healthy. Go to the Navy. They might buy Manlong for a low price, but at least they won't bully you. Her words were unquestionable. Manlong had to be sold. Even if it meant selling it cheap, the Navy would at least give them enough money to live a stable life. As for selling it to merchants, she didn't even want to think about it. Merchants would certainly offer much higher prices, but she didn't dare to gamble on whether they would have ill intentions. Possession is a crime. With no background, they couldn't afford that risk. Although the Navy might not pay a high price for the knife, she knew that the base commander in Rowtown was a downright good person. Seeing her mother's determined expression, Jerry knew there was no turning back, and he could only obediently pull out a large box from under her bed with great difficulty. Opening the box, inside lay the legendary sword Manlong that had roamed the world hundreds of years ago. Its length was even comparable to Jerry's height, with a black sheath covered in dark red patterns and a completely black hilt. Even after so many years of being sealed away, Tom had left no marks on the sheath or hilt. As for the blade itself, they had never seen it. Their mother's ancestors had decreed that future generations were not allowed to draw it unless they were supremely powerful. The resentment of the slain dragon lingered, and to prevent the vengeful spirit from harming anyone, the ancestors sealed it within the knife, and drawing it would surely awaken it. Jerry felt very distressed. Even when they were so poor that the three of them could only eat one bun, his mother never let him sell the knife. But today, she was asking him to sell it. It must be because she saw how badly he was hurt that she would say this. Thinking of this, Jerry's hatred for those local bullies grew even stronger. Once he gained strength, he would definitely seek revenge. He found a piece of rag from home and wrapped the entire knife in it. After bidding farewell to his mother and sister, he opened the door and cautiously observed his surroundings before leaving. He walked very slowly, taking light steps, afraid of being heard, glancing around with every step to confirm that no one was nearby. As long as he could get away from this area. Once he reached the main city, even if someone took a fancy to his knife, They wouldn't dare to rob him openly. But it seemed he was having a particularly bad day. Just as he was about to exit the alley, he saw the last people he wanted to encounter. Two tall figures stood in front of him, blocking out all the sunlight. It was Shifa and Eneru. One was 3 meters tall, the other 7 meters, towering over the 12-year-old Jerry like two giants. Jerry's heart was filled with fear. These were notorious villains with a bounty exceeding 1 billion, and they would definitely kill him. He should have known better than to rush out. How could he not have thought that they might still be lurking on the street? Jerry instinctively clutched the wrapped man-long tightly against his chest. To him, it was more important than his own life. "We meet again, little brat." Shifa's tone was very light, but in the backlight shadows, his emerald-green pupils seemed to flicker with a terrifying glimmer. "Gentlemen, it seems we haven't met before, have we?" Jerry could only pretend to be ignorant, praying that the two would spare his poor self. "Is that so? I thought this wallet was yours, but it seems not. Let's go, Eneru." Shifa pulled out a bulging wallet from his inner pocket, tossing it in the air for fun while pretending to turn with Eneru. Wait. It turned out they had picked it up after it fell. Jerry wrapped his arms around Shifa's thigh, his eyes filled with hope. If he could get his wallet back, he could persuade his mother not to sell the dragon. After all, it was a treasure passed down from his ancestors, a family heirloom to him. How could it be sold cheaply for money? It's mine, it's mine. Big brother, you really have a good eye? Seeing Jerry at this moment, who felt like he could swear loyalty and call him a foster father, Shifa shivered. Hold on tight. Jerry excitedly took the wallet, opened it, and began to carefully count the money inside, the light in his eyes almost overflowing. Shifa and Eneru looked at him with a greedy expression and turned to leave. They were not going to make things difficult for such a young kid. Along the way, they witnessed the boy's tragic experiences, being beaten, robbed, and struggling in a poor household where it was indeed hard for just one child to bear. When a person commits a crime for the sake of bread, it is the world that is guilty. Shifa felt that he had killed too few people. However, as he watched the two turn to leave, Jerry wavered at that moment. He had stolen their money, but they had found his wallet and returned it to him. His heart began to feel guilty. He could tell himself that being a thief was to survive, but he could not tolerate being ungrateful. He quickly ran up to them, and at the moment they turned around, he knelt down on the ground, drawing the attention of people on the street to the three of them. A hint of doubt flashed in Shifa's eyes, while Eneru seemed accustomed to it. Being worshipped as a god was normal. "I'm really sorry. I stole your wallet." Jerry completely failed to consider that this was in the street, and passersby looked at him with disdain after hearing it. His already bruised face was now further reddened by shame, but he remained kneeling. "That wallet was taken by someone else, but I can pay you back. I have money. Please forgive me." Jerry pulled out money from his own wallet, only to find it was just a handful of small change, nowhere near enough to make 100,000. "Can we go to the cash exchange at the naval base? Can I pay you back there?" More and more people gathered around, and Jerry's voice grew quieter. "My wallet?" Jerry saw Shifa pull out another wallet from his pocket and suddenly stood up, rushing over to examine it closely, confirming it was the one he had just stolen. Realizing it was a misunderstanding, the crowd began to disperse. After all, a kid claimed to have stolen money, and the adults said it hadn't been stolen. They just considered it a source of amusement. Why? He was a bit confused. Wasn't the wallet taken by that group of thugs? How did it return to its original owner? Just now, a group of passionate young people found my wallet and returned it to me. Shifa's voice seemed a bit gloomy, and Jerry felt a bit scared. He swallowed hard and looked up at his face. The pale face, the terrifying eyes, and the slightly raised corners of his mouth made Jerry feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Just a moment ago, in a fit of shame, he had actually forgotten that the guy in front of him was a super villain. At this moment, Jerry felt that his previous thoughts and actions were so ridiculous. This man happened to be waiting for him at the exit of the alley he had carefully chosen, and it was so coincidental that he ran into the hot-blooded thugs who got his wallet back. Once these two coincidences were pieced together, they were no longer coincidences. They had been following him from the very beginning. Jerry had completely guessed the truth of the matter, and at this point he was drenched in sweat, not even feeling the pain from the beating. He didn't know what he would face next, and he began to regretting why he had to go home. They must know where he lived, and he was so afraid they would harm his sister and mother. A man with a bounty exceeding 1 billion. Just think about it. It was obvious he couldn't be a good person. It's even possible that their accomplices had already gone to his home. Jerry thought, his legs almost giving way, looking at the two, wanting to kneel down and admit his mistake again. Shifa's sharp eyes and quick hands directly seized the almost kneeling Jerry and disappeared from the spot. while Eneru transformed into a bolt of lightning and vanished, leaving behind a trail of confused passersby. Are you scared? Shifa looked at the little ghost he had thrown on the ground. Jerry had no mood to care about how they performed the instant transfer. His mind was consumed by a single thought. Can you not kill me? Don't hurt my family. I'll do anything. It would be a lie to say he wasn't afraid of death, but compared to his own life, Jerry was more worried about his family. His mother was sick, and his younger sister was still so small. How would they survive without him? So he had to survive no matter what. It seemed he had seen the bounty notice in his wallet. Yaha, this is the fate of defying the gods. Their words only chilled Jerry's heart further. After all, great pirates were notorious for their ruthlessness. Jerry glanced at what he held in his arms, and he could no longer think of a better way. His mother and sister must survive. If possible, he wanted to live too. He patted his knees and backside, stood up with determination in his eyes, and calmly looked at the two. If they would not spare his life, then he would stake his life as a stone, watering it with blood. Jerry tore away the rag wrapped around the barbaric dragon. Placing his hand on the hilt of the knife, he was no longer afraid, only filled with the resolve that if he did not succeed, he would die trying. At this moment, he finally earned Shifa's respect. Shifa could see that fear had filled his heart, but after the fear and helplessness, he calmed down. He did not choose to continue begging for mercy, nor did he become mad. He chose to fight. Shifa saw his strong will to survive and the hidden ambition deep in his heart. Those who have storm in their chest, but a calm face, can be appointed as generals. Shifa revealed a satisfied smile. If you want to survive, you must pick up the knife. Where's this? The surroundings were a wasteland, and the two pirates had disappeared. Even Lowtown was nowhere to be seen. The deathly silence and unfamiliar environment made Jerry uneasy. He only remembered placing his hand on the knife's hilt, and just as he was about to draw it, his consciousness suddenly sank, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself here. This is the future of your hometown. La 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 la. A strange laughter came. He looked up in the direction of the sound, and a pair of vertical pupils, larger than his body, appeared before him. It was a barbarian dragon. Jerry instantly thought of it. This was the remnant soul of the barbarian dragon killed by his mother's ancestor, and also the origin of the knife's name. This dragon has smelled the sin of that man on you. You are his descendant. La 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 la. I have seen your memories, weakling. You cannot protect anything. Hundreds of years ago, the barbarian dragon was at the peak of its power, believing itself invincible and causing havoc everywhere, determined to turn the world into its paradise. It dismissed any so-called government or army, displaying a demeanor of looking down on the world. At that time, a man appeared who dared to stop it. The dragon originally thought the opponent was just a decorative pillow, but that battle lasted for 5 days and nights. It had never seen a man as powerful as that. Their battle reached a stalemate for a long time. Relying on its advantage of flight and strong self-healing ability, it continuously wore down the opponent. Until the 5th day, as it watched the man kneel on one knee, exhausted, it let its guard down and descended to the ground, giving him a perfect opportunity. Even though it landed on the ground, it remained vigilant, ready to respond to the man's surprise attack, but it still underestimated him. The man rushed at it with incredible speed, and its giant claw struck at him fiercely. It thought, as it always did, that he would dodge or that their weapons would clash, and they would fight again. It was wrong. The man did dodge, but he merely sidestepped, piercing through half of its body while delivering an unparalleled sword strike. That astonishing sword energy, even after hundreds of years, it could not forget. One sword strike. Hundreds of years of cultivation turned to nothing. A 1,000-year lifespan vanished. How could it not hate? At the moment of death, its powerful resentment turned it into a vengeful spirit. Although it could only maintain this form for a short time, it still wanted to take revenge on everything, to destroy everything. But that man at the last moment actually drew a line and confined himself within the blade. To this day, it could not count how many years had passed. It only knew it had been a very long time, and it finally emerged, still the descendant of that man. What do you want to do? Jerry felt no regret. After all, it was just a stupid dragon killed by his ancestor. Do you see this wasteland? This is what your hometown will look like soon. I will make you kill your most beloved family member with your own hands. This is punishment for your ancestor. The barbarian dragon transformed into a cloud of black smoke, instantly wrapping around Jerry. No matter how he struggled, he could not even make a sound. In reality, the sky began to darken, and a wave of black smoke flowed out from the sheath, entwining around Jerry, as a terrifying resentment began to spread. He squinted his eyes and suddenly opened them wide. A pair of vertical pupils appeared within, and a sinister smile emerged on his bruised face. looking very strange. "Welcome to destruction. La 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 la." With the knife sheath in his left hand and the knife in his right, Jerry howled to the sky. He was now a barbarian dragon. Could it be that guy's doing? The suddenly strange sky and some bad premonition caught Smoker's attention as he drove toward the darkening sky. It seems to have been manipulated by that strange knife. Shifa, who was somewhat well-informed, immediately saw the problem. Is there an old man hidden in the knife? Looking at Jerry, who was enveloped in black energy and exuding murderous intent, Shifa dismissed that thought. It must be some kind of cackling monster. I heard that thunder specializes in dealing with darkness. Shifa revealed a mysterious smile. 30 million volts, Thunder Beast. Under Shifa's instruction, Enel casually summoned a wolf-shaped Thunder Beast, charging toward the barbarian dragon. "Little ant, even if this dragon is now just a soul, you are not worthy to be my enemy." The barbarian dragon, seeing this, not only did not dodge, but swung its knife to try to cut the Thunder Wolf. But as soon as the blade touched the Thunder Wolf, its soul felt as if it were being devoured by countless ferocious beasts, causing indescribable pain. It fell to the ground, convulsing, continuously shouting, confirming Shifa's guess. "It really is a case of one thing overcoming another." Shifa exclaimed that, just from the aura, this creature's strength was higher than Enel's. But even a casual strike from Enel could leave it in unbearable pain. The barbaric dragon glared at the two with eyes full of hatred, breathing heavily as if it wanted to skin them alive. Damn it! After a roar of anger, it instead turned around and fled at an extremely fast speed towards the distance. The decisiveness of that choice left even Shifa momentarily stunned. "Ulquiorra, what the hell are you doing?" After stopping, it was clear that nothing had happened here. But Shifa was indeed present, and Smoker could only direct his anger towards him. "If you can keep up, come take a look." Shifa took a light step and disappeared from his sight, followed by a flash of lightning flying into the distance. These two bastards. The feeling of being ignored made Smoker very unhappy, veins bulging on his forehead as he twisted the throttle and chased after them again. What on earth is that human? His ability actually restrains the soul of this dragon. The rampaging dragon was already sweating profusely, just from that last strike. It felt its remnant soul was on the verge of collapse. It dared not linger any longer, with so little power left. It needed to complete its most desired task before its remnant soul dissipated. At that moment, its target appeared in sight. Found it. How lucky. Those two women were actually coming closer to him. Jamie was pushing her mother in a wheelchair towards Jerry. The rampaging dragon's target was Jamie and her mother. It intended to use this little brat's body to kill the person it loved the most. It initially wanted to kill them first and then commit suicide, ensuring that that man's bloodline would be severed from the world. But then it thought making him live a life worse than death would be the greatest torment for him. Rampaging dragon. When the sky changed, she guessed it must be the rampaging dragon breaking free. Looking in that direction, it was clearly not the Navy branch. So she knew something had happened to Jerry. Thus, she had her daughter push her out of the house and come in this direction. La 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 la. The scent of that man. The bloodline in her grew stronger, and the killing intent of the rampaging dragon intensified, arriving before her in the blink of an eye. "Watch closely, little brat." No. Jerry, who was imprisoned, struggled desperately to stop the rampaging dragon. But he couldn't break free from its control and could only watch helplessly as the rampaging dragon slowly approached his mother with a knife. At that moment, he felt regret. Why didn't he just let those two pirates kill him earlier? At least his mother and sister might not be involved. At this time, the rampaging dragon noticed the woman was terrifyingly calm, and it had a bad premonition. Sure enough, when it got close enough, her left hand, hidden behind her back, suddenly splashed forward. Fortunately, it had a premonition and narrowly dodged it. Looking down, it saw that it was a vial of blood, which fell to the ground and emitted a wave of scorching heat. How could it not recognize this thing? It was its own blood, dragon blood, the purest and most young substance. That man actually left a backup. Seeing that the rampaging dragon had dodged the dragon blood, despair filled the woman's heart. This was a method passed down from her ancestors to deal with it, and since it had failed, she had nothing to say. Only sorry for her two children. Hot tears streamed down her face. "Brother, wake up quickly." Jamie stood in front of her mother as the rampaging dragon raised the long knife in hand. Jerry's hoarse shout and his desperate attempt to block had only made the rampaging dragon pause for a moment. The blade fell but stopped just an inch in front of Jamie's forehead. "Who gave you the confidence to kill in front of me?" A pale hand grasped the edge of the blade. Shifa's hand was gripping the blade, and no matter how hard the barbarian dragon tried, the blade couldn't budge an inch. then there's no choice. The barbarian dragon's words were filled with reluctance, yet also anticipation. Trapped in Jerry's weak and battered body, it had to expend a large amount of its remaining soul to do anything. However, if it could seize this powerful body in front of it, it might be able to cause maximum destruction to this island, using Shifa's power before completely dissipating. The black mist that was originally wrapped around Jerry began to surge towards Shifa through the blade. Sir! Jerry's mother saw the black mist gathering around Shifa and immediately guessed the barbarian dragon's intentions. The best outcome would be to lure the barbarian dragon to herself. She was already frail, and if the barbarian dragon possessed her, it wouldn't be able to exert much power. The woman tried to push her daughter, who was blocking her, aside, but found that Jamie was as immovable as a rock. She was determined to protect her mother. In the blink of an eye, Jerry found himself regaining control of his body, and the blade was now in Shifa's hands, which were wrapped in black mist. Taking advantage of Shifa's momentary daze, he quickly pushed his mother and sister aside, away from Shifa. With a villain and the soul of a barbarian dragon combined, he felt that the entire Rog Town might be doomed because of his choice, becoming the kind of destruction the barbarian dragon had shown him. What a tremendous power this is! Shifa swung his arm, and a powerful momentum spread like a tide, causing the sky, which had gradually cleared due to the weakening of the barbarian dragon's power, to become overcast once again. Was that the legendary barbarian dragon? Smoker, who had stopped his vehicle, wore a serious expression. He had heard stories of the barbarian dragon when he was a child and never expected such a troublesome entity would attach itself to another troublesome figure. Feeling the immense power emanating from Shifa's body, Smoker sensed that Rog Town was about to face a major crisis. Hey, are you done playing? As the captain of God, I don't believe you can be easily controlled. Enel, standing next to Smoker, looked at him with disdain. His expression had not changed from the beginning to the end, as the man who had defeated him and the world's strongest. If he were so easily controlled by such trash, Enel would consider himself blind. Is this guy your captain? Then don't mess around. Be careful, blades are merciless. My remaining soul won't last much longer. Once I've done what I need to do, I will naturally return the body to your captain. The barbarian dragon was overjoyed to learn that the body it occupied belonged to Enel's captain. Among those present, only Enel made it feel wary. As long as he didn't oppose it, it could do whatever it wanted. The barbarian dragon felt that it had succeeded from Jerry's memories. It saw that Shifa was a pirate with a high bounty, which meant he was also a villain, since they were both bad guys. Even if it committed murder using his body, his companions wouldn't mind. Suddenly, the barbarian dragon realized a blind spot. When it occupied Jerry's body, it clearly saw his memories. But why hadn't it seen the memories of this body? Moreover, even a weak child could slightly resist its control. However, since it entered this body, it had felt no sign of resistance at all. Suddenly, the world spun. To everyone else, the barbarian dragon merely paused for a moment, but in reality, its consciousness had been pulled into Shifa's consciousness world. The barbarian dragon found itself in a vast white forest, with countless towering trees obscuring the sky and white sand and stones on the ground. As a giant dragon, it felt fear for the second time in its life. It had clearly occupied that man's body, but its consciousness was passively appearing in another place. There was no doubt that Shifa had pulled it into the consciousness space. This meant that the man's soul was far stronger than its own, so much so that it couldn't even sense the difference. An aura of extinction filled the surroundings. The barbarian dragon saw nothing but felt itself surrounded by something. It sensed no living presence, but it knew that something was watching it, and there were many of them. Stop playing tricks and show yourself. Gathering its courage, the barbarian dragon shouted towards the forest, its voice seemingly spreading far away. Yet it felt as if it hadn't gone anywhere, the echo swirling in its ears, making its scalp tingle. The echoes grew closer, but the voices reaching the barbarian dragon's ears seemed to become sharper, sending chills down its spine. Suddenly, the space rippled, and the barbarian dragon looked towards the sound. The surrounding space seemed to be torn apart like fabric. Enormous, pale hands tore through the cracks, and heads wearing white long-nosed masks appeared in the air, their terrifying eyes all staring at the barbarian dragon. What are these monsters? The barbarian dragon's remaining soul was nearly shattered with fear. It had survived for hundreds of years and had never heard of such terrifying creatures in this world. Although the consciousness space could be constructed with personal power and imagination, things could be constructed, but auras could not, unless one had seen them. The barbarian dragon could hardly imagine that these monsters were filled with an aura of death. As a ruthless killer, It absolutely could not mistake that feeling. It looked around. Now it was surrounded by countless monsters over 50 meters tall, their bodies almost entirely black. Surrounded in such a manner, the barbarian dragon felt like a small mouse being eyed by numerous beasts beneath their massive bodies. Its once impressive dragon form had shrunk to that of a loach. A mere formless void dares to challenge me? The voice of Shifa finally echoed through the air, and the barbarian dragon looked up, only to see that man standing in the sky. Try some trash snacks. After receiving Shifa's command, the ajuches surrounding the barbarian dragon began to act, their enormous hands reaching out towards it. No! Ignoring the barbarian dragon's helpless and desperate gaze, Shifa tore through space with his bare hands. In the next life, remember me and stay far away. In Shifa's last glance, the barbarian dragon was torn to pieces and stuffed into the mouths of several ajuches. In reality, guess correctly, but unfortunately, there's no reward. The black mist wrapped around Shifa began to dissipate, and he casually replied to Enel while looking at the good knife in his hand. The barbarian dragon, actually, the woman was the most surprised at this moment. As a descendant of the dragon slayer, no one understood the terror of the barbarian dragon better than she did. Even if it was just a remnant soul, its power was undeniable. But in the hands of this man, it was obliterated in an instant. Should I say, as expected of you, Ulquiorra, although drenched in cold sweat, things finally seemed to be moving in a positive direction, and Smoker let out a sigh of relief. His cigar that was nearly bitten off was finally saved. Huh. Seeing the famous base commander, Smoker, seemingly acquainted with Shifa, Jerry felt his mind glitching. Coronel Smoky. This person is a super high bounty pirate. Mustering his courage, Jerry pointed at Shifa and shouted, "If it weren't for this guy, how could he have pulled out the barbarian dragon and almost caused a disaster?" Didn't you read the newspaper? Smoker scratched his head helplessly. This kid's information was way too outdated. Huh. It was Jerry's turn to scratch his head. As a money-saving expert, how could he possibly spend money to buy a newspaper? This guy is the new warlord of the sea. Simply put, you can think of him as an unconventional navy, but only limited to this person. Although he disliked the warlord system, as an elite in the headquarters who was well-informed, Smoker still recognized this man, Shifa. After some understanding, Jerry realized that everything was just his own overthinking. Although they had followed him, they had no intention of doing anything to him. They originally just intended to teach him a lesson, but after seeing him get a good beating, they didn't pursue it further. It was just that his impression of pirates was too poor, leading to excessive speculation and fear. "Sir, I wonder if you would be willing to pay a small price to buy this knife?" When Jerry wanted to take the knife that Shifa offered, his mother reached out to take it first. She looked deeply at the barbarian dragon, then reinserted it into its sheath. After a moment of thought, she looked up at Shifa. The barbarian dragon was a good knife, but it couldn't be of any use in their hands. She still wanted to sell it for berries to provide a better life for her child. However, as a descendant of the dragon slayer, having grown up listening to stories of her ancestors and seeing the barbarian dragon, she naturally hoped that the knife could fall into the hands of a strong person. Only in the hands of a strong person would its supreme reputation not fade. And she also looked forward to the day when the barbarian dragon could once again be famous in the world. Shifa, who could easily deal with the remnant soul of the barbarian dragon, was undoubtedly a powerful man. Moreover, she had also caught the important information from what Smoker had just said. She had lived in Lowtown for many years, and before Smoker took office, she had already been living here, back when she wasn't as sickly. She had also learned about this base commander, a man who was filled with a sense of justice and hated evil. Although the warlords of the sea were different from ordinary pirates, it was impossible for him to say that they were unconventional navy, especially since he emphasized that it was only this one. This meant that, in his perception, the man before him was different from the other warlords of the sea, a pirate filled with a sense of justice. If the barbarian dragon could fall into the hands of such a just, renowned, and powerful man, she would be glad to see it. After all, her ancestors fought to protect the world, slaying dragons in the name of justice. If the barbarian dragon became a weapon of evil men to harm civilians, she wouldn't know how to explain it to her ancestors who had passed away. Buying it? That's not impossible. Just give me a price. Shifa was worried that he didn't have a suitable good sword in hand. He realized that sometimes solving certain troubles could be quite convenient with a single slash of sword energy. Xiao already knew how to use a knife, and more importantly, who could refuse the identity of a great swordsman while traveling? This was the barbarian dragon, one of the 12 supreme great blades. Coincidentally, the sword enthusiast Dasky, who had been left behind by Smoker, arrived at the scene just in time and immediately recognized the knife in the woman's hand. Dasky, captivated by the barbarian dragon, even forgot about Smoker and Shifa beside her and approached the woman to closely examine the knife. If Mr. Shifa were to use this knife, the Dragon Slayer would surely be very pleased. After learning the ins and outs of the situation, Dasky adjusted her glasses and looked at the barbarian dragon with joy. A treasure like this knife should not remain hidden in the bustling city, nor should it fall into the hands of bad people. If the holder were Shifa, she believed this would definitely be a blade of justice. Seeing the little girl in front of her so enamored with the barbarian dragon and holding Shifa in such high regard, the woman felt completely relieved. At the same time, she tentatively revealed her lowest price in her heart, 100 million berries. After all, there were only 12 of these supreme, great blades in the world, and this price was the lowest she could offer after much hesitation. Although the crowd didn't understand swords, they could tell from Dasky's shocked and pained expression that this price was already quite cheap. 100 million berries? Shifa was wondering if they would be able to afford meals if they took out this amount of money on the ship. After all, there are 2 big eaters on board. Kid, I can see that you seem to really dislike pirates. Shifa did not directly give his answer, but looked down at Jerry. At the moment Jerry drew out the barbarian dragon, Shifa could see that he harbored a deep-seated hatred, not just toward himself, or rather, not solely towards himself. The silence confirmed Shifa's suspicion, but Jerry did not respond to his question. Seeing this, the woman sighed softly and explained the situation to Shifa. After the era of great pirates began, countless ambitious individuals rushed towards the Grand Line, attempting to find the great treasure mentioned by Roger. Jerry and Jamie's father, Jess, was one of them. At that time, Lena was still a healthy woman, and Jamie had just been born. Their family, though not wealthy, was harmonious and happy. She thought they would support each other and spend their remaining years together with their children. Until that day, everything changed. Jess, what are you doing? Lena asked when she returned home from grocery shopping and saw her husband packing his bags. She had a bad premonition. Lena, please forgive my selfishness. Jess immediately knelt before her and told her that someone had invited him to go to sea to search for the legendary great treasure. She asked why he would easily accept someone else's invitation, and Jess replied with something she could not understand and did not know how to refute. The pirate flag was calling him. At that time, about 4-year-old Jerry was hiding in the room, secretly watching his parents' conversation. What about me? What about the kids? They are still so young. Without losing her temper, Lena just asked softly, I'm sorry. Jess did not answer directly, but knocked his head on the ground. Just go. Lena saw his determination to go to sea and knew that this family could no longer keep this man. With the answer in hand, Jess hurriedly left, and he didn't even go to see his children before he left. From then on, whenever Jamie asked about her father, she would tell her daughter that Daddy had gone far away to do something important and that he might come back when Jamie grew up. However, Jerry never asked about Jess, and Lena guessed he must have heard something. She also would not bring him up in front of her children. She thought she was still young and could support 2 kids, but fate seemed to enjoy playing tricks on her. An accident 2 years ago caused her health to deteriorate, and she could no longer go out to work while the family's savings gradually diminished, until Jerry started going out to earn money, leading to the incident with the barbarian dragon today. That man is not my father. Jerry's emotions were intense. Not long after Jess left, he saw his mother going out. He was afraid that his mother would abandon them too, so he secretly followed her. As a result, he witnessed his mother squatting in a deserted corner, crying her heart out, and he felt as if his heart was being twisted. The resentment towards pirates took root in his heart from that moment on. And with the increasing boldness of pirates in recent years, he vowed to become a just navy. He wanted to bring all the pirates of the world to justice. Jerry's attitude towards his father made Lena feel uncomfortable, but she did not blame her son. After all, it was that man who had not fulfilled his responsibilities as a father. She supported Jess in pursuing his future, but that was not a reason for him to have never returned all these years. Perhaps he had forgotten about the 3 of them, or perhaps he had already died in some corner of the sea. Now, for her, her children were her whole world. After learning about Jerry's urgent desire to become a navy, Shifa suddenly had a good idea. Smoker, you would be willing to take in such a justice-filled little brat to become a navy and personally take care of him, right? He hinted while patting Smoker's shoulder. Are you joking? Smoker's veins bulged upon hearing this, and the cigar he had just barely escaped with fell into despair again. Smoker had no time to teach a little brat to become strong. What he needed to do was capture pirates and guard the entrance to the Grand Line. Then it's settled. Shifa ignored him and casually agreed for him. Little guy, after joining the Navy, just stick by Colonel Smoker's side. Once you become strong enough, you'll naturally be able to do what you want. If Jerry becomes a direct subordinate of Smoker, his family can also be somewhat protected. Spending 100 million berries to buy the barbarian dragon is ultimately taking advantage of someone, so they can only compensate in certain ways, and anyway, it doesn't have to come out of their own pocket. The mother and son looked at Smoker, and seeing that he maintained a stern face but did not refute, they knew he had tacitly agreed. Jerry was just a poor child, and after understanding his reasons for wanting to join the Navy, Smoker didn't mind giving Shifa this favor. After all, because of this guy, Road Town has become much calmer lately. It would be even better if it weren't for those little thugs. Datsuki, I have a question. He then turned his gaze to the glasses-wearing girl who was staring at the barbarian dragon with a silly smile like a fool. Mr. Shifa, please go ahead. It's a logic problem. I want to buy this barbarian dragon now, but I don't want to pay for it. What should I do? Shifa smiled, while Dasky and the others seemed to be a loss, all frozen in place. So, are we not buying it? Dasky tentatively replied. Wrong. I already said I wanted to buy this knife. How could you say we're not buying it? You tell me. Shifa threw the question to Smog, whose gloomy expression seemed to hint at some realization. You bastard, you wouldn't be. Congratulations, you got it right. The reward is for the Navy branch to pay me this amount. Shifa gently clapped his hands, interrupting Smoker's words. Yaha, as expected of my captain. Seeing Shifa calmly say such shameless words, Enel couldn't help but burst into laughter. Where's the logic in this? Dashki muttered. My logic is logic. Shifa looked like a speedster version of Vegeta. Absolutely impossible. Don't even think about it. Smoker was furious. Even if Shifa was a pirate, he acknowledged, he would never allow the other party to reach into the Navy's territory. Shifa nature also thought of this. He reached out a hand to Smoker. 5. I will handle 5 pirates with bounties over 100 million in the Grand Line. This is the reward paid to me by the Road Town branch. Shifa doesn't want to spend the money on the ship and then look for pirates everywhere. After dealing with them, he would have to find other naval branches to exchange for bounties, which is a hassle. As for handling 5 bounty criminals with over 100 million, it's no different for him than stepping on 5 ants. Anyway, he didn't specify when to complete it. Everything is up to fate. I agree. After listening to Shifa's proposal, Smoker was silent for a moment before giving his answer. A mere 100 million berries is nothing to the naval branch. However, 5 pirates with bounties over 100 million pose a significant threat to civilians. It's just an advance payment for the bounties, and besides, it's much cheaper, so there's no reason to be upset. Hey, Jerry watched as the two completed a 100 million berry transaction while joking around, his face displaying a similar expression to Enel from Skypiea. In reality, apart from Shifa, he had never seen what a pirate with a bounty over 100 million looked like. He only knew that those with bounties in the millions or tens of millions who wanted to pass through Lowtown were already quite terrifying. Mr. Shifa, please take this. Lena respectfully handed the man-dragon in her hand to Shifa. The supreme great knife. Shifa exclaimed, not expecting to possess a weapon that could rival the Black Blade Knight so soon. This is bad, Colonel Smoker. Several Marines hurriedly ran up to Smoker, reporting the situation that had occurred at the naval base entrance. A group of small-time thugs had been killed, and their families were causing a ruckus with other troublemakers at the base gate. The cigar finally couldn't take the pressure and was bitten off in Smoker's anger. Those thugs had been causing trouble all day, and many civilians from Road Town had reported to him about them. Unfortunately, they were neither pirates, nor had they committed extreme acts like murder and arson. This was not within the Navy's jurisdiction, but for the sake of the townspeople. He had repeatedly thrown those thugs into the cells for a few days to 10 days. Yet, they took pride in their actions instead of feeling ashamed, and the guards in town had some connections with them, leaving Smoker with no choice but to focus his energy on dealing with pirates. As long as they weren't bothering him right in front of him, he didn't want to deal with them, as it would yield no results. Now that something had happened to them, those guys actually dared to cause trouble at the naval base. It seemed he had been too lenient with them. Just as he was about to turn around and take his men back to handle the issue, he suddenly remembered that there was a troublemaker at the scene. You. Could this incident have been caused by you? Who knows? But we did step on a few annoying ants on the way. Sifa and Enelu's expressions are very natural, as if they really just stepped on an ant. But Smoker also noticed that this group of scoundrels had encountered this devil. Smoker, there should be quite a few members of the news agency here in Road Town. Just intimidating the pirates is far from enough. There are too many damned people, and he can't possibly kill them all. What do you want to do? Shifa did not speak, merely responding with a strange smile. Soon, everyone except Shifa and Enelu returned to the Navy branch base in Lowtown, where a group of ruffians was gathered at the entrance. It's him. He is the base commander. A sharp-eyed person recognized Smoker, and instantly all attention turned to him, surrounding him in a tight circle. Smoker, if you can't give us an explanation for this matter, We'll camp out at your base every day. Dozens of people shouted, demanding that Smoker find a murderer and hand them over by today. Despite his dislike for the thugs, Smoker wouldn't take advantage of the situation. He could only endure their insults, waiting for Shifa's answer. The murderer you're looking for is over there. Smoker pointed behind them, where Shifa and Eneru were standing not far away, and Shifa provocatively beckoned with his finger. Kill those two bastards. The anger of the thugs was ignited, and they shouted as they charged towards Shifa and Eneru, fearing they would escape. Nearby, many reporters were nervously aiming their cameras at the two, having just received word that the legendary warlord was about to take action. Kid, remember to cover your sister's eyes, Jerry recalled Shifa's words before they parted, quickly turning his sister away so she wouldn't see Shifa. This guy wouldn't. Smoker had a suspicion about what the madman Shifa was planning. He had heard that Shifa seemed to be somewhat akin to Admiral Akainu. He did not intervene. For the sake of justice, countless Marines had sacrificed their lives, and a mere dozen thugs were not worth his words. Kill them. Divine punishment. As the crowd was about to reach the two, Shifa calmly issued the order, followed by a blast of thunder from Eneru. Dozens of lives were extinguished in the blink of an eye. Shifa approached the reporters who were frantically taking pictures, scaring them into retreating repeatedly, fearing they would get involved. I don't just kill pirates. Anyone who dares to commit evil in front of me will die. There is enough evil in this world with me around. Oh, Shifa, our new report is out. I still look pretty good on camera, huh? Eneru, already familiar with various common knowledge about the Qinghai region, laughed heartily at the fisherman Shifa after receiving the latest newspaper from the Newsbird. 3 days had passed since the Rogtown incident, and Shifa's declaration of evil had spread across the world, fueled by Morgan's and the Navy headquarters. Under his notice, the Navy headquarters finally learned that the other person they had been searching for, who fought against Whitebeard in the New World and destroyed an unknown deserted island, was indeed Shifa. Consequently, Shifa's deeds were compiled and featured in the newspaper. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, the black-winged demon Ulquiorra, Shifa, issued a declaration of unique evil to the world. Under the headline were various actions of his, embellished by the Navy, encountering one of the 4 emperors, Whitebeard, on a small island in the New World and driving him back, provoking and fighting to a standstill against Admiral Kazan of the Navy headquarters in the Sabaody Archipelago, then going missing, encountering and defeating former warlord Bartholomew Kuma in the Grand Line, instilling fear in him, and on a deserted island near the G8 Navy branch, being defeated by another admiral, Sakazuki. Subsequently, at his invitation, he replaced the tyrant to become the new warlord of the sea. The events described in bold font in the newspaper were Shifa's own words regarding the slaughter of pirates in the Grand Line and the Rogtown incident. On the back of the newspaper was a photo of Eneru, along with a brief introduction about him and his evil associates. From now on, the name God of Thunder would accompany him in fame across the world. Truly, the world government only chooses words that benefit them. Shifa revealed a disdainful smile as he took the newspaper from Eneru. As the person involved, he could only say it was nonsense after reading the newspaper. The events were mostly accurate, but the outcomes were all favorable to them. Hey Shifa, did you really lose to this guy called Sakazuki? Eneru pointed to the report about the Battle of Rexino, which was suppressed by Sengoku at the time. In his understanding, if even Shifa, who stands at the pinnacle, could be defeated, wouldn't that make Sakazuki the true, strongest in the world? What you see in this newspaper is basically just what the world government wants you to see. Morgan's does strive for authenticity as much as possible, but the world government has ways to make him change his tune. Seeing it with your own eyes may not even be the truth, let alone information that has been altered. So who is actually stronger? Eneru was very curious, although he wanted to see Shifa fail. He did not want his captain to lose to anyone. I will win. Shifa remained calm. At that moment, he was indeed at a disadvantage. But if Joni hadn't come out to cause trouble, he would have shown Akainu what a nightmare entanglement really is. Ha ha ha, Enel wouldn't question Shifa. Since he boarded his ship, he must maintain absolute trust in him. Behind their pleasant conversation, the world was in turmoil. New World, Cake Island. Mama, what do you think about letting this little brat marry into the family? The plump woman, shaking her body and continuously stuffing various pastries in her mouth, looked down at the restless crowd. Mama, this guy won't agree. The man, 5 meters tall with a thick scarf wrapped around his neck, replied while looking at the newspaper. Go give it a try. That guy must be from a powerful race we've never seen before. Mama. Next, the entire hall fell silent except for the sound of chewing. Dressrosa, is it alone evil? Ha. The man, lounging with his legs crossed and draped in a coat like a flamingo, let out a wild laugh. Young master, We still need to be careful of this madman. The sleazy uncle beside him with a runny nose reminded him, always feeling that this guy in the newspaper was no good bird, and cooperating with him was like seeking skin from a tiger. A madman? That's right. We want to be friends with this madman. Ha! Doflamingo let out a maniacal laugh. For him, the stronger Shifa was, the more excited he became. That man was not one to stay put. Come on, let's turn the world ruled by those bastards upside down. Reports about Shifa and his partner flooded in, causing many pirates and former wrongdoers to feel anxious. That man was completely different from the other 7 warlords. He had no territory of his own, wandering the seas daily, killing. In just 2 or 3 short months, he had left his footprints in the East Blue, Paradise, and the New World, with his travels lacking any logic. No one could guess where he would appear next, in which sea or on which island. People couldn't even determine what his definition of evil was. To the weak, Shifa was simply a devil keen on slaughter. I really shouldn't go out to be a pirate. I don't want to be a bad person. Such words frequently appeared across the seas. For those who had yet to witness the vastness of the world, Shifa's killings were extremely terrifying. The battles destroyed 2 isolated islands, wiped out several notorious pirate crews at sea, and he even went on a killing spree against ordinary villains in Lowtown. Such actions made the weak and greedy attempt to avoid him. On the other hand, slightly stronger pirates who had seen the world had completely different thoughts. On a ship in paradise. What a farce. The world government really loves to embellish their own image. The man with a red hedgehog hairstyle and goggles hanging on his forehead slammed the newspaper to the ground, his face filled with disdain and skepticism. If that guy really had such power, he would have already gone to the New World to become the Sea Emperor. How could he be playing house with small fries in paradise? When we meet him, let's take down a 7 warlord to have some fun. Since he set sail, he had never encountered a strong opponent. Anyone who dared to question his dreams was ruthlessly killed by him. In his view, he was the very embodiment of evil, and battling this 7 warlord was just a matter of time. He did not believe he would lose. After all, he was a man who aimed to become the Pirate King. Holy Land, Mariewa. Is it really okay to continue allowing this brat to be a 7 warlord? Although the reports were nodded in agreement, an old man gazed at Shifa's disdainful eyes in the newspaper, feeling a slight unease. Let him cause trouble. As long as he stays put guarding paradise this year, it will be fine. Another old man, dressed in a white robe, bald, wearing glasses, and holding a knife, didn't care. The problem is D. Those people from that lineage are starting to get active again. The old man in a black suit, with white curly hair, a bushy white beard, wearing a flat cap and a scar on his left cheek, slammed another wanted poster on the table. Munki de Luffy. I say, even if you think that woman will become our navigator in the future, we still need to find someone who can read a sea chart. This was already the 3rd time Enel had complained today. After returning to the Grand Line, facing the vast sea, the 2 of them completely lost their direction. He had already started to miss the days on land. It's not that we haven't found anyone suitable. Don't act like an old lady. Sifa's ears were almost calloused from Anelu's chatter. Even if he randomly found someone to look at the sea charts, this should at least click, right? More importantly, it seemed that ever since someone spread the news about wanting to return to the Grand Line, all the ships had been avoiding this area since departing from Roadtown. So boring, Enel thought. How about I train you a bit? Even the fish in the sea seemed to be steering clear of Sifa's ship, and after a long time, the Air Force couldn't hold back any longer. You bastard, you just want to hit me. After being beaten up for a while, Enelu refused to train with Sifa again. He planned to secretly get stronger and, once he mastered hockey, hit back hard. Wait, someone's coming. Feeling the message from his mind network, Enelu suddenly filled with excitement. Jumped to the bow of the ship to look out. After drifting at sea for several days, he was finally going to see people. Shifa slowly took out the telescope and looked through it. It's a pirate ship. We are saved. Even Shifa couldn't help but feel excited when he saw it clearly. If it's a pirate ship, it means everything on board belongs to them. Let's go. Wait. You bastard. Enelu had witnessed Shifa's traveling skills, and he wasn't ready yet. There's no time to wait. If we delay, our food will be eaten by them. Shifa ran to the stern of the ship as usual and threw a powerful punch, causing the little crow to take off in a long-awaited surge. Enelu, however, lost his balance due to the sudden lift of the ship and fell into the cabin. On the pirate ship they were targeting, the lookout was constantly scanning the surroundings with a telescope. The crew on board wasn't drinking, eating meat, or chatting like other pirates. Instead, each was focused on their own tasks, looking nothing like pirates at all. What is that? A meteorite? He rubbed his eyes and observed again, only to see a small black dot rapidly enlarging in the telescope's view. Turn the helm quickly. Something unknown is flying towards us from the sky. He shouted repeatedly, and the rest of the crew began to busy themselves, steering the ship away in the direction he indicated. At that moment, a girl around 15 years old, who was cooking in the cabin, heard the chaotic footsteps outside, and her eyes filled with disgust. She then put down the pot in her hand and stealthily made her way to the captain's quarters, seemingly having made some kind of determination. Poof! The pirate ship, already much smaller than the Little Crow, nearly capsized from the waves caused by its landing on the water, but fortunately stabilized after the shaking and remained afloat. A flying ship? Where did that bastard come from? A big man with a beard was dissatisfied. This was his most beloved and treasured ship. What happened if it capsized? He was very angry now. Captain, that's the legendary. A subordinate nearby clearly recognized Shifa, standing at the bow, and quietly tugged at his sleeve, stuttering. It's over. The captain's mind was filled with this thought. The reputation of the person before him was known far and wide, but he was quick-witted and didn't freeze in fear or act like a fool trying to fight back. Thud! He knelt down and quickly pressed his head to the ground. The surrounding pirates also quickly reacted, collectively kneeling down. You bastards! Eneru, who had stumbled out of the cabin, was about to greet Shifa warmly when he saw the pirates kneeling on the deck, interrupting his words. You were smart. You didn't team make any futile struggles. Shifa and the other person jumped onto their pirate ship and walked into the cabin with ease. Everyone was already sweating profusely, but they didn't dare to stand up or ask Shifa what they wanted. They could only obediently kneel outside, waiting for the two fierce figures to come out. It was okay. The taste was passable. After a moment, the two walked out of the cabin, wiping their mouths with napkins. And the various dishes in the dining room were already empty. Sirs, we are not ruthless pirates. We are just ordinary people sailing under a pirate flag. Seeing Shifa and the other person come out of the cabin, the captain mustered up his courage and shouted at them. Shifa looked into his eyes and found them filled with determination. There seemed to be no hint of deceit. Anelu's heart network did not sense any significant fluctuations in his emotions, indicating that he was likely telling the truth. If he is not a pirate, why does he sail under a pirate flag? Shifa walked aside and sat down, indicating for everyone to stand up and explain to him. The captain slowly recounted the reasons. A year ago, they were all commoners from small country in the Great Sea route, living lives that, while not affluent, were free from worries about food and clothing. Until one day, the war spread to their country. After their defeat, the king, in an attempt to please the victorious nation, ceded a portion of their land. The land that was ceded was precisely the home they had lived in for generations. The victorious nation did not allow them to live on that land anymore and drove them out. They returned to their own country, pleading with the king to grant them a piece of land to call their own. However, they were not prepared for the king's three choices. The first was to buy land in the city at a high price to establish a new home, which they could not afford. The second was to become servants to the nobles in the inner city, living like slaves in the country. The third was to take their belongings and leave the country. They all chose the third option, and together pooled their money to buy this small boat, beginning their life adrift at sea. The captain was somewhat capable, and they fished at sea, occasionally helping passing merchant ships fend off pirate attacks, and thus they managed to live fairly well. As for why they flew the pirate flag, if they sailed the seas without a flag, passing sea creatures would spit at their ship, let alone other pirate ships. They couldn't fly the government flag, and they dared not fly the flags of other powers, so they could only hoist their own pirate flag. After flying the pirate flag, as long as they didn't do anything bad, they wouldn't be targeted by the Navy. Some weaker pirates, upon seeing that they were also a pirate ship, would abandon their intentions. After all, no one knew whether the pirates on the other ship would be fierce, which saved them quite a bit of trouble. After hearing this, Shifa felt a headache coming on. He knew that this world was rotten, but he didn't expect to encounter someone forced to go to sea. He felt a bit troubled about them. Why couldn't they have spoken up earlier? He and Eneru had already eaten all the food on the ship that was directly edible. Just as Shifa was thinking about compensating them with some money, a knife was pressed against his neck. Pirate, get off our ship right now. How annoying. Being held hostage by a little kid. Despite expressing anger, Shifa remained calm and didn't take the knife at his neck seriously. Nolan, put down the knife. Do you know who this man is? In contrast, the captain was already soaked, and the man in front of him could not possibly be taken hostage by anyone, especially since the opponent was just a 15-year-old girl. Just when it seemed like he might let everyone go, Nolan had to come out and cause such a scene. If she angered him, it would be over. She gripped the short knife tightly, pressing it against Shifa's neck, her tone not loud, but filled with determination. Shifa now looked at her with a newfound respect. Knowing what kind of person she was, how could she still dare to hold a knife and take hostages? Should I say she is fearless out of ignorance, or that she dares to challenge authority? I know you. You are the recently famous warlord of the sea. I've always wanted to meet you. Let me be your companion. The sudden shout and request left everyone present dumbfounded. Even Enel, who had always maintained a blank expression, was so surprised that his jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Shifa's brain crashed. He rubbed his eyes and, confirming that there was indeed a knife at his neck, asked with a soul-searching question, "What did you just say?" I said, "Let me be your companion, warlord of the seven seas." Nolan seemed afraid that he still hadn't heard clearly, so he shouted with all his might, "Is it now fashionable to make such requests to others?" Shifa lightly flicked the dagger, which instantly shattered like glass. Nolan was startled by this scene, retreating until her back was against the wall, fearfully looking at Shifa. But soon she mustered her courage, trembling as she walked up to Shifa, meeting his gaze as he sat down, still nearly at her height. "I know a man like you wouldn't just let anyone become your companion. I want you to see my courage and determination." In fact, when she saw Eneru, she had already discreetly confirmed that the man before her was the legendary black-winged demon. Before seeing them, she had thought it was just another encounter with some unknown small-time pirates. She knew that the captain displayed the pirate flag merely to avoid some trouble. They were not real pirates. What she truly hated was that no matter what small-time pirates they encountered, they always had to prioritize fleeing. If they kept running, when would they become stronger? When would they reclaim their homeland? Her parents had died in that war, and she had buried them in that land with tears in her eyes. But soon after, she was told that land no longer belonged to them, and she was even driven out of her hometown. She could only drift across the vast ocean with her uncle Norn, the captain, and became a cook on the ship. Until just now, there had been turmoil on the ship. She thought it was just another ordinary pirate attack. She was prepared for everything, only to discover it was the man she had always wanted to meet. Ever since Shifa began to be reported in the news, she had been secretly keeping an eye on him, defeating the 7 warlords, destroying Lonely Island, repelling the 4 emperors, fighting to a standstill against admirals, and killing celestial dragons. Just one of these feats would be enough to make someone famous worldwide. This man had done them all, and his strength and arrogance made Nolan yearn for him. If she could follow this man, she would surely become strong quickly. One day, she would drive out all those who occupied her homeland, and she would be able to do whatever she wanted, just like this man. How foolish. What if I'm a cold-blooded demon who kills without blinking? You wouldn't even have the chance to say that. Nolan's face turned red from the scolding, but she neither refuted nor bowed her head in shame, still staring intently into Shifa's eyes as if in a contest. From the moment she drew her knife, it was destined to be a gamble. Shifa indeed saw her courage and determination, but more than that, he was left speechless by her sheer foolishness. However, the young girl was quite pleasing to the eye, with her blue shoulder-length hair and a smooth face that still bore a hint of childishness. "What are you responsible for on this ship?" Before Shifa could speak, Enel sat down and asked, "I am responsible for cooking. I can also fight. I'm very brave." Nolan was a bit excited. The man in front of her was known as the God of Thunder, and he must also be an incredibly powerful being. Most importantly, since he asked her, did that mean she might be noticed? Responsible for cooking? Shifa and Eneru exchanged a glance. The other things Nolan said were irrelevant to them, but this seemingly useless point was actually what they cared about the most. "Did you cook all the food in the restaurant?" Shifa seemed to casually ask a question, but in reality, both of them were all ears. "Yes, I've always been the one cooking on the ship," although their primary concern was a bit strange. What she needed to do was to answer. "So, tell me why you want to join us." After receiving the expected answer, Shifa began to ask the main question. "I want to become stronger. I want to be like you. I want to take back my hometown." Nolan excitedly answered their questions loudly. "I also want to be strong like you, so strong that I won't even have to fear the celestial dragons." As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere on the ship became tense. Nolan and a few companions hurriedly stepped forward, anxiously covering her small mouth and looking around. As world nobles, the celestial dragons have eyes everywhere across the sea. If this was overheard, it would be a death sentence. They are a major taboo in this world. Despite the fact that the person in front of them had a history of killing celestial dragons, they were still safe and sound. Most of those who offend the celestial dragons are already long dead. For Noon, what was even more fatal was that this person is now one of the 7 warlords of the sea. He belongs to the world government. Children are naive and don't understand, so please don't mind her, Shifa. Noen kept explaining, only to be pushed away. "I'm speaking from the heart." With sincere eyes looking at Shifa, She knew what her uncle was worried about. She didn't want to believe that this man would be a lackey of the world government. Ha ha ha. Eneru laughed loudly, sensing her sincerity. Children speak without restraint. I won't take it to heart. Shifa stood up, seemingly having made a decision. The two of them kicked off and returned to the bow of the small ship, the Little Crow, parked nearby. Did it still end in failure? Nolan felt a bit disheartened. She had mustered her courage to come, yet still did not succeed. But then again, he is the legendary man. Nolan comforted herself. What are you waiting for? Go pack your things. Enelu's voice projected as their figures were cast onto the deck by the sunlight. Huh, okay. Nolan, feeling a mix of emotions, was momentarily stunned and then wanted to rush back to the cabin. But just as she was about to dash out, Shifa's voice came. You're right, I'm not afraid of those pigs. Truly, he is the legendary figure. Nolan sighed, amazed that such outrageous words could be said without a hint of hesitation. Only someone of this caliber deserves to stand at the pinnacle of this sea. While Nolan was packing her things in her bedroom, he did not hesitate at all and walked towards his own captain's quarters. After a while, a voice full of confusion emerged. Nanny? Hearing his shout, Nolan felt something was off and wanted to slip away quickly. But just as she was about to rush out of the cabin, a large hand grabbed her backpack and lifted her up. May I ask, Miss Nolan, what about the things in this box? In his other hand, he held a small wooden box that had been opened, which was now completely empty. Hee. Nolan seemed a bit embarrassed. Being lifted in the air, she pointed to her mouth and then patted her little belly, grinning foolishly. What? Nolan looked shocked. He even thought about grabbing Nolan's feet to turn her upside down so she could spit out whatever she had eaten. Uncle Nolan. Anyway, that thing was originally meant to be given to me. What's the difference between eating it now or later? Nolan struggled to break free from the large hand. Standing opposite him in anger, her face flushed. That's right, the wooden box was supposed to contain a fruit with spiral patterns, a devil fruit. It is a unique power in this world, referred to as the embodiment of the sea's devil. Consuming it grants different abilities, but as a price. The eater is rejected by the sea and becomes a landlubber, and those who possess the powers of the devil fruit are known as the abandoned by the sea. Nevertheless, a typical devil fruit sells for over 100 million berries. No one had obtained it by chance. At his age, he had no ambitions and naturally did not intend to eat it. Nolan was still young, with infinite possibilities ahead of her. Moreover, she was his own niece, so he certainly wanted to keep the devil fruit for her. However, he did not give it to her right away because he understood that there are various types of devil fruits. What if Nolan ended up eating a useless one? That would mean he harmed her. Nolan firmly believed that there are no useless devil fruits, only useless users. The two had differing opinions, so the devil fruit remained with him for safekeeping, thinking that one day he would find someone knowledgeable to appraise it. As a result, when Shifa and Eneru descended from the sky earlier, everyone on the ship became panicked. Nolan mistakenly thought they had encountered other pirates. And tired of being passive for so long, she stealthily entered Nolan's room and ate the unknown fruit. Before she could even show her abilities, she was overwhelmed by the joy of seeing Shifa and Eneru, completely forgetting that she had eaten the devil fruit. A devil fruit, huh? Even on the Little Crow, Shifa, with keen hearing, could hear their voices. What does that thing taste like? Shifa looked at Nolan and asked a question. He suddenly remembered that the taste of the devil fruit seemed to have a rather bad reputation, which made him quite curious. Eneru, beside him, had a grim expression, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. Nolan's expression also became strange. She didn't know how to describe that taste. Or rather, she didn't know if she should describe it that way. She wanted to use that thing to describe it, but since she had never eaten that thing, how could she use it to describe it? Okay, I think I know. Looking at her conflicted expression and Anelu's dark face beside her, everything was silently understood. What ability did you get? After Shifa's unusual focus, Eneru asked the question everyone was concerned about. Ability? I don't know either. Surprisingly, even Nolan didn't know what her ability was. Generally speaking, one would know their ability immediately after eating the fruit. Could it be a paramecia? Eneru and Shifa pondered while stroking their chins. Logia and Zoan types are usually easier to sense, but paramecia is different. With paramecia, if one doesn't use their ability, they might not even realize they have eaten a devil fruit. After all, the range of paramecia is too broad, and some fruits are truly beyond what Shifa could imagine. Hearing Shifa and Anelu's speculation, Nolan's heart sank. Devil fruits are divided into 3 major categories. Logia is regarded as the strongest type by the Grand Line, and in Nolan's eyes, it is nearly a perfect ability. Zoan at least significantly enhances the user's strength and recovery ability, making it a good choice as well. Only paramecia is different. Even the man known as the strongest in the world, Whitebeard, ate a paramecia fruit, which doesn't change people's mixed perceptions of the paramecia type. Even Nolan herself had dealt with two little pirates who had eaten paramecia devil fruits. At that moment, her heart was filled with regret, and she could only think positively. What if Nolan was the next Whitebeard? What devil fruit it is doesn't matter. Ability is just a bonus. True strength still relies on the user themselves. Shifan noticed Norn's worries and, after thinking for a moment, said, even the most useless devil fruit can be developed into something very powerful by someone. Shifa remembered that flamingo and the thread fruit, which sounded like a rather useless fruit that could only be used for cross-stitching in someone else's hands. But in that guy's hands, he could even come up with abilities like stitching up internal organs and flying through the clouds. Really, Nolan was exceptionally excited. This was exactly the viewpoint she had always held. Even this man said so. Uncle Norn was indeed wrong. The slight unease after consuming the devil fruit dissipated at this moment. At this moment, Shifa had other thoughts. It was rumored that it wasn't people who chose the devil fruit, but rather the devil fruit that chose its master. According to Norn, he had possessed this fruit for some time, and surely he had faced attacks from pirate crews along the way. This was why Nolan was so eager to obtain power that could compete with other pirates. Yet, despite having many opportunities to steal a taste, she chose today, coincidentally encountering him, and the fruit was consumed. Could it be that some unseen force was influencing this? May I boldly ask, Mr. Shifa, are you not a user of a devil fruit? Norn interrupted Shifa's thoughts. He was genuinely curious. What kind of power did this top-tier powerhouse possess? Given the name of the Thunder God, it was easy to guess Enel's fruit ability. However, there had never been any reports regarding Shifa's abilities. Nolan widened her eyes, and the other crew members perked up their ears. Even Enel couldn't help but take notice. He only knew that Shifa was incredibly strong, but had never asked him if he had any abilities. I did not eat such a thing. Amidst everyone's astonished expressions, Shifa smiled slightly. I do not need any abilities. Possessing overwhelming power is my strength. That's all there is to it. In the Grand Line, at the initial segment of Paradise. No wonder you were the captain. That group of villagers really had no way to deal with you. On a massive pirate ship, a small man with shifty eyes and a rat-like appearance flattered the towering man beside him, who stood at a height of 5 meters. Of course, our captain is a man that even the infamous White Hunter Smoker can't handle. At this moment, another burly man, polishing his blade, echoed his words. As mentioned, they had recently raided a sparsely populated village nearby. Although the villagers fought back, he had killed them all single-handedly. Ha ha, I am Iron Man Aokiji. The laughter echoed across the deck as the 5-meter-tall man raised his jug and took several swigs. He relished the thrill of slaughtering the weak, as if it could erase his deep-seated fear of the Grand Line. They had crossed from the East Blue through Rogue Town a month ago and had been preying on some small fry entering the Grand Line, as well as raiding nearby islands with few inhabitants. They also wanted to venture deeper into Paradise and even into the New World, to contend for the legendary title of Sea Emperor. However, after witnessing one of the 7 warlords, Mihawk, single-handedly pursue a super fleet a few days ago, they abandoned that idea. Aokiji recognized the pursued individual, who was also from the East Blue and of comparable strength. Let's hone our skills first. Aokiji reassured himself, thinking that perhaps one day he might encounter a powerful devil fruit and elevate himself above others. As for what they said about Smoker being unable to handle them, it was merely a little deceitful tactic they employed while passing through Rogue Town. However, it was still quite an impressive feat for them, considering that he was a powerful man who blocked a large group of pirates in Rogue Town. Even if they had passed through Rogue Town by trickery, at least they had passed. Boss, it seems that the 7 warlords have been wandering between the East Blue and Paradise lately. Should we hide a little further away? The bespectacled man reading the news expressed some unease. The last 7 warlords they encountered had left a significant psychological shadow on them. They had been on edge ever since, choosing to raid only remote villages as one of the reasons was that man. In sparsely populated villages, they could wipe out all witnesses, ensuring that the news wouldn't leak out. Otherwise, with that man's malicious declaration, they would eventually be swept away. What are you talking about? Our captain is a man who aims to be the Sea Emperor. A mere 7 warlord means nothing, shouted a nearby drunken brute, as boasting was a must when drinking. Surely he wouldn't show up in such a remote place. Aokiji was a bit scared too, but after thinking about it, the sea area they were in was mostly neglected. There were only a few scattered small islands nearby, and neither the Navy nor pirates usually passed through here, except for another pirate crew that occasionally clashed with them. This was why Aokiji chose this area as their base of operations. Although there was a pirate crew that frequently opposed him, it remained safe. The opposing captain was a tough nut, but he was not a soft persimmon either. After several conflicts, they chose to avoid each other. Although they occasionally intercepted passing merchant ships, it wasn't a big deal and not worth a major conflict. "Captain, it seems I spotted Norn's ship," a pirate on the lookout shouted, pointing at 2 ships not far away. There's another fairly large ship. It seems to be a pirate ship as well. But we can't see the flag. Aokiji had a bad premonition. Could it be that Norn had teamed up with another pirate crew to target them? After all, there were only these 2 pirate crews stationed in this sea area. If he was eliminated, Norn would be able to monopolize this territory. We just finished raiding a village, and everyone is a bit tired. Let us retreat for now. To be honest, slaughtering defenseless villagers was no effort at all. They were merely looking for an excuse to escape. Little did they know at that moment, their ship was also in the sight of the people on those 2 distant ships. Yaha, it seems to be a lowly pirate crew that enjoys slaughtering civilians. Enel laughed, but his eyes revealed a fierce light. As the future god of the blue sea, commoners were his followers. A god loves all. How could he allow such trash to harm his people? That pirate crew, do you know them? Shifa looked at Norn and pointed to the ship of Arkham. It's the Arkham pirate crew. They are notorious pirates in these waters, known for their pleasure in torturing weak civilians. The captain is Iron Man Arkham, with a bounty of 13 million berries. Norn stated that the merchant ship they had rescued in these waters before was saved from the Arkham pirate crew. Then, let's use his head to pay for our meal. Shifa was just thinking about taking some money from the ship to give to Noen and the others when the opportunity presented itself. Don't destroy the ship. It's worth quite a bit. Understood. In an instant, lightning flashed, and Enel disappeared before everyone's astonished eyes. It seemed he was preparing to escape. Thunder loomed over the bow of Aokij's ship. Standing at just over 2 meters tall, he appeared as towering as a mountain in the eyes of the burly men around. Aokiji, who was clearly twice Enel's height, was sweating profusely, feeling as if a sharp blade was hanging over his head. He is the thunder god Enel. Many recognized the newcomer. His reputation had become too loud recently. Could it be? Aokiji had already guessed that the owner of the ship docked next to Noen was the legendary man. No doubt, Noen had informed them of his actions. And just a few days after the declaration of evil was issued, he had unwittingly walked into the line of fire. Wait, Thunder God, I have something to say. Although they all called themselves gods, Enel had no intention of listening to their justifications. Under his mind's net, he had already seen their every word and action clearly. 60 million volts. Discharge. Blue light flashed on the deck, and the painful cries faded to nothing in the blink of an eye. This guy should be the Aokiji you mentioned. Once again appearing on Noen's ship, Enel casually tossed aside a burly man who was charred black from electricity, who was clearly on the verge of death. This is our payment for the meal, and that ship too. Shifa pointed to the man on the ground and the distant ship. Since you're not pirates, take down your flag and go to the East Sea. It is considered a peaceful sea, and there will surely be people who will accept you. After all, the East Sea is the weakest sea, and with Noen's strength, going there is definitely safer than staying in the Grand Line. After all, he is family to his crew, and living safely is the best outcome. Noen had thought about finding a place in that weakest sea that would accept them. It was just that they always held on to a fantasy. What if one day they encountered an opportunity to return home? Now, the opportunity has come, and his niece has also seized it. They should leave. Staying in the Grand Line would only be a burden for her. Nolan is still young and doesn't understand much. Please be more forgiving, Mr. Shifa and Mr. Enel. Please be forgiving. The people on the ship bent down in unison to bow to the two. Of course, Nolan pouted, and tears streamed down her face. Thank you so much, Uncle Noen, and all the uncles and aunt for your care. She returned the bow. Humans are indeed creatures full of emotions. Back at the bow of the little crow, Enel sighed. Indeed, Shifa, rarely agreeing with him, nodded. That, I seem to not be able to jump over. Blushing, Nolan wiped her tears. She was just an ordinary little girl, and with the little crow being so high, there was still a bit of distance in between. I really can't do anything with you. Shifa came to her side and extended his right hand. She tightly grasped it, as if she had caught a glimpse of the future. Captain Shifa, what are we having for dinner today? Nolan bounced out of the cabin, wearing an apron and holding a spoon. It was her second day with Shifa, and although she felt a bit sad about parting with Uncle Norn, becoming a companion of an idol felt like a stroke of luck. He was the most powerful and flamboyant man in the world. Being by his side, she believed that one day she could also become a strong woman who could stand on her own. Anything's fine. Just whip up 100 or so dishes. I'm not very hungry right now. Shifa, bare-chested and wearing sunglasses of unknown origin, leisurely sat on a deck chair, soaking up the sun. "As you command." Nolan straightened her back, saluted Shifa in the chair, and then planned to turn and enter the cabin. "Nolan, the great god wants a full Manchuhan banquet." Hearing about the Manchuhan banquet from Shifa, Enel became somewhat obsessed. It all originated from that day. "What? You don't really know how to cook?" Shortly after Tina and Light disembarked, the two of them had already eaten all the food available on the ship. Enel looked at Shifa with disdain. Was he really expected to cook himself? Back on Sky Island, he was a god, and anything he wanted was at his fingertips, with subordinates preparing exquisite meals for him every day. He had been moved by this guy and followed him to the Blue Sea, thinking he was about to embark on a wonderful journey of freedom and adventure. But unexpectedly, on the very first day after Tina and the others left, he was faced with the problem of not having anything to eat. "Yahaha, don't worry, as a magnanimous god, even if what you make is inedible, I'll eat it all," Enel vowed, patting his chest, encouraging Shifa to cook boldly. Food, after all, how bad could it be? At worst, it would just taste strange, and he could probably manage to accept it. After all, he had eaten devil fruits. However, moments later, am I really going to let this guy be my captain? In the kitchen, watching the pot in Shifa's hand, which contained a dish that was unrecognizable in terms of ingredients and resembled some indescribable thing, Enel fell into deep thought. Let's give it a try. It might just look unappetizing. Shifa casually grabbed a dish from the pot, not knowing what it was, and stuffed it into Enelu's mouth. As a crew member, he had to take responsibility for the delicious meal prepared by his captain. After all, he had already promised that no matter how bad it tasted, he would finish it. Besides, what if he turned out to be a genius in this area? After experiencing a bout of vomiting and diarrhea, Enel looked at Shifa with a resentful and helpless gaze. He couldn't understand. Was what he just ate really food? It felt like he had consumed a pot of devil fruits. Should he try another dish? No. Enelu's veins bulged. He didn't want to recall the horrific scene in the bathroom. This time, let the god show off his skills. He had to set aside his divine demeanor, put on an apron, and walk into the kitchen, picking up another clean pot. Moments latte. Yahaha. It seems that the god is powerful in every aspect. The first attempt was a success. Enelu swaggered out of the kitchen, holding a plate with a dish that seemed to shine in the sunlight. Could this guy have a hidden talent? It looked decent, but Shifa didn't believe this guy could cook. He always had a bad feeling about it. Since this is your debut work, you should take the first bite. Without further ado, Shifa once again shoved the food into his mouth. Delicious. A look of surprise appeared on Enelu's face, and then he dumped everything from the plate into his mouth, finishing it off with a flourish, showing off the empty plate. Could it be that this guy has potential as a chef? Shifa touched his chin in confusion. Enelu didn't seem like a man who had awakened his chef attributes at all. But in reality, one can't judge a person's entirety based on past perceptions. Just as he was about to call Enelu to the kitchen to whip up a feast, he noticed that the guy's expression was not quite right. The once joyful face was now covered in sweat, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, revealing his discomfort. A flash of lightning struck, and Shifa caught the plate that was about to fall to the ground, while Enelu was already struggling in the bathroom. It seemed that his culinary skills were all show and no substance. Shifa sighed, realizing that he had to stick to the usual routine. He directly tossed several large pieces of meat onto the fire and started eating when he thought they were done. Although the taste wasn't great, at least there was no bathroom crisis. When he reached out to grab the last piece, Enel, who had appeared out of nowhere, had already taken it in his hand and started eating it heartily. This food was actually not bad. It was decent enough to eat. After experiencing 2 bouts of diarrhea, Enel was no longer picky. It was tasteless, but harmless. Having something to eat was already good enough. Did he expect a full banquet? Watching him eat so heartily, Shifa couldn't help but tease him. A full banquet? What is that? The food that Shifa specifically mentioned must be the most high-end and delicious cuisine in all of Qinghai. Enel thought to himself, it could be considered a royal cuisine. Shifa was just casually mentioning it, and, in reality, he didn't know what the Manchuhan Imperial Feast consisted of. However, since that day, Enelu seemed to have developed a beautiful yearning for these 4 words. What is the Manchuhan Imperial Feast? Is it a famous dish? Nolan looked confused. She had loved cooking since childhood and could now be considered a somewhat skilled and knowledgeable chef. Yet, she had never heard of the Manchuhan Imperial Feast. Forget about this middle school syndrome. The thing actually consists of 108 dishes, but she didn't know what was in it. Enelu is actually sick? Nolan was shocked. This man, who was known as the Thunder God, actually had an illness. Shifa helplessly covered his forehead, indicating that she could just go cook. After all, the generational gap in this world could not be eliminated. All right, then I will go prepare a Manchu Han imperial feast for brother Eneru. Since even Captain Shifa didn't know what it was, she could unleash her creativity. Just 108 dishes. She had to make sure that the seriously ill brother Eneru could enjoy the delicious food he longed for. Yaha! The little girl who respects the gods will surely receive their protection, unlike some guy. Eneru liked being treated with reverence like a deity, and Nolan fit well with that. So annoying. With a casual gesture, he sent Eneru flying into the cabin, and Shifa continued his sunbathing. Not far away, found it. A speedboat was approaching them. In the cabin, Nolan was constantly bringing various kinds of delicacies from the kitchen to the dining room. Not bad, not bad. This deity officially allows you to become my subordinate. Eneru was using both hands. Food from the table was continuously being sent to his mouth, and he occasionally reached over to Shifa's side. As long as brother Eneru was satisfied. As a chef, Nolan's greatest joy was seeing others smile after eating the food he prepared. Although brother Eneru was a bit strange, he was someone who couldn't hide his feelings. He kept saying it was good, with a face full of happiness. They didn't seem as terrifying as rumored. Although Nolan had only been on the ship for a day, they gave him the impression of two gentle-natured people. Shifa said nothing, merely continuing to send food into his mouth, and his pace was increasing. Eneru suddenly paused, his eyes looking outside the restaurant, his brows furrowing. He then turned his gaze to Shifa and found that the other party was already picking his teeth. You bastard! A wave of inexplicable unease spread in his heart, and when he looked down, he saw that the table was covered with empty plates. Eneru jumped onto the table, grabbing Shifa by the collar and cursing loudly. Wow, this food is so delicious. A man in black clothing burst in, lightly lifting the cap on his head that had two expressions on it, revealing a big white smile. Long time no see, Ace. Shifa had an expression that suggested he had been expecting this. The visitor was none other than Port-Gas-D Ace, the 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard pirates, whom he hadn't seen for 2.5 months. Shifa had noticed Ace approaching them long before, but since it was mealtime, he chose to ignore it for the moment. You bastard, this was intentional, wasn't it? Enel was infuriated to see that the two were acquainted. He found it strange that with Shifa's powerful haki, he could not sense someone boarding the ship, and he shot a glance at Shifa. In that moment of distraction, the bastard had finished all the food. It turned out he had known who was coming aboard all along and hadn't he worried at all. Just in time. I haven't eaten yet. Ace rubbed his eyes as he smelled the lingering aroma of food in the air, confirming that there was nothing left on the table. I'm so hungry. He patted his stomach and sat down on the ground. Nolan, go cook for the two of them. Can you handle it? Of course. I was responsible for feeding so many people on the original ship. Nolan wiped the sweat from her forehead, surprised that cooking for just Shifa and Enel was almost as much as feeding everyone on Uncle Nornesh's ship. However, as a chef on this ship and a companion of the legendary man who shook the seas, she wouldn't be defeated by such trivial matters. Dinner's ready. Ace quickly sat at the table, inexplicably pulling out a pair of chopsticks and a fork, repeatedly urging them. After another hour of eating, all three were slumped in their seats, and Nolan, drenched in sweat, finally revealed a genuine smile. At the same time, she began to feel confused about life. If every day was to be cooked in such quantities, just cooking would exhaust her completely. Won't she have time to get stronger? Don't underestimate cooking. It seemed Shifa sensed her thoughts and pointed it out. In this world, the renowned figures you hear about, in terms of physical skills alone, could crush countless people. Compared to fighting, isn't cooking also a form of physical training? You might feel tired today, but what about tomorrow or the day after? By the time you can cook enough food to feed both of us without breaking a sweat, your physical skills will far exceed your past. In theory, Shifa had a point. Moreover, according to the logic of the One Piece world, his explanation made some sense. After Shifa's profound reasoning left Nolan bewildered, she realized that cooking could also be a form of training, but she believed in her captain. I see. Just as Nolan was taking the empty plates to the kitchen to wash them, Ace suddenly stood up, slamming his hands on the table, looking enlightened. He remembered Sachi, who seemed like a chef but was actually strong, relying on cooking to enhance his physical skills. So, you tracked Blackbeard to this sea area? Getting back to the point, Shifa could roughly guess where the conversation was headed. Yeah, Ace's expression grew serious. Mentioning Blackbeard filled him with rage. That bastard was probably scared and ran to a remote place like Magnet Island. It was a bit hard to find him. He casually grabbed a cup of alcohol and took a few swigs, his face full of sarcasm. 3 days prior, he had gone to that island only to find that Blackbeard had already fled. Magnet Island, though located in the Grand Line, was just a winter island on the edge of paradise, covered in ice and snow year-round. Blackbeard escaping from the latter half of the Grand Line's New World to the outskirts of paradise showed his fear of being hunted by the Whitebeard pirates. Of course, it was also possible he went there to recruit crew members. The guy was too slippery. Every time I got a lead on his whereabouts, he had already changed locations. Ace felt frustrated. As a captain of the Whitebeard pirates, it was unacceptable that he hadn't captured a defector in so long. You might not necessarily be a match for that guy. Shifa didn't want to pour cold water on him, but the fact was just that. If they could make Ace stop chasing, it would be the most direct and effective way to prevent the Summit War. Ha ha ha. Although I'm not your opponent, I'm not some small fry. Ace naturally knew Shifa's concerns about Whitebeard and the others. He recalled what Marco had told him before leaving. What? Losing my devil fruit ability? Ace looked incredulously at Marco, whose face was dark. That must be the reason he was willing to betray just to obtain that fruit. We don't know the other methods, but remember not to let him get close and don't get caught by his strange ability. Marco's eyes were serious. Losing his devil fruit ability without any defense was like falling into an abyss for him. Fortunately, Sachi was there at the time, otherwise, Blackbeard might have taken advantage of his momentary panic to strike. Understood. You know my abilities. I don't need to engage him in close combat. Seeing Ace's confident face, Marco stopped being verbose and only reminded him to prioritize his own safety in case of any accidents. Ace casually agreed and then embarked on a long journey of pursuit. Just take care of yourself. Shifa never thought he could convince this stubborn guy, so he might as well let him give Ace a lesson about how oblivious he is. At worst, he could just go take a trip himself. That kind of ambitious and adaptable guy is indeed quite annoying to have around. By the way, I heard Shifa recently went to the East Sea. Did he see my brother? It's this guy. Ace suddenly seemed to remember something and pulled out a brand new bounty notice from his pocket. I saw him, a lively little brat. Shifa casually replied, He's an amazing guy, right? Don't be fooled by his appearance. He's going to be the pirate king. When it comes to Luffy, Ace seemed to have an endless stream of topics, and Shifa and the others listened enthusiastically as he chattered on. By the way, what about my life card? Did Shifa give it to him? What card? A drop of sweat slid down Shifa's forehead. Ace, where are you planning to go next? Shifa quickly changed the subject. On the day he ran into Luffy and the others, he was so busy eating, drinking, and having fun that he completely forgot about the life card. The next destination? He heard that guy had appeared near Alabasta, so he planned to check it out. As one of the representatives of single-mindedness, Ace was easily misled. He was still thinking that since Luffy had entered the Grand Line, they could meet up in Alabasta. Ace scratched his head. After all, he didn't know if Luffy had made it to the Grand Line or not. He had specifically asked while he was at Drum Island. But the people there had never heard of a straw hat-wearing pirate, so he had no choice but to leave them a message and leave. As for whether Luffy would go to Drum Island, Ace didn't care. He left a message on all the islands he had stopped at, so Luffy would surely land on one of them. By the way, Shifa, why do you want to be a warlord? A powerful pirate, like you should be going to the New World, becoming a king of the sea, right? Or maybe try to become the pirate king. Although in the end, it would definitely be Old Man or Luffy who succeeds. Ha ha ha. Ace originally wanted to ask Shifa why he didn't join them, but instead accepted the world government's invitation. But as they talked, it turned into praising Whitebeard and Luffy again. Meanwhile, Enel was leisurely picking his teeth with a toothpick, silently listening to their conversation, while Nolan, who was washing dishes in the kitchen, was completely different. This was something Nolan was quite curious about. A strong man like Captain Shifa should think of himself like a king of the sea, right? She quietly tiptoed and pressed her ear against the wall, wanting to hear their conversation clearly. Little did she know that her every move was no different from being directly in front of the three. I'm not a pirate, Ace. Shifa was too lazy to explain how others viewed him, but since his new crew member wanted to know, he didn't mind telling her. The world government wants to use my name to intimidate pirates, and I just happen to want the various conveniences that come with being a warlord. Shifa's face rarely showed a serious expression. I won't judge a person's goodness or badness based on their identity as a navy or a pirate. But overall, most pirates really are the kind of scum that need to be cleared out. This is also the origin of Shifa's title Butcher. However, many people go to sea in pursuit of one piece or freedom. Ace's mindset is different from Shifa's. He became a pirate to search for the meaning of his life, believing that pirates are a symbol of freedom. Everyone's concept of freedom is different. What you consider freedom is living freely in the world. But some people view freedom as burning, killing, and plundering, achieving everything by any means necessary. The latter are the ones I want to slaughter. Ace, listen to me. If one day, whether it's you or Whitebeard, you stand on the opposite side of the civilians, I won't spare you either. Although I know they have no intention of harming ordinary people, there's still things Shifa needs to say. Their brotherhood is too naive, always thinking that those who raise the pirate flag are just like them, seeking freedom. You really sound like a navy, Shifa. Although Shifa's words don't sound very friendly. Ace knows he means no harm, and that he isn't the kind of person who bullies ordinary people. I'm just... Captain Shifa, in the silence of the three, had Nolan, who was eavesdropping in the kitchen, moved to tears by these 6 words. Once upon a time, she also longed for the arrival of justice. Later, she realized that only the strong are worthy of defining justice. And at that time, Shifa, who emerged out of nowhere, became famous and thus became the goal she wanted to follow. It was only today, after being moved to tears by these words, that she suddenly realized what she had been pursuing all along was justice. Why don't you just join the Navy? I will be your guarantor. In Shifa's seemingly joking words, there's an overwhelming calmness and confidence. Well, let's leave it at that. Dad is the best pirate, and I am willing to regard him as king. Mr. Whitebeard is indeed a good person. Whitebeard can be considered a decent man, even in Shifa's eyes. He does not bully civilians. He takes in orphans from the sea. He protects many islands, and he uses all his savings to build up his hometown. If possible, Shifa naturally hopes that he can enjoy his old age and peacefully complete his magnificent life. Enough about Shifa. I've finished my meal, we've talked enough, and I need to get back to my business. Ace patted his belly, burped, and stood up. Every time he reached a destination, Blackbeard would run away, so he couldn't waste too much time at sea. Goodbye, Shifa, and to the lady in the kitchen, the food was really delicious. Thank you for the hospitality. Rude fellow, you haven't said anything yet. As Ace was preparing to leave, having said goodbye to both Shifa and Nolan, but not to him, Enel was filled with anger. He had already let himself be distracted, resulting in that bastard captain stealing all the food, and now he even dared to ignore a deity. He was really furious. All right. Almost forgot about you. Goodbye, Ace. Ace fell into thought. He had seen this person in the newspaper and knew he was Shifa's first companion, but he had forgotten his full name. Just as Enel's veins were about to pop from rage, Ace came up with an idea. Until we meet again, long-eared brother. Laughter came from the kitchen, and in Enel's incredulous gaze, Ace gave him a hug and then turned to leave. The hat in his hand, under the sunlight, surprisingly sparkled with a bitter expression. He put on the hat and jumped onto the speedboat under the gazes of Shifa and Enel, leaving gracefully. Safe travels. Although his journey was likely not going smoothly. That little brat. How dare he give the deity such a despicable nickname? After watching him leave, Enel finally burst into a rage, as if waking from a dream. Brother Enel, don't be angry here. Nolan came out of the kitchen with 2 apples, handing one to the furious Enel and the other to Shifa. If only everyone in the world respected deities like Nolan does. Enel wasn't truly angry, though. He took the apple and sat down on the beach chair that usually belonged to Shifa, munching on it. Shifa did not eat the apple in his hand, but threw it into the air, and by the time it fell back down, he was already prepared. Nolan should be able to navigate with the sea charts, right? Yes. Although she had only been drifting at sea for a year, Uncle Norn had taught her many things. Finally, do they have a destination? Eneru also showed a satisfied smile. What's the next stop? Magnetic Drum Island. 2 days passed quietly, and the 3 on the Little Crow were already approaching the winter island, with at most half a day's journey left to reach it. The temperature also dropped sharply, and both Nolan and Eneru put on heavy clothes, shivering from time to time, while Shifa remained in his signature outfit. Originally, according to Nolan's plan, without the eternal pointer, they would probably take some time and make some detours to reach their destination. Unexpectedly, in the areas of uncertainty on the sea charts, Captain Shifa directly had the whole ship fly up to help her determine the direction to proceed. As a result, unnecessary detours were avoided, and they smoothly approached Magnetic Drum Island. Captain Shifa, are we coming to Magnetic Drum Island to find a doctor for Brother Eneru? Nolan remembered that a few days ago, the captain mentioned that Eneru seemed to be ill. Yes, they are looking for a doctor, but not to treat this guy. A case of Chinibu is an incurable disease. There's no remedy for it. Shifa's abilities and strength do not require a doctor. But the other 2 guys on the Little Crow do. Huh, what nonsense are you spouting again, you bastard? Under her concerned gaze, Enel's eye twitched, and he once again engaged in the daily routine of cursing at Shifa. While cursing, he suddenly stopped, looking towards the bow of the ship, or more accurately, staring at the vast sea ahead. A group of eager-to-die guys was coming, which happened to help me out a bit. Shifa, who had been lying on the beach chair, happily accepting the scolding, stood up at this moment. Below the little crow, a massive submarine was rising. How was that person standing on the water? Nolan followed Enel's gaze and questioned. A strangely dressed man, resembling a clown, emerged vertically from the sea and stood shivering on the water's surface before her eyes. The surface of the sea rippled, and with the surging waves, a gigantic sailboat officially surfaced beneath the man. It was a sailboat much larger than the little crow, with a bow depicting a crowned hippopotamus, and the splendid buildings on it showcased its owner's status. The commotion from the rising ship stirred the nearby waters, creating waves. As soon as Shifa had a thought, the little black ship surprisingly remained steady amidst the surging waves. Even the splashes couldn't reach the deck. Haha, my supersized submarine. The Iron King has scared you all, hasn't it? A man with a plump figure, ugly looks, purple hair, and a jaw made of iron stood at the bow of the ship. It's quite a big ship, but unfortunately, there are only a couple of small cats on board. Are they newcomers? The fat man stroked his chin, clearly eyeing Shifa's ship. They had been drifting at sea for the past 2 months, sometimes even hiding underwater, and were not very clear about the latest news in the world. He only thought the 3 people in front of him were newcomers who had just entered the Grand Line and wanted to take action against them. Under his instructions, a group of subordinates began to prepare to jump onto the little black ship. Are pirates nowadays so bold? Nolan scratched her head. She had never thought that there would be pirates daring to provoke this one. That fat man wants to live. Simple. Shifa had no interest in playing with this group of small fry. This guy was just temporarily useful to him. Who allowed you to come aboard the divine ship? Looking at the dozens of people jumping in the air, about to land on the bow of the little crow, Enel's tone was extremely cold. 60 million volts, discharge. He simply extended his palm, and lightning flashed. In an instant, all the people leaping in the air were charred and fell into the sea. Natural type. The fat man was frightened by Enel's methods. He didn't expect that after a long time of robbing passing pirates, he would actually encounter a tough opponent. Quickly sink. He panicked and hastily ordered his subordinates to dive the submarine deeper, hoping to avoid a direct confrontation with Enel. At the same time, he hurriedly grabbed the nearby cannon and stuffed it into his mouth. Useless. Enel's eyes were filled with disdain as he transformed into a bolt of lightning soaring in the air, looking down at the entire white iron sailboat. With a point of his finger, those who wanted to rush into the cabin to relay information were knocked to the ground. Tongue cannon. The fat man opened his gaping mouth, and his tongue transformed into the cannon he had just eaten, continuously firing projectiles. Unfortunately, Enel didn't even need to dodge. The cannonballs passed right through his body and couldn't hit him at all. What kind of ability is this? How disgusting. The already ugly man now had his mouth opened wide like a pit, with his tongue turned into a cannon, which was simply unbearable to Nolan's eyes. It was the superhuman type swallow fruit. After receiving Shifa's answer, Nolan felt as if she was about to die. Until today, she had not discovered what her devil fruit ability was. Sypha and Enel both believe it should be a paramecia type. Could be a power like that of this ugly man's? What are you all standing there for? Go capture the hostage, the fat man shouted, thinking that he had temporarily stalled the Logia fruit user opposite him. But defeat was only a matter of time. As long as his subordinates captured that person's companions, he wouldn't dare act rashly. Yes, a group of people swallowed hard. Led by the 2 executives, they raised their weapons and charged toward the Going Merry again. Insolent fools. You have successfully angered the deity. Enel saw that they dared to defy his words, and a fierce light shone in his indifferent eyes. With a flash of lightning, he appeared at the bow of the silver ship, blocking everyone's path. Watch me devour you. Swallow. The fat man gritted his teeth, his bloodshot eyes revealing his determination at that moment. He opened his mouth wide and bit towards Enel's head. 60 million volts. Thunder Beast. Lightly striking the left drum, a wolf-shaped thunder beast roared out, rampaging across the ship, knocking everyone on the deck, except for the fat man, to the ground. Enel, however, transformed into lightning and disappeared in front of the fat man. Gone. The fat man was filled with fear in his heart. He regretted why he had attacked this group of people and was already considering whether to kneel and beg for mercy. Sleep now, foolish people. When he looked up, he found Enel floating in midair, pointing his finger at him. Wait, I'm willing to divine judgment. He had no intention of listening to his plea for mercy. After the thunder, the fat man collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Enel grabbed his clothes and tossed him towards the Going Merry, then walked into the cabin of the silver ship. The sound of crackling thunder rang out frequently, with cries for mercy and help echoing. On the other side, Sypha merely thought, and the fat man, about to land on the deck, was frozen in midair. Go get a rope. Yes. Nolan hurriedly ran into the cabin. After a short while, Enel returned to the ship, shouldering several packages much larger than the others, containing the treasures from the silver ship. Where's that fat man? Not seeing him, Enel casually placed the treasures on the deck and asked. Over there. Following Nolan's, the fat man was hanging outside the ship, tightly bound, with his lower half submerged in the cold seawater. This is the fate of disrespecting the deity. Enel was not surprised, since Sypha had allowed him to kill his subordinates. Keeping him alive wouldn't mean he would have it easy either. Let's go. Set sail from Magnet Island. I believe they will love my gift. With a casual gesture, Shifa pointed, and a green light shone at his fingertips. In an instant, the white iron sailboat was shattered into pieces. Please spare me. The little crow was sailing, and the fat man was continuously soaked in the sea, with the rising seawater washing over his body. At first, he felt a mix of intense burning and freezing sensations on his skin. But as time passed, the temperature dropped further, and the seawater became increasingly cold. He felt as if his body was no longer his own, completely losing sensation, with only his head remaining conscious. Whenever he was about to pass out, the few people on the boat would wake him up, subjecting him to torment. He could only beg for mercy from the 3 demons on the ship over and over again, but the only response he received was the cold seawater. He didn't even think about what had happened to his subordinates. Now that he had become a prisoner, those guys were either all dead or had fled. Captain Shifa, look. After Shifa put down the phone bug, Nolan shouted excitedly as a white, misty island came into their view. That was their destination, Magnetic Drum Island. It's Magnetic Drum Island. The fat man was also excited at this moment. This was his hometown. If they could reach there, perhaps there would be loyal subjects willing to rescue him. At the very least, he wouldn't have to keep soaking in the sea. In his immense hope, after an unknown amount of time, the ship finally docked at a harbor. Pirates are not allowed to enter this country. After the little crow steadied, dozens of armed men appeared on both sides of the shore, all pointing their guns at the 3. This country does not welcome you. A heavily clothed, square-faced man stepped out from the crowd and issued an eviction order to the 3. He was Dalton, the man working hard to build the nation, beloved by the people of the former Magnetic Drum Kingdom. No need to be so nervous. I brought you gifts. Shifa pointed to the exterior of the small ship, while Enel pulled up the fat guy hanging nearby. Walbo. Everyone on the shore immediately recognized the guy in Enel's hand. Their expressions turned extremely angry, wishing they could skin Walbo alive. Without this guy, you could have built this country well. How about this gift? Shifa spread his hands, releasing his goodwill towards them. What do you want? Dalton understood that good things don't just fall from the sky, especially since the country had recently fallen to pirates and was in a sensitive period. Hearing that this was a renowned medical powerhouse, he mentioned that his ship happened to need a doctor. That might disappoint you. The doctors in this country have all been driven out by that man in your hands. He knew very well that the strength of these people was clearly not something he and the others could contend with, as they could easily take Walbo from the white-sailed ship. You don't need to worry about this. After tossing Walbo back into the sea to float, Shifa and the others walked towards the shore, facing the guns. Put down your guns and go back. After a brief moment of thought, Dalton had everyone disperse, clearing a path for them. If they wanted to do something to this country, they could do it directly without needing to capture Walbo and bring him back for MC. By the way, you don't need to worry about that guy. I will handle it. After taking a few steps, Shifa turned back to remind them. Help me. No one paid attention to Walbo, who had been thrown back into the sea, shouting hoarsely. Are you looking for Dr. Kureha? After sending everyone home, Dalton followed closely beside Shifa to talk with him. Now, this country only had one doctor left, Dr. Kureha. However, her temperament was eccentric, and Dalton thought it unwise to let them meet her hastily. Moreover, he was afraid that Dr. Kureha would really leave with them, which would spell disaster for the people of this country if they fell ill. Although Walbo had been defeated, it would still take some time to gather the expelled doctors back. You can think of it this way. Shifa smiled faintly and spoke ambiguously. Dalton continuously told him about the country and Dr. Kureha, constantly implying that the kingdom was in dire need of revival and that doctor. Kureha was an indispensable part of it. Shifa already knew about these matters, but he patiently listened to Dalton's rambling without responding. Captain Shifa, what a big bear. Holding a wooden stick, Nolan exclaimed excitedly, pointing to a bear standing at attention by the road ahead. It's a traveling bear. Dalton was quite surprised because this creature was a unique traveling bear from their Magnetic Drum Island. As the name suggests, traveling bears love to travel everywhere. They never harm people and just require a greeting when passing by. However, He had never seen a traveling bear standing by the roadside, waiting for others to go first. He glanced at the two people beside him, who were not at all surprised by the traveling bear. Just the scent of these two individuals was likely enough to scare the traveling bear away. Animals often have a stronger sense of danger than humans. With men like this, what could he use to stop them from doing what they wanted? Dalton stopped saying unnecessary things and honestly led them to the village, pointing out the way to find Dr. Kureha. In the rolling snow-capped mountains, Dr. Kureha lived in the castle atop the highest peak, which used to be the king's palace. I suggest taking the back of the mountain. If you go from the front, you'll run into the rabid rabbits. They're a kind of aggressive, social rabbit that often attack people who take that route. Even though he knew they probably wouldn't take him seriously, Dalton still made the warning. Don't worry, we'll take care of them. Shifa had no intention of letting those aggressive rabbits go. Otherwise, he could have directly teleported to the castle just now. Mr. Dalton, you're back so early today. A large, sturdy creature approached them with a smile, and Dalton smiled back at her. Hello. Nolan bent down to greet her, remembering that Mr. Dalton had said to do this when meeting a traveling bear. Are you an idiot? After Shifa left this sentence, he and Eneru walked slowly towards the castle. At this moment, Nolan realized that the person in front of her was actually a kindly-looking ant. Captain Shifa, with a blushing face. She puffed out her cheeks and quickly chased after the two. Mr. Dalton, they were faces she had never seen before, which sparked her curiosity. After all, Magnetic Drum Island could be said to have nothing at all now. It felt like a group of strange pirates. Pirates! The ant was still a bit sensitive to these two words. After all, the recent downfall of this country was due to pirates. Although the arrival of that group of pirates might not necessarily be a bad thing. They are here to find Dr. Kureha. Captain Shifa is too much. How could he say that someone is an idiot? In the white world, Nolan's little face puffed up like a squirrel, her arms crossed as she followed behind the two. Something reckless was coming. Eneru's eyes scanned the surroundings. Although it had not yet appeared in his line of sight, the overwhelming malice approaching could not deceive him. As they walked, a rabbit, only the size of a palm, jumped out of the snow and charged towards the weakest among the three. Nolan. What a cute little rabbit. However, it was caught mid-air by her, and her little face kept rubbing against its head. This creature was known for its tendency to attack people. With a casual remark from Shifa, Nolan was so startled that he kicked the rabbit he was holding away. Why does Captain Shifa always bully me? What can such a small rabbit do? Nolan realized too late that a small animal he could easily catch posed no danger at all. Little Nolan, this guy may be a bit of a jerk, but he won't lie to you. Just look for yourself. She looked in the direction that Enel indicated, and a group of white figures was rushing towards them. So many, even though she knew they couldn't possibly be a match for Captain and Brother Enel, Nolan, who had never seen much of the world, was still trembling in fear. Let's teach them a lesson. This country still needs this combat power. 30 million volts, discharge. As Shifa commanded, Enel raised his hand lightly, and the nearby group of snow rabbits was struck by lightning, except for the largest one among them. All fell to the ground, as expected of Brother Enel. Ya ha ha. Nolan, like a little fangirl, kept praising him, providing Enel with a significant amount of emotional value. The one remaining rabbit, Raven, staggered to Shifa's side, seemingly realizing that this human was the leader. Do you still want to be stubborn? Lightning flickered in Enel's hand, moving on its own. If this thing provoked his captain again, where would the face of the deity be placed? Bang! What he didn't expect was that Raven suddenly knelt down with a thud, bowing before Shifa as if begging for mercy for the unconscious snow rabbits behind it. You should be able to roughly understand what I'm saying, right? Seeing that the intimidation effect had been achieved, Shifa asked. Raven nodded vigorously. You know there's a castle up there, right? Go there and find me later. As soon as he finished speaking, Shifa grabbed Nolan by the collar and disappeared before Raven's astonished eyes, with Enel following closely behind like thunder. It was just a moment of daze. Raven then walked gently beside its companions, confirming that they were not in life-threatening danger before limping toward the mountaintop. On the other side, at the castle on the mountaintop, is this the home of Dr. Kureha? It looks so grand. Nolan's eyes sparkled, eager to rush into the castle for an adventure. This little girl, did you come here to know the secret of my eternal youth? Ha ha! A hearty laugh came from his side, and a grandmother wearing sunglasses, dressed in a very trendy outfit, and with a figure like that of a young girl approached them. Compared to Nolan and Enel, who were bundled up tightly, the grandmother was wearing a crop top. She is the kingdom's only doctor, Dr. Kureha. Beside her stood a reindeer with a blue nose, staring intently at Shifa and the others. But isn't the grandmother already an old lady? After following Shifa and the others for a few days, Nolan had also learned to speak her mind. Nolan, the woman in front of you is nearly 140 years old, a witch. Shifa reminded her from his side. What? Eternal youth? Is there really such a secret? Nolan was shocked when she selectively heard the age of 140. She had thought this was just a healthy grandmother in her 50s or 60s. After learning her true age, her eyes were filled with longing for that so-called secret. What a lovely girl. She should stay happy every day. Haha. Kureha doesn't like others discussing her age. However, she unusually did not get angry at Shifa, and even the reindeer beside her looked at her in confusion. Following in her footsteps, Shifa and the others also entered the warm castle. So, what brings the famous warlord of the Seven Seas to find me? Sitting beside the heated bed, Kureha showed no fear. Her face seemed to always carry a smile. Surely, men like you can't be curious about my secret to eternal youth, right? Haha. She has her own network of information. Although small, she was still aware of a big figure like Shifa. I heard that Blackbeard attacked this island 2 months ago. Do you know him? Shifa did not get straight to the point, but instead asked a seemingly nonsensical question. Dr. Kureha's smile vanished, and her expression turned serious. It was clear that Blackbeard was not a good memory for her. After destroying the Drum Kingdom, he had come to find me, wanting me to become his companion. As she recounted the events, what happened back then unfolded like a scroll. Not wanting to be my companion? What a pity, ha ha ha. Blackbeard did not regard an elderly man in his youth. One of the people beside him was a brat he had casually taught years ago. Perhaps it was the hatred of being expelled from the kingdom that drove them to destroy this place. Or maybe there were other reasons. Kureha did not know. Give it back to me. Just as they were about to leave, she heard a strange sound, as if it were a shout, coming from within Blackbeard's body. There was another voice. It felt very strange. Her ears clearly heard nothing. But looking at the figure leaving, it seemed to gradually split into two, even faintly splitting further. She thought she had seen it wrong, and when she rubbed her eyes to look again, they had already vanished from sight. When she recalled it later, she was certain she had not misseen. After years of practicing medicine, she absolutely could not be mistaken about the changes in people's bodies and minds. That Blackbeard's body had something very peculiar. One body with 2 souls, or even 3 souls. Shifa pondered. Could this be the reason why Blackbeard can eat multiple devil fruits? The mystery seemed to remain unsolved. He could only find a chance to tear open his body and see what secrets lay within. Doriel, come drink some water. At this moment, it had become routine. The small-statured chopper was carefully walking towards Kureha with a cup of warm water. What a cute little raccoon. Nolan's eyes sparkled as he wanted to hug Chopper, causing him to hide behind Kureha in fear. At this moment, Shifa also revealed his true purpose for this visit. I still need a doctor on my ship, so I came. Unfortunately, at my age, I can't withstand the storms outside. Just like rejecting Blackbeard, she used the same words to refuse Shifa. No, you misunderstood. Everyone present showed expressions of confusion. The person I want to invite is you. Tony Chopper. Join me as my companion. Huh? Chopper was clearly startled. He had never thought that this man, who even Doriel seemed to be wary of, would invite him to be his companion. He wasn't being treated as a monster by a stranger. Chopper felt a little happy inside. I can't easily hand over my foolish son to you. Kureha tightly protected him behind her in response to Chopper's puzzled gaze. Her expression was serious. She knew that Chopper, inheriting Dr. Hilyalik's will, also longed to go to sea. But not now, at least not with this man. If the inviter were just an ordinary pirate with a gentle temperament, she might consider it. But this man before her was one of the most dangerous figures in the world. A madman who dared to kill celestial dragons in public. She couldn't imagine how Chopper could keep up with such a man. A man like you should seek out more powerful companions. Nolan, everyone will grow. Before Chopper becomes a man capable of standing on his own, we will naturally stand in front of him. Shifa extended an inviting hand toward the small figure behind Kureha. Seeing this, Chopper shrank back a little behind Dr. Dolly, and he asked the question that he had been wanting to ask. How did you know my name is Chopper and that I know medicine? What puzzled Chopper even more was that he had never seen this person before. Yet they could call out his name so easily. It's hard enough for people to believe that a reindeer is a doctor. Most would find it strange that a reindeer can even talk. I had a dream. Shifa's mouth curved slightly as he began his persuasion tactics. In my dream, an old man wearing a tall hat told me about you, so I came. The old man with the tall hat is Dr. Hilyalik. Doctor. Chopper began to choke up, but the flood of tears was unstoppable, and he started to sob uncontrollably. Ever since the doctor passed away, he had missed him dearly, and now hearing about the doctor's dream from someone else was a sign of the doctor's longing for him. Little raccoon, don't cry. Seeing Chopper weeping so bitterly, Nolan felt as if his heart was about to break. After all, he had been recognized by the captain, which meant he would also be his companion in the future. I'm not a raccoon, I'm a reindeer. While crying, he refuted Nolan's words, pointing to the antlers on his head. But this time, he didn't shy away, allowing Nolan to hold him in his arms and comfort him, wiping away his tears. Watching the innocent Chopper being so easily deceived and brought to tears, Kureha felt helpless and could only step aside. Do you know that quack? She took a swig of plum wine and asked. She didn't believe in any dream messages. Whether souls truly existed after death was unprovable. She preferred to believe that Shifa already knew that guy, and that guy had entrusted Chopper to him. After all, he also hoped that his foolish son could venture out to the vast sea and see the world. I know him to some extent, in a way. What I want to do is similar to what he wished for. Shifa also took a drink from Kureha's table, a sweet and sour taste that didn't suit his palate. What a great and distant goal that is. Ha ha ha. She knows Shirahoshi's dream, and thinking about the deeds this man has done. Kureha could also guess what he intends to do. Chopper has never been to sea, and his combat ability may not match up to yours, but still. Are you willing to take him with you? You won't bully him or abandon him, right? She looked at Nolan, who was holding Chopper and wiping his tears, knowing that perhaps her foolish son was about to leave. If this man is willing to protect Chopper, he would indeed be the hardest shield in the world. Her only concern was that Chopper might be abandoned for not keeping up with them. Dr. Kureha, you can rest assured we won't bully him. As for abandoning a companion, unless I die, but he doesn't believe there's anyone in this world who can kill him. Though the words were directed at Chopper and Kureha, Enel and Nolan also smiled at the side. Their captain is truly an amazing man. Chopper, what do you think? Do you want to go to sea with them? After receiving a satisfactory answer, Kureha smiled and squatted down, stroking Chopper's little head to ask for his opinion. I'm really happy that the doctor's friend can invite me, but I'm not human. I'm just a monster. Can I really do it? Chopper's words were a bit stammering. He believed in Dr. Doriel's judgment and was also willing to trust Shifa, who knew Dr. Shirahoshi. But he felt like he didn't deserve to be with them. Come with us, Chopper. Nolan's small face rubbed against his furry face again. On our ship, they're all big monsters. To the people of this world, Shifa is undoubtedly a genuine big monster. And Enel considers himself a god, so it's not wrong to call him a monster either. Therefore, they all just smiled at Chopper and did not refute this statement. Chopper's tightly closed mouth trembled. In his eyes, this must be the girls saying this to get him on the ship, who would like to be treated as a monster, but they are willing to call themselves monsters to invite him. But can you give me a little bit of time? He pressed his hat down and shyly looked down at his little hooves. He still had things to accomplish in this country. His dream is to become a universal medicine, one that can even save the country. He can go to sea, and he longs for the world that Shirahoshi spoke of. But he must fulfill Shirahoshi's wish. He wants to save this country. If you mean saving this country, I think you've already done it. Chopper and Kureha looked puzzled. They didn't quite understand Shifa's words. To make you my partner, we conveniently wiped out all the subordinates of the former king of this country on the way, and he himself is still soaking in the harbor. One person and one reindeer, both in shock. You mean you defeated that tyrant? Chopper's emotions were very excited. It could be said that Walpo was his father's murderer. Now that the enemy has been defeated and captured by his future captain, he couldn't wait to avenge Shirahoshi. While Kureha was shocked, she calmed down. Defeating a mere king on the edge of paradise was no different from stepping on an ant for this man. Want to take a look? After getting Kureha's nod, Chopper's little feet followed behind Shifa and walked out of the castle. But when he came out, he looked a bit confused. Outside the castle door, a giant rabbit was standing there braving the wind and snow. How did Raven end up here? And why was he so seriously injured? As a doctor, when Chopper saw the snow rabbit that seemed to be emitting a burnt smell, he ran over without hesitation. However, Raven ignored Chopper, who was about to examine him, and stood there stiffly, looking at Shifa. Dr. Kureha, as one of the compensations for taking Chopper away, how about letting Raven and the others follow your orders from now on? Shifa looked at her. After all, Chopper also played the role of sled for her, and could be considered half her son. It wouldn't be right to take someone away without giving anything in return. Rabang understood this as well. Although it seemed like Shifa was speaking to Kureha, she was actually addressing him too. He hurried over to Kureha's side and lowered his body to show submission. Since that's the case, I'll accept your kindness. She patted Rabang's head, feeling somewhat satisfied with Shifa. Although this snow hare had a fierce temperament, if it could be tamed and used properly, it would be a powerful asset for the kingdom's reconstruction. Seeing that the matter was settled, Shifa did not delve deeper into the numerous previous attacks by the snow hares. Beasts are like that. It's already quite good if they only injure and don't kill. At this point, taming them is more valuable than slaughtering them all. This is the hometown of my companions. If I find out you do anything foolish again, you won't be so lucky next time. Rabang nodded vigorously. The fear instilled in him by Eneru was deeply engraved in his mind. Since that's the case, let's go. Shifa gently waved his palm, and the space in front of him was torn apart like paper. How amazing! The air was torn apart. Chopper's eyes were filled with stars, full of admiration for Shifa. He had never heard of someone being able to tear the air apart. Captain Shifa had torn apart space. Nolan squatted down and picked up Chopper, following closely behind them. Go, Chopper, pursue your adventure. Kureha only thought for a moment and didn't follow them in. She just watched them leave. Arrived. By the harbor, the air began to crack, shattering like glass, and Shifa and the others stepped out from it. How magical! Chopper jumped out from Nolan's arms, and in the blink of an eye, he had gone from the castle to the seaside, which he found incredibly unbelievable. You finally came back. Please spare me, I don't want to die. At this moment, Wapol, hanging by the side of the ship and soaking in the sea, could no longer hold back his tears and snot. He had been trying to endure the fear, thinking that since they hadn't killed him, he must have some value to them. When they arrived at Drum Island, he even fantasized about whether any of his former citizens would be willing to save him. No one cared about him. They all wanted him to pay for his past tyranny and fleeing. After being thrown back into the sea by that man again, he seemed to understand that he was probably a bargaining chip for that man to make some kind of deal with the people of this country. Considering the level of hatred this group of citizens had for him, he would definitely die if he fell into their hands. So he could no longer suppress the fear in his heart. He didn't want to die. It's that guy. Chopper recognized Wapol at a glance. He was the one who caused Dr. Hirlick's death. Shifa dragged him out of the sea and threw him in front of Chopper. He looked around, found a long stick nearby, and started hitting Walbo with it, making him scream in pain. Chopper even thought about transforming with the rumble ball to give him a good beating. Walbo was feeling extremely frustrated at this moment. After being soaked in water for so long, he was completely frozen. He couldn't feel the hits on his body, but when Chopper hit his face, the sharp pain made him want to scream. However, he was afraid that his cries would anger those people, so he could only grit his teeth and endure. He had to survive, by any means necessary. Walbo believed that as long as he kept living, there would be a future. And no matter how humble his current situation was, surviving was the only chance for revenge. Chopper, how do you plan to deal with him? Shifa stepped forward and asked for his opinion. Chopper had never thought about this question. He truly hated this man. He hated him for making this country a mess. And he hated him even more for causing the death of his adoptive father. After giving him a good beating, Chopper didn't know what to do next. If he expelled him from the country, he feared that once he left, the man would return and turn Drum Island into hell again. However, for a pure and kind-hearted Chopper, he had never considered killing anyone, even someone as despicable as Walpo. I don't know. His confused expression was already expected by Shifa, so he had prepared in advance. Chopper was still too kind-hearted. At that moment, a naval ship happened to arrive at the coast. The Navy, help me. I am the king of this country. They are all pirates. Seeing the naval ship dock, Walpo reignited his hope and shouted loudly towards it. However, the Marines disembarking seemed to not hear his cries. Mr. Shifa, Mr. Enel. A dozen Marines stood in 2 rows at the harbor, followed by a short-haired girl with glasses, Dasky. She saluted the two out of habit. You bastard. Why did you call me here? Amidst a swirl of smoke, Smoker, biting 2 cigars, also came down, looking quite impatient. Just a couple of days ago, he had applied to resign as the commander of Lowtown and officially enter the Grand Line to hunt down the Straw Hat Kid. Yet this bastard somehow found out he was here and used a den mushy to call him to Drum Island. It's this guy. Shifa pointed at the scarred man lying on the ground. Valpo seemed unwilling to believe what he was seeing, and he frantically asked, Aren't you the Navy? These people are pirates. I know, what's the problem? Smoker didn't give him a good look. Since Shifa said he was called here because of this guy, it meant this guy was no good. Not only did he waste his precious time chasing the Straw Hat Kid, but he also dared to shout at him. He even thought about going up to Valpo and landing a few punches. At this moment, Chopper felt like his brain cells were insufficient. Weren't the Navy and pirates supposed to be enemies? Why did his captain seem so familiar with the Navy? In the name of the 7 Warlords of the sea, I demand that you imprison this pirate and impel down. That shouldn't be a problem, right? 7 Warlords? The light in Valpo's eyes faded. He knew he was completely doomed this time. Shifa expressed his thoughts to Smog. Although the gum-gum fruit is not much for him. It is ultimately a tricky bug ability for ordinary people. Shifa does not want this fruit to circulate in the world again. He even suspects that one of Blackbeard's goals in coming to this country is to obtain the Suna no Mi. Would Chopper be willing to let him accept this punishment? Shifa values Chopper's opinion more. If Chopper wants Wapol to die, then he must die now. For Chopper, locking up bad people is the best course of action. After learning everything about this scoundrel from Chopper, Smoker naturally agreed to Shifa's request. For those with devil fruit abilities, imprisoning them is the optimal solution. Next time something like this happens, deliver them to the Navy branch yourself. He ordered to lock up the limp Wapol with sea stone and take him to the ship. Then Smoker said a word and turned to leave. Mr. Shifa, Mr. Enel, until we meet again. Dashki smiled and waved, striding towards the warship. The other Marines followed closely behind, preparing to return to the warship. Except for a frail boy at the back wearing a Navy hat who seemed momentarily stunned. Hey kid, don't fall behind. He snapped back to reality and quickly caught up with the Marines. Great job, Doctor. That tyrant finally got punished. Watching the warship sail away, Chopper felt as if a heavy stone had been lifted from his heart. Chopper believed that without Wapol's threat, the country would soon be rebuilt. And now, he could prepare to confidently join them on their adventure at sea. By the way, Captain, I don't know your names yet. It suddenly dawned on Chopper that the other party already knew his full name before they met, and he hadn't even asked their names after talking for so long. I am UlquiorraTravels, your captain. You can just call me Shifa. Wesfa bent down and extended his right fist. Just call me my lord. Seeing this, Enel also extended his fist. This is Brother Enel. He is the first mate of Captain Wesfa. I am Nolan, the cook on the ship. Welcome aboard, Chopper. As the only normal person on the ship, Nolan naturally introduced himself and the other members of the Chinibu group to Chopper. I am Tony Chopper. Please let me be your ship's doctor and join you on adventures at sea. The small hooves met with 3 fists, and from this day on, the little crow would gain a new member. Now let's bring another gift and go see the witch once more. As Shifa's words fell, Eneru had already carried several huge packages down from the ship. These were taken from Wapol's ship, and since Chopper was willing to go with them, it was time to return these items to the country. Let's go, Chopper. Okay. As the space rippled and returned to calm, they had already returned to the castle on the mountaintop. Mr. Ulquiorra, when they stepped out of the broken space, they found Dalton and a dozen armed civilians standing outside the door. Dalton had originally thought that Dr. Kureha's temper might anger the pirates, so he came up the mountain alone to check the situation. However, he found that the guards responsible today were also worried, so they decided to come up together. As a Zoan-type devil fruit user, he wasn't particularly afraid of the snow rabbits, and with more people, they could save time by approaching from the front. To his surprise, they encountered no obstacles along the way and didn't even see a shadow of Raven arriving at the castle like this. After Kureha's brief explanation, they understood the ins and outs of the situation. Dalton let out a sigh of relief upon realizing that the companion they were taking away was Chopper and not Kureha. At the same time, after learning about Shifa and the others' identities, Dalton came up with a bold idea. After discussing with everyone, they waited at the castle gate for their return. Not one to visit empty-handed, Shifa knew that Dalton's sudden enthusiasm must be for a reason. This country had been destroyed by pirates not long ago, and the citizens were anxious, often worrying about whether tragedy would strike again. Dalton bent down, and the civilians behind him followed suit. He earnestly requested Mr. Ulquiorra to take the title and become the king of the new kingdom. Dalton bowed his head very low. Wapol had been defeated, and rebuilding the country wasn't too difficult. But the challenge lay in calming the citizens' bad memories of the Annihilation event. Dalton had no way to do this. Although he was a devil fruit user, he couldn't even resist the former king. So how could he instill confidence in the people? If it were this man, he would definitely be able to. Unfortunately, I have no interest in that. Shifa rejected it without a second thought. But when Dalton felt particularly down, one of his words reignited hope. However, you can have someone draw my flag and hang it at the entrance of every harbor, telling newcomers that this is the territory of Shifa. After all, this is the hometown of my important companion. Chopper didn't say anything, just adjusted his hat, acknowledging this man. Shifa ignored Dalton and walked into the castle with a few people behind him. Mr. Dalton. The other civilians straightened up with joy, only to find Dalton still bent over. They hurriedly surrounded him, only to see his face, which was facing the ground, already covered in tears. Dalton gritted his teeth, managing not to cry out loud. Can this country be saved? As long as there are those who inherit my ideals. This country has finally been saved. Dr. Cyriluk, your son has indeed fulfilled your wish. Dalton wiped away his tears and took a deep bow towards the interior of the castle, then led everyone down the mountain. Next, this country would truly welcome a new beginning. Shifa, why did you let them hang the pirate flag in the harbor? Curious little Chopper, who was less than 1 meter tall, walked beside Shifa like a little pet. Because our captain is a world-renowned super pirate. Nolan bent down to explain to Chopper about Shifa's strength and what the 7 warlords of the sea represented. Enel, standing nearby, coughed into his hand twice. By the way, Big Brother Enel is also super strong. He is known as the God of Thunder. Nolan, having already figured out the personalities of the two on the ship, understood the meaning behind Enel's cough and continued to tell Chopper about his strength. Wow, he actually took down that Walpo's army by himself? Chopper was impressed by Enel's achievements and had clearly become his little fan. Ha ha ha, for a god, it's just a piece of cake. Enel began to feel that coming to the Blue Sea was worth it. Although there was a disrespectful jerk, he had also gained 2 true fans who admired him. Dr. Kureha. Chopper suddenly stopped because Kureha was standing ahead with a package at her feet. Go pursue your promise with that quack, Chopper. Ha ha, Doctor. Kureha downed a bottle of plum wine and tossed the package to them, which Shifa caught steadily. And Enel immediately dropped the several oversized packages he was carrying onto the ground. These are all taken from that Walpo's ship. I assume they were also taken from his country. How to dispose of them is up to you. She didn't respond or check the package, but only looked at Chopper, whose tears were flowing continuously. Thank you, Dr. Kureha, all this time. Chopper was somewhat choked with emotion. Kureha's eyes seemed to glisten as well, but she smiled. Ha ha, if you don't hurry up and leave, I might just change my mind. Yeah. She pretended to grab Chopper, who then dashed outside, with Shifa and the others following closely behind. Goodbye, Dr. Kureha. Goodbye, Doctor. With his short legs moving, Chopper's tears were swirling. At the top of the castle, the pirate flag fluttering in the wind seemed to call him forward. Kureha did not chase after them. She stood at the castle's gate, watching them leave, tears silently falling. Captain Shifa, aren't we setting sail? The 3 and the reindeer had already boarded the ship, but Shifa had not given the order to depart, leaving Nolan puzzled. I feel like I forgot something. Shifa murmured to himself, but he didn't pay much attention. What important thing could be so easily forgotten? Set sail. As he felt the message from the neural probe, Shifa smiled slightly. Look how beautiful. Nolan's little face was illuminated in pink as she pointed towards the direction of the castle on Drum Island. Chopper turned around, his eyes covered by a sea of pink. The entire island seemed surrounded by cherry blossoms, a breathtaking sight. Listen well, this red powder is not ordinary powder. It can stick to the white snow in the air. It can turn the falling snow into bright pink. Dr. Dorairu exclaimed. Ah, Chopper cried out in anguish. At the castle, Kureha wiped away her tears. Remember to keep smiling, you silly son. Shifa, are we going on a great adventure now? The day after leaving Drum Island, Chopper had already become familiar with the 3 of them, yearning for the world that Dr. Hillilik spoke of. What kind of unknown awaits him ahead? What kind of scenery lies beyond the sea? Adventure? Maybe. Shifa scratched his head. It seemed that there was almost nothing in this world that could be considered an adventure for him. However, his departure was indeed a grand adventure for those pirates at sea. What kind of adventure was Chopper looking forward to? Nolan hugged him from behind, feeling much brighter since Chopper came aboard. After all, the other 2 were monsters. What kind of adventure? Chopper pondered. We will go to many different places, see many different sights, and then we might even challenge many powerful enemies, right? When he expressed his understanding of adventure, unexpectedly, Nolan couldn't hold back her laughter. Chopper, the last part you said is incorrect. It should be that many seemingly powerful people might challenge us. She touched Chopper's soft belly, reminding him that the captain was an extraordinary powerhouse. Shifa and Enel were both so strong. Nolan must also be strong, right? Chopper's naive and innocent eyes, along with his affirming words, felt like a knife stabbing at her scar. Since boarding the ship, she had tried going to the training room to exercise with Brother Enel. However, she found that he mostly sat in meditation with his eyes closed, and only occasionally seemed to get pumped up and spar with Captain Shifa. The result was always getting beaten up and then running back to meditate. When she asked them how to become stronger, the answer she received nearly made her collapse. So, she tried exercising the heart network that Brother Enel mentioned, but ended up falling asleep while sitting. Since that day, she hadn't returned to the training room, simply relying on constantly flipping a spoon every day to build some stamina. Unfortunately, Chopper guessed wrong. I'm just an ordinary person, even after eating a devil fruit. Nolan said it lightly, but there was hidden unwillingness in her words, which Shifa and Enel couldn't help but notice. By the way, are you sure what you ate was really a devil fruit? Enel frowned. Nolan had been on board for several days now and had yet to show any abilities. Was this really reasonable? It should be, right? She was a bit uncertain now because, according to Captain Shifa and Brother Enel, even for the relatively difficult to identify Paramecia type, it shouldn't take this long to get any clues. I have an idea. Come over here. Shifa beckoned with his finger, and Nolan had a bad feeling. But he still steeled himself and walked over. Shifa directly reached out with a big hand, grabbing her by the back of her collar and throwing her out. I knew it. With a plop, she fell into the sea. Hey! Chopper couldn't believe it and quickly jumped to the bow of the ship, looking at Nolan in the water. Captain Shifa was gurgling. It was obvious that she was indeed a poor swimmer. Shifa, how could you throw your own companion into the sea? She's eaten a devil fruit. Chopper panicked. So hurry up and go down to save her. Shifa casually made a joke, preparing to fish someone out, and then, all right, another plop sound. Shifa gurgled. Is this person an idiot? Enel's face showed disbelief. As a devil fruit user, jumping into the sea to save someone, isn't that a bit brainless? With a gentle flick of his finger, Shifa sent the two people in the sea back onto the deck with a wave, yet not a single drop of water splashed onto the ship. It seems you really have eaten a devil fruit, but with no signs whatsoever. Could it be that you ate the human fruit? However, that ordinary human fruit has already been eaten by Chopper. Even if she had eaten the human fruit, she should still have other forms, right? Could it be that this fruit has some activation conditions? Shifa scratched his head, but didn't think too deeply about it. Since it was confirmed that they had eaten a devil fruit, it would eventually manifest itself. They had plenty of time. Human fruit? But it seemed like what I ate was indeed the human fruit, right? Hearing Shifa's speculation, Chopper had some doubts. Fruits of the same type might have different forms, and the human fruit was the most common, with multiple fruits and various forms. Seeing Nolan's dim eyes, Shifa, as the captain, decided to encourage her a bit. The current Marine Admiral Sengoku is indeed a user of the human fruit, Buddha form, and it said that it took him quite a while to discover his abilities back in the day. When Nolan heard this, realizing that her experience had similarities with the esteemed Marine Admiral, she immediately jumped up as if she had taken a stimulant. I knew it. This must be a test from the fruit. I accept it. Shifa couldn't help but want to punch Enel for his second-degree attitude. That's great, Nolan. We're both users of the human fruit. Chopper also started dancing with excitement. Hurry up and change clothes to cook. Yes. Nolan jumped and bounced happily into the cabin, with Chopper following her, since both of them needed to change clothes. Only two monsters were left on the deck. You weren't just lying to her, were you? Enel's expression was serious. Nolan was his devoted little fan, and he wanted to know Shifa's true thoughts. Well, it can't be said to be a lie. The Marine Admiral is indeed a user of the human fruit, Buddha form, but it's probably not quite like Nolan's experience. Shifa's gaze turned towards the cabin. Even he could not discern what kind of fruit this was or why it was like this. He had even used a transponder snail to ask Sakazuki, but even the Admiral had claimed to have never heard of such a thing. It was not the behavior of a qualified captain to let her remain in a negative mindset. But what if she was unable to use the fruit's abilities for a long time? What to do? What to do? Shifa doesn't know for the time being. But if this situation continues, he wouldn't mind using some small tricks to find a real master to guide her in physical techniques and other aspects. If her physical condition isn't strong enough, he would look for Caesar, Law, Beach, or even bring in Saitama. If she can't understand hockey, he would seek out Rayleigh, Garp, Kaido, or Whitebeard. In short, if that fruit really limits her growth, Shifa will find a way to break that limitation. Among 1,000 difficulties, there are naturally 1,001 solutions. Shifa has never lacked the strength to find them. Then let's take a trip to the most dangerous places in this world. It's quite terrifying. Chopper's jaw almost dropped in shock as he stretched out his arms to protect his bowl tightly against his chest. Even though he witnessed the eating capacity of Shifa and Enel yesterday, he was still shocked today. He might have begun to understand what Nolan meant by monsters, as their appetite didn't seem human. That bastard Enel was intentionally or unintentionally reaching for food while competing with Shifa, his large hand drifting toward Chopper. Hey, what is that? Chopper turned to look in the direction Enel was pointing, but there was nothing there. What is there? When he turned back, the food he was guarding in front of him had turned into an empty bowl. Hey, Enel, you guy. Chopper was furious and jumped on Enel's head, shaking him to make him spit it out. Yaha! Although he had long gotten used to calling himself a god, the carefree play with his companions was a remedy for healing the pain of his youth. Here, Nolan had already anticipated this scenario and had prepared backup food for Chopper. Thank you. Nolan is the best. Chopper took the plate from her hand, glanced at Enel warily, turned his back to him, and started to gobble it down, fearing that in the blink of an eye, his bowl would be empty again. Watching Chopper's little mood, Enel couldn't help but smirk slightly. Don't bully him. Just as Enel was still watching Chopper's back, Shifa had already finished eating and was elegantly wiping his mouth with a napkin. Oh no! Seeing that Shifa was already full, Enel looked down and found that all the plates in front of him were empty. You bastard! Lightning flashed, and when he looked up, he found that Shifa was no longer at the table. His gaze involuntarily shifted to a certain direction. Chopper felt a chill on his back and directly dumped everything from his plate into his mouth, then patted his chest and struggled to swallow. Nolan, I'm still hungry. Enel rubbed his flat stomach after eating so much yet still feeling empty. You two are really something. She covered her forehead with a bitter smile, told Enel to sit tight, and then went back to the kitchen to bring out several dishes again. Captain Sifa told brother Enel to make double the amount of food, which is her conclusion from the past few days. Little Nolan understands me. Enel was very pleased and placed all the plates in front of himself. Chopper was scared by Enel and quickly filled himself up, bouncing out of the kitchen to go play outside. One day, I will take down that bastard, Captain. Enel continued to feast while Nolan sat beside him, resting his chin on his hand and quietly watching him with a faint smile. Sifa, why do you have to do this? Chopper approached him with light steps, while Sifa was folding the flags on the ship. It seems like we haven't encountered any pirates lately, and I'm wondering if putting away the flags would be better. Both he and Enel were spending money lavishly and eating a lot, causing the ship's funds to dwindle significantly. Now with Nolan and Chopper on board, as captain, he naturally had to find ways to increase income, which led to this scene. Although he is a world-renowned man, the little crow seems to have no fame, and this could be just the opportunity to use that. Oh, can it be done this way? There must be a sense of adventure in it, and many people will come looking for trouble, and then Sifa and Enel will defeat them all. Chopper's arms twisted like two worms, his face full of anticipation. Just then, Sifa's nerve probe received a message. Is it really him? Although he hadn't appeared in sight yet, he decided to turn the ship's helm and head in that direction. Lord Phone, Kale, there seems to be a large ship without a flag over there. Soon, a small boat resembling a swan appeared in this sea area. A crew member holding a telescope reported loudly. In the center of the deck, a robust man with bizarre heavy makeup stood up from his chair. His pink coat, swan head ornament, and ballet outfit could not possibly be associated with his dense leg hair. At this moment, one eye was half squinted while the other was wide open. Bring me closer. Phone Kale was very anxious. He had come to eliminate Mr. 3 but had not found them at all. Fearing that his boss would send someone to settle the score, he ordered his subordinates to check every ship they encountered along the way to see if Mr. 3 was hiding on board. Report, Lord Phone Kale. The opposite side is coming closer. Hearing this, he became even more frustrated. If the other side dared to come closer, it was highly likely that the person he was looking for was not on board. Soon, the two ships were rapidly approaching each other. What a big ship. Mr. 3 can't possibly be on it. Some crew members on the Swan ship began to hesitate, feeling an inexplicable sense of crisis looking at the ship in front of them. It's small. I'm going. Phone Kale was not in the mood to consider other matters. He was only worried that if he failed the mission, he would be killed. He noticed the crew's hesitation and fear and chose to go up alone. Ignoring his physique and appearance, a perfect arc passed through the air, elegantly landing on the deck of the Little Crow. How graceful! He squinted, savoring the movement just now, and when he opened his eyes again, even the eye that was often half squinted was wide open. A creature that looked like a raccoon was taking a fighting stance against him. A beautiful lady was resting her chin on her hands. Then, a shirtless man sat cross-legged on the deck, looking quite interested. On a beach chair lay a man wearing sunglasses. The deadly part was that among the 4 people in front of him, 2 were ones he had seen in the newspaper. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, Blackwing the Great Demon, and his companion god of thunder. Are you here to challenge Captain Sifa? Chopper's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that on the second day aboard, he would witness his captain teaching someone a lesson. The sea is really fun. No. You can't say that. Phone Kale stuttered and quickly denied it. His brain raced, thinking of ways to survive against these 2 demons. Got it. My nickname is Little Phone. I'm actually a ballet dancer, and I have always admired Mr. Ulquiorra and Mr. Enel. I wonder if there's a chance for me to perform for you? With a flattering expression, beads of sweat on his forehead matched with his bizarre makeup. Nolan was filled with goosebumps. So, are you here to deliver a bounty to me, Pirate Phone Kale? Shifa took off his sunglasses, and the dark green pupils seemed to emit a killing intent amidst the tear stains. Mr. Ulquiorra, I mean, no offense. I'm just looking for someone. I really didn't know this was your ship. Fong Keilei's eyes were bloodshot. The reason he had been searching for Mr. 3 on the way to Alabasta was because he was afraid of dying. If he were to die here for this reason, who would he go to for an explanation? Shifa didn't answer, just sat there, resting his chin on one hand and looking at him, while Enel's fingers flicked lightly, a spark of electricity flashing by. Fong Keilei was trembling all over. Even standing still was a problem. But he still unsteadily struck a strange ballet pose. If there's really only a dead end, he might as well struggle a bit first. What if he succeeded? The opponent was nicknamed God of Thunder, so he should be a legendary Logia-type Devil Fruit user. His mind began to analyze the battle scene. The swan spreads its wings in the wind. A series of kicks greeted Enel's face, each kick seemingly landing right on it. A flash of lightning crossed. The swan's death. No, this won't do. I need to change my move. Control in a whip. In a ballet's advance, kicking Enel away. Lightning flickered. The rose withers. What a joke. This can't succeed. The memories of that winter. Body spinning and soaring. Delivering a blow to the opponent as he descended. It can succeed. Thunder and lightning. The land of the half-human seemed to be calling me. This is completely unfeasible. How could I possibly defeat a monster recognized by the world government? Fong Keilei was already completely soaked, wanting to escape. But his legs wouldn't listen at all, only trembling incessantly. What is this guy doing? Enel tapped his ear. He had just electrocuted a fly, and this guy, who looked like a half-human, was trembling all over in fear. Is this the kind of person who dares to board their ship? Enough already. Stop shaking. If you dare to wet yourself in fear, I'll kill you. Shifa didn't scare Fong Keilei anymore. He actually appreciated this person. As a transgender, he was doing many things that men couldn't accomplish. Aren't you going to kill me? That's really great. I'll take my leave now. A huge stone fell from Fong Keilei's heart, and he felt his legs and feet become nimble again. I never said I would let you go. In a brief sentence, Shifa was once again sweating profusely, with flashes of the bad things he had done constantly running through his mind. Recently, your Baroque workshop's little antics in Alabasta seem to have become a bit too noticeable. Shifa appreciates his return, but he cannot let them continue to make a fuss. Fong Keilei did not expect the other party to be so clear about his own organization, and even know about the situation in Alabasta. He thought of ways to make up for the mistake himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind taking your small bounty. In fact, Shifa had long forgotten what happened in Alabasta. But Fong Keilei's abilities must have played an important role in it. He just needs to give a little nudge, and the other party will naturally know what to do. If he waits for Monkey D. Luffy to handle it, who knows how many more people will die. If Fong Keilei handles it well, he won't have to get involved in this troublesome matter, and it can also reduce civilian casualties to some extent. He is a forceful person and is too lazy to engage in mind games with those who play politics. After all, to deal with such a seemingly great hero, one must first tear off his mask. But Fong Keilei is indeed very afraid of Shifa, and similarly, he is also afraid of Mr. 0 and Mr. 1 from the Baroque works. If they find out about his betrayal, they would definitely kill him. The leader of the Baroque works is Crocodile, who is also one of the 7 warlords of the sea. What? Fong Keilei panicked. In his view, his life was now being targeted by 2 of the 7 warlords. Shifa knows what he is worried about and gives him a shot of adrenaline. However, that is only for now. He won't be like this for long. That terrifying gaze makes Fong Keilei's heart tremble, and he mentally fills in the blanks of Shifa's words. The man in front of him dares to kill celestial dragons, so killing a warlord doesn't seem too strange. If he dares to defy him, he will definitely die a terrible death. He has made up his mind. Since the boss is also a warlord and death is inevitable, he naturally prefers to choose one with a higher survival rate. Within the organization, he will still follow orders, but regarding the matter of Alabasta, he will find a way to remedy it. At this moment, he has not yet encountered the Straw Hat Pirates. He is just an extremely life-preserving little pirate. As long as he can survive, he is willing to work for anyone. Then I will take my leave. After agreeing to Shifa's request, he feels immense turmoil inside. On one hand, he is betraying his own organization, which is extremely risky. On the other hand, he doesn't even know if he will die after returning, having failed the mission to eliminate Mr. 3. If he dares not to go back, he will definitely be hunted down. Baroque Works is already terrifying. Not to mention now that he knows the boss is a warlord. You know about the Okama King Ivankov, right? Seeing his lost and despondent look, Shifa asks knowingly, "Are you talking about the legendary Okama King Ivankov?" Upon hearing the name of his idol, he becomes excited, even feeling less fear. That is the person who saved a country on the brink of death, which doctors deemed hopeless. leaving behind the legend of relief, the strongest miraculous person in history. He dreams of becoming an outstanding Okama like Ivankov. If this matter is handled well, I might be able to arrange for you to meet him. In any case, if all goes well, he will be imprisoned after the Alabasta incident, and there will naturally be a chance to meet. Tina, rounding off, is equivalent to Shifa's crew. What she does is roughly equivalent to what Shifa does. Really, Fong Kele now feels that Baroque works doesn't seem so scary after all. If he can meet that legendary person, his Okama career will have no regrets. I will strive to make up for my past mistakes. Fong Kele cannot help but strike a pose, thinking how could he appear in such a despicable image as someone who aids the wicked to do evil when meeting that miraculous person. He returns to the Swan, bows deeply and quickly leaves. I completely don't understand what you guys are talking about. Chopper's face is filled with confusion. The mood of the ballet dancer who boarded seems to have gone through great ups and downs, and then he left respectfully. It's nothing, just planning to take you all to Alabasta for a visit after a while. What will the long-awaited country be like? Shifa put on his sunglasses again, continuing to enjoy the sunbathing while waiting for the careless pirates to take the bait. Is it a big adventure? Chopper took the cotton candy from Nolan's hand, his eyes sparkling. After Fong, Keeley left, they hadn't encountered any careless pirates for a whole day. Shifa did not directly head to Alabasta. Instead, he chose to travel leisurely and wait until things that were coming to an end before going over. After all, it was hot and dry there. Going now would only be subjecting his crew to suffering. Now, they had docked at a nameless small island on the route to Alabasta to replenish their supplies. The little U-ship was anchored in the harbor, and Chopper jumped off the ship eagerly. This was his first time leaving his hometown to visit other islands. The islanders at the port looked at the small, bouncing Chopper with some curiosity. Chopper saw a lone wolf limping along the shore, its solitary figure exuding a sense of desolation. Its snow-white fur was stained with blood, and its slow pace indicated that its injuries were serious. Not far behind it, several men with firearms were chatting and laughing. As a doctor and a former prey animal, Chopper couldn't ignore it. He ran towards it with his short legs, while Shifa and the others followed slowly behind him. The white wolf noticed Chopper approaching and bared its teeth, trying hard to appear fierce. I'm a doctor. Don't be afraid. I'm here to help you. Chopper had the ability to communicate with animals and tried to approach the white wolf slowly, but the wolf remained on guard. With each step Chopper took forward, the wolf stepped back. What do you want? The men behind the wolf shouted to stop Shifa and his group from getting closer. Eneru frowned. As they approached the white wolf, the people at the dock unexpectedly moved closer, surrounding the three of them. As a god, their attitude displeased him. The leader was a stout young man with dark skin and thick lips, his curly hair adding to his imposing presence. Outsiders, I advise you not to meddle with that white wolf. His tone was very serious, and Shifa and Eneru could sense the malice in his words. Nigo, why waste time with them? Just take action. Behind him, some of his lackeys had already drawn their long knives and firearms. What are you going to do to my companion? Chopper sensed the commotion behind him and, not bothering to check the wolf's condition any longer, transformed into his tall beast form and pushed through the crowd to return to Shifa's side. He transformed. Nigo was delighted, looking at Chopper as if he were a money tree. The hunters who had originally targeted the white wolf also turned around and joined the encirclement of Shifa and his group. Stop! Are you going to rebel? A strong young man, nearly 3 meters tall and bare-chested, covered in scars, shouted to stop them. Nigo, brother. Half of the people surrounding them dispersed at a shout, but Nigo and most others acted as if they hadn't heard. Even after Nigo waved his hand, those holding weapons had already chambered their bullets. Nigo pushed through the crowd and stepped into the circle, standing in front of Nigo. Nigo, what exactly do you want to do? Nigo looked at his sworn brother, noticing that he had become increasingly arrogant lately, disregarding the rules he had set. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and Nigo fell to the ground, having been shot by one of the people he had previously shouted at. He clutched his chest, blood flowing uncontrollably, wanted to ask something, but when he opened his mouth, he coughed up blood. Brother, you really are too antiquated. Nigo stepped forward, stepping on Nigo's face, rubbing his shoe against him with a frenzied expression. This island is already barren, and someone is offering a high price for white wolf meat and rare animals. But you won't allow it. Finally, someone comes to the island, and you won't let us make a move. We are sworn brothers. Why are you blocking my path to wealth? Blocking someone's path to wealth is like killing their parents. Nigo had once deeply admired this brother who saved him, but that was no reason for him to obstruct his path. That nobleman loved all kinds of rare beasts. And this time, not only had he gotten the white wolf, but also a shape-shifting, talking raccoon. He could definitely connect with that man. Perhaps he could finally leave this backward place and go to a truly prosperous place in the Grand Line. What a disgusting person. Nolan looked at Nigo with contempt, while Chopper's face turned ashen, and only the two who had seen great storms remained expressionless. The white wolf, initially wanting to flee due to its injuries, now returned and stood in front of Nigu, blocking him with its wounded body. The gods felt quite displeased. Eneru was the first to express his dissatisfaction, lightning crackling around him. Could it be the legendary? Seeing this, Nigo recalled having heard about the devil fruit before. Those who had eaten the devil fruit were all monsters of the sea. You all better not move. Otherwise, I'll start shooting. Everyone raised their weapons at Shifa and the others, and Nigo shouted for them not to act rashly. He had never seen a devil fruit user, but he figured it would be impossible to dodge bullets at this distance. If possible, he didn't want to escalate things to a deadly confrontation here. After all, he still needed that living strange raccoon for future trade. The way you're looking at my companion makes me very uncomfortable. The spiritual pressure surged like a tidal wave. And in an instant, Nigo and his companion's eyes exploded simultaneously. Everyone fell to the ground, clutching their eyes in pain, their screams echoing. Nigu stared blankly at everything before him, seemingly forgetting his injuries, while the white wolf was also stunned. Provoking a god would come at a price far greater than this. Enela would not let them go just because Shifa made a slight move, but he also did not act immediately. Nolan, having drifted at sea for some time, had seen much bloodier scenes and did not find it particularly shocking. But Chopper was completely different. In his world, he had never witnessed such a bloody scene. Even when he was hunted and fought with a herd of deer, he had never thought of killing or incapacitating anyone. Will Shifa treat them this way? Chopper felt a bit anxious. He didn't want to interfere with the captain's actions, but his heart found it difficult to accept. Chopper, I know you're a kind-hearted person, but kindness alone cannot save people. Shifa had always been patient with his crew. There is no illness that cannot be cured, but there are people who cannot be saved. Sometimes, killing is also a form of saving. The illnesses of this world require strong medicine. Chopper touched the hat on his head and gently nodded. He should have understood this principle. He should have realized it when Dr. Hiralik sacrificed himself. Please don't kill us. Nigo and the others, who were merely blinded, heard this more clearly, their hearts filled with fear of death as they cried out for mercy. Remember, we're the just ones. Xifa gently tuchit chopashat. His tone gentle yet heavy as a mountain. God's punishment. After the thunder, corpses lay everywhere. Although Chopper mentally accepted what Shifa said, he hadn't physically adapted to it yet. He climbed onto Shifa's shoulder, hugging his head from behind, seemingly feeling safer that way. Chopper, if you keep lying on Captain Shifa's head, those two will die. Nolan walked over to Shifa, wanting to poke Chopper, but found she couldn't reach him at all. Almost forgot, reminded by her. Chopper remembered that he initially wanted to save that white wolf, which led to the situation. He hurriedly jumped down and ran to the white wolf and Nigu, who were too scared to even breathe, to check their injuries. Both of their conditions were not too severe. They seemed to have lost a lot of blood, but fortunately, none of their vital spots were harmed. I need to go back to the ship for the medical kit, Chopper thought, and just as he wanted to turn around, a medical kit appeared in his line of sight. Thank the gods. Eneru still had his eyes half closed, but one could see the indulgence on his face. He had already guessed that Chopper would want to get the medical kit. With the speed of lightning, it didn't even take a blink. Thank you, Eneru. Chopper happily took the box and began emergency treatment for the white wolf and Nigu, who didn't even dare to move. It doesn't hurt as much now. You're an amazing doctor. Whether it was psychological or because Chopper used some medication, Nigu felt that after being bandaged, it didn't hurt much anymore, constantly thanking him. The white wolf also completely lowered its guard, bowing its body towards Chopper a few times while making some animal sounds. You guys complimenting me like this won't make me happy. Chopper said this, but his body wriggled like a worm, his face full of joy. Generally speaking, even the most savage islanders wouldn't want to kill or loot at the dock. Nolan raised her doubts. It was incomprehensible to her that everyone at the dock wanted to attack them. For a small island, the harbor where the ship docks is its business card. There might be people stealing or cheating at the dock, but avoiding bloodshed is something everyone tacitly agrees upon. If a small island is chaotic at the dock, it would become notorious, and apart from scoundrels, no one will want to come. Niga showed a hint of pain on his face after hearing this question, then gave an answer. He had lived on this island, whose name even his parents didn't know, since he was a child, and the tribespeople lived in harmony. At that time, the islanders had a good relationship with the animals on the island, especially the white wolf pack. It was not surprising to see white wolves in the streets and alleys. It wasn't until his father, Nissen, recently passed away from illness that Nigu learned many things about this island. Nissen was originally a wandering knight sailing outside, strong and always liked to travel alone on a small boat across the sea. When he traveled to this sea area, a sudden storm capsized the boat, and he was swept into the sea. At that time, Nissen clearly realized the great power of nature. As a somewhat famous knight at sea, he was powerless against the raging waves. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself on this island, saved by a beautiful girl who rescued him from the waves. From that moment on, Nissen abandoned his goal of continuing to sail and lived with her. She seemed to be the darling of this small island. All the animals on the island adored her, especially the white wolves. According to his mother, she had saved the leader of the white wolf pack when she was young, and later, the white wolves also saved her. Since then, the Nigu family had formed a long-lasting friendship with the White Wolf clan. Because his mother had good relations with some fierce beasts, plus his father was the strongest on the island, their family was quite prominent for a time. The residents of the entire island looked up to the Nigu family. Although there was no country on the island, Nissen was vaguely regarded as the island's master. But everything changed after they both passed away. With the shadow of his parents, Nigu was somewhat influential on the island, and with a few subordinates, he established some rules. He remembered his father's last words. No harm should come to the island's rare animals, nor should he draw his sword against harmless outsiders. At first, everyone followed this, as it wasn't a big deal. However, not long ago, a certain ship docked at the harbor, and its luxurious appearance deeply attracted the islanders. The people on the ship, passing by this small island, landed and discovered many never-before-seen creatures. They offered very high prices and said they would come back to trade soon. The islanders were captivated. They began to yearn for the outside world, but the primary prerequisite was money. Thus, many began secretly capturing or hunting the wild beasts in the mountains and forests. Although Nigu strictly prohibited it, under the lure of heavy profits, his authority was diminishing. He frequently went back and forth between the mountains and the harbor to monitor others, trying to prevent them from being blinded by greed. Once the precedent of hunting the island's creatures and harming outsiders was set, it would be impossible to stop once they tasted the sweetness. Unexpectedly, after seeing Shifa's enormous ship today, the suppressed desires were infinitely magnified. Anyway, they had already violated one of the established rules, so they naturally didn't care about breaking another. That's too much. Hearing this made Chopper furious. As a reindeer, he empathized with the harm done to the island's animals. Chopper, there are many more outrageous things in this world, many of which you can't even imagine. You are still far from becoming the medicine that can heal the world. Shifa comforted him while touching Chopper's hat. He thought it was normal. In this world, killing for a little profit and wiping out entire families was not rare at all, let alone just this extent. But wealthy nobles who love to collect rare beasts? Shifa revealed a strange smile, feeling that a financial opportunity was approaching. Under Nigu's guidance, they left the dock and arrived at a nearby town. It's cotton candy. The town was bustling with activity, and the atmosphere was completely different from that at the dock. Chopper, with his pocket money, ran into the food street with White Wolf. Shifa and the others slowly followed behind him. Mr. Nigo, how did you get hurt? Some kind-hearted elderly people on the road inquired with concern, casting suspicious glances at Shifa and Eneru. It's hard to explain. These few are my lifesavers. It's not suitable to tell the old folks here about almost being killed by Nigo and the others. How did they end up here? In a corner, a man was trembling and secretly took out a din-din mushy from his pocket. That little thing in your hand is quite unique. Why don't you let me take a look? The moment the man slightly lowered his head, it seemed as if the sunlight was covered by something. When he trembled and raised his head, two tall figures had already stood in front of him. Just as he was about to hand over the din-din mushy with his shaking hands, its appearance suddenly changed. So, has the plan succeeded? A steady voice came from the other side. The man was soaked in sweat, his teeth chattering, and looking at Shifa's expressionless face, he didn't dare to speak. Unlike the residents of this new secluded island, he had only been staying here for some reason not long ago. In front of these two killing gods, he wouldn't make any moves without permission. Shifa pointed at him, then gestured towards the phone bug, nodding to indicate he should answer. Yes. The plan has been successfully realized. He forced himself to take a breath, making his tone sound no different from usual. Sure enough. Yeah. The reaction from the phone bug seemed very satisfied, and laughter echoed through. People from such a remote place are easy to deceive. Just stay there honestly. We'll come and take over in a few days. After finishing his words, the phone bug closed his eyes. It seems like he heard some kind of conspiracy. Ainula laughed heartily. It looks like another commotion is about to happen. Hopefully, the incoming person can excite him a bit. My lords, I'm just following orders from above and lurking here. I haven't done anything wrong. Please spare me. He was scared. He heard that in Rogue Town, that group of thugs just bullied the civilians daily and ended up getting killed without a single one left. What is the plan? Shifa did not pay attention to what he said. First, you must promise to spare my life. Otherwise, I absolutely refuse to speak. Seeing that Shifa did not respond, the fear of death surged up, showcasing the most defiant moment of his life, refusing to answer the question from the Warlord of the Sea. Oh, Enel looked at him with a bit more respect at that moment. Although he was emanating a strong sense of fear, he surprisingly still had the presence of mind to negotiate with Shifa. No problem, I won't kill you. After getting Shifa's answer, the man finally couldn't hold back anymore. His legs went weak, and he fell to the ground, gasping for air. Soon after, he began to slowly recount his plan. His master was a noble from a certain country. However, nobles are ranked in different tiers. Not to mention there are royal families and the legendary world nobles above them. That man was unwilling to remain subservient forever. After hearing that a certain celestial dragon enjoyed hunting and consuming various exotic beasts, he had an idea. He wanted to climb up to the celestial dragon's level, so he wouldn't have to care about the faces of others in his country anymore. Thus, he resolutely set out to sea with a group of attendants and servants, determined to find the rarest animals to present to the celestial dragon. When passing by this island, he immediately set his sights on the white wolf on the island. After inquiring, he discovered that this place was a paradise for wild beasts, certainly home to many weak and rare creatures. In his eyes, there was no better choice than to present this island to that celestial dragon. However, it was clearly impossible to buy the entire island, and he also found that the island's residents were very protective of the wild beasts in the mountains. Even offering a high price was outright rejected by Nigu. When he tried to have his guards act forcibly, he was beaten by the wary Nigu. This made him quite frustrated, and at that moment, the ambitious Nigo approached him. He immediately recognized that Nigo was a scoundrel, but he needed the island's scoundrel to do his bidding. The two hit it off. Nigo would incite the islanders to secretly hunt a certain number of wild beasts and look for opportunities to kill Nigu, replacing him in managing the island. He would leave one guard on the island and contact him once the plan succeeded, then he would come and join him. There was a hint of deception in the air. When the man spoke about his master and Nigo's plan, although just for a moment, Enel still sensed his psychological shift. You don't seem to cherish the opportunity I've given you. Shifa's words pierced the man's heart like a sharp knife. He didn't know how they had discovered the truth about him, only that he felt certain he was doomed. Please, I beg you. He changed his posture, kneeling on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication, revealing the part he had kept hidden. His master had indeed cooperated with Nigo, but that man had no intention of paying. He only wanted to use Nigo to weaken the voices of resistance on the island, and when there were almost no more rebels left, he could easily devise a small scheme to kill everyone on the island. If everyone was dead, the island would naturally belong to him. Moreover, my master also mentioned that the white wolf meat on this island seemed to have the effect of prolonging life. That's what Nigo had told us. He dared not hide anything anymore and spilled everything he knew. He fantasized that the Seven Warlords and God Enel would surely forgive him upon learning such explosive news, and he might even have a chance to serve them. Such big figures certainly wouldn't do everything themselves. It was normal to have someone like him running errands. What did you say? Nigu, who had been silent all along, could no longer remain calm. He rushed forward, grabbing the man's collar, his eyes revealing a murderous intent. He couldn't believe Nigo would be foolish enough to reach this point. There was no one in the world who could resist the temptation of longevity. Thus, the effects of the white wolf meat had always been a closely guarded secret of the Ni family. If it hadn't been for an accident, Nigo would never have known. The man was not afraid of Nigu. He pushed him away and continued to kneel and bow, knowing that only these two could decide his fate. Why didn't you say this earlier? Enel's expression was cold. Deceiving a god was unforgivable. The man remained silent, only continuing to bow, even though his head was already bloodied. It was merely fear of death. Killing one person was different from slaughtering an entire island. If he survived, he might still manage to get a few white wolves to prolong his life. The reason was too simple, and Shifa explained it for him. Upon hearing this, he bowed even harder and cried out repeatedly, I have elderly parents and young children. My whole family relies on me. Please, I beg you. Shifa said nothing and turned to leave, followed closely by Ainulu. Seeing this, Nigu couldn't care less about the person kneeling on the ground and hurriedly chased after them. What worried him more were the two people in front of him. The attitude of the man on the ground was enough to prove that both of them were prominent figures at sea. What was even more terrifying was their overwhelming power that was almost suffocating. If they wanted to, they wouldn't need to resort to schemes like that person did. The two of them alone could wipe out everyone on the island. Please, don't harm the White Wolf. Nigu kept babbling in their ears, having already put his life and death aside. Even if they found him annoying and killed him, he would accept it. So, is it true that white wolf meat can really prolong life? Shifa stopped and looked at Nigu. He said a lot, but did not refute the man's earlier statement, which made it clear that it was true. It's true. Nigu felt a sense of despair. He didn't want to admit it, but there was nothing he could do. The person in front of him seemed capable of discerning lies. Did Eneru want immortality? Gods do not need such things. A lifespan that is too long is merely a torment. Nigu was stunned. He found it hard to believe, yet also felt that the other party had no reason to lie to him. Shifa smiled. Life is about cherishing the present. After the three walked away, the man kneeling on the ground finally stumbled to his feet, clearly unsteady. Great, I'm still alive. He was overjoyed. Surviving in front of those two was something he couldn't boast about enough, and he was determined to brag about his bravery to his family when he got home. Divine judgment. A flash of lightning surged towards the man. The deity did not spare him. Shifa, Enel, Chopper, now in a brand new outfit and holding a cotton candy, ran towards the two with his little legs. The White Wolf followed behind at a leisurely pace, while Nolan carried various bags of clothes in both hands. Nylon. This was the name Nigu had given to the White Wolf. They grew up together, and it was practically a member of the Nigu family. Upon hearing its name, the White Wolf dashed into Nigu's arms, and in the process, both got caught on his wound, causing him to gasp in pain. You need to be careful with your wounds. Don't touch them too hard, despite munching on cotton candy. Chopper on Enel's head did not forget to remind them to be cautious. Thank you, Dr. Raccoon. You idiot, I'm not a raccoon. I'm a reindeer with antlers. Amid the commotion, the town seemed to grow even louder. Mr. Nigu. Nigu and the others, a young man dressed, simply rushed over, clearly having discovered the charred bodies at the dock. No need to say anything. I already know they got what they deserved. Nigu waved his hand, signaling the newcomer to leave, and then invited Shifa and the others to his home. Along the way, many people greeted Nigu, and a number of them expressed concern for his injuries. Naturally, some also emitted a faint killing intent. Hey, is this what you call a prominent family? Enel was the first to voice his dissatisfaction, as the Nigu family not only resided in a desolate area between the town and the mountains, but also in a dilapidated house. The yard was quite large, but there wasn't a single person inside. This is my parents' old house. I moved back recently to keep an eye on things due to the various hunting incidents on the island. Nigu seemed a bit embarrassed, rummaging through the house before finally finding a bottle of wine. Make do with this. It's a fine wine my father cherished. Please don't disdain it. As he poured the wine, a few snow-white wolf heads peeked in from outside, and upon seeing Nylon lying next to Chopper, they all rushed in. There was a big wolf and two very small pups that looked like they had just learned to walk. Such cute wolf cubs. Nolan and Chopper rushed over, and they lay down, allowing the two to pet them, looking thoroughly content. They are Nylon's family, and they're also my family. Nigu sighed. If it weren't for the few people in front of him, the whole island would probably be doomed. Let's go take a look in the mountains. After downing a bowl of strong liquor, Shifa stood up, wanting to see the paradise of beasts they had mentioned. Nigu hesitated for a moment, but did not stop them, instead walking alongside them to lead the way. What a desolate feeling, Captain Shifa. From the environment, the place they were in should have been a lush forest, but due to excessive logging, it appeared lifeless. At a glance, there wasn't even a shadow of an animal. It's all because of those guys. They paid heavily, so every day someone sneaks in when I'm not watching. If the forest were too lush, the poachers wouldn't have any way to operate. So after a while, the forest periphery has already become bare. Greed is the original sin. Enel did not agree with his words. The heavy payment was just an excuse he made for himself. Nigu's mouth moved, but he couldn't find words to retort. As they went deeper, the forest finally became lush again, and the beautiful scenery of mountains and clear waters finally appeared before them. So beautiful. Nolan and Chopper ran and shouted in the wilderness, while Enel and Shifa looked at them as if they were fools. The water here is so clear, Shifa and Enel. Chopper waved his little hand, inviting the two to come over. Oh, the deity sees fish. Various fish in the river swam around wildly, shining under the sunlight, casting shadows on the stones. Shifa couldn't help but think of Rexino, which used to be a nice little island and might now be a good tourist spot. It felt strange, as if countless eyes were watching them. Chopper felt a bit uneasy. Apart from the fish in the river, he hadn't seen any other creatures. Yet he felt as if he was being observed. A woo, Nylon howled in response, and the previously silent forest began to buzz with various sounds. First came dozens of white wolves, followed by some bizarre creatures that Shifa and the others had never seen before. They seemed to take orders from the white wolves and bore no malice towards Shifa and the others, allowing Chopper to dart around among them. Many animals, like obedient pets, nestled beside Nigu, including one creature nearly 3 meters tall. Mr. Nigu seemed quite popular. Nolan looked on with envy, wishing to be surrounded by a group of cute little animals, though she could do without the gigantic ones. You two about a few days later. After some contemplation, Nigu decided to speak up. He knew that those people would arrive in a few days, and trying to stop them in his current injured state would be futile. He realized this was quite shameless, but he wanted to seek help from the person in front of him, only to be interrupted by Shifa, who gestured for him to stop speaking. No need for more words. I have my own plans. Not to mention that Chopper got along well with the White Wolves. Just the noble title and the desire to cling to the celestial dragon's coattails were enough to get him killed many times over. Most of the so-called upper echelons in this world deserve to die, but Shifa didn't have the time to kill them one by one. If they crossed paths with him, they could only blame their bad luck. Days flew by quickly, and just as Shifa was becoming impatient, a luxurious giant ship finally arrived at the nameless little island. Where did this ship come from? How dare it dock at a spot favored by the nobles? At the bow, a short man dressed in extravagant clothing looked displeased at the sight of the small ship in the harbor and let out a sharp voice. Wait, Lord Chris, that ship is... A steady voice came from behind him, clearly belonging to the person who had been on the phone earlier. However, his voice trembled a bit now. Despite the absence of flags on the ship, he recognized it at a glance as Lord Chris S. Butler. Remembering the conversation with that attendant, the other party seemed to have paused before answering his question. All these clues led to an extremely bad suspicion forming in his heart. Lord Chris, hurry back, or we'll be too late. That ship is the one belonging to the madman from the Seven Warlords who killed a celestial dragon months ago. Chris had initially planned to scold this clueless subordinate for ruining his moment of triumph. But upon hearing that it was Shifa's ship, he immediately ordered a full-speed retreat. They had to stay far away from Ulquiorra Shifa, a super madman who dared to kill even world nobles. Compared to pleasing the celestial dragons, his own life was the most important. Damn it, they actually escaped early. Nigu, standing on the shore, watched the group that had already distanced themselves and felt heartbroken. What if Shifa and the others left and the enemy returned? The stronger and braver young men on the island had died a few days ago, making it difficult to rely on himself. You can't escape. Shifa held Enela down, and he hadn't made a move in a long time. Although it was just a swing, it could be considered a release. Captain Shifa was actually going to make a move. The most excited one was Nolan. She had never seen Shifa truly take action and was filled with endless fantasies. All of a sudden, there was a clang as the barbarian dragon was drawn from its sheath. Shifa seemed to just wave casually, and a powerful sword pressure burst forth. The sword energy advancing relentlessly. The distant giant ship, along with the sea, was split in two. Captain Shifa. So cool. Shifa. Nolan and Chopper's eyes were shining with excitement. Up to this point, this was the most shocking scene they had ever witnessed in their lives. Incredible. Niku had lived on this island since birth. Even when he saw his father strike when he was young, it was only able to cut through steel. A sword that splits the sea is unheard of. You bastard. Have you forgotten our purpose? The whole ship has sunk. Where are we going to get money? Only Enel couldn't remain calm, grabbing Shifa's collar and pointing to the giant ship that had already been swept away by the current. Yeah, at this moment, Shifa also thought of it. They planned to seize the noble's treasure to fill up their funds. Who would have thought that the other side would be so ungrateful and escape early, causing him to miss the opportunity and forget about it? Captain Shifa's ship wouldn't have our money on it, would it? After hearing what Eneru said, Nolan's smile stiffened. As the ship's cook and half a navigator, she had always been in charge of the small treasury. Naturally, she was aware that there were only a few tens of millions of berries left on the ship. In the past, she would have thought that was a lot. But on the Little Crow, it was hardly anything. So why didn't Eneru stop me just now? You clearly remembered it well. Xifeling suddenly had an idea and turned the spearhead towards Enelo. Huh, who was the one that held me down just now? Shut up. Shifa pinched Anelu's upper and lower lips, preventing him from speaking. You must be a powerful pirate galloping across the sea, right? As he watched the few people in front of him about to leave, Nigu asked a question he had been wanting to ask for days. Although he had never been out to sea His father had once sailed on the ocean and told him many stories about it, including tales of powerful pirates. You might not be wrong to think that way. I've heard that those strong pirates can bring peace to weak countries and islands just by hanging their flags. Is that true? Nigu held his breath, waiting for Shifa's answer. The recent noble incident had left him somewhat fearful. If what his father said was true, he wanted to go to sea after dealing with things on the island and become a powerful pirate. Then he could hang the flag on the island, and everyone could live in peace. His thoughts were naive and foolish, and Shifa and the others could see it at a glance. Becoming a powerful pirate was not as simple as he imagined. There were far more who died on the road than those who survived. Rather than thinking about becoming a powerful pirate to protect his hometown, he should focus on becoming strong on the island, so that he could protect it when enemies came. Nolan scolded him, believing that Nigga's actions were no different from abandoning his hometown to go to sea and face death. Moreover, even if he really got lucky and made a name for himself at sea, how long would that take? 10 years? 20 years? 50 years? Who could guarantee that by then this small island would still exist, or that his family Woon-T had been hunted down? The cold words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Nigu's head, sharp and piercing. Yet they also helped him wake up from his beautiful fantasies. Shifa looked at the disheartened man in front of him and glanced at Eneru, who then vanished in a flash of thunder. An island or a country finds it difficult to unite in times of crisis without a leader. To put it bluntly, you can only claim the right to use this island when you have truly taken control of it. In the language of Shifa, Eneru has already raised their flag. At that time, this place will become the territory protected by my Ulquiorra. And you, can you understand that you are to govern this land well for us? It's not bad to treat such a beautiful place as a backyard, especially with many friendly little pets around, as a way to make up for the harm done to Rexano. Shifa is so impressive. Our pirate crew actually took over territory. Chopper drooled, imagining a future scene when he returns to this island, with the beasts in the mountains treating him as their king. Meanwhile, Nico, under their puzzled gazes, timidly took the flag from Enelu's hand and bowed deeply to Shifa and the others. Understood. Nico's emotions went through a great upheaval. If there were truly powerful beings willing to protect this place, he wouldn't have to think too much. As for governing this little island, after this incident, Nico originally planned to truly take control here, because that way he could better protect it, whether this place still belonged to him or not. He didn't care, as long as it could remain peaceful and stable. They weren't bad people after all. Does it really just take such a flag to protect the entire little island? Although he had heard of such stories, experiencing it himself still felt like a dream. Rude person. Captain Shifa and Brother Eneru are renowned superpowers in the whole world. Nolan seemed to have memorized the deeds of Shifa and Eneru and was about to start her incessant nagging again. All right. Eneru pinched her upper and lower lips to silence her. The great kindness you all have shown, Nico will never forget. Yaha, the divine blesses the world. This is what a god should do. In reality, Shifa and Eneru only raised the flag to remind him to remember the pattern and recreate it later. But now that they had said this, Eneru decided to give it to him. After all, flags are just a burden for their own navigation. Making another one is no big deal. So it's time to leave. A moment of impulse disrupted Shifa's original plan. There was hardly enough money on the ship for anyone to spend. Nylon, I will miss you. Chopper patted the heads of the White Wolf family and hopped along to catch up with Shifa and the others as they headed towards the Little Wu ship. Thank you very much. Watching the ship sail away, Nico gradually calmed down. He knew that Shifa and the others were merely giving him a chance to change the island. Whether he could truly succeed depended on himself. Let's go, Nylon. Nico tightly gripped the black cloth in his hand and ran towards the island, with the White Wolf family chasing behind. So, is there really no one on the ship who can draw? On the ground lay a piece of black cloth covered with messy patterns, and Enela lay on the ground with a face full of welts. Seriously, as captain, I have to say something to you. Aren't you ashamed? What welcomed him were a few more smoking welts, and Enela chose to remain silent. Captain Shifa, where are we going next to get flag? Although Shifa had originally put the flag away, not having one is a different matter. Let us head straight to Alabasta. Shifa originally planned to wait for Luffy to resolve everything before heading over, but since they ran out of money, they had to move ahead of schedule. That guy Crocodile is on the verge of collapse. It's time to get our money back. Captain Shifa, what is that? After 2 days, the little crow has approached Alabasta. In the waters ahead of them, numerous ships flying the same flag are also converging there. So many, having witnessed Shifa's power. Chopper naturally wasn't intimidated by this fleet. However, the spectacular sight still left him in awe. Those are the underlings of the Baroque works. Here, to overthrow this country. Zifa stood at the bow of the ship with his arms crossed. That said, the Straw Hat crew was probably nearing Alabasta as well. Sure enough, after extending the neural probe a bit further, he discovered the Going Merry behind him. Overthrow this country. Shifa's words triggered bad memories for Nolan, and her fists couldn't help but clench. She hated those who spread the flames of war to civilians. It would end in failure. Shifa knew what she was thinking and told her the result in advance. Even if there were any surprises, he would handle it himself. Could it be that Captain Shifa was going to take action? That was another warlord of the sea. Nolan felt a mix of excitement and disbelief. Who knows? Then, let's collect some interest first. I've been waiting for you to say that. Enel was already impatiently picking at his ears, and as soon as Shifa finished speaking, he transformed into lightning. You all stay here. Shifa also disappeared in an instant. Damn, I wish I could be like Shifa and the others. I don't want to be stuck here every time. Chopper watched as the two had already set off, rolling on the deck and complaining. Chopper, don't worry. That day will come. Our captain is going to accomplish something earth-shattering. Nolan gently stroked Chopper's belly to comfort him. And how she wished to be a woman who could stand by their side in battle. It was Thunder God Enel, on a ship of the Baroque works. The members all aimed their weapons at him, who had suddenly appeared, crouching at the bow of the ship. Foolish people, if you voluntarily hand over the treasures on this ship now, you might receive leniency from the divine, if he could avoid going in to find them himself. Enel would consider giving them a swift end. Everyone, if you can take down the renowned Thunder God here, you might just achieve a triple jump. Although everyone was sweating profusely, some began to shout. They were merely billionaires and millionaires of Baroque works, the lowest existence in the organization. Above them were junior and senior agents. And to rise up, they needed not only ability, but also positions available above them. Coincidentally, it seemed that a senior agent had recently lost contact. If they could capture the person in front of them, they could definitely fill the vacant position. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a bullet pierced straight through Enel's forehead. It went through. He's a devil fruit user. Push him into the sea. Seeing the bullet ineffective, a dozen brave individuals rushed forward, trying to push him off the bow of the ship. Unfortunately, you have angered the divine. 60 million volts. Electrifying? A cold, killing intent flashed in Enel's eyes as lightning continuously flickered on the ship. Meanwhile, Lord Ulquiorra, all the treasures on the ship are here. After witnessing the other members on the ship being killed in an instant, the remaining billionaire wisely packed up all the property on the ship for Shifa. You're not bad. If your bones were a bit tougher, it would be even better. Shifa took the package and hoisted it onto his shoulder. No, this is what should be done. Why are you being so hard on me? The billionaire elder hadn't even reacted before a large hole appeared in his chest. He struggled to question why he was dying without resisting, but unfortunately, he could only fall helplessly to the ground, his gaze gradually fading. In just a moment, a satisfied Shifa and Eneru returned to the Going Merry, with Eneru holding a skewer of roasted meat. Here you go. Thank you, Eneru. Chopper took the warm skewer and began to eat heartily, while Nolan started counting the treasure that nearly filled the deck. Captain Shifa, this is too much. I can't count it all. Nolan never thought there would come a day when he couldn't finish counting money, and his eyes had completely turned into the shape of gold coins. Then let's go to Alabasta and get a storage car from the Navy. Carrying so much cash all the time really isn't a good idea. He originally thought he might quit the Seven Warlords at any moment, so he was too lazy to get one. Now that there were several people on the ship, they would need to spend quite a bit. So it was indeed time to get a few cards. Hey, Shifa, Eneru. At this moment, Luffy's shout came from behind, followed by the sound of rubber retracting, as the Straw Hat Kid landed on the deck of the Going Merry. You guy, who are you? Chopper jumped out first, striking a fighting pose. Hey, it's meat. Luffy, already starving, saw the skewer in Chopper's hand and was so hungry that his head was spinning, drooling. Just let me have a bite. He rushed towards Chopper using all four limbs, scaring the latter to quickly hide behind Eneru. Your monkey face still makes the gods furious, seeing him offend his companion. Eneru kicked him away, sending him flying back towards the nearby Going Merry. Ouch, ouch. Luffy rolled on the deck of the Merry, holding his stomach. Ouch. Luffy, aren't you made of rubber? How would you possibly be hurt by a kick? His companion saw him being kicked away by Eneru and Zoro and the others, who knew Shifa and the others thought they were just playing around. When did you learn to use armament hockey? Westlawn noticed that at that moment, Enel's feet were covered with a faint layer of hockey. Haha, the gods are omnipotent. I originally wanted to be the first to beat you, but unexpectedly, that guy got the advantage. Just yesterday, while training in the training room, Enel unexpectedly grasped the trick of hockey. He was excited to go teach Law a lesson to make him learn to respect the gods. But then he thought, after all, the other party is the world's top powerhouse, and he had just learned hockey, so he would definitely not be a match. So he decided to lay low for now and wait until he could master it before making plans. Unexpectedly, he was exposed early, all thanks to that rude straw hat kid. It hurts like when my grandpa kicked me. Enel, how did you do it? Luffy seemed not to take the earlier incident to heart. Instead, he became curious about how Enel had hurt him. That SA power that commoners cannot comprehend. Pride and disdain were vividly displayed on Enel's face. Nami, why do you know this warlord? On the Mary, a girl with blue hair tied in a ponytail secretly tugged at Nami's clothes and asked quietly, whether as a low-level agent of Baroque Works or as a princess of Alabasta, she could not possibly be unaware of the legendary warlord in front of her. Crocodile was the culprit behind her kingdom's turmoil, and she now maintained a high level of vigilance and sensitivity towards the name warlord. You see, Law saved the people in my village back then. Vivi, don't worry, he's a really good person. Shifa and others are Nami's benefactors, so she naturally wouldn't have a bad opinion of them. She also knows that Vivi is very sensitive right now, and she keeps saying good things about Shifa and the others to Vivi. Princess Vivi seems to have some unspoken words about me. At such a close distance, it was impossible for Shifa and Eneru not to overhear. How do you know I'm a princess? The atmosphere became tense. Shifa must have seen Vivi before, right? The Straw Hat crew seemed to sense that something was off, and Nami muttered to herself as she looked at Shifa. But she found that Shifa didn't respond to her at all. Under the sunlight, the dark green tear stains and pupils looked particularly cold. Look over there. Usopp, with his long nose, put on goggles and pointed behind Shifa and the others, to the fleet floating on the sea. That was the mark of Baroque Works. It was the Elder Nyan and the Million Elder. They were low-level members of Baroque Works, and now they were all converging towards Alabasta, a total of 2,000 people. Vivi's face turned pale. The enemy's ships just happened to be with Baroque Works fleet, which was too much of coincidence. Just one crocodile had already caused chaos in her country, and now, if another one like the person in front of her, a super madman, joined in, the 1,000-year-old Alabasta could really be destroyed in an instant. 2,000 people. Usopp was so scared that his mouth twitched, even though he was a captain with 8,000 subordinates. Should I say that he truly deserves to be one of the 7 warlords? Sanji calmly lit a cigarette for himself, though his hand trembled slightly because of the person in front of him. I came here to find that sand crocodile. It seems that Shifa did not answer their questions, but she came to a conclusion in their ears, and everyone's expression turned serious. What? Are you also an enemy? The simple-minded Luffy had already rolled up his sleeves and assumed a fighting stance. Luffy, wait. Zoro recalled what Shifa had said before. They couldn't handle any of the 7 warlords, although their target this time was also a warlord. Crocodile's bounty before being recruited by the world government was only 81 million berries, which is not even the same league as this man. If they clashed with him here, the risks would be enormous. What's wrong, Zoro? Are you scared? We're here to help Vivi save her country. Luffy picked something out of his nose and flicked it at Zoro. You idiot. Do you want to take on 2 warlords at once? Most of the time, Zoro would not oppose Luffy's decisions. But this time, it concerned the survival of the entire crew. So what? Whoever dares to bully my friends, I will knock them all away. Ignorant, fearless, and foolish. Chopper's eyes sparkled as he could see the captain and Enel beating others to a pulp again. Luffy, the Straw Hat crew struggled to maintain their composure. We didn't come here to fight with others. Have you forgotten that we're here to take down Crocodile and save Alabasta? Nami didn't want to be enemies with Shifa and didn't think they had the strength to confront 2 warlords at the same time. She tugged at Luffy's ear and shouted loudly. A frog in a well, thinking what it sees is the world. If you keep being reckless like this, one day it will get your crew killed. If I wanted, I could completely crush you right here, just like this. Shifa gently raised his right hand, merely extending a finger, and a burst of dark green light erupted. The entire fleet of the Baroque Works was shattered into pieces by this single strike. Even his companion Vivi was trembling all over. Although she was aware of Baroque Works style, she had never heard of someone like him who would kill all his subordinates over a disagreement. The danger level of Sifa in her heart has risen another notch. At the very least, Crocodile wouldn't openly kill subordinates who haven't done anything wrong. This is a joke, right? Such destructive power. Sanji shivered, completely unaware that the cigarette in his mouth had fallen to the deck. If he took that hit head-on, the Mary would definitely fall apart. Zoro had already drawn his sword. Even though he knew it was futile, He couldn't just stand by and watch the opponent make a move. Could someone like this really be defeated? Nami and Vivi were not fighters, but they could tell from everyone's serious expressions how strong the opponent was. Luffy said nothing, but his eyes revealed an unwavering determination. He would not back down just because the opponent was strong. Let's go to land. Let you see the distance to the world. Westlaw's thumb pointed towards the nearby coastline. All right. Luffy pressed down his hat. He also wanted to know how much of a gap there was between him and the man renowned in Zoro's words. The large and small ships quickly docked on a beach. Oh my, it's all sand here. Chopper held a lollipop in his hand, carrying a small backpack filled with snacks and clothes. This was his first time seeing a desert. Nolan cleverly picked him up from behind, distancing him from Captain West and Brother Enel. Come on, West, I'm going to defeat you, and then I'll take down Crocodile. Luffy continuously cracked his knuckles, doing various pre-battle warm-ups. But I'm so hungry. The next moment, he deflated, rubbing his stomach and staring blankly at Chopper, who was eating not far away. There must be a lot of meat in that backpack. On the battlefield, no one will let you eat your fill before fighting, and besides, your opponent is not me. Shifa moved the beach chair down from the deck, found a spot with a nice view, put on his sunglasses, and lay down. As for this rookie, he didn't even need to lift a finger himself. Besides, Enel had disliked him for a long time. Let the god teach this ignorant little brat a lesson. All right, you can all go together. Enel hoisted his golden staff onto his shoulder, walked up to Luffy with a mocking expression, and beckoned them with his fingers. This is really too disrespectful. Sanji and Usopp both expressed extreme dissatisfaction with Enel and Shifa at this moment. They thought the other would be a friend back in the East Blue. Only Zoro remained unfazed by his words, hands resting on the hilts of his swords, ready to support Luffy at any moment. Seeing Shifa's leisurely demeanor, one could guess that Enel would be quite a tricky opponent. Gomu Gomu no Rocket. Luffy was the first to strike, his elongated arms rapidly retracting as he charged straight at Enel. He unleashed his strongest attack at that moment. Useless. How could a god be? Enel continued to underestimate his opponent, not sensing any armament haki on Luffy's fist, standing still and waiting for the attack. Huh. As Luffy's fist landed solidly on his stomach, Enel flew backward in shock, landing in the sand. Did we win? Nami and the others were overjoyed, thinking it would be a tough battle, but it turned out the opponent was so careless. However, no one could remain unscathed after taking Luffy's attack. Huh? Enel? Chopper was shocked. In his understanding, Enel was a very powerful man. How could he be defeated so easily? No need to worry, Brother Enel isn't that weak. Nolan often saw Brother Enel being trained by Captain Shifa. This level of attack was far from enough. It's really strange. Such an attack could actually hit a god. Enel crawled out of the sand pile, brushing off the sand from his body. Except for a bit of redness where he was hit, he seemed almost unaffected. Foolish people. Prepare to face the wrath of the god. You're still far from it, brat. Although he didn't know how the other party managed to hit him without haki, he didn't care at all. For Enel, who was used to Shifa's brutal training, Luffy's punch felt as soft and powerless as cotton. So strong. Luffy was no longer his usual carefree self. If he couldn't defeat these two in front of him, how could he hope to defeat Crocodile? Gomu Gomu no Gatling. Luffy's fists rapidly waved in the air, leaving numerous afterimages, as if dozens of fists were attacking Enel. Mantra. Enel strolled casually through Luffy's Gatling punches, dodging each one by a very small margin. Superhuman type, how interesting. Enel intended to mock, but suddenly remembered there was an unknown fruit user on the ship. To avoid accidentally injuring his allies, he stopped in time. Completely useless, brat. The golden staff struck Luffy's face hard, sending him flying. Luffy. The Straw Hats rushed over in panic, only to see him perform a backflip and stand up completely unharmed. Was his technique not skilled enough after all? Enel initially intended to use armament haki on his weapon, but it failed. How strange. It seemed like his movements were all seen through. Luffy knew full well that the ability called Mantra was too bizarre. If he couldn't even touch the opponent, he had no chance of winning. Hey, Strauhat. It doesn't hurt to tell you, his Mantra can perceive any attack you try to make. After all, with the information gap, Shifa didn't mind giving him a little hint. If Enel had followed him for this long and still wasn't his opponent, that would be too pathetic. Can he know what attack I want to launch? That's indeed a troublesome ability. All right, everyone, step back. An idea flashed through Luffy's not-so-bright mind. Since he could know how to attack, then why not stop thinking about how to attack? Gomu Gomu no Stan. He stood there, blanking out, as if the air had fallen into silence. What are you joking about? Enel's staff continued to strike at Luffy, but he instinctively dodged each one. So that's how it is. Clearing his mind made him feel like he wouldn't be read. Enel scoffed. Such a little trick only required some attacks that he couldn't dodge at all. God's judgment. We're done for. Luffy. The sudden lightning struck Luffy before he could react, hitting him entirely. The lightning fell on a distant sand dune, creating a massive crater. Huh. Everyone was puzzled as Luffy stood there with his lips pursed, completely unharmed. Did he actually dodge it? Although the feedback from Mantra indicated he had no reaction at all. But Enel didn't believe that someone could eat that lightning and be fine. 60 million volts. Thunder Dragon. The rapid drum beats on either side summoned a swift dragon-shaped lightning beast that struck Luffy head-on. Yet, he remained completely unmoved, even picking his nose while enduring the Thunder Dragon. At this moment, Enel realized something was off. Without Haki, he could still hit him and ignore his lightning attacks. It seemed to be a fruit ability counter. How interesting. I've learned something new. Alright, Luffy is rubber, so he is not afraid of lightning at all. Nami suddenly realized, and everyone became excited, except for Zoro and Sanji. If lightning and regular attacks are useless, then let you taste the god's fist once more. Enel planted his staff in the ground, loosening his joints. There was no need to use the spear of God against such a small fry. Gomu Gomu Norus. Still a flurry of punches aimed at Enel, but he dodged them one by one. How is this any different from before? As he dodged the punches while advancing, he suddenly noticed the punches seemed to be curving towards him. So that's how it is. Too naive. Surrounded by fists, Enel transformed into lightning and vanished. Luffy, watch out from behind. Just as he turned around, Enel's palm pressed down on his head, smashing it into the ground. Gomu Gomu no Pisted. Useless. The close-range attack was firmly caught by Enel, and Luffy's fist couldn't advance an inch further. Brat, if your strength is only this much, you might as well kneel at the feet of the god. With his arm caught and his head pressed down, Luffy couldn't resist at all. I don't want to. The consequences of resisting the god are quite tragic. Enel exerted a little force, burying Luffy's head entirely in the sand. He wanted to see how hard this kid's bones were. Zoro and Sanji were already on the verge of losing control. At this moment, Luffy's legs unexpectedly twisted around and clamped onto Enel's neck. Using all his strength, he finally threw Enel off him, slamming him onto the ground. As long as he could hit, there was a chance. Luffy had just escaped the suffocating crisis, gasping for breath, completely forgetting that his strongest move had little effect on his opponent. What an ugly move. Enel stood up, brushed off the dust from his body, and was about to strike when he suddenly felt a warm flow from his nose. Upon touching it, he realized he was bleeding. But worked, didn't it? At this moment, Luffy still hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation and was still grinning. A rude person, utterly unforgivable. Luffy couldn't react in time as Enel's hockey-wrapped fist hit his face, causing blood to spurt from his mouth as he flew towards the crowd. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji rushed forward to catch him. You all back off. Just as Luffy was about to force himself to move forward, he coughed up blood again. Half kneeling on the ground, his body swaying, failing several times to get back on his feet. Don't worry, this punch won't take your life. You'll just be unconscious for a while. Watching him struggle to stand, Enel felt an inexplicable pleasure and chose not to press the attack. Three-sword style secret technique. 3,000 worlds. Zoro, gritting his teeth, tied his bandana, biting down on the Sandai Kitetsu, and charged at Enel with his three swords. To his disappointment, at the moment the blade struck Enel, it passed right through his body. 10 million volts. Enel grabbed Zoro's arm, and after a flash of lightning, Zoro fell to the ground, convulsing. It seems the gods must give you an impressive experience. Seeing the swordsman on the ground, trying to get up, and Luffy's mind starting to clear, Enel extended his finger. Divine judgment. Lightning surged towards the Straw Hat crew, but just as they were caught off guard, a figure pushed them aside. As the lightning flashed, Sanji, charred, was putting a cigarette in his mouth. Sorry, I just wanted to borrow a light. Yeah, this is really interesting. At this moment, Enel found that this group of kids wasn't so annoying anymore. He stopped attacking and sat down. He never intended to kill them. Just to give them a little lesson, Enel was still measured in his actions. You all are right. This time I was reckless. The Straw Hat Kid, a man who had never suffered a major loss since setting sail, chose to yield. He now truly understood the powerlessness Zoro felt when he lost to Mihawk. He never imagined that the distance to the world could be so far. He was unwilling to admit defeat, but he also began to doubt his own strength. Could he really protect his companions? Could he really save Alabasta? Taking a hit here is a good thing, at least. It might save your life. Seeing that the outcome was clear, Cypher Pole leisurely stood up. In the latter half of this sea, a kid like you could be crushed under a brick. Mr. Cypher Pole, please stop talking. Nami, surprisingly gathering her courage, stood in front of everyone. It was true that Cypher Pole had done her a favor, but she couldn't accept her captain being humiliated like this. I was clearly worried about you. Shifa smiled faintly, surprisingly remembering that incident. He took out the piece of paper from his jacket pocket, tore off a small corner to keep, and threw it into Luffy's hand. This is something you left with me back in the East Blue. Huh? Did I leave something like this? Luffy asked, looking at the small piece of paper. The tense atmosphere from earlier with Shifa and the others had completely faded away. This is your brother Ace's life card. Huh? What? So you guys are Ace's friends? You scared me. You're really strong. Hee hee. After receiving the life card, Luffy began his carefree laughter again. So it was a misunderstanding? At this moment, Zoro also stood up, propped up by his sword, his hands and feet still trembling. Although he had taken a hit from the thunder, at least he avoided a hassle. Nami, Vivi. You should praise me for how cool I was just now. After the crisis was averted, the lecherous cook returned to his perverted behavior. So those people from Baroque Works aren't Shifa's subordinates. Nami immediately grasped the main point. She felt that the other party didn't seem like the kind of villains they had imagined. What? Baroque Works thinks they can be worthy of joining a god? They just happen to be in a way of god. Eneru quickly denied it. He didn't want to be associated with that group of worthless fools he could kill with one move. Then why are you looking for Crocodile? Are you here to take him down too? Luffy felt his brain wasn't quite working. I just came to ask him for something. As for taking him down, he doesn't even deserve that word in front of me. And besides, I never planned to deal with him. And as for why, no. Don't underestimate the information-gathering abilities of a warlord. At this moment, Sifa finally answered Vivi's first question, although it was a bunch of nonsense. At least it had to be put on a facade. For example, the target of your journey. Crocodile, I believe you will soon know about your arrival here. Shifa's words doused Luffy and the others with cold water. In Luffy's eyes, if they didn't defeat Crocodile, there would be no way to save this country. But if they exposed themselves from the beginning, what awaited them would be a series of troubles. It's okay. All we need to do is stop the rebel army. We don't necessarily have to confront Crocodile head-on. Vivi's heart was already filled with despair. Defeating the warlords was indeed just a fantasy. She couldn't imagine how they could possibly defeat a powerful opponent like the one in front of them. But she was still comforting herself and everyone else. As long as they could stop the rebel army, there was still a chance. As long as the country was at peace, Crocodile's conspiracy would not succeed. Is Shifa as strong as Crocodile? Nami asked the question that everyone was most concerned about. Enel was his companion, and from their words, it could be heard that Shifa was even stronger. Just Enel alone had easily defeated the three major powers of the Straw Hat crew. So Shifa's strength was clearly more terrifying. And that Crocodile was also a powerful warlord like Shifa. That guy wasn't even Enel's match. To be honest, Shifa found it difficult to judge Crocodile's strength. But roughly estimating, it was likely far from Enel's current level. Stronger than the warlords? What they didn't expect was that even one of Shifa's fighters was actually above their target for this mission. But it felt like they had been given a shot of adrenaline. As long as they weren't monsters like them, there was still hope. So just how strong are you? Shifa. Luffy, whose injuries from Enel weren't serious and were now mostly healed, was even more curious about Shifa's strength. You'll have the right to ask when you can catch up to this guy. Shifa pointed at Enelu, who was scratching his ear and pretending not to hear. After all, he couldn't just say he knocked him down with 2 punches in front of outsiders. So, Princess Vivi, please point the way to your capital. As long as there's a direction, getting there will be a piece of cake. Princess Vivi didn't quite understand, but she still took out a map from her pocket and pointed Shifa in a general direction based on the distribution on it. Well then, see you later, everyone. With a light tap of his finger, Shifa tore open the space, and their group stepped in one after another. What kind of ability is this? The Straw Hat crew was in shock. Hey Shifa, you haven't told me how to use this paper yet. Seeing the space closing, Luffy hurriedly asked. Ace has also come to this country, and the life card will lead you to meet. As the space completely closed, it was as if the 4 of them no longer existed in this place. Ace is Ace. He is here too. Luffy jumped up in excitement. Wow, is this the capital of Alabasta? Chopper looked like a country bumpkin entering the city, running with his little backpack, while the other 3 leisurely followed behind him. There seemed to be quite a few bugs here. After all, this is the territory of someone who only plays with schemes. It's normal for there to be a few more needles. Walking down the street, they occasionally felt unusual gazes fixed on them. Nothing escaped the perception of the 2. Miss, would you like to take a look at this golden apple? This is an incredible treasure discovered from ancient ruins. A street vendor immediately recognized that Shifa and the others were outsiders and swaggered over to Nolan, holding a shiny golden apple. I'll let you in on a secret. They say taking a bite of this apple can make you live for 1,000 years. 1,000 years. Is that true? Chopper and Nolan were stunned. staring at the golden fruit with drool dripping from their mouths. Of course it's true. Since you have fate with it, you can buy it for just 1,000 berries. The vendor wore a painful expression, but inside he was overjoyed. There aren't many fools you can meet these days. Are you two idiots? Smoke was rising from Nolan and Chopper's heads as Eneru dragged them forward. Several guests. 100 berries. Just 100 berries. The vendor shouted as they walked away, holding the golden apple. It's just 100 berries for some fun. It's not a big deal. Just the treasure on the ship, Shifa estimated, is worth 2 to 300 million. And as long as the crew isn't being excessively ripped off, he doesn't mind if they buy something. As long as they're happy. It's fine. Exactly. Nolan and Chopper agreed in unison. Huh, you really don't care about such a blatant ripoff? Eneru looked helpless, and when he glanced down, both of their eyes were filled with hope. Forget it. Moments later, Chopper and Nolan each held a shiny golden apple, and the vendor was grinning from ear to ear. Here you go, Shifa. Chopper handed one to Shifa, with a cute look that was hard to refuse. Similarly, Nolan handed the other to Eneru. Haha, there's nothing I can do about you guys. Eneru accepted the golden apple, and any dissatisfaction he had with the street vendor dissipated at that moment. In Alabasta, in the Rain District, at the largest casino in the kingdom, Rain Banquet. What did you say? That madman has come to this country. A man with a horizontal scar across his face and a cigar in his mouth looked pale. A nearby black-skinned woman wearing a crop top and hat remained silent. This bastard, why is he coming at this time? The ideal country plan has reached the most critical juncture, and a madman shows up at such a time. Crocodile cigar had already met its glorious end, dropping a half-burnt stub on the table. You should take a trip to Albana. Me? That guy's no good news. The black-skinned beauty was reluctant to take on this task. After all, the opponent's strength was far beyond her reach. You can't ignore such a dangerous person at a time like this. You don't want to die, do you? Nico Robin. Crocodile turned his head, his eyes bloodshot, threateningly issuing an order. Didn't we agree not to call that name? Robin shrugged, turning elegantly to leave, and whether she would carry out the task. Crocodile could not be sure. After all, in a sense, she wasn't his subordinate. Ulquiorra, you'd better just be passing through this country. In the dark room, there was only endless silence. Shifa, let's go take a look too. Chopper, holding a cotton candy in his left hand and a lollipop in his right, looked at the palace guarded by soldiers not far away. The palace was connected to the street by a long staircase, and at the bottom of the staircase, dozens of civilians were shouting and pushing each other. Chopper wanted to see what was going on. As he approached, he discovered that the civilians were all pale and emaciated, looking malnourished. Please let us see the king. They were constantly explaining to the soldiers about their difficulties caused by drought, hoping the king would give them a solution. Wow, has this country become this miserable already? Chopper was shocked after eavesdropping. They had headed straight for the capital upon arrival and hadn't seen the conditions in other cities at all. He had naively thought this was just a country built on a desert. Chopper-kun, it's okay. Captain Shifa is here to solve this problem, right? Nolan had done some research, and it was precisely one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Sir Crocodile, who had been in this country for many years. Captain Shifa said he was about to fall, so he came over along with a conversation with that ballerina. Just then, they happened to encounter the Baroque workshop, which wanted to destroy this country. Nolan believed that their purpose for this trip was to save the nation. Really? Unfortunately, he guessed wrong, ignoring Choba's adoring gaze. Shifa denied her speculation. But it wasn't completely wrong. Nolan was confused, but Shifa had already opened the black cavity, and they could only follow him in. It seemed like there were a few people here, just now. Nearby, someone began to frantically rub their eyes, trying to wipe out the figures of Shifa and the others who were still standing there. I see you're hallucinating from thirst. That could be possible. At this time, in the palace, 2 tall men were walking back and forth, clearly deep in thought. The rebel army was already restless. Do we really want to maintain this state? The man with the peculiar hairstyle had anxiety written all over his face. He was Gaka, one of the 2 guardians of Alabasta. The king would not allow it. The other man, wrapped in a turban with a long sword at his waist and distinct tear marks on his face, appeared expressionless but was also anxious. He was the other guardian, Bell, regarded as the strongest in Alabasta. No way. Gaka could no longer contain himself and strode towards the king's palace, while Bell moved his mouth but did not stop him. It was a palace that looked magnificent on the outside but was extremely simple on the inside, only guarded by a dozen soldiers around the man on the throne. Neferu Tali Kobura, a middle-aged man with a tuft of beard, had a resolute look in his eyes. Your Majesty, it's only a matter of time before the rebel army attacks Albana. We must take the initiative to strike early. Upon entering, Gaka directly expressed his intention to Kabura, hoping to mobilize the royal army quickly. It's so noisy. I told you it's not allowed. This is not a children's quarrel. Do you want to retaliate? Unfortunately, he consistently rejected his subordinate, even with war imminent. But if this continues, it will concern the survival of the nation. Gaka's emotions began to escalate. So what? Since the dancing powder incident, it was clear that someone wanted to conquer this country. Before finding out the mastermind behind it, do you want me to turn against the citizens of this nation? That would push this country into a dire situation. Both Gaka and Bell gritted their teeth and clenched their fists. They could not tolerate anyone harming their country. Yet they could not refute the king's words. Listen to me. The country is the people. Well said. Just as Kabura finished speaking and Gaka and Bell were about to struggle a bit, applause erupted. Who is it? Gaka and Bell simultaneously drew their long swords from their waists, only to see a crack appear in the space, gradually widening as Shifa and the others stepped out. Be careful. This toy can be dangerous. Shifa gently brushed aside the long sword that Gaka pointed at him with his fingers. A man with tear stains is the most handsome, don't you think? His gaze turned to Bell, but unfortunately, the latter completely ignored his question. Whether it was the king or the two guardians, upon seeing the visitor's face, they recognized their identity. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, Ulquiorra. What exactly do you want? Bell's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, fixed firmly on the man in front of him. Don't be so tense. We're here to help. Haven't you been looking for those who have been pushing for war since the dancing powder incident? Shifa looked at the seated Kabura. Gaka, buyer. You two step back for now. But your majesty, Gaka started to say, but Kabura waved his hand to indicate that he didn't need to continue. The glorious deeds of Shifa are well known to them all. If this man intends to harm himself, even if Gaka and Bell stand in front of him, it will only lead to more casualties. So, Your Excellency, 7 warlords, could you tell us who is behind all this? Cobra has already stood up and walked in front of Shifa, looking up at him. Shifa did not respond immediately, but instead bypassed him and walked straight to the throne behind him, followed closely by Eneru and the others. Kabura stopped Gaka, who was about to lose his temper, reminding him that a mere seat was not worth causing a dispute with this man at this moment. It really is comfortable sitting in this position. Shifa closed his eyes and sighed. Really? Shifa, I want to sit too. Chopper shouted from the side, wanting to see what it feels like to sit on a throne of a king. Westfall stood up and gave way to him. The answer is actually quite simple. Isn't there another one in this country? A guy as dangerous as me in name. The king's eyes were filled with disbelief. It doesn't matter if you don't believe it. Your daughter, Princess Vivi's letter, must be on the way. Have someone prepare dinner, so we can truly experience the cuisine of this country. In return, we will guard this palace. Chopper can take his time eating. Nolan gently wiped the rice grains from the corners of Chopper's mouth with a napkin, while the latter was using chopsticks to pick at every dish. No, this one smells so good, I want to eat that one too. If I don't hurry, it will be gone. The scene of Enel and Westfall snatching food from his bowl while eating is something Chopper will never forget in his life. He had to eat the dishes he wanted before those two extended their claws, so he could only stuff each bite into his mouth, leaving his face shiny with grease and his cheeks puffed out. Are you ready, Chopper? Enel's nightmarish voice came, and Chopper's eyes widened in fear. He then watched as the two began to sweep through the table like a whirlwind. In just a moment, the table was cleared by the two, and Chopper's eyes seemed to lose their luster. This is freshly made. A tall woman wearing a chef's apron specially placed a newly served dish in front of him. Thank you. Chopper quickly protected it in front of him, eating while also guarding against Enel's unclean hands. The appetite of a strong person is indeed formidable. Cobra's chopsticks hovered in the air, looking at the empty plate, and in the end, they still landed on the rice in his own bowl. Since he's full, let's talk about serious matters. Shifa elegantly wiped his lips and looked at Cobra, who was picking at his rice. I'm full too. Go ahead and speak. He was clearly not full, but he understood the gravity of the situation. On the political front, Crocodile could easily destroy your country, yet he chose this method. Why? Alabasta is a member of the world government. If he were to act directly, even as a warlord, he wouldn't be allowed to. At this moment, Cobra was starting to believe that Crocodile was the mastermind behind everything, especially since Shifa had even mentioned Vivi. This was only one reason. Another was that he needed something from your royal family that recorded the whereabouts of one of the 3 ancient weapons, Pluton. He wants to turn Alabasta into his own paradise. Cobra's expression was serious. Since the opponent had even mentioned Pluton, it was highly likely that they were correct. Your Majesty, the swift one has returned. Just then, Gaka and Bell, who had been guarding outside, pushed the door open, holding letters in their hands. Following them was a duck that was drinking water like crazy. Chopper suddenly remembered that when he encountered them earlier, he was too focused on Enel fighting that gang to notice they had an animal with them. As someone who could communicate with animals, he jumped off his chair and walked over to the swift one to observe it. Let me see. Cobra eagerly took the letters and began to read. The swift one was Vivi's mount. It must be delivering a letter from Vivi. It's really Crocodile who's behind this. I initially thought he was with the government and let my guard down, only to find out that even Icolum is. Cobra was already half convinced by Sifa's words. And now, with his daughter's investigation results right in front of him, he felt regret for having let Crocodile go back then. War was becoming inevitable. Jacobel, prepare immediately. We are setting out to take down Crocodile. It was no longer possible to end this war without bloodshed. Cobra was determined to launch an attack against the mastermind behind it all. It was too hasty to set off right away. Moreover, there was a significant distance from here to the rain base where Crocodile was located. Furthermore, if they mobilized a large army to the rain base now, the rebel forces would definitely take the opportunity to seize this palace. Jacka and Bell both strongly opposed this idea. So what? I should have said it before. The country is the people. Even if the royal army is destroyed, as long as we defeat Crocodile, the country can be reborn through its people. At that moment, Cobra exuded an unparalleled, powerful aura, like a beast unleashed from its restraints, ready to tear into its prey. Why? Nolan couldn't help but shed tears at that moment. While Enel said nothing, silently handing over a tissue. Mr. Cobra is still too anxious. Haven't I said it before? We are here to help. Shifa stepped forward and interrupted the conversation among the three. What Mr. Ulquiorra said about coming to help was not what Cobra foolishly thought at this moment. He wouldn't believe that Shifa came here just to tell him the answer and then have a meal. To deal with Crocodile, he had to be prepared for the worst. However, if he could turn a large-scale war within the country into a conflict between the two warlords, it would be perfect for him. But what did the other party want? Naturally, Crocodile had someone handle that. I came here just to take care of some matters and help you out a bit. Shifa shook his finger, denying his guess. To prevent a war among the people, only you and your daughter, along with the leader of the rebel army, can do it. We can only ensure that you won't come to harm. Cobra is one of the few benevolent rulers in this world, and after overthrowing the world government, he will be a good candidate. Sifa will definitely not let him come to harm, whether this time or in Mariehua. Are you asking me to just wait here for others to deal with Crocodile without taking any action? As the king of Alabasta, it is absolutely impossible for Cobra to let him hand everything over to others at a time like this. No matter how bad Crocodile is, he is still one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The result of all of you attacking together will only be that everyone except you will be dead. You should have heard about my battle with Akainu and Whitebeard. Ulquiorra's expression was serious, which led to the king's contemplation. If the opponent is indeed as strong as this man, then this attack would be no different from seeking death. In the face of absolute power, numbers are merely a joke. Cobra had long been prepared to sacrifice for his country. But should he really lead his people to make a meaningless sacrifice? Will it succeed? Of course, you don't have to believe me. Just believe in your own daughter. In the end, Cobra put aside the idea of attacking Rainbase. I am truly grateful that Mr. Ulquiorra can come to help, but may I know the reason? If everything is as he said, then I should be a very important part of Crocodile's plan. With no family ties, Cobra did not understand why Sifa would risk facing another warlord for him. Reason? I am the black-winged great demon. I can do whatever I want. Do I need to tell everyone I meet that I am justice? Is that how it is? Haha. Cobra felt he might be overthinking things. After all, the man before him was not someone who could be judged by common sense. So, please take good care of my 3 companions. They will protect you until everything is over. Shifa plans to go out by himself. No problem. The task of protecting this uncle will be handed over to King Chopper. Chopper strikes a cool pose, completely unaware that he is also one of those being protected. Mr. Ulquiorra, are you planning to go get some money to spend? Shifa revealed a smile that Cobra found inscrutable. The Spider-Man CAF, a shop nestled in the desert, was surrounded by sand dunes. Please give me a serving of Octopus Sundae, Foam Kale, who had just finished a ballet performance. Shyly told the attractive woman at the front desk, Bora, who was wearing glasses. Octopus Sundae? Bora had never heard of such a thing. What a joke. An octopus sundae is just an octopus sundae. This is common knowledge. Foam Kale slammed his hand on the table, his eyes, one big and one small, as usual. His strange makeup ballet attire, and muscular build combined with his shy demeanor made the two overweight agents in the CAF look at him with disdain. So boring. I'm so idle I want to dance. 8 o'clock was the gathering time for the senior agents of the Baroque Works, and although it was only a few minutes away, Fong Kele found it extremely hard to bear. Suddenly, the CAF's door was slammed open, and everyone turned to see several people lying on the ground. They were Fong Kele's subordinates. What on earth is going on? Fong Kele's eyes widened. He had just been practicing ballet with these little brothers, and now they were all bloodied and lying on the ground. Oh, it turns out you know them, someone said. Don't worry. They should be fine since their behavior in the desert was strange. Although you seem to have a good relationship, a boring friendship could only lead to trouble. A man with an exceptionally strong physique and muscle contours as sharp as knives walked in from outside. Mr. One, they are my subordinates. Fong Kele wouldn't listen to his excuses, and despite the other agent's persuasion, he began to rush towards Mr. One with a ballet step. Suddenly, another wall of the CAF was destroyed, and the dust raised obscured their view. It was quite a commotion. Everyone looked at each other in confusion, as they had never heard that sound before. Only Fong Kele felt his raised foot starting to tremble. As the dust settled, the crowd in the CAF could finally see the cold face illuminated by the moonlight. It was UlquiorraTravels, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. As a professional bounty hunter, Mr. One immediately recognized the newcomer, and at the same time, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He understood all too well how high the bounty representing this man's worth had been before he became a warlord of the sea. First, give me your best drink. Shifa ignored everyone and walked to the bar, sitting down and making his demands, which Bola dared not refuse and hurried back to the front to start mixing. Second, I don't like this kind of frizzy hair. What? Miss Christmas felt an ominous premonition as she saw Shifa's seemingly emotionless gaze. I can cut it. I can cut it. I can cut it. She kept repeating this phrase, as if afraid the person in front of her wouldn't hear. If it can be cut, then it can be cut. So many words? As soon as Shifa's voice fell, a green flash shot out, and the once dazed, plump woman, who had been frozen in place like a tape recorder, was reduced to ashes under the virtual flash. On the ground, only a seemingly endless heat trace remained. Mr. One and Fong Kele swallowed hard, not daring to breathe, and the latter's raised foot still hovered in the air. After all, since his return to Alabasta, he hadn't done anything at all. Bora's hands trembled, and she could barely hold the drink steady. Nervously, she touched her headscarf to ensure it wouldn't come undone before she sighed in relief. Guest, here is your fresh orange black tea. Trembling, she placed the drink in front of Shifa and anxiously watched him. This should be a coffee shop, right? Shifa didn't raise the cup, but instead looked at Bora. Guest, this is indeed a coffee shop, but this is truly the most signature and popular drink in our store. Bora spoke quickly, yet clearly, fearing that if she slowed down even a little, she would end up like Miss Christmas, simply because she disliked that hairstyle and her chatter. Miss Christmas, who was also a senior agent, was ruthlessly killed. What seemed like a casual blow left her with no chance to resist at all. This is the man at the very top of this vast ocean. As Shifa frowned and drank the red tea, Bora felt that her life might be coming to an end, and there seemed to be a slight dampness in her pants. It's really delicious. The sudden change in Shifa made the three of them shudder. Bola, whose nerves were taut, unexpectedly slumped to the ground at that moment. Don't be too nervous. I'm not a heartless devil who kills without blinking. Just sit down. West waved his hand, signaling the 4 of them to sit down. At this moment, Fong Kele finally carefully lowered the leg he had been holding up. Why yes, Mr. 4 stammered. Miss Christmas, his partner, had already been so frightened by her death that her legs went weak, and she hurriedly sat down in the seat next to her. Huh, you're really sitting down? Just as everyone was still processing this, another flicker occurred, and Mr. 4 disappeared from this world. Ding ding, the time had come to 8 o'clock. Miss Bola, here is your letter. At this moment, a man with the Baroque Works logo tattooed on his arm walked into the dilapidated Spider-Man CF, holding an envelope. The 3 of them stared at the envelope in his hand, none of them daring to reach out to take it. Why not take it? Don't worry. I have no hobby of looking at other people's letters. Of course, if you want to give it to me, I can't help that. Shifa spread his hands, appearing to be a kind person. Yes. Bora quickly took the letter from the man's hand and respectfully handed it to Shifa. Miss Bora, the man's words were not yet finished when Mr. One had already thrust his hand into his chest. He would not allow anyone to make that man feel annoyed at this moment. That's bonus. You really are a rude man. Shifa casually mentioned it without paying much attention. However, Mr. One was sweating profusely. The fact that the other party knew his name and appearance made him wonder if it meant he was a dead man. Your boss is calling for you. Let's go. I have something to discuss with him too. Shifa stood up and returned the letter to Bora. Outside the now non-existent door, a large turtle with a small card on its back was waiting. Yes, they didn't hesitate. Perhaps bringing this man over would result in extremely serious punishment. But the most important thing right now was to survive. By the way, I didn't bring any money today, so that cup of red tea will be paid for with the lives of the three of you. Shifa casually stated this sentence, then sat on the turtle and waved for the others to join. The three had no choice but to sit together, but they all squeezed in and didn't dare sit on Shifa's side. Is Ulquiorra still in the king's palace? Crocodile's face was filled with gloom. The report from below said that his accomplices were seen inside, and he himself seemed to have made an appearance. Robin, looking at the envelope in her hand, replied, "Since it has come to this, let's take him down too. I will do it personally. Welcome to this city full of gambling, where everyone dreams of getting rich overnight. Rainy Land. And here is the largest casino in Rainy Land, the Rain Banquet." Standing on the stairs of the underground secret room, Robin welcomed those present. There's no need for opening remarks and pleasantries. Let's start the meeting. Daz, with his arms crossed, didn't like listening to such formalities and had a cold expression. But it seems like two people are still missing. I should have notified all senior agents to be present. As soon as this was said, the expressions of those present changed, becoming unusually tense, as if something terrifying had been mentioned. It's fine if they don't show up. The boss will deal with them later. Next, let me introduce the president of the Baroque Works, Mr. Zero, at the end of the long table. The chair that had been facing away from everyone finally turned towards them. The time has come. Crocodile let out a sinister laugh. Why is it the Seven Warlords? Bora looked terrified, cold sweat pouring down his face, yet he didn't dare to remove the nearly soaked headscarf. Do you have any objections? Crocodile's smile disappeared, and his fierce gaze swept over the three, who hurriedly lowered their heads, not daring to meet his eyes. Everything you have done for me has been for the matter we are discussing today. Crocodile informed them about the combat in the ideal country, but the three were clearly troubled, especially Foncly. His face turned pale upon seeing the task card in his hand. He believed that if he followed the tasks written on the paper, Alabasta would surely fall into an unprecedented crisis. At the same time, his life would also face an unprecedented crisis. The fate of Mr. Four and Miss Christmas was still fresh in his mind. If one dares to defy that man, the result is a death without a whole corpse. Boss, I think the operation in the ideal country needs to be postponed for now. A man with his head wrapped in bandages and a three on top slowly descended the stairs. Foncly, who had been frustrated by his inability to hunt down Mr. 3, was too distracted by his own task to pay attention. Mr. 3, Crocodile's pupils dilated. He didn't expect this failure to dare return. After Mr. 3's explanation, he willingly offered his neck to Crocodile. Are you saying that you didn't eliminate even one person from that little pirate crew? Mr. 3, how do you still have the face to come back? Crocodile's grip tightened, and Mr. 3 was unable to breathe, his mouth agape, but unable to speak. Gradually, his body began to wither, his already frail figure resembling a dry branch, seeming as if it would snap with the slightest force. Drained. At this moment, Daz and the other two turned pale. Having faced two murderous Seven Warlords in a row, they were under immense pressure. Water, give me water. Mr. 3 was thrown to the ground, struggling like a dried corpse. Go on, drink your fill. A hole suddenly opened in the floor, and Mr. 3 fell through. Then, through the surrounding glass, they could see the banana crocodiles in the lake seemingly rushing below. Someone like Mr. 3, whose strength is even less than Mr. 4. I only put his number ahead because I saw him as a ruthless and cunning little person. I didn't expect him to mess up even such a small task. Crocodile seemed to vent some frustrations, took out a cigar, put it in his mouth, and sat back down. Now, can we talk about where Mr. 4 and his partner have gone? Crocodile's gaze swept over the three. The chicken has already been killed. Now let's see if the monkey will obey. Bang! As everyone was sweating profusely, contemplating whether to mention that guy, a violent tremor and explosion sound came. Then, a figure was thrown onto the table they were gathered around, sliding all the way to Crocodile's front. Old boss, Crocodile recognized the face of the man on the table, who was the usual manager of this casino, the Rain Banquet. As a property of the Seven Warlords, you actually want to renege on your debts after losing money? You are truly bringing shame to the Seven Warlords. Crocodile, in a white outfit, with a barbaric dragon wrapped around his waist, Shifa slowly walked down the stairs. Though expressionless, Crocodile saw disdain in him. A truly formidable figure has arrived. I've long heard of your name. one of the 7 warlords, UlquiorraTravels. Robin initially thought about avoiding such dangerous figures, but unexpectedly, she ended up facing them head-on. The feeling is mutual, Nico Robin. The gaze of Sif did not linger too much on her, but instead turned to Crocodile, who was sitting in the back with a face as dark as a rain cloud. Tell your boss how much you owe me. The old boss must have cheated. The person in charge dared not speak. That much money was enough to kill him many times over. Speak. Crocodile, however, did not care about that. He had heard that this man, for some reason, seemed to be in need of money. At such a critical moment, if money could settle him, it would be worth it no matter how much. 5 billion berries, the person in charge answered tremblingly. What did you say? A hook pierced through his body, and blood instantly stained the tabletop. By the time it was pulled out, the man had completely lost his breath. Your Baroque works really has a style, huh? Killing useless subordinates at the slightest disagreement. Too hasty. Shifa completely ignored his murderous gaze and walked down step by step, finally sitting on the handrail of the stairs. 500 million berries, right? I'll have someone bring it to you. Now get the hell out of this country. His anger flared up again. First, that Straw Hat crew brought Princess Vivi back to the country. Then Mr. Four lost contact with his partner, and now he has to be extorted by this tear-stained bastard. His luck seemed to have plummeted these past few days. You see, getting anxious again. If I have to personally come to collect the debt, interest will be charged. Shifa's words are becoming increasingly excessive. But I'll give you a bit of a break. After all, I did kill 2 of your high-ranking agents and destroyed a few ships. You bastard. At this moment, Crocodile looked at Daz and the others' reactions, and he could easily guess that they were the ones who brought this bastard over. So it turns out that the disappearance of Mr. Four and those hundreds of lower-level members is all because of you. This is completely being stepped on. Sand began to rise around Crocodile, and when everyone looked into his eyes, they found them already filled with bloodshot veins. In the blink of an eye, the hook had already lunged at Shifa, but he casually stepped on it without even taking his hands out of his pockets. Should I make a move? After laying the groundwork for the ideal country for so many years, I can't hold back anymore. The confrontation with Shifa, instead, made Crocodile a bit more clear-headed. If a fight broke out now and he lost, he would have nothing left. How much do you know? Crocodile stopped attacking and began to hesitate. I know everything, but don't worry, I'm easy to talk to. As long as the money is enough, I can stay out of it. Seeing that the fish was already on the hook, Shifa naturally wanted to reel it in. How much? 1 billion berries. Deal. At this moment, Crocodile only had one thing on his mind. To get the Pluton and then kill this bastard. Go have someone prepare the money for this bastard. And you, hurry up and get the money and get lost. Understood, boss. Crocodile suppressed his anger and sent Robin out to raise the money. This was the second time in his life he felt so humiliated. The first time was when he lost to an old man. Wait, prepare 100 million separately for me. Although Robin didn't know his intentions, she complied with his instructions. After she left, the meeting room fell into a deathly silence. Crocodile glared fiercely at Shifa, while the other 3 kept their heads down, not daring to look him in the eye. When gods fight, mortals suffer. They didn't want to be used as a punching bag for either side. The Rain City truly deserved its reputation as the dream city of Alabasta. And the Rain Banquet was indeed the largest casino. In just a short while, several strong men carrying packages followed Robin and came to Shifa. You can leave now. The big men placed the items down and quickly fled. They all knew Crocodile, and his expression didn't look good. Here's what you wanted, along with the berries and various jewelry, worth no less than 1 billion. Additionally, this is the 100 million berries you requested to be packaged separately. With that, she intended to leave Shifa's side and return to the agents. Wait, Shifa reached out to stop her. The demon child Nico Robin, with a bounty of 79 million berries. I shouldn't be mistaken, right? Under the dim light, Shifa's dark green tear stains and pupils looked particularly terrifying. As soon as these words were spoken, the 5 people present were shocked. Daz and the others were surprised that Robin's bounty was so high. As for Crocodile and Robin herself, they recalled Shifa's actions against bounty criminals. Oh my, it's rare for a big shot like you to remember a small character like me. Are you going to take my bounty? Robin teased. If Crocodile wanted to kill her, she would fight back with all her might, because there was a chance. But if it was this man, she couldn't think of any way to escape from him. She was well aware of Crocodile's strength and weaknesses. Similarly, she knew how terrifying Shifa, who could match an admiral, would be. Ulquiorra, you'd better not push your luck. Crocodile was already losing his patience. He had gone to great lengths to target Alabasta just to find that legendary ancient weapon that could destroy a small island with one shot. And Nico Robin was the only one who could understand the poneglyphs he needed. If she died, wouldn't all his plans over the years be in vain? No, no, no. You all misunderstand me. Am I some kind of bloodthirsty person? Nico Robin, would you like to become my companion? This 100 million berries will be considered as buying you from your boss, and the excess over your bounty will be a tip for him. The hand that had not even been drawn out to defend against Crocodile's attack before now reached out toward her. Robin was stunned. She clearly hadn't thought that the other party would invite her, nor did she expect that the money mentioned was to buy her. You bastard. Are you looking to die? Crocodile finally couldn't hold back. In front of him, he invited his own partner to join him, and even used his own money to buy her. This was no longer simple humiliation. It was completely treating himself like a clown performing on the street. His scorpion venom hook aimed straight at Shifa, but all that could be heard was the sound of blades clashing. The poison needle at the tip of the hook only pierced Robin's clothes, unable to penetrate even a bit. What is that? Daz and the others were already sweating profusely. As fellow warlords, their boss's sneak attack couldn't even harm the other party. Armament hockey. Crocodile was a worldly man. Although he didn't sense any hockey from Shifa, he could only think along those lines. I really can't understand how a weakling like you became a warlord. Shifa grabbed the hook that was stuck to his clothes, his words filled with disdain. No matter how hard Crocodile tried, he couldn't break free. With a slight exertion, Shifa actually broke the hook in half, causing Crocodile to fall backward due to inertia. You really make me mad. Nico Robin, if you don't want to die, get the hell out of here. Crocodile could no longer contain his anger. All he wanted at that moment was to kill this little brat who dared to look down on him. Along with Robin, the 4 high-ranking agents had now shrunk into a corner of the room. As for why they didn't go up, Ulquiorra was standing at the staircase. Crescent sand dune. His lower body transformed into sand and flew toward Shifa, his arm enlarging and turning into a crescent-shaped sand blade to strike. The sand blade passed through Shifa's body. But what troubled him was that, in his imagination, Shifa should have been drained to a husk, yet he remained unscathed. How is that possible? The last person who could ignore his attack was now called the strongest man in the world. He suddenly remembered that this guy seemed to have fought Whitebeard in the reports. Although he didn't believe Whitebeard could be defeated, judging by Shifa's calm demeanor, he guessed that his strength wasn't much worse than that of that monstrous old man. Sandstorm. A small sand tornado appeared in his hand and was continuously expanding, causing the entire rain banquet to shake precariously. Are you crazy? This isn't a lake. Using that move would destroy the entire building. Almost everyone present was a devil fruit user. Robin had a panic at that moment. Ulquiorra, I'm giving you a chance now. Take the money and get lost, or you'll sleep in this rain banquet. Crocodile had not lost his rationality. He speculated that the other party was also some kind of devil fruit user, thus threatening him in this way. He was a Logia-type devil fruit user, and the moment water rushed in, he could elementalize and escape through a hole above. But these subordinates played a significant role in his ideal world, and he couldn't simply replace them with ordinary low-tier members. He naturally didn't want to go down with the ship. First, I'm not a devil fruit user, so I'm not afraid of seawater. Second, in the eyes of Crocodile, Sifa disappeared in an instant. When he saw the other party again, his abdomen had already taken a heavy blow. The sandstorm dissipated, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, kneeling on one knee on the ground. The nature-type devil fruit ability can only bully the little ghosts in the paradise. Do I still need to tell you this? Crocodile's performance disappointed Sifa. Without the enhancement of his fruit ability, his martial arts level was barely stronger than the current Luffy. Furthermore, after playing around in paradise for several years, his reflexes and everything else were far inferior to the current Enel. Can't you use hockey? Or after playing in paradise for so long, do you think the nature type is invincible? The only response from Crocodile was that fierce gaze. Crocodile's eyes were filled with disbelief. As fellow warlords of the sea, how could the gap in strength be so vast? At this moment, Van Cleef was so scared that he felt his soul was about to leave his body. Defying the boss's orders would definitely lead to death. But the boss was about to be killed by that man. If you don't like to answer, that's fine. I still find today somewhat enjoyable. Also, I'm a person who keeps promises. I will not interfere with your Utopia battle. Shifa didn't pay attention to Crocodile, and with a flick of his finger, all the treasures on the ground floated into the air. Crocodile let out a sigh of relief at this moment. After all, if this continued, all his hard work would be destroyed in an instant. Although it was a bit frustrating, there would always be a chance to return. So what is your answer? Nico Robin? Following me is much better than following that crocodile bastard. You can do whatever you want. After all, I'm a madman. The corner of his mouth lifted, causing the 3 senior agents to shudder. Can I take a moment to think about it? Robin neither directly refused nor agreed. For her, following anyone was just about finding a shield, and from the current perspective, the other party's powerful strength was indeed much more reliable than Crocodile. But he was after all an unpredictable man, so she had to consider it carefully. Is that so? Then I'll give you a little more time. I rarely wait for people. For characters he liked, if the other party did not clearly refuse, Shifa didn't mind being a bit more patient. Shifa, you're back. Shifa suddenly appeared in the palace, while Chopper was taking Enel and Nolan for a walk in the back garden, like a general inspecting his territory. Captain Shifa, what is all this? Nolan opened one of the packages, and the contents spilled out onto the ground after losing their restraints. Under the moonlight, the scattered jewels sparkled brilliantly. It's treasure. Chopper and Nolan's eyes shone with excitement, and the latter even dove into the jewels like taking a bath. Aren't you quite fond of gold? Shifa picked up a palm-sized gold brick and threw it at Enel, who caught it steadily with his hand. The gods of the Sky Island indeed loved gold, as it matched their divine identity. However, the thunder god of Qinghai had developed a taste for other things now. Enel gently weighed the gold brick in his hand, feeling that its size and weight were just right. Thunder metallurgy. The gold brick in his hand suddenly melted like a candle. It then reformed into a small thunder god staff. Chopper, this is for you. After letting it cool for a moment, Enel threw it to Chopper. It was Enel's thunder god staff. Chopper caught the little staff he tossed over and waved it around wildly, imagining himself to be as powerful as Enel. Big brother Enel, I want one too. Nolan seemed to have discovered a new treasure and approached him with a tiny gold brick. How can such a small gold brick become a thunder god staff? Enel was puzzled as he took it, thinking that with so little, he could at least make a few thunder god toothpicks. What is big brother Enel saying? Help me make a little bracelet. Nolan waved her tiny, smooth arm. Like this? In the blink of an eye, a small gold bracelet appeared in Nolan's hand, adorned with oddly shaped yet beautiful patterns. So pretty, Nolan held the little bracelet as if it were a treasure. Once we finish this business, perhaps being a goldsmith wouldn't be a bad choice. Gods don't do such demeaning things. The two continued their usual banter. Just then, Kureha, who was bringing supper with his subordinates, along with the two guardians, were dazzled by the sparkling scene. Ever since Alabasta had been plagued by a 3-year-long drought, most of the treasury had been used for disaster relief. Even as the king, Kureha had not seen such a luxurious scene in a long time. What do you want? This is our treasure. Upon hearing the strange uncle's voice, Nolan immediately shielded the treasure, not allowing them to advance, as this was the debt that Captain Shifa had brought back. No. Everyone quickly denied it. Who would dare to lie this guy's money? King Kureha. Alabasta must be in great need of money after 3 consecutive years of drought, right? Shifa suddenly had an idea. Since he was troubled by not knowing when he would leave the 7 Warlords and the issue of getting a card, why not just not get one? Indeed, that was the case. Cobra didn't understand what he meant, but still truthfully informed him about the current financial situation of the country. Shifa has been listening attentively, even though he doesn't understand. I have more than 1 billion in gold and silver treasures, and I plan to lend you half, while the other half will be under the name of the Alabasta royal family, for me to get 4 savings cards. How about that? Shifa expressed his thoughts. Really? Several hundred million berries could only be a drop in the bucket for the tens of millions of citizens in Alabasta. But during a time when even 1 berry was hard to come by, it was undoubtedly a timely help. All they needed to do was issue a few savings cards for each other. How hard could that be? I want to make it clear beforehand. It's going to take a long time for Alabasta to recover, and the common people want to have money to pay you back until their lives are back on track. Cobra really wanted this money, but some things needed to be clarified. This money must be used wisely, or it would be troublesome if the other party wanted it back at a critical moment. Don't worry, money like this can be found everywhere once it circulates in the sea. But favors are different. Helping Alabasta at this time is a big favor. The future world needs men like Cobra, and Shifa wants to take control of him in advance. As long as it's not something that harms civilians or threatens the world, it's naturally a duty. The two hit it off immediately, and Shifa left behind a package worth 100 million berries. He then handed over the rest, along with the treasures on the ship, to Cobra. He didn't know the specific value, but he didn't care and didn't think Cobra would be greedy for his money. Everyone enjoyed their late-night snacks and eventually went to sleep. I've recently heard that several operatives have lost contact. The higher-ups have given instructions that if this mission is completed well, someone among us will be able to step up. At that moment, a group of people dressed in Royal Army uniforms was heading towards the palace, all with the same emblem tattooed on their arms. As long as Jaka and Bell weren't close guards, capturing the king would be a piece of cake. Everyone was unusually excited. They had joined the Baroque works for several years and finally saw a chance to break through. They planned to sneak in quietly. Looks like quite a few bugs have gotten in. At the top of the palace, Enel and Shifa's eyes seemed to be glimmering in the night. With their strong senses, even if they were asleep, it was impossible for any movement to escape their notice. I'll take the money and not make a move. You handle it. Also, Nolan and Chopper are asleep, so don't make too much noise. Shifa yawned and planned to go back to his room for a nap. It's incredibly simple. Dealing with a bunch of small fry shouldn't be that grand. What's going on? When a group of Baroque Works members sneaked into the palace from the side, they found that the vast palace was completely devoid of guards. Those at the back, go check that way. One leading member of Baroque Works, looking at the quiet palace, fell into deep thought. Logically, even during normal times, the palace shouldn't be without guards, let alone when the rebel army was about to start a war. He felt something was off. I said, "Can anyone hear me?" After thinking for several seconds without receiving a response from his subordinates, he became increasingly agitated and angrily turned to reprimand them. But what he saw was the most terrifying sight of his life. All his subordinates who had been following him were now lying on the ground, with deep indentations on their bodies or heads, and their chests no longer rising and falling. A tall man stood in the center of the bodies, squinting and smiling at him. Mr. Zwei, von Klee. A group of men dressed as royal soldiers stood in neat rows, saluting the cobra in front of them. However, von Klee did not pay attention to their thoughts. His mind was racing, trying to figure out what to do. That man said he wouldn't interfere, but he never said he wouldn't kill afterward. What should he do? With Cobra's face in mind, he was banging his head against the wall beside him. Mr. von Klee, according to the plan, the palace should have been taken by now. It's time for us to move. Seeing the sun gradually rising and their boss still not reacting, the royal soldiers behind him became anxious. What kind of joke is this? Von Klee grabbed his subordinate by the neck, his veins bulging on his face, while the latter was gasping for breath, trying to bat at his arm. If this doesn't go well, my life is at stake, do you understand? There's no way to not do it. Mr. Three's fate is a stark reminder. But going through with it is also not an option. Mr. Four and Miss Merry Christmas's fates are also vivid in memory. What kind of joke is this? My path as a transgender person hasn't even reached its end. Just as he was howling to the sky, a passing child nearby caught his attention. Is it really reliable to leave the Roera matter entirely to Mr. Two? Bora and Daz set off towards the capital after landing on the big ship, with the former feeling somewhat anxious. That guy is Mr. Two. He shouldn't mess up something so trivial. Daz, on the other hand, was much calmer. Since the other party wanted to cause a ruckus alone, he was happy to take it easy. What did you say? In the palace. The real Cobra had received news from Roera. It turned out that he was supposedly there apologizing to the public, which had incited a rebellion. It must be the work of a devil fruit user. Shifa, who was playing chess with Nolan, was quite relaxed. Mr. Shifa, the rebel army is already approaching the capital. Are we really going to let the royal army clash with them, just like that? If I clarify things right now, it won't escalate to that point. First, someone pretended to incite public outrage, and then a huge amount of military supplies coincidentally appeared. This is clearly meant to spark war. But those are his people. He would rather fight Crocodile to the death than see his people kill each other. If he clarifies things now, perhaps it can still be stopped. This is the desired outcome. If the rebel army continues to lie in wait, it won't be good for Alabasta either. It would be better to let them all come to the capital and resolve all troubles at once. In the language of the West, the general has already emerged. The rebel army has suddenly obtained sufficient military supplies and is in a state of extreme anger. Without a good flame retardant, their fury cannot possibly be contained. In warfare, one must strike with momentum. If not, the energy will wane. Let them vent their anger, as long as they can break through. How can this be? Kabura still thinks that the West wants to kill all the rebels, but that would be better than directly giving up the palace. Do you think this is just any time? This is war. It is impossible to avoid casualties. Shifa's gaze sharpened. Caring for the people like one's own children is a good thing, but in critical moments, one must understand what to give up and what to keep. If the royal palace is surrendered to protect the rebel army, who will guarantee the future of this country? If we don't take this opportunity to resolve all issues, even if Crocodile is defeated, there will still be a thorn in the hearts of the rebels. If we want to minimize casualties, we should temporarily disperse all the royal army today and have the citizens of the capital stay indoors. You don't need to think about the next steps. Will Cobra listen to his advice? Shifa doesn't know. The decision is in his hands. He is here to help, but the premise is that the other party must obey. The best way to minimize deaths in war is to completely defeat one side of the conflict. Why does she FA collecting money and not taking action have anything to do with Eneru? It will probably take more than half a day for the rebel army to reach this city, so I'll take my leave for now. I'll leave the rest to you. Anyway, there's still time. I can go to UD to make some more money, and besides, he has someone to meet. If he doesn't take action, staying here is useless. As a deputy, Eneru has never let him down. Understood. With squinting eyes that seem lethargic, he is actually overjoyed in his heart. It seems he is about to become a deity of another nation. Shifa disappeared without a trace with just a wave of his hand. Mr. Ulquiorra, the boss did indeed say that if you come to play, you can win as much as you want. However, this casino really can't produce any more money. A man in a suit was frantically wiping the sweat from his forehead while explaining to Shifa. Larger casinos in the reign were all supported by Crocodile, so they received his orders yesterday. As long as this man came to gamble, they were instructed not to cause any trouble, pay out whatever he wins. And if there was no money left, just let him go. But how could the casino manager dare to let someone who made the boss wary just walk away? It's really a pity. They should have asked for more at the rain banquet last night. Shifa forgot that the Straw Hat crew would ruin the rain feast, leaving him with no choice but to wander around other casinos today. After going through several casinos in a row, he only earned about 700 to 800 million, which was less than what he could have made by just saying a few words at the rain feast. Let's consider it a tip for your boss, although he probably won't need it. As dusk approached, Shifa had no intention of lingering any longer. After returning the winnings to the palace, he didn't pause for a moment and vanished again. Is Mr. Shifa off to rob some wealthy aristocrat? Looking at the treasures scattered all around, Cobra fell into contemplation. Look, it's water. So much water. In the ruins of a city ravaged by a sandstorm in the desert, a frail, white-haired old man stood in a deep pit, shouting. Water was gushing out continuously. It was just a slightly larger pool of water, yet his tears fell uncontrollably. Thud! He knelt on the ground, trembling hands scooping a stream of clear water into his mouth, tasting the sweetness he hadn't experienced in years. I told you, Luffy, this is a tenacious land. Yuba is still alive. The old man laughed heartily, one of the happiest moments of his life. Looking up again, a massive sandstorm was approaching. What is this? If I can survive this sandstorm, maybe it will rain. I'm used to it, no matter how many times it happens. Bring it on. Yuba will never lose to the sand. The old man stood firm beside the pool with his cane, his gaze unwavering as he looked at the sandstorm that could engulf the entire city without a hint of fear. The swirling sand and gravel relentlessly struck his frail face, making it hard to keep his eyes open, yet he did not retreat an inch. Old man, at your age, being stubborn is not a good thing. The pressure from the wind and sand suddenly became negligible, and the old man widened his eyes. In front of him, a tall figure unsheathed a long knife from his waist toward the sandstorm. Young man, get out of here quickly. The sandstorm is no joke. The old man anxiously tried to persuade him to leave, but he ended up witnessing the most unforgettable scene of his life. Mandragon break. A dazzling blade of light flashed, and the sandstorm vanished, replaced by scorching sword marks that seemed to stretch far and wide across the ground like flames. Kosha, something's happening. As the rebel army galloped toward the capital Alabasta, an unexpected event occurred. From the rear flank, a cloud of dust rolled in, revealing a group of fast-running lizards with frilled neck membranes chasing their troops. It's the Frilled Lizard Marathon. How could they show up at a time like this? Kosha recognized them. They were the exclusive emergency information messengers of the mysterious organization Baroque Works. Let everyone take a break and see what this Baroque Works is up to. Hungry, exhausted, and weary from the long journey, the state of the rebel army was indeed not great, so they were glad to rest for a moment. What is going on? The leader of the Frilled Lizard Marathon took a letter from around its neck, and the contents left Kosha in disbelief. The writing was crooked, but its meaning could be discerned. The king of Alabasta is an impostor. The Real king has been kidnapped. Moreover, it also stated that there are traitors in both the royal army and the rebel army. Kosha began to ponder some details. He and his son had known the king for many years, and neither of them seemed like the type to do such a thing. But they looked identical in appearance, stature, and voice. Devil fruit. A flash of inspiration struck Kosha as he thought of the most mysterious power at sea. If someone possesses the corresponding devil fruit ability, then everything makes sense. Kosha, what does the letter say? His subordinates beside him were eager to know why there was a letter at this time, especially from that mysterious organization. That mysterious organization suggests we should attack quickly. Otherwise, the royal army is getting ready, and they hope we can save this country. Regardless of whether what the letter said is true or not, he had no way out now. With over 1 million rebels mobilized, they had to take Alabasta first. Kosha, I feel something isn't right. They must have a scheme. Standing beside him, a strategist from the rebel army also sensed that it seemed like a pair of large hands were manipulating something. Indeed, but it was no use saying anything now. First, take Alabasta. Kosha pushed up his glasses, the gunshot wound and his abdomen throbbed faintly, and everything started to blur. The ground was shaking. That was over 1 million rebels. In the palace, Jaka and Bell guarded Cobra on either side, while Cobra stood in front of Chopper and Noland. Is this really okay? Cobra wasn't sure either. Following Shifa's instructions, he had temporarily dispersed all the royal army and ordered that no one could go out today. If the rebel army took over the palace, captured him, and ended the war, that would naturally be the best outcome for him. However, Crocodile was clearly also heading this way. If they ran into the rebel army, the casualties would be significant, and beside him, he only had 2 guardian gods and a few of Shifa's companions. Could they really minimize the casualties? Don't underestimate Eneru. No matter how many people there are, they are no match for him. The rebel army continued forward, and at dawn, they entered the capital, which should have been prosperous, and successfully reached the square in front of the palace. Why is there not a single person on the street? The rebels tensed up, having to be wary of whether this was a ruse. Boom, boom. Suddenly, thunder roared. How could this be? It was broad daylight. Looking up, the sky was clear, and the appearance of thunder was clearly abnormal. No matter what, let's go to the palace. Whoever is playing tricks, we must charge forward with full force. Who is that? Just as the rebels were about to rush up the stairs into the palace, they discovered a man sitting on the top step, bare-chested, surrounded by a pile of food. Stop! In a kingdom blessed by the gods, war should not occur. Though his voice was not loud, it clearly reached the ears of the rebels, like thunder ringing in their ears. What is this guy saying? Kosha ignored him and ordered them to continue forward. Thunder Domain. Eneru's body radiated electricity, extending from him down to the very bottom of the stairs, flashes of lightning sparking. This is the crowd, intending to move forward, stopped before the stairs. I advise you not to enter the Thunder Domain, otherwise you will bear the consequences. Cephas said to let him handle it, and if necessary, he could severely damage all the rebel forces. Anilin naturally had a better plan. I'll do it. Wait. Farafura. The man disregarded Kush's advice and insisted on climbing the long ladder. As he stepped on the first rung of the ladder, endless thunder wrapped around him. Immediately, the man fell down, charred all over from the electric shock. Don't worry, I have control over the current. He won't die. Anilu changed his position to lie on his side and leisurely took a bite of an apple. It wasn't too serious after all. By Kush's side, a big man wearing glasses concluded after examining him. Where's the king? Get the king out here to explain. The square was filled with rebels, and if there were traps, they could easily be taken down all at once. But Kusha couldn't care less at this moment. He just wanted answers. Kusha. Cobra finally couldn't hold back any longer and stepped out. Since he didn't have Anilu's abilities, he could only shout loudly. It's that bastard king. Someone among the rebels had ignited their anger again, launching an attack on Cobra. Kusha was dumbfounded. It seemed the situation had become more complicated. Cobra surprisingly walked over to Anilu and knelt down before the rebels in the square. The square instantly fell silent. No one seemed to expect this outcome. I heard about what happened at Narahara yesterday. That person is not me. Ever since the dancing powder incident, this has all been a conspiracy. A conspiracy by a mysterious organization called Baroque Works. Cobra shouted, but the rebels below didn't seem to buy it. After all, many of them witnessed yesterday's events. Stop making excuses. We all saw it clearly yesterday. There were boos from the crowd again, and there were traitors stirring up opposition and hatred. Kusha turned to find out who it was, but it was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Shut up. Kusha had no choice but to stop his subordinates first. You need to find a way to provide evidence from Narahara, as well as evidence that the drought over the years has been a conspiracy. Otherwise, don't struggle in vain. Surrender to us, and let us rebuild a new country. At this point, without evidence, it was useless to say anything. If he wanted to back down here, the rebels behind him wouldn't easily agree. 3 years of drought had built up too much anger. I wish we could have a timely rain. What on earth is going on? Dust-covered Princess Vivi finally arrived in Alabasta, but the scene before her was somewhat unexpected. The rebels were indeed gathered in the royal capital, but it seemed the war hadn't broken out. She couldn't see the king's army. Please, run fast. Gah! Run fast echoed back, leading Princess Vivi around the front of the rebels toward the palace. It seemed you didn't really intend to stop. Lighting a cigarette, Sanji stepped out from a small alley, blocking Von Clay, who had chased Princess Vivi here. What a joke. If I don't do something, I'll be killed. Von Clay tiptoed, feeling pleased with his wise choice. You must be the impersonator. I've never seen you before. It seems you're Mr. Prince. He had followed Boss's orders to lead the rebels to the royal capital. If the war didn't break out, he couldn't be blamed. He had also been chasing Princess Vivi and failing that. He just needed to pass everything onto the man before him. Defeat this Mr. Prince and take him to see Boss. And he could smoothly save his life from the hands of the two warlords. Be prepared. The human eunuch boxing style, the memories of that summer. Nate meet. Powerful long legs collided together. Kusha, Vivi, what's going on? The childhood friends finally reunited after a long separation, but neither had the mood to reminisce. Bang! Among the rebels, someone suddenly grinned and pulled the trigger at Vivi, who was riding on a running duck. Rude fellow. Divine punishment. Two bolts of lightning shot out rapidly, one shattering the speeding bullet, while the other struck the shooter directly. How dare he play tricks under the eyes of the gods? If he really killed Cobra's daughter, where'd he put his face? Vivi. Cobra anxiously tried to come down from the top of the ladder, but was blocked by Eneru. He wouldn't let Cobra down or allow the rebels to come up until the matter was resolved. Are you okay, Vivi? Kush's heart tightened, and when he found she was unharmed, he angrily turned back and pulled up the person who had been struck by lightning. You bastard. Kusha was furious. It was because of these traitors that the country's collapse was accelerating. But he found that the charred person now had their eyes rolled back, and there was no longer any rise and fall in their chest. Dead. They actually managed to stop the bullet and kill someone from that distance. It seemed wise not to rush up. Just as the two were about to have a proper conversation, there seemed to be movement all around. And armed king's soldiers began to pour out of the alley. There weren't many of them, but they all pointed their guns at the rebels. Damn king, this is indeed. When someone among the rebels tried to sow discord, a shadow flashed across the sky, and a huge eagle claw had already hooked onto him. It was Bell the Falcon. Someone had recognized this strongest identity in Alabasta and shouted in unison. Now tell me, who has been stirring trouble? Also, the king should have given orders not to allow any king's soldiers to move. Why are you here? Bell threw the person who spoke down to the ground, and then shifted his gaze to the encircling king's soldiers. No one responded, and the atmosphere became tense. It's a member of Baroque Works. They've been the ones causing trouble all along. They must have the Baroque Works emblem on them. As soon as Vivi's words came out, Kusha quickly tore open the shirt of the nearby corpse, and indeed there was a mark on their arm. Yahaha, it seems the time has come. Analu stood up, and after laughing, his face turned cold. This so-called organization has been opposing the gods all along. 30 million volts, discharge. Lightning continuously weaved through the crowd, and in an instant, all the fake king's soldiers collapsed to the ground. Wait, Mr. Analu, leave some alive. Bell quickly spoke up, whether rebels or king soldiers. They needed to root out the traitors inside, or else there would be no evidence left after killing. Rest assured, the gods will do things their way. With just 30 million volts, even the stronger ones will be left with half a life. Next, they just need to wait until both sides' traitors are caught. At least it can lower the emotions of the rebel army. Kosha. Just as Kosha was thinking of a way, a tender voice came through. Kaba, what are you doing here? Kaba is the kid from Canola Flower, who previously wanted to join the rebel army, but was rejected by Kosha. He never expected to appear on this battlefield. He pointed at the king, standing on the steps, and recounted everything he saw in Roera. It really was a disguise. The true rebels began to waver because they knew Kaba's hatred for the king. He would never lie for the king. I knew it. But how did you end up here? Kosha finally felt a bit more at ease. Clues were slowly surfacing, and war didn't seem inevitable anymore. I can't say that. Kaba remembered that the ballerina had told him she would bring him here to clarify everything, but he must not reveal her name, because she was also forced, obeying orders to survive. Is that so? It doesn't matter. Everyone, don't get it wrong. Our enemy is not the king, but the one plotting this war tried to destroy Alabasta. We just need to expose the puppet master, and the conflict will shift, and the country will be as it was before. Who is your boss? Bell pressed his long sword against a Baroque Works member's neck, who looked panic-stricken. I don't know. We've never seen the boss. How could such low-level personnel know the identity of their boss? Besides, with Baroque Works style, if they spoke out, they would definitely die. It's Crocodile. It's all him and his Baroque Works behind this. Everything seemed to be heading in a good direction, and Vivi also spoke up with the answer. How could that be? As soon as she spoke, the rebels began to stir again. After all, Crocodile was publicly known as the hero protecting this country from pirate invasions. I can't pretend I didn't hear that. Princess Vivi, cloaked and with a gloomy face. Crocodile made his official appearance. It's Crocodile. The moment he stepped into the square, almost everyone recognized him. In this country, he was even more famous than the king. Crocodile leisurely took out a cigar from his pocket and lit it, taking a deep puff. I'm here to end this war. Vivi's reaction was the strongest. She knew everything. At the same time, she hated this hypocritical guy who had plunged the country into chaos. Crocodile, you're behind all this. Vivi wished she could rush forward and fight him, but she deeply understood the gap between them. Wait, where's Luffy? What did you do to Luffy? Vivi suddenly remembered that Luffy should have intercepted Crocodile on his way. But now the enemy appeared right in front of her. That guy, was a rare rookie. But unfortunately, he is already dead. You dare. Crocodile ignored her further, extending his hand to grab her, but he grasped at nothing. Crocodile, what do you want? It was Kosha who pulled her away at the critical moment and immediately questioned him. Didn't I say? End this war. Capture the foolish royal family members. And this war will be your victory. Although the anticipated standoff between the king's army and the rebel army did not go as planned, securing the Grim Reaper was the priority. Everything else was secondary. Everything is not entirely clear yet, so please let us handle it ourselves. Kosha believed Vivi now knew that the king was framed, but they had no evidence to prove that Crocodile was the puppet master. You are partial to the royal family. Do you want to plunge the people of Alabasta into the abyss again? Occupying the moral high ground, Crocodile acted again. But this time he was tightly gripped by another large hand. Don't cause trouble in the city where the gods reside. Looking at Enel, who was about the same height as him, but possessed incredible strength, veins bulged on his forehead. You bastard, your captain took the money. At this point, he stopped pretending. It was clear that the other side wouldn't let him take the royal family members easily. There was about half an hour until the explosion in the square. He didn't have time to play mind games here. Unfortunately, the gods didn't intervene in your ideal battle. The gods just happened to find you displeasing. Enel smiled, not taking his opponent seriously. Nico Robin, what are you waiting for? With his roar, Robin, who had been hiding in the alley, elegantly walked out and blew her whistle. In an instant, hundreds or even thousands of people began to flood into the square, and unrest began to stir within the rebel army. You want to die, don't you? How dare you pull tricks right under my nose? Enel's anger flared up instantly. Desert prison. Crocodile took advantage of the moment, intending to grab his body, but Enel quickly transformed into lightning and dodged. Sand Crocodile, I'm going to knock you away. At this moment, Luffy finally arrived on the battlefield, still carrying a wooden barrel with a hose attached. Luffy, seeing Luffy bouncing around, Vivi couldn't help but tear up. You guy, you're still alive. Crocodile's face turned ashen. He never expected this kid to be so tenacious. Moreover, looking at that wooden barrel, he clearly discovered the weakness of his fruit. Nico Robin, go take Cobra away. I'll follow up. Just thinking about facing two bastards at once made his head ache. But what he didn't expect was that Robin didn't follow his orders at all. Don't you understand, Crocodile? Just this little brat is enough to give you a headache, not to mention Ulquiorra's companions. You can no longer fulfill the agreement. At this moment in the square, the rebels were in a chaotic melee with the lower-level members of Baroque Works, with occasional traitors defecting. Robin turned around, planning to leave this place of strife. What a heartless woman. Crocodile transformed into sand and appeared behind her in an instant. If I splash you with water, even I can hit you, right? Robin had anticipated this and took out a bottle of water from her coat pocket, throwing it at him. But he instantly elementalized to dodge it. The scorpion's venom hook stabbed directly at her abdomen, but this time it was caught by a pale hand. Why are you still playing with such dangerous toys? If you break it, you shouldn't pretend to be new again. Crocodile's eyes were bloodshot. When he looked up, he saw the expressionless face of Sifa. You bastard. Don't you know what credibility is? Crocodile gritted his teeth. He regretted not taking this guy out during the rain banquet. No. I am very credible. I just promised that I wouldn't interfere. Whatever my companions want to do, they will do, and it's not within my considerations. Shifa Shah has its own words. So what are you doing now? Crocodile pointed at the scorpion venom hook he held in his hand. Nico Robin, it's time for you to give me an answer. Sifa did not answer him, but instead turned her gaze to Robin beside her. In this situation, it was indeed hard to refuse. Captain Ulquiorra? She had just escaped from the brink of death, yet still managed to smile calmly. So, can attacking my companion be seen as a challenge directed at me? At this moment, Cypher turned the question back. You bastard. Crocodile bastard. Crocodile's complaints were not yet finished when Luffy's water-soaked foot kicked him. In the next moment, Cypher looked down, and in his hand, there was only a hook left. Mr. Cypher. At this time, Dashki just brought all the Marines under Smoker to the scene. Let's assist Enel and the rebel army to end this war. Understood. Everything was as Cypher had anticipated. In about half an hour, all the lower members of Baroque Works were either dead or captured. Crocodile did not mention the bomb hidden in the clock tower, but Cypher knew and had Enel take care of it. The only casualties were a few from the rebel army, which was unavoidable. In war, there could be no sacrifices. Kosha, do we continue? Although Baroque Works was resolved, the fact that Alabasta had not reigned for years could not be changed. They did not hate the king, but felt that things should not end so hastily. It seemed they had not achieved the results they wanted. Boom! Accompanied by violent tremors and sounds. A tall building suddenly collapsed, and a figure flew out from it. It was Mr. Crocodile. He was covered in blood, lying on the ground, and had already lost consciousness. That straw hat kid actually did it. Although Robin knew Crocodile's defeat was inevitable, she did not expect it to happen so quickly, and to be defeated by a newcomer with a bounty of only 30 million. But don't underestimate the D family. Shifa turned around and stepped onto the stairs leading to the palace. What does that mean? The riddle piqued the girl's curiosity, and she followed closely behind. This is... A drop of liquid fell on Kush's face. He looked up at the sky, which had just been clear and sunny, but was now covered with dark clouds. Put down your weapons. There is no reason to fight anymore. The sky seemed to finally respond to Alabasta's cries, and in the blink of an eye, a torrential downpour arrived as desired. Everyone put down their weapons and savored this long-awaited feast. From now on, the rain would fall as it did before. The war is over. News came that a ship bearing the Baroque Works emblem had just docked at Alabasta's port, carrying a large amount of dance powder. The secret criminal organization, Baroque Works, led by one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile, in the name of the marine headquarters of the world government. I hereby strip you of your ship, as well as the title and rights granted to you by the government. Standing in front of Crocodile, Daz Bonez recited word for word what Colonel Smoker had just told him. The Marines behind him stepped forward, locking him up with handcuffs made of sea prism stone. And the agents scattered throughout the capital were also captured one by one. Except for a couple. I'm no longer confused about justice. Colonel Smoker, Mr. Shifa, you are still the same as before. Smoker, I actually feel sorry for that girl Daz. Tina was very disappointed at a port in Alabasta. A warship and a much larger artificial rainmaking ship were docked. She expressed her dissatisfaction with the fact that this fellow was using a requisitioned warship to help him find a ship and transport Crocodile afterward. You know this guy? It's not like you met him for the first time. A familiar and nostalgic voice rang in Tina's ears. She turned around sharply, and Shifa was smiling at her. You bastard. Why are you here to stir up trouble? Isn't it better for the 7 warlords to just go out to sea and be pirates? Smoker expressed his dissatisfaction with the 7 warlords with a puff of smoke. Just out of curiosity, Shifa grabbed the cigarette that Tina was about to put in her mouth. Smoking is bad for your health, isn't it? Tina was surprised. She released the cigarette and gently brushed her hair that was hanging by her ear. So, are you ready? Tina's expression changed, and it was clear she knew what Shifa was asking, but she didn't expect the question to come up at that moment. Unfortunately, Tina was not ready. Really? I even made a special trip here. It seems the timing is not right yet. I believe we'll meet again soon. Wait a minute. Shifa didn't pause for a moment and disappeared from her sight, leaving only her hands stretched out in midair. Tina felt very disappointed. They hadn't even had a proper chat yet. What was that guy talking about? Smoker was curious. Their relationship seemed quite good. This was Tina's secret. She reached into her pocket, habitually wanting to pull out a cigarette, but suddenly stopped. But it really surprised me that you would apply to transfer to the New World. With your current strength, going there isn't a good thing. Smoker was still quite worried about her. After all, she was one of his few friends, and the New World was a place full of monsters. Staying in paradise for too long seemed to hinder one's progress and strength. For someone like her and Smoker, who both possessed devil fruits and had a bit of mastery over hockey, staying in paradise meant they wouldn't encounter many opponents. She needed to become stronger quickly to keep up with that man's pace. Be careful on your way. MHM. 3 days after Crocodile was defeated, Shifa and the others did not continue to stay in the palace. He took his crew to roam around Albana, buying some unique local goods. It wasn't long before Cobra came looking for them. Alabasta truly deserves to be a superpower within the world government. In just a few days, 5 savings cards issued in the name of the royal family were handed over to Shifa. Together, they contained about 1 billion belly. So, the matters here are concluded, and it is time for us to leave. The purpose of coming to Alabasta has been fulfilled, and we have also found someone to redraw a pirate flag. It's time to return to the sea and continue our cleansing operations. Hey, Mr. Shifa, Luffy just woke up today, and the palace has prepared a grand feast. Aren't you joining us? Cobra even specifically asked the head chef to prepare more food. After all, the monsters have monster-level appetites. A grand feast. Chopper began to imagine the scene, unable to stop salivating. Then let us go for another meal. The Straw Hat crew met again at the palace. Jo, Sifa, you're here too. Are you an idiot? When Luffy spoke, Nami's palm had already landed on his head. How could you be here? The most shocked was Princess Vivi. That day, she had only seen Crocodile or Robin make a move, and then Shifa had stopped it. She didn't expect that the other party had been by his side all along. I'm sorry, Princess Vivi, to disappoint you. I'm now Captain Ulquiorra as companion. Robin pretended to be scared and took half a step back, conveniently hiding behind Shifa. Hearing that she was Shifa's companion, Vivi, though reluctant, fell silent. She is a good person. She saved me in the desert. Luffy, however, didn't think much of it and pointed at Robin. No need to say more. Let us eat. At this moment, the head chef, who looked like a couple with a carom, had already started bringing out the dishes. Shifa interrupted this boring topic. I'm starting. The Straw Hat crew quickly picked up food and held it to their chests, while Enel and Shifa remained unusually calm. When Luffy's hands began to flail wildly, a fork pinned his hand to the table, and the atmosphere began to feel off. Wait for my companions to get their food first. If it were up to Shifa, Enel, and Luffy's eating habits, the others wouldn't even need to eat. Shifa couldn't care less about the Straw Hats, but his own crew had to eat. How gentle, Ulquiorra. Robin only symbolically added a few dishes to her bowl, as both she and Nolan had small appetites. Chopper didn't notice what was happening on the table. He had developed a habit of only seeing the food when eating. What a domineering man. At the moment the fork stabbed into Luffy's hand, Zoro almost drew his sword. Fortunately, Luffy didn't care. When Nolan, Robin, and Chopper had almost finished eating, the gluttonous trio began their true feast. To the astonishment of everyone, in just one meal, they consumed several days' worth of rations from the palace. I'm full. I have energy now, Luffy exclaimed while patting his belly after a long time. Hey, Straw Hat Kid, how about joining me, taking on my name, and galloping across this sea? After all, the future Nika is considered a decent combat strength and can be called the biological son of this world, so it's only natural to recruit him under his banner. Don't you find it strange? Ace is like that too. You're always thinking about getting others to join your pirate crew. I'm going to be the pirate king. Luffy flatly rejected. Is that so? Then as a warlord of the sea, it's only reasonable for me to eliminate unstable factors, right? Hey, aren't we friends? Luffy's eyes were about to pop out. He couldn't believe the other party would say such a thing. Forget it, you'll understand later. After eating and drinking to satisfaction, Shifa didn't intend to linger any longer. Mr. Shifa, are you leaving already? Cobra tried to keep him. We're leaving. You'll feel more relaxed, right? The other party didn't respond, just awkwardly scratching his head. No matter how many times, it always feels like such a magical ability. Following Shifa, they returned to the ship in the blink of an eye, and Robin still found his ability to tear through space with bare hands fascinating. Here, take it. Huh, do I have one too? Receiving the savings card thrown by Shifa, Robin looked puzzled. You're different from the people I've met before. You're my companion. The latter was taken aback, then smiled brightly. A few days after the little crow left Alabasta, the journey at sea went smoothly, and they even crushed a few small pirate ships along the way. The ship's small treasury was once again full to bursting. Shifa, look. Chopper, competing with Enel in fishing, gave a strong flick, and a fish as big as half of Chopper landed on the deck. I win. Enel has to wait for me to finish eating first. Chopper danced on the deck, and when he noticed Robin, who was originally reading, looking at him, he shyly hid behind Enel. Captain Shifa, another pirate ship. This had basically happened every day for the past few days. No one had gotten used to it, but money, well, the more the better. Really, it seems that the allure of One Piece is still too great for these kids. Shifa was still lying on the beach chair, the flag on the small ship fluttering in the wind as they began to approach the vessel. Not enough, not enough. Tell the chef to hurry up. On the pirate ship, a beautiful pink-haired girl was sitting at the dining table, devouring her meal. She was using both hands to grab food and urging the chef to speed up, surrounded by a group of crew members. In fact, there were already several chefs in the kitchen in a panic, as most of the crew on this ship were essentially chefs. However, her eating speed was comparable to that of monsters like Shifa and Enel, and with only a few chefs, they simply couldn't keep up with her pace. This is bad. Captain Bonnie, Just as she was about to finish the food on the ship and throw a tantrum, a lookout hurriedly rushed into the cabin. What's happening? It's mealtime. Bonnie looked at the lookout with dissatisfaction while continuing to eat the remaining food on the table. A ship is approaching us. The lookout seemed a bit anxious and spoke unclearly. So what if they come closer? Our Captain Bonnie has a bounty of 27 million. A crew member next to her was unfazed. They had come all the way from the South Sea and weren't new to encountering other pirates. This time is different. That flag belongs to the Butcher, the black-winged demon from the Seven Warlords. The lookout almost shouted, having been shocked into a cold sweat when he saw the pirate flag through the telescope. That was the last person they wanted to see in these waters. Without a doubt. As soon as he finished speaking, all the crew members were frightened and stood up, looking towards the girl sitting at the dining table. Looks like we've run into a nuisance. Bonnie jumped down from the table and casually grabbed a cloth to wipe the grease from her palms. She hated Ulquiorra because he took the place of that man in the Seven Warlords. Ever since she set sail, she had been searching for the tyrant. But he was a man who could come and go without a trace, leaving her to keep probing. Fortunately, as a warlord, he had a formidable reputation, and with some effort, she could still find a clue or two. But ever since Ulquiorra replaced him, everything changed. No one cared about where the former warlord had gone. The entire world's attention was on the newly risen pirate, the black-winged demon. Her life seemed to have returned to square one. She heard that this warlord acted on his whims, but would not kill innocents indiscriminately. Everyone, don't resist. Most of her crew were chefs from various places, and they mostly just wanted to follow her to see the world, so she couldn't let them get hurt. As for escaping, if anyone could easily run away from the world's highest combat power, then they wouldn't be so feared. Let's go. Bonnie stood in front of everyone and walked onto the deck. At this moment, Shifa's ship was visibly approaching. That woman is the big eater Bonnie from the South Sea, with a bounty of 27 million berries. Robin, a former member of a mysterious organization, recognized the girl standing at the bow of the ship at a glance. Who? Shifa jumped up from the armchair, his sunglasses falling off. He took a step forward and surprisingly leaped over 100 meters, landing on the other party's ship. Sister Robin, who is Bonnie? Nolan asked, a bit puzzled, as he had never seen Captain Shifa so invested in pirates before. Maybe she's our new companion. Or, to put it another way, she should have boarded before you guys. Eneru yawned as he answered them, having listened intently to the conversation between the tyrant and Shifa. Everyone seems to be here. Didn't you recognize my flag? Or are you trying to step on my position as a warlord? Facing Shifa, who suddenly appeared on the ship, Bonnie forced herself to remain calm, but her crew behind her was almost paralyzed with fear. Ulquiorra, we just happened to pass by. They're all my cooks, and I'm the only pirate on the ship. Captain Bonnie, she took all the blame upon herself as encountering this guy. The best outcome might be spending the rest of her life in prison. Going out to sea was her own choice, and she should have anticipated this day. But it was a pity she wouldn't see that man again. Oh, what a pity. Wanted me to let them go 1T work just by taking all the blame. If you want them to live, the best way is to defeat me. Shifa didn't seem to give them a chance, his eyes fixed on Bonnie, revealing a fierce glint. Everyone stepped back. Bonnie said no more and ordered her subordinates to return to the cabin. I wanted to beat that ugly face of yours for a long time. Bonnie was the first to launch an attack, but each strike was evaded by Shifa with extremely subtle movements, so that after dozens of rounds, she hadn't even brushed against the edge of his clothes. You guy, is this how you became a warlord, just by dodging and weaving? Come and face me in a proper showdown. At this moment, she seemed to be acting like a child, mocking Shifa. A classic provocation tactic, but I can show you the gap in our strengths. Shifa spread his hands, revealing all his weaknesses in front of Bonnie. You're finished. Turn me into a child. Bonnie was overjoyed. This open display of vulnerability gave her an excellent opportunity, as long as she turned him into a child. Even if the big monster's juvenile form was a small monster, it couldn't possibly be stronger than herself now, right? Bonnie jumped up, her palms slapped against Shifa's chest, feeling as if she was hitting steel, causing her hands to turn red. Looking at him, not only did he not turn into a child, he didn't even change his posture at all. How is this possible? This trick had never failed since she set sail, and today it actually failed. Bonnie, refusing to give up, stepped forward and continuously slapped his abdomen, while Shifa felt as if someone was giving him a massage. If only the strength were a bit more. Captain Shifa, what are you doing? The little Wuko had already docked nearby, and Nolan at the bow of the ship. Looked at the girl in front of Shifa, who seemed to be acting cute, her cheeks flushed. It felt like some kind of romantic entanglement. Nolan covered her blushing face, excitedly watching the girl who seemed to be massaging Captain Shifa's abdomen. The other two on the ship, including Lou, also sat on the deck, interested in the spectacle. Bonnie naturally heard Nolan's words, her face turning bright red as well. How infuriating. How could the gap be this big? She used all her strength to strike Shifa, but he looked completely unfazed. The worst part was that no matter how she activated her ability, it had no effect on him. If this is all the strength you have, you won't be able to accomplish anything. Shifa reached out, grabbed her fist, and forcefully tossed her into the cabin. Captain Bonnie. Inside the cabin, her companions saw Bonnie collapsed against the wall, and all drew their knives and guns, rushing out. We will never allow you to harm Captain Bonnie. She just wanted to set sail to find her family. We have never done anything immoral. The group stood like a wall in front of Shifa, completely disregarding Bonnie's earlier words to them before the battle. It was Bonnie who brought them to this sea, showing them a different landscape and allowing them to experience adventures they had never had before. They absolutely could not stand by and watch her being bullied, even if it meant sacrificing their lives. Everyone stepped back. I might let you go. Shifa looked at them with a higher regard. As expected from the crew of a future supernova, they still had the basic ability to maintain their captain. However, despite their trembling hands and feet, none of them stepped back, their fearful yet determined gazes fixed on Shifa. Who do you think I am? I didn't come to this sea just to be taken down by this guy. After a moment of dizziness, Bonnie stood up again, looking at her subordinates who formed a wall in front of her, a ripple of emotion stirring in her heart. She then pushed them aside and stood in front of Shifa once more, but this time, she was not alone. Then I'll trouble you to accompany me to death. Bonnie knew she had no chance of winning, but admitting defeat was not her style. All right, looking at their high spirits, Shifa suddenly felt like he was the villain. Huh. Bonnie took a deep breath, her already good figure becoming even more voluptuous, her face maturing further, and her aura gaining a noticeable boost. Relying on the power of the future? What a pity. Unfortunately, that level of enhancement was negligible for Shifa. Turn me into a little demon. She raised her powerful fist and charged at Shifa, while her crew also drew their weapons and rushed towards him. Let's end the game here. I didn't enjoy it fully, but it's enough. Shifa dodged Bonnie's punch and immediately opened her eyes wide, a massive spiritual pressure sweeping across the deck, causing her crew to collapse to the ground, almost all losing consciousness. What have you done to my companions, you bastard? Bonnie was furious, but she didn't lose her composure. She quickly turned around to check on the people on the ground and found that they had just fainted. Right now, you can't do anything at all. Do you really think you can fulfill your wish to set sail? Shifa's words pierced Bonnie's heart like a sharp blade, and she pressed her lips tightly together, the mismatched lipstick standing out conspicuously. At that moment, a large hand grasped Shifa's ankle. You can't bully Bonnie, shouted the only man still conscious, tears streaming from his eyes. What do you really want to say? Bonnie looked at the uncle who had accompanied her for so long, feeling an overwhelming sense of grievance that she hadn't felt in a while, and she couldn't help but want to cry. But thinking of herself as a renowned pirate, she forced back her tears. I really like you. Please become my companion. Shifa's large hand reached out towards Bonnie, who was kneeling on the ground, perfectly enveloped in Shifa's shadow under the clear sunlight. It's a confession. Captain Shifa, actually Nolan, had a look of watching the show, while Chopper followed Enel, asking questions left and right. Only Robin remained calm, as she felt there was no such atmosphere at all. Huh, are you a pervert? Bonnie seemed to have misunderstood as well. She certainly didn't want to casually go off with a strange uncle. It should be more accurate to say it's a bit monstrous. Shifa did not retract his outstretched hand. When I became a warlord, someone had asked me to look after you, if you were willing. Bonnie understood then. No wonder he didn't start by killing everyone on the ship, as the rumor suggested. The warlord he replaced was none other than that man. Whether it was that man or the admiral, their request to Shifa only showed that the other party was a reliable person, right? That person is Bartholomew Kuma. At this moment, Bonnie couldn't hold back her tears any longer. She tried hard to keep her lips pressed together, but she couldn't help but choke up while speaking. Haven't you already guessed it? Bonnie cried uncontrollably. After a whole month, she finally heard the name of that man, her father, from someone else's mouth again. Can I meet that man? While sobbing, Bonnie asked the most important question for her. If the price of being with Ulquiorra is never seeing her father again, she would rather continue to take risks sailing on the sea. It's definitely better than wandering blindly. And if anyone in the world can save your father, it must be me. So, do you want to keep my hand out like this? One of Bonnie's hands kept wiping away her tears, while the other reached out to grasp Shifa's invitation. Her companions were all good to her, but the pirate's playtime should end here. Bonnie wanted to follow this man in front of her to pursue her goal of going out to sea. Can my crew come with you? Most of them are just not very strong and want to see the vast world of a chef, while some are uncles who came out with her from the South Blue. It's too dangerous to let them continue sailing in this sea. I'm sorry, but my ship doesn't need so many people. I think it's time for you to say goodbye to them. She FA directly and clearly refused. What should they do to stay in the Great Route without being bullied? She couldn't think of a solution at the moment. After all, along the way, whenever they encountered someone slightly stronger, they had to solve it themselves. They mainly just cooked for themselves and sailed the ship. Without her, it was hard to say whether they could safely return to the South Sea. It's okay. After learning everything, the uncle finally let go of She FA's hand, tears streaming down his face. You must find Bear Cub. We will safely wait for you in the South Sea. That tyrant, feared by the world, was once his friend in youth and had saved their country. Following Bonnie on this journey was just to protect his daughter and to reunite them. Now that there are better candidates, he and the others should indeed step aside. He always understood that besides cooking and sailing, they had been holding Bonnie back. A series of memories flashed by, and he seemed to see the day they would meet again. Thank you so much. Bonnie, determined to become a capable pirate, was in tears and could only nod vigorously. In this touching atmosphere, the phone bug in She FA's arms rang at an inopportune time. It seemed there might be someone to give them a ride. At this point, She FA could roughly guess what the call was about. The Shichibukai meeting. Mr. Ulquiorra, this is the world government's marine headquarters. Get to the point. The tone on the other end was slightly respectful, but She FA was not interested in hearing pleasantries. Understood. Regarding Crocodile's capture in Alabasta, Fleet Admiral Sengoku will hold a Shichibukai meeting in Marineford in 3 days to discuss the next successor. Please ensure Mr. Ulquiorra arrives on time. It seemed the other side was afraid She FA would hang up, so they quickly finished speaking. I got it. Tell your Fleet Admiral to prepare food and drinks for me. If the food isn't satisfying, I might just lose my temper in Marineford. Shifa didn't give the other party a chance to speak again. After finishing his words, he directly hung up the phone. Will my dad also attend the Seven Warlords meeting? Bonnie was a bit excited. Although she knew that the man was no longer a warlord, she still held onto a glimmer of hope. Who knows? Just come along when the time comes. Really? Bonnie was overjoyed. If she could go with them, there might be a chance to see Kuma. Although the Seven Warlords meeting was nominally only for the Navy and the Warlords, Shifa didn't believe they would dare to object if he brought someone in. After all, if even little bugs could speak at this meeting, what kind of strict occasion could it be? Great, Bonnie. You have a chance to see Kuma. The uncle was also excited. What they had been pursuing finally had a chance to come true. Just stay with them for a few more days, and when we get to Marineford, I'll have the Navy arrange for someone to escort them through the government passage. Since they were worried about trouble at sea, let the Overlord of the Sea give them a ride. After all, they weren't any vicious pirates, and I'm sure Sengoku would be willing to do him a favor. Understood. Bonnie finally smiled through her tears, her small tiger teeth shining in the sunlight, and Shifa couldn't help but smile as well. At that moment, she looked like a lively and happy little girl, not a pirate burdened with worries. Let's go. Off to Sabaody Archipelago. Sifa returned to the Little U and issued a command. Aren't we going to Marineford? Chopper expressed his confusion, as he had just heard everything clearly through the transponder snail at this distance. No. Only me and Bonnie are going to Marineford. You all, go study about hockey systematically with Rayleigh. Although there's not much time and the other party seems to be a mediocre teacher, it's still better for them to get some exposure. Perhaps their talent is much better than they imagine. Hey, Robin and Enel had no objections. But Chopper and Nolan obviously wanted to go and see the Navy headquarters. Everyone, listen to me. Shifa also has a headache. Bringing one person over wouldn't be an issue, but bringing an entire team is excessive. Moreover, he doesn't believe that the warring states would allow them to tour around Marineford. That's the Navy headquarters. All right, the two responded weakly. The next 2 days of travel were calm and peaceful. Bonnie spent most of her time on her own ship, occasionally guest starring on the Little Crow to get accustomed to future meals. Until, someone is riding a bicycle on the sea? After hearing Chopper and Nolan's description, Enna was left confused. In his understanding, isn't a bicycle just a downgraded version of the Wabeo that can only be used on land? Shifa looked calm, but Robin's expression was clearly off. Finally a place to rest. A man in a white and blue suit jumped onto the deck of the Little U, conveniently blocking the sunbathing Shifa. Is it an enemy? General Chopper was still charging ahead, standing in front of him. Why is there a raccoon? Bastard. I'm not a raccoon. I'm a reindeer. Look, I have antlers. Chopper was still troubled by being mistaken for a raccoon. Are you really that free, Aokiji? It's okay. Ever since you became a Shichibukai, the paradise has indeed been much quieter I've been quite free during the time I haven't gone to the New World. Aokiji scratched his head, leaned his bicycle against the side, and walked up to Nolan. Ah, there's a lady here who can mesmerize people. Want to have dinner together tonight? Where did this weird uncle come from? She quickly hid behind Robin, but didn't notice that the latter was now covered in sweat. Do you want to die? Enel's hands flickered with lightning. He is one of the highest combat powers of the Navy headquarters, Admiral Aokiji. Why are you here? Although Robin was panicking, she didn't lose her composure and quickly took Nolan to hide behind Shifa. After all, their captain's strength was no less than that of the man in front of them. You're really cold. I heard Ulquiorra would go to Marineford, so I rode along this route. I'm just here to see you, after escaping for so many years. Are you planning to settle down this time? Nico Robin? Not caring that he wasn't liked, Aokiji found a comfortable position and lay down on the deck. Ulquiorra, I warned you. This woman will bring you a lot of trouble. Aokiji picked his ears and looked at Shifa, who was lying on a beach chair with sunglasses. Robin remained silent, also turning her gaze to Shifa. If this man was willing to accept her, she hoped to have a place that could accommodate her. Aokiji, do you think she will cause more trouble than I do? Shifa didn't answer directly, but one sentence shut up Aokiji. The latter recalled Shifa's deeds, destroying small islands, battling admirals, fighting the 4 emperors, replacing the 7 warlords, and most importantly, he even dared to kill the celestial dragons. Seriously, he really got on a troublesome person's ship. Well, whatever. Aokiji didn't want to dwell on this issue too much. Being able to stay by Ulquiorra's side was not a bad thing. At least, what Saul wanted to see the most could finally be realized. Robin finally let out a sigh of relief, because Shifa did not choose to abandon her like those others. By the way, whose ship is that following you? Although it has no flag, it looks like a pirate ship. Speaking of which, could you do me a favor? Sengoku proposed that Aokiji take them back to the South Sea, and was unsurprisingly refused. My rare vacation time isn't meant for babysitting you. However, since we crossed paths, I might as well hitch a ride on your ship back. I've gotten a bit tired for biking. Like a spoiled child, Aokiji ignored the other person's response, put on a mask, and fell asleep. Is this what a general is like? In Nolan's confusion, several hours later, the 2 ships finally arrived at the Sabaody Archipelago. Run! Panic filled the Sabaody Archipelago. Shifa and the others walked down the road, and everyone avoided them like the plague. Some children even cried when they saw Shifa. It seemed that the captain was not very popular. Robin teased from behind, and it was clear that the people on the island were all avoiding Shifa. After all, Captain Shifa became famous starting from here. Nolan, as Shifa's little fan, could recite his deeds by heart. And she was also very curious about this small island that had made the captain renowned across the seas. Chopper looked shocked, constantly seeing things for sale along the way. As for Bonnie and the others, they had already gone to a restaurant on the island. Just a bunch of ignorant fools. Enel was somewhat displeased. He had heard about this place from Nolan, and what Shifa did was clearly godlike, yet now he was regarded as a demon. How the world sees me is none of my concern. Shifa noticed that Eneru seemed to want to take action against those who spoke out of turn, and he spoke up to stop him. Their destination was the bar in Area 13, where Shaki was running her scam, but there was still plenty of time, so it was no big deal to stroll around the island with the crew. Mr. Ulquiorra, please let us join your pirate crew. A group of guys who looked like pirates seemed to have mustered their courage, rushing out from an alley and kneeling in front of Shifa. What is your reason? Seeing that Nolan and the other 2 were waiting to shop nearby, Shifa and Eneru rarely gave this group of pirates a chance to say a few words. We've admired you for a long time. We also want to become great villains like you, even though I'm just a small-time pirate with a bounty of 16 million. But we're willing to do anything for Mr. Ulquiorra. The leading pirate had a look of admiration in his eyes. The declaration of evil made by this man was simply too cool. Only by following such a man could one ride the tide of the times and reach the pinnacle of the world. Is that so? How pathetic you weaklings are. Then please go die for me first. Shifa was no longer interested in listening to their waterlogged speeches and directly ignored everyone, only to be met by a thunderous presence. After wandering around for a while, they finally arrived at Shiai's bar. As soon as Shifa stepped inside, the customers who were originally seated in the tavern turned pale with fright and hurriedly rushed to settle their bills and leave. In the blink of an eye, only Shifa and a few others remained in the tavern. Shifa really is terrifying. He scared all my customers away as soon as he walked in. Shiai, behind the bar, commented while smoking a cigarette, but there was not a trace of blame in her eyes. It was only natural for people to seek benefits and avoid harm. Once everyone was seated, Shiai casually poured them some of her prized liquor, though Chopper was given juice. My companions will be staying with you for a few days. Please have Rayleigh teach them how to use the Conqueror's Haki, and all expenses will be charged to the card. Shifa didn't hesitate and directly tossed his savings car in front of her. Aren't you making it difficult for me? You want to learn Haki in just a few days? Rayleigh, who had just entered through the back door, wore a bitter smile. Even if all his companions were geniuses, it was impossible to learn Haki in such a short time. Moreover, with your strength, it shouldn't be too difficult to teach them, right? But for Shifa, the difficulty lay here. His own power was already quite different from this world system, and it seemed that the people here didn't even have spiritual pressure. So far, he had only sensed a negligible amount of spiritual pressure from the barbarian dragon. Therefore, he could be considered a clever housewife unable to cook without rice. No, I'm not good at teaching. Mr. Rayleigh can do it. It's fine if they can't learn in a short time, as long as they know how to practice. With that said, and combined with the money ability used on Shaki and Shifa's ability to leverage his face, Rayleigh chose to agree. Since the time was short, there was no requirement to definitely learn it. Thus, Enel and the others began their studies near Shaki's bar. Shifa took a short break, and the next day boarded Bonnie's ship, arriving at the Navy headquarters in Marineford. The pirate ship flying the Shifa flag docked easily at the Marineford port. On a day when the big shots gathered, numerous warships were also congregated at the port. Many officers cloaked in justice were merely standing guard at the port, welcoming the Shichibukai. What a spectacular scene. This is the first time I've seen so many warships. The uncle on Bonnie's ship couldn't help but marvel at the serious scene before him. If they were just ordinary pirates, they would probably end up in prison upon encountering such a lineup. Well, it looks very solemn, but in reality, they're just a bunch of small fries. Shifa didn't pay much attention and walked down the ship with Bonnie. Mr. Ulquiorra Shifa, this is... As Shifa brought a girl ashore, one of the officers present to welcome the 7 warlords stepped forward to inquire. After all, their orders were to welcome each of the 7 warlords in person, and they had no permission to bring anyone along. If you want to stop me, then send a general. The Marine in front of him was just doing his duty, and Shifa didn't want to make things difficult for him, so he brushed past him with Bonnie, who playfully made a face at the Marine. All right then, please follow my subordinates. They will take you to the conference room. The Marine could only obediently step back and immediately used a small transponder snail to report back to the headquarters. So exciting, Shifa. Do you think he will be inside? He must be shocked to see me like this. Bonnie tugged at his clothing, her face full of anticipation. Meanwhile, in the conference room, a farce was unfolding. Sitting around the round table were only a few people, led by a gray-haired woman with a face full of the passage of time. Vice Admiral Tsuru from the Navy headquarters. In what should have been a serious setting, 2 Navy officers were actually grabbing each other's throats. One of them questioned the man sitting on the balcony, draped in a pink fur coat and wearing strange sunglasses. If you don't want to make trouble, then hurry up and clarify things and end this boring meeting. Don Quixote Doflamingo released his control over the man, just as he sighed in relief. The latter merely flicked his fingers, and he drew the long knife at his waist towards another Marine. Bastard, stop it. In a true sense of being unable to act on his own, the two were almost clashing blades. Fortunately, at that moment, a reprimanding voice came, stopping Doflamingo from continuing his antics. Stop it. What kind of situation is this? Are you here to have a meeting or to fight? A tall man wearing frog eye glasses, with a long beard braided like a twist, walked into the conference room, his medals showcasing his extraordinary status. Bah! In this setting, he casually brought in a sheep. Oh, I forgot to greet you. I didn't expect you sea scum would actually come. The fleet Admiral Sengoku of the Navy headquarters openly mocked Doflamingo. Are you praising me? And what do you mean by we? Doflamingo didn't care about the verbal jabs. He was more concerned about the wording Sengoku used. Among the remaining 6 of the 7 warlords, he was the only one present, and yet Sengoku said such things, which implied that there were others coming. I only care about whether that man will come. Accompanied by crisp footsteps, a tall, stunning beauty in a very sexy outfit and snake-shaped earrings walked into the conference room. Hey, is this for real? This out-of-place woman actually came too. Boa Hancock. Doflamingo clearly did not expect her arrival. He originally thought there might only be Jinbe at most. So beautiful. This is the world's #1 beauty. At this moment, the middle-aged naval officers sitting around the round table almost had their eyes pop out, saliva dripping to the floor. Sweet, sweet wind. Hancock hated these lustful gazes. She posed with her hands in a heart shape, and heart-shaped light burst forth. The officers hit by it instantly turned into stone statues, with only the 2 who had almost fought due to Doflamingo-esque control escaping unharmed because they were not sitting in their positions. This is really troublesome. Neither of these 2 are easy to deal with. Sengoku moved to the higher position, signaling the two warlords to sit down and wait for a moment. Hancock merely glanced at the scene and casually sat in a certain position. 3 out of the 6 warlords actually came. This is really beyond my expectations. Sengoku sighed. Oomph. I didn't want to come either. It's not like the construction project on our island is going too smoothly, and I'm just bored. Doflamingo did not sit at the table like the others, but stood up on the round table, sitting cross-legged in the middle. I see, that is really a headache. The more successful your pirate endeavors are, the busier our navy gets. Although his tone was relaxed, Sengoku's expression was quite serious. Oomph, you seem quite envious. You won't feel ashamed of your title as Buddha, will you, Admiral Sengoku? Doflamingo teased, pinching his fingers. So who is the other one? Hancock rested her chin on one hand. For her, this was her purpose for coming. As for the incident of Crocodile being kicked out of the 7 warlords, what did it have to do with her? Listening for a long time and hearing only nonsense, she began to doubt whether she had come to the wrong place. Clear footsteps echoed in the quiet corridor, and a powerful aura spread out. If the Navy headquarters and the 7 warlords still maintained an antagonistic attitude, then this roundtable meeting would have no significance at all. The world's #1 swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, entered the room with his supreme sword on his back. Hawkeye? His appearance clearly surprised Sengoku. No way, no way, even the least likely person came. Doflamingo was also quite surprised by the arrival of this solitary swordsman. I just came to join the fun and listen in. I'm only slightly interested in the pirates to be discussed this time. That's all. Mihawk had an expressionless face, seemingly indifferent to this meeting. Is that Hawkeye? It is said that no matter how powerful a person is, they would tremble at the sight of his eyes. Hancock only glanced at him and then stood up. Since the person who arrived was not the one she wanted to meet, there was no need for her to stay in this meeting any longer. May I also have the honor to participate in this observation? I wonder if everyone agrees? No. It was slightly different from simple observation. At that moment, a hollow voice echoed in the conference room, momentarily capturing Hancock's attention. Everyone turned to look, and a slender man with fair skin, wearing a floral shirt and suspenders, holding a cane-like stick and gripping the brim of his top hat, was sitting on the windowsill. Who are you? Where did you come in? One of the naval officers who had escaped disaster sternly questioned. This incident is regarding the new appointment of the 7 warlords after Crocodile was kicked out, right? I didn't expect so many big shots to be present. I have an unreasonable request. Please let me participate in this meeting. He walked in small, respectful steps, yet there was not a shred of respect on his face. This guy is Lafitte. The officer who had originally been toyed with by Doflamingo recognized him at this moment, cold sweat breaking out on his face. Lafitte? Apart from him, everyone present clearly had not heard of this nameless figure. He was originally a notorious sheriff from the West Sea, expelled from the country for excessive violent law enforcement. You actually know my nickname, One Honor. However, my past is nothing worth mentioning. I came here to recommend a man to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. My captain, Marshal D. Teach. Lafitte, like a jester, toyed with his stick while stating the purpose of this visit. Teach, a name I've never even heard of. It can't possibly intimidate the pirates at sea. Sengoku didn't even think twice and directly refused. The Empress, losing interest, had already walked to the door. Did I hear wrong? Why is there a little bug talking at the meeting of the esteemed warlords of the sea at the Navy headquarters? The space rippled and then split vertically. Sifa, with his hands in his pockets, and Bonnie, tugging at his clothes from behind, stepped out. You've finally arrived. It's unprecedented for 4 warlords of the sea to gather at the same time. Sengoku smiled. He was quite satisfied with Sifa. Oh, you madman actually came too. This is our first meeting. Hee hee, how lively it is. Brother Ming started to get excited. After all, the other party was his partner. That is Sifa. At this moment, the Empress paused, looking at the God Slayer standing in the conference room, feeling a strange flutter in her heart. Shifa casually pulled out a chair, but unexpectedly, Bonnie rushed to sit down first. Her face was puffed up, sulking like a child because the tyrant did not show up. Shifa didn't mind and directly sat down at the table. Lafayette was already sweating all over from Shifa's words. It was clear that he seemed dissatisfied with Lafayette's participation in the meeting. After all, he was a pirate now, and this man in front of him was a butcher. However, he mustn't panic. Since so many people present didn't pay attention to his arrival, Shifa might just be complaining verbally. As long as he didn't say anything that would anger him, it would be fine. I should have mentioned that I needed food and drink prepared for me, right? At this moment, Shifa shifted the topic and looked at the warring states. I have prepared something for you, but the person responsible for the preparation has turned into this. The warring states gritted his teeth, pointing at the statue whose eyes had turned into heart shapes. "Can you undo this, Miss Hancock?" At this moment, Shifa turned to look at the Empress standing at the door, only to find that her gaze had been fixed on him all along. "I can give you this face." With a casual wave, the stone statues transformed back into living people. They seemed unaware of what they had just experienced, only feeling a bit dazed. "Mr. Ulquiorra, go get us something to eat. We're both hungry. We can talk about anything after we've finished eating." The scene immediately fell into silence, and Lafayette felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, neither daring to speak nor move carelessly. After receiving a nod from the general of the warring states, the restored officer quickly ran out of the meeting room and returned shortly with several carts of food. This is really interesting. Let me have a bite too." After Mingu reached out and took a piece of pizza, Bonnie had already started to eat heartily, seemingly wanting to vent all her dissatisfaction from today. Shifa stared blankly at the steak in front of him. "Mr. Ulquiorra, what's wrong? Is it not to your taste?" The officer felt a bit nervous, as he was the one responsible for the contact with Shifa. He remembered that this man had mentioned that he would explode if he didn't enjoy his meal. "First, I don't like having bugs next to me while I'm eating. Even if they don't make a sound, it still makes me feel nauseous." Shifa put down the cutlery in his hands, a hint of murderous intent flickering in his emerald green eyes. "Secondly, I don't eat beef." "What? If you don't eat it, just give it to me." Bonnie, completely unaware of the tense atmosphere, directly grabbed the steak in front of Shifa and stuffed it into her mouth. Shifa didn't reach for anything else. He merely crossed his legs and sat in place, his eyes fixed on Lafayette. "Mr. Ulquiorra, I mean no harm. My captain is a powerful pirate capable of shaking the seas. We simply want to relieve the Navy of their burdens." Lafayette's legs trembled slightly as he leaned against the stick in his hands to steady himself, trying to portray himself as a good person. "Hey, Ulquiorra, let him talk. Maybe this tiki really is a talent." Doflamingo always liked to escalate situations. Lafayette daring to storm into Marineford alone was enough to prove the arrogance of their pirate crew. "Doflamingo, don't interrupt casually. I'm afraid I might not be able to resist taking you down too." All right, just as reckless as the rumors say. "No wonder you're a madman." Doflamingo raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, but a wild grin remained on his face. The more unreasonable and crazy Shifa becomes, the more he enjoys it. "Seriously, here we go again. Can we please have a proper meeting? Zhanghua has a headache. Can't these two just attend the meeting quietly like Hawkeye and the Empress?" At this moment, Vice Admiral he is still holding her chin with her hands, waiting for this group to quiet down before discussing any matters. Maintaining order is naturally something for the good big brother to handle. "Lafitte, right? I bet your captain hasn't told you that he is very afraid of me. Go back and tell him I'll be looking for him." Shifa's fingers rhythmically tapped on the table, each tap seeming to strike at Lafayette's heart, causing him to tremble. At this moment, Lafayette had completely lost the will to recommend the captain. What Shifa said was essentially a death warrant for the captain, but at the same time, it was a pardon for himself. He must bring Mr. Ulquiorra's words to the next meeting. He deeply bowed, and suddenly a pair of huge pure white wings spread from his back, intending to escape this dangerous place. "Forget it. You will meet again in a couple of days. So there's no need for you to make this trip. I will send you to reunite then." Terrifying words came from behind. Lafayette's sense of crisis greatly increased. Just as he was about to take flight, he felt a jolt in his body and suddenly couldn't muster any strength. He trembled and turned back, seeing that person's finger pointing at him. Lowering his head in the direction of the finger, he discovered that a bowl-sized hole had been opened in his chest, blood gushing out. How strange! Lafayette fell to the ground, dying without understanding why he lost his life just for passing a message and recommending the captain to become the new warlord of the sea. Interesting. Doflamingo clapped his hands on the table like a loyal supporter. "Really, Doflamingo, you bastard. Be quiet and let someone come clean this up." Sengoku felt a bit irritated, not expecting Shifa to kill someone in the conference room just because he disagreed. Truly a bastard like a Kainu. Now, let's get to the main topic. While other generals sent people to handle Lafayette's body, the people present rarely quieted down, and Vice Admiral Tsuru quickly seized the opportunity. This meeting was focused on who would replace Crocodile after he was kicked out of the Warlords of the Sea. Everyone present was a notorious pirate on the seas. So why not nominate a couple of reliable individuals? Vice Admiral Tsuru went straight to the point. The higher-ups of the world government were very concerned about the Warlords of the Sea incident and required the Navy headquarters to select someone as soon as possible, or it would affect the balance of the entire sea. After all, anyone with a bit of insight knew that the Sand Crocodile was defeated by a newcomer, which severely lowered the deterrent power of the Warlords of the Sea, It is essential to find someone capable of intimidating the seas to replace his position. It's simple. My deputy is very suitable. At the very least, his strength far exceeds that of the sand crocodile. Originally a high offense, low defense type, Enel has now begun to develop in a hexagonal manner. Shifa has been watching his progress and naturally praises him publicly. Deputy? Are you talking about me? Bonnie, who was still eating heartily next to them, suddenly froze, her cute eyes looking at Shifa. Don't speak. Keep eating. Oh, hearing that it wasn't about her, she buried her head back in her food. You're talking about that Enel, right? He can indeed be considered one of the rare, powerful Logia users. Sengoku had never seen Enel and had not heard of any strong achievements worthy of mention. But merely being recognized as Ulquiorra's deputy, combined with being a user of the Rumble fruit, made it impossible for him to be weak. It's a pity that he doesn't have any glamorous achievements. And since he is still your crew member, otherwise, I would have really considered it. Sengoku couldn't help but sigh. As Shifa's deputy, Enel had no bounty, making it difficult for the world to gauge his strength. Moreover, having two warlords in the same pirate crew might lead to some negative comments. I am curious. Why didn't you invite that straw hat kid who defeated Crocodile? Mihawk asked one of his doubts for this trip. There are two ways to become a warlord of the sea. One is to become a notorious pirate that the world government believes can intimidate others. The other is to defeat the original warlord, after which the world government will issue an invitation for the victor to take their place. Obviously, the world government did not choose the latter. I can't give you an answer to that question because I also thought of it that way. Sengoku was also helpless. That straw hat kid was the grandson of his close friend. If he could invite him to become a warlord of the sea, it would be a win-win situation. Unfortunately, his proposal was rejected by the Gorosei, who said that this inexperienced kid wouldn't have any deterrent effect. Sengoku felt that something was amiss. But with higher authority comes greater pressure, not to mention that the other party was the highest power in the world. So he could only honestly convene the Warlords of the Sea meeting for further discussion. That question need not be discussed anymore, since none of you have recommended candidates. Here are some you might want to take a look at. Vice Admiral Tsuru waved his hand, and the officers handed over several documents to everyone. The dozens of individuals listed are all somewhat famous pirates on the seas. Which one do you think is most suitable to replace Crocodile? That said, Shifa flipped through the documents, but did not find any familiar faces until the last few pages. Edward Weevil, claiming to be the son of Whitebeard, wielding a large blade similar to Whitebeard's, and sporting the kind of beard, perhaps he really is family. The most important thing is that he possesses extremely strong power. Seeing that Shifa seemed interested in this person, the nearby officer quickly began to introduce him, while the former just stroked his chin as if deep in thought. Do you know this person? I heard that he was the one who cut off Admiral Zifa's arm. Can he really be listed as a candidate for the Warlords of the Sea by your Navy headquarters? Sengoku deliberately emphasized the four characters' naval headquarters. Looking at him with a mocking expression, the latter's heart sank. He naturally sensed the other sarcasm. In his heart, this person should not and could not appear on the list. However, some individuals on this list were deemed by the world government as suitable for discussion among the Seven Warlords, and Weibel was one of them. Otherwise, he would never have allowed this man the opportunity to enter the candidate list for the Seven Warlords. If he truly became one of the Seven Warlords, where would that leave his dear friend? The world needs balance. So, at necessary times, we have to pretend that some embarrassing matters never happened. Sengoku wasn't sure if this statement could convince himself, but it came out as if he had practiced it countless times with a calm expression. Those of you in high positions always prioritize the greater good. Always think that sacrificing something is acceptable. The most important thing is balance. Little do you know, it is precisely those who seek to create balance that end up destroying it. Shifa's words made him frown. He didn't agree or refute. The justice of ruling the world is not that easy. This is the style of the world government, huh? Ulquiorra, useless things should be discarded. Doflamingo found that Shifa really suited his taste. The same madness, the same disdain for the hypocritical appearance of the world government. So, do you think he can handle being a warlord of the sea? Vice Admiral Crane quickly changed the subject, feeling that their conversation was a bit painful for Sengoku. I didn't say that. I just think he has a ridiculous short-lived face. How about you call him to the Navy headquarters in the name of appointing him as a warlord of the sea, and I'll take care of him. In West F's seemingly joking words, Sengoku sensed a chilling intent to kill. Unfortunately, before officially announcing the formation of the Seven Warlords to the world, no pirate would be foolish enough to come to the Navy headquarters to meet their death. Sengoku's gaze subtly glanced at the window ledge where someone had been sitting just moments ago. However, he also received some good news. Ulquiorra seemed to really dislike that guy, which could perhaps be used to their advantage. After all, this guy was different from the Navy. He wandered around aimlessly, had no fixed abode, and possessed enough power to kill that bastard. Seeing the slight raise of Sengoku's eyebrows, West F knew what he was thinking. However, West F was also planning the same. If they encountered that guy, he had to be eliminated. He liked Zephyr, and such a hero should not meet such a fate. It was indeed a boring topic, and it seemed this meeting had nothing more to offer. Draco Mihawk had already stood up, glanced at West F, and then turned to leave. Hey, is this how it starts to break up? Ming was somewhat disappointed. It was a rare gathering, a perfect opportunity to cause some trouble. But it was unexpected that it would break up so soon. Charlotte Welly? This guy has even entered your line of sight? Casually flipping through the last few cards, he unexpectedly saw a familiar face again. The arrogant appearance of that kid seemed to reappear before his eyes. Charlotte Welly, the man who suddenly rose to prominence in the Grand Line a few months ago, having wiped out several pirate crews that were somewhat famous in the Paradise. Currently, his bounty is only 37 million berries. However, he is suspected to be a descendant of one of the 4 emperors, Big Mom, and is thus receiving special attention. The little mustache officer continued to introduce West F. This guy is worth keeping an eye on. He has some potential. It's just hard to say whether he has any desire to become a warlord. After all, that guy wants to surpass himself. Is that so? The officer took the report about Welly and drew a big circle around his photo. Finally, I'm full. Bonnie had been working hard for a long time and finally stuffed several carts of food into her small belly, without even a hint of a bulge. Since she was full, there was no point in staying at this meeting any longer. Although Shifa didn't eat, Bonnie was full enough, as he originally just came to kill. By the way, Admiral Sengoku, could you please send someone to take the ship that brought us here to the South Sea? As Shifa was about to leave, he remembered Bonnie's companions and turned back to talk to Sengoku. Huh? You think you can use the Navy as a bargaining chip? I'll kill that weevil. Just a few words shut Sengoku up, and Shifa left with Bonnie in style. Seriously, this group of reckless guys, there's not a reliable pirate among them. Sengoku could only hold his forehead, watching as the 3 warlords left, while Vice Admiral Tsuru remained silent. Doflamingo, I advise you to give up on Dressrosa sooner rather than later. It's better to honestly improve your strength, otherwise you'll end up finished sooner or later. I want to stay at the Paradise for too long. At the port, just as they were about to part ways, Shifa suddenly spoke, and his implication was clear. Ulquiorra, can I take this as your affection and concern for me? Doflamingo, with his hands in his pockets and walking in an O-shaped leg stance, still wore a smug smile. He naturally understood Shifa's meaning. It seemed the other party was insisting on his crazy justice, although he thought it was unrealistic. Doflamingo wouldn't say anything, because in this world, strength speaks the truth. Justice is always dictated by the strong. Ulquiorra was undoubtedly stronger than him, so whatever he said in front of him was justice. You can also take it as a warning. We still have a partnership, but if our cooperation fails, perhaps I will pay you a visit. Doflamingo is a very charismatic villain, but it cannot be denied that he has done evil. If he loses his value, Shifa would, considering their decent relationship, let him go to impel down to be a king. What a heartless man. Doflamingo didn't linger any longer and waved his hand as he left. Go say goodbye to your companions. Shifa gestured, and Bonnie walked slowly towards her pirate ship, feeling a bit dejected. So how long do you plan to watch, Miss Hancock? Since entering the conference room, she had been staring at him non-stop. Could it be that she liked him just because he killed a celestial dragon? I'm observing. What exactly is different about you? Hancock did feel that the man in front of her seemed different from others, but she couldn't pinpoint how. It's simple because I'm not afraid. Why aren't you afraid? That's a celestial dragon. The brand on his back seemed to throb subtly, and Hancock didn't want to recall those tragic days. So what about the celestial dragons? Not afraid, just not afraid. Is that so? Is that how it is? Hancock felt a bit dazed at this moment. Shifa seemed to merge with the figure that set fire to Mary Geos many years ago. You really surprised me, Shifa-kun. She began to feel relieved. Some people are born without fear of power, and she wished she could be one of them. No need to be afraid. What has happened will happen again. Watching Bonnie running towards him, Shifa slowly opened the space. He knew what Hancock was thinking and what she feared. He knew the things she desperately wanted to forget. He wouldn't expose her scars, as those marks needed blood to cover them. Bonnie couldn't understand what they were saying and entered the black cavity first, just as Shifa was stepping in. One day in the future, can I also become someone like that? Since becoming a warlord, Hancock felt fear and anticipation for the unknown future for the first time. Known to the world as the Empress, she lowered her guard for the first time, wanting an answer. Of course, the space slowly closed without looking back. I can also. Hancock was still in a daze, and at this moment, the surroundings seemed to be silent, with only the sound of her heartbeat. Sister, what are you doing here? Two women, one tall and one short, approached Hancock, who was lost in thought at the port, and looked at her with confusion. Nothing. Only when the two sisters came to her side did she snap out of her trance, revealing a faint smile with a slight blush on her face. The two were puzzled and followed her back to the ship of the Kuja pirates. At the port. Hey, stop staring. The ship has already gone far. A certain officer punched the group who were staring at the departing Empress. You should wipe your drool first, big bro. I didn't. The officer angrily wiped the corner of his mouth. After all, that was the world's #1 beauty. What's wrong with a little drool? By the way, did you hear what they were saying just now? I think I vaguely heard something like not afraid. He was very curious about what kind of person could make two warlords mention the word afraid. Who cares? Everyone is looking at Lady Hancock. Wow, it's amazing that we returned here so quickly. But why is it here? Bonnie looked puzzled as they were standing at the entrance of a restaurant in Sabaody Archipelago. What do you think? Shifa glanced at her and strode in. Actually I can eat a little more. Bonnie giggled, following closely behind. After a satisfying meal, the two returned to Shaki's bar. Ha. As soon as they pushed the door open, Enel's signature laughter echoed. Beside him, Chopper had several large bumps on his head, while Noland and Robin were unharmed. Shifa, Chopper cried as he rushed over to hug his leg. What happened? Chopper had volunteered to practice observation hockey and ended up getting hit several times by Mr. Rayleigh. Robin smiled calmly and explained the situation. At that time, the entire concept of hockey was laid out, and was there a brave man willing to give it a try? As soon as Rayleigh said this, all eyes in the room turned to Chopper. After all, Enel had completely mastered observation hockey and had figured out armament hockey on his own. Only the two girls and Chopper remained. Of course, I, Chopper, am a brave man, a great warrior of the sea, a monster, but ended up like this. Really? After comforting Chopper, Shifa temporarily left Bonnie behind and left again. He took out the torn life card from his pocket. There were no signs of burning on it, and he wasn't in a hurry to go to Magic Valley Town or Bonero Island. While wandering around Sabaody Archipelago, he unexpectedly arrived at the auction house located in Area 1. He had little interest in this so-called gathering of high society, and just as he was about to turn and leave, Mr. Shifa, what brings you back to Sabaody Archipelago today? A familiar voice and attitude. Baysar, what are you doing here? Approaching him with a flattering expression was the head of the auction house on Kakamand Island. When he heard his subordinates mention that this man had appeared, he immediately dropped everything and rushed out. Thanks to Mr. Shifa, I've been transferred here as the head. Baysar scratched the back of his head, a beaming smile on his face. Originally, that gentleman wanted to send him to the New World, but after thinking about it, Baysar realized that such a dangerous place was not suitable for ordinary people. So he requested to be transferred to this place where he could easily profit, while the original head was sent off to Kakamand Island. I see, you handled that father and daughter on Kakamand Island well, right? Although it was just a short trip for him, the fact that the other party called him Brother Cohen was enough for Shifa to care about him. Don't worry, Mr. Shifa, that kind of small island is not suitable for ordinary people to survive. I specifically sent someone to take them to the safest East Sea. Baysar was very excited. He had only thought that perhaps Mr. Shifa had some affection for that father and daughter, so he took the liberty of sending them away. He didn't expect that when they met again, he would actually be asked about it. His favorability in Shifa's heart must have skyrocketed. Baysar, your life is just beginning. Well done. Are you interested in becoming my subordinate? Supporting someone like him who mingles in the underground world isn't out of the question. Baysar was quite sensible and fit Shifa's taste. Is Mr. Shifa talking about me? Baysar's heart was wavering. All along, he had only been a subordinate of Doflamingo, serving him in the underground world. If he hadn't encountered Shifa, he would probably have stayed on Kakamand Island his whole life, until he lost his usefulness and was discarded. Because he was just a pawn that could be discarded at any time. Being here and truly gaining even a bit of Doflamingo's attention was solely because of this man in front of him. However, I'm really sorry, Mr. Shifa. Since I've chosen Doflamingo as my boss, I absolutely won't choose anyone else before he abandons me. Baysar also wanted to follow this man and try to reach a higher stage, to see further scenery, but one cannot serve two masters. He knew this might be his only chance in life. But even in the dark world, there are principles that should be followed. If he took this step, the future would be irreparable. What a pity. He patted Baysar's shoulder and was about to leave. Mr. Shifa, I recently obtained a devil fruit. You're a big shot, and I humbly request you to help me identify it. I will pay you a generous reward. The latter hurriedly spoke up. This auction house was responsible for human trafficking and did not have anyone skilled in this area. The man in front of him was well-informed and must know. Although Shifa knew nothing about this, he gently nodded at the guess in his heart. At that moment, a group of people suddenly burst into the auction venue. Clearly Boss's subordinates chasing after a man. Mr. Bossy, the devil fruit you treasured has been stolen by him. What did you say? A tall man with thieving eyes was being pursued by Boss's subordinates and rushed up to him. Meng Lila, you bastard. Bossy was furious. That fruit had taken him a lot of effort to obtain. He had originally planned to find an expert to appraise it if the opportunity arose. If it was a good fruit, he would eat it. If it was an ordinary one, he would sell it. He never expected his own subordinates to have ill intentions. Mr. Bossy, who told you to be so careless today? The man had a smug look on his face. The fact that Bossy was hiding a devil fruit was not a secret. He had coveted that fruit for a long time. Even if he didn't know what kind of fruit it was, after Bossy had collected it for so long, how could it be anything ordinary? He had worked alongside Bossy for so long that he had already figured out the other's habits. Bossy would take the devil fruit out every day to touch and examine it, then put it back in the safe. Therefore, Meng Lila had never had a chance to steal it until just now when he saw Bossy, after listening to his subordinate's report, directly put the fruit in the cabinet without locking it before running out. He knew the opportunity had come. Meng Lila, hurry up and hand over the fruit, and I might consider being lenient with you. Bossy, no longer the obsequious figure in front of Shifa, exuded a strong, killing intent. What a pity. The devil fruit is already in my stomach. Ha ha. Meng Lila patted his belly, his attitude extremely arrogant. You, what is your fruit's ability? Just as Bossy was about to curse, Shifa stepped forward, interrupting him. Ulquiorra, Meng Lila, who had been overly confident and focused on Bossy, now realized that the legendary man was actually standing right next to him. There's nothing to fear. This lord is now a noble devil fruit user. Despite saying that, his legs were still shaking uncontrollably. Can't you hear me? Is it that I heard wrong? The overwhelming aura of the man in front of him made Meng Lila somewhat tongue-tied. Show me. Yes. Soon, Meng Lila noticed something was off because no matter what actions he took or how he searched, he couldn't feel anything different about his body. Bossy, you did this on purpose, didn't you? Meng Lila could only think that Bossy was setting a trap, deliberately leaving a fake fruit there to lure him into stealing it. He regretted having endured that disgusting taste and eating the peel cleanly. Thinking about that taste made him want to vomit. What do you mean? Bossy had a bad premonition. Could it be that the devil fruit was fake, and he had been tricked? Stop pretending. Your goal has been achieved. Just kill me. Meng Lila slumped to the ground, resigned to his fate. He had originally thought it was his chance to rise, but unexpectedly, this opportunity led to heaven. Bossy was speechless, his anger reaching its peak. But he didn't dare to act rashly in front of Mr. Shifa. Can you swim? Huh, yes. Seeing Shifa speak, Meng Lila felt that he still had a chance to be saved and became excited. What does Mr. Shifa mean? Bossy was somewhat unclear about his intention. Take him to the seaside. If he can escape from the sea, then I'll compensate for your devil fruit. What nonsense. A mere devil fruit. Why would Mr. Shifa need to worry about it? Bossy snapped his fingers, and the subordinates surrounding Meng Lila lifted him up, waiting for orders. Ha ha ha, it's Mr. Ulquiorra who wants to spare me. Bossy, you can't go against his words. Meng Lila laughed wildly, not expecting to find a glimmer of hope in this, proving that he was indeed someone destined for greatness. If you keep babbling, I'll cut out your tongue. Shifa glanced at him, and he immediately shut his mouth. Then, Basie and the others dragged Meng Lila to the shore, and after wandering and eating for a while, Shifa also tore through space to arrive at the scene. Throw him. With his command, everyone carried Meng Lila and tossed him into the sea. Woohoo! The latter thought this was his rebirth, not knowing. Save me, save me. After falling into the water, he wanted to swim as usual, but found he couldn't use any strength, slowly sinking down, and began to panic. Basie and the others looked at Shifa, waiting for his orders. Pull him up. It wasn't until Meng Lila had been submerged for several dozen seconds without showing any signs of struggle that Shifa finally spoke. With a splash, he was saved. A subordinate of Basie punched Meng Lila in the abdomen, causing him to spit out a large mouthful of water and regain consciousness. Chop off his hand, slowly chop. If you make too much noise, I'll also pull out your tongue. Without waiting for him to catch his breath, Shifa casually sat on a rock and issued his devilish command again. Wait, Mr. Ulquiorra. Just as Ming Lila was about to plead for mercy, he found himself unable to say anything when faced with those terrifying pupils. Hold him down, it's my turn. The opportunity for revenge was right in front of him, so Basie wouldn't miss it, directly snatching a large knife from his subordinate's waist. After confirming with a glance at Shifa that there were no objections, he began to chop at Minglia's arms, but stopped as soon as he hit bone. The latter gritted his teeth, his face turning red, and dared not make a sound. Stop. Shifa walked up to his arm and examined it closely. It seemed not to be of the Paramecia or Zoan types. The fact that he could drown indicated that he had indeed eaten a devil fruit, and in such a critical situation, he did not exhibit any elemental transformation. His physical strength and self-healing abilities were no different from an ordinary person. Could it be yet another so-called Logia type? Nolan was already an exception. Shifa did not believe it was a coincidence that 2 devil fruits nearby had been consumed without showing any abilities. Kill him. No. Montlira still couldn't understand. She had clearly gritted her teeth and made no sound, offered no resistance, yet still could not escape death. With a swift motion, Basie's knife fell, and Montlira lost her life here due to her own cleverness and greed. Not quite. Shifa thought that maybe there was a 1 in a billion chance that his fruit ability was similar to Brooks, only manifesting after death. But unfortunately, Shifa felt no trace of any soul. It seems that the problem was not with the fruit, but with himself. Basie, find a way to get me a devil fruit. Any kind will do, and remember to seal it properly. Once it's done, I will give you a satisfactory reward. Understood. Basie's anger and frustration over losing the devil fruit vanished at that moment, as he clung tightly to the legs of the 2 warlords, with a hopeful future ahead. Just don't let me catch you. Shifa was becoming increasingly curious about what other secrets the devil fruits might hold. As the sky grew darker, Shifa had no intention of staying any longer at Sabaody Archipelago. After giving Bartholomew a few reminders, he stepped into the dark void. When he emerged again, he had already arrived at Gaya, standing in front of the Kurikai family door. Hey, long time no see, Shifa. A familiar and excited voice rang out as Shifa turned to see a large ship decorated with wings docked by the shore. Wappa and a group of Sky Island residents were happily gathered around a fire pit with the Kurikai family, barbecuing, and the former waved excitedly at him. Brother Shifa. Little Aisha ran over, holding high a greasy skewer of meat that had been grilled to perfection, and handed it to Shifa. Thank you, Shifa said, patting Aisha on the head as he gladly accepted it. What are you all doing down here? After all, we had agreed to meet again in Qinghai, and I promised Aisha I would take her there for some fun. I just arrived at Gaya today. Wappa had already walked up to Shifa, grinning widely, his dirty hands from the barbecue playfully ruffling Aisha's hair. Recently, Qinghai hasn't been very peaceful. If you go out to sea, be careful. The downfall of Crocodile is bound to attract the attention of some ambitious individuals, and with wings on their backs, you'll be quite the target. Don't worry. We brought plenty of combat shells with us. Although we're not your match, I'm still quite strong. Wappa said confidently, patting his chest. Has Kurikai and the Straw Hat crew not come to see you? Shifa looked at the person behind Wappa, who was walking over with a plate of grilled meat, and asked about the reason for his arrival here. According to memory, they should have come here during the Seven Warlords meeting and were supposed to be preparing to go to Sky Island. The Straw Hat crew? What is that? Kalikai's face was filled with confusion, as he had never even heard of it. It's nothing. Haven't come to Gaya, or still not at Gaya? Safato pondered. If it's the latter, it can only be said that the timeline seems to have been delayed for some reason. If it's the former, it indicates that due to Robin and Enel, the storyline of the Straw Hat crew has also been altered, and some stories from the original work will no longer occur. Shifa originally thought that even if many things changed, the world line would eventually push everything back on track, from avoiding Sachi's death to preventing the war in Alabasta. And now this. Changing the world line wasn't as difficult as imagined. After all, this was a living world, not an anime from memory. But what did that have to do with him? He just needed to do what he wanted. It seemed someone was coming to give you money. Huh? Kulikai and Wappa were confused. Hey, I heard there's gold here, right? Ha ha. A boastful voice rang out, followed by a wave of evil laughter. Want to sneak in and steal old man's gold in the night? No way. We advise you to hurry back home and go to sleep, little dwarf. The Monkey Mountain United Army, who were barbecuing and drinking, heard the noise. They immediately put down what they were holding, grabbed their weapons, and stood in front of Shifa and others, facing the unkind newcomers. A man wearing a coat, with yellow hair and sticking out his tongue, surrounded them with his subordinates. I heard stories about your Mont Blanc clan in town. They are truly moving. Ha ha. The man's mocking expression drew merciless laughter from his subordinates at Kureha. Taking away the treasures you worked so hard to obtain really has a unique flavor. Ha 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 ha. Remember, I am Hyena Bellamy. He tilted his head and laughed, as if the gold was already in his pocket. Our Captain Bellamy is a super rookie with a bounty of 55 million berries. So if you don't want to get beaten up, hand over the gold bars obediently. His underlings looked as if they were thinking of everyone. What a pathetic name and a pathetic weakling. At this moment, Shifa was too lazy to listen to their bragging. He pushed aside the Monkey Mountain United Army, walked out, and continued eating the barbecue. Ulquiorra, why are you here, a big shot? Bellamy couldn't believe his eyes. The man in front of him was on the same level as the one he admired the most. More importantly, why was he with a descendant of that big liar? Was it possible that the land of gold really exists? Upon taking a closer look, he realized that many people standing across from him had small wings on their backs. Could it be that they came from that elusive Sky Island? You guys aren't from the Sky Island, are you? Bellamy had always believed that real business was the right path, and pursuing immediate pleasures of reality was life's goal. What One Piece, what Land of Gold and Sky Island, were nothing but unrealistic romance and dreams, fantasies that only fools would obsess over. That's why he wanted to board Doflamingo's big ship, to become an ambitious and outstanding figure like him. Yet now, he was being told that the romance and dreams others pursued actually existed in the world, not just fantasies. The thoughts crashing in his mind were shaking Bellamy's worldview, and the blow to his beliefs was far greater than his fear of Shifa. So he skipped over him and directly looked at Wappa and others. Do you have any objections? Aisha hid behind Wappa, who sensed the newcomer was unfriendly and naturally didn't give him a good face. Is that so? So I was the fool without a dream? Wappa's answer gave Bellamy his response, and it seemed that at that moment, he began to undergo a transformation. You all should run. My life ends here. He knew, the moment he saw Ulquiorra, when he said he wanted to steal the gold bars. His life no longer belonged to him. The person he wanted to follow was on the same level as the man in front of him. He wouldn't allow himself to bow and plead for mercy. He would never insult the mark on his body that belonged to that person, even if it cost him his life. Wait, Bellamy. Behind him, the vice captain of the hyena pirates, Sachis, shouted to stop him and stood in front of him. I'm really sorry, Mr. Ulquiorra. We are under Doflamingo. Please forgive our recklessness. Sachis was different from Bellamy. All he wanted was to protect his captain. What a touching scene. Unfortunately, even if you die, Doflamingo won't even glance at your corpse. Do you want to try? Shifa showed no mercy, pulling out a phone bug and locking eyes with Bellamy, each word piercing his heart. Luffy's storyline had already changed. If he hadn't encountered himself, Bellamy would likely have continued on this path, never seeing the truth. He could be considered a man, and Shifa didn't mind letting him die with a clearer understanding. How is it that just half a day apart, and you're already missing me? Ulquiorra? The phone bug picked up, and Doflamingo's hypnotic voice reappeared. You have a subordinate named Bellamy, right? He offended me. How do you plan to handle it? Shifa spoke concisely, while the phone bug faced everyone. Bellamy swallowed hard, yearning for and fearing the man's response. Bellamy, I remembered, was that little punk. I never considered such a small character as my subordinate. Do whatever you want with him. After hanging up the phone, the members of the hyena pirate crew turned pale, while Bellamy was already in tears. Perhaps I followed the wrong person in this life, but even so, I respect that man. Bellamy smiled bitterly, pushed aside the blocking Sachis, and his legs compressed like springs before he charged toward Shifa. The latter merely waved his hand lightly, leaving a clear fist mark on Bellamy's face. Run. Only then did Sachis and the others start to flee, still holding a glimmer of hope that their captain wouldn't easily be defeated. It was only after that punch that they realized the gap between them and the world. Fear instantly consumed their minds, and they focused solely on running for their lives. You can't escape. A dark green light flashed, and half of the coastline turned to nothingness. Kill me. At this moment, Bellamy was not yet dead. With Shifa's casual punch, he had completely lost the ability to move and could only lie on the ground, gasping weakly. Hot tears soaked the earth. In a moment his beliefs crumbled. His life fell into darkness, and from that point on, he no longer held a shred of hope for survival. His companions also paid a painful price for their recklessness. And now Bellamy only wished for death. I'll leave him to you. Shifa didn't deliver the final blow, but instead left the choice to Wappa and Kureha. Waving a skewer, Shifa headed towards Magic Valley Town. How should we handle this guy? Let's send him to the Navy. It just happens to be a way to earn some extra money while traveling around with you. Shifa held a barbecue, strolling in the air above Magic Valley Town, searching for the presence of Blackbeard. No, even extending his neural probe to the farthest point, he couldn't find that sinister aura. It seems that he left before encountering the Straw Hat crew. Shifa originally thought that Blackbeard would be in Magic Valley Town, and he planned to take care of him in advance. Unexpectedly, due to a small butterfly effect, he didn't run into him. Well, he can spare him for now. After all, he has Ace's life card and can handle it anytime. It's really boring, so I'll just go back and mess with Chopper. At this moment, a wooden boat is drifting on the sea. Although it's called a wooden boat, it's actually just made up of several thick pieces of wood. A sail and flag have been attached to the wood, turning it into a makeshift ship. On the boat, 4 men and a horse are chattering away. "Captain, why are we sailing out in the middle of the night?" A strong man in a tank top asked. Cough, cough. The old man wearing a hat looked frail, as if he could pass away at any moment. Who knows? It just feels like something bad will happen if we stay there. Blackbeard Teach laughed heartily, revealing several missing teeth. It's the arrangement of fate. The world is like a gear, and the interlocking of big and small gears always causes changes in the tide, said a man wearing a monocle and carrying a gun over his shoulder calmly. Because news of Ulquiorra staying on the Chambered Island spread, these dozens of small islands welcomed an unprecedented period of peace. The original chaos has disappeared, replaced by harmonious interactions among everyone. One couldn't even see a ruffian walking down the street. Everything has become orderly. You're really something, Shifa, to scare this chaotic place into such a state, Rayleigh, a retired old man, said. Although he was usually dissatisfied with the noise on the island, he wouldn't pay too much attention to it. He didn't expect that this kid, who had just emerged a few months ago, could suppress that group of arrogant people just by his reputation. Stability is a good thing. If it weren't for your captain starting the Great Pirate Era, I think many places would be very stable. Shifa was drinking lightly and openly mocked Roger in front of him without restraint. He had his own thoughts. The things we couldn't do had to be completed by someone. However, Rayleigh didn't mind what Shifa said. The beginning of the Great Pirate Era was something he hadn't even anticipated. He never thought that the last words Roger said to him would carry such meaning. The reasoning was quite grandiose, but could you please not make a scene? Looking at the man with golden hair and a neatly trimmed black beard at his chin, Shifa wore a helpless expression. The other party had maintained this state for several days. Just have some sympathy for an old man, young man. Rayleigh, gently shaking his wine glass, transformed from the image of a dejected uncle back into the handsome youth of his prime. Young Shifa, of course, didn't understand the difficulties of Old Ray. Besides, Old Ray had been training your companions for several days now. Consider it a reward. Shaki exhaled thick smoke, looking quite content. I did pay for this. Money isn't everything. You know, young Shifa. Shaki gently placed the card on the table and pushed it towards Shifa, who casually took it and put it in his pocket, not caring how much he would use. I have a question. What exactly did you see? Or rather, what does Raftel record that would make that pirate king willingly surrender to start the Great Pirate Era? This was something Shifa had always been curious about. At the end of this sea, there must be unknown secrets, perhaps hiding the energy to overturn and rebuild the world. Want to know? Then go find out. My captain left everything there, Returning to his youth, Rayleigh's attitude seemed to become lively as he joked about the late captain. I'm serious. Just 5 short words made the originally playful Rayleigh furrow his brows. Do you also want to become the Pirate King? Or are you looking to find a legendary great treasure? Rayleigh was puzzled. With his years of experience in reading people, the young man in front of him didn't seem like that kind of person. No, I'm just curious. That's all. Then go search for it. ISNT Miss Robin, able to read the historical texts. Combined with your strength, I believe reaching Raftel is just a matter of time for you. Rayleigh didn't respond to his curiosity. They had gone through countless hardships to reach that final island, but there was no treasure there, only horrifying truths. If such information could be casually shared with others, so many people wouldn't be flocking to it. More importantly, in Rayleigh's eyes, Shifa was not the person Raftel was waiting for. The world was waiting for the appearance of one person, and that person would definitely arrive at the final island before anyone else, completing the mission that they had failed to accomplish. If a man like Shifa were to go there early and learn those things, it would surely throw the entire world into chaos. Really, I'm a man who gets angry easily. Shifa snapped his fingers, and both Riley and Shaki wore serious expressions, fearing that this madman might suddenly take action. Enel tightened his grip on the Rod of God, while Chopper and Nolan nervously observed the unsettling atmosphere. But only Bonnie continued to focus on her meal. Bonnie, there's no need to keep maintaining your ability on this old man. Shifa's eye corner twitched slightly as she reached out to pinch her elastic little face. Everyone scratched their heads as the development of events seemed a bit different from what they had imagined. What's wrong with letting the old man enjoy his youth a little more? Rayleigh's hair and beard began to turn white, but in the blink of an eye, he transformed back into the appearance of a scruffy uncle. Experiencing it occasionally is one thing, but my companion has to put an effort to maintain it continuously. If I remember correctly, Bonnie's ability can only last for a period of time. One cannot go against the flow of time. If one tries to force a reversal, there will be consequences. What a precocious young man. When the day comes that your back aches and your waist hurts, you will naturally understand the feelings of the elderly. Rayleigh sighed. Young people are often unaware of their blessings. It's a pity that day may never come. Aging has never been in Sifa's considerations. Speaking of which, it's time to say goodbye. After staying in the Sabaody Archipelago for several days, Enel, who is already skilled in observation hockey and has found the trick to using armament hockey, with Rayleigh's help, can basically apply armament hockey for hardening. Chopper and the others also understood the concept of hockey and its training methods, and there is not much use in staying any longer. Sifa, I want to go shopping. This is my first time on such an archipelago, and Chopper hasn't had a proper look around yet. He has been itching to explore. Nolan and Robin said nothing, but their little glances betrayed the same desire as Chopper's. Go on. I'll wait for you here, and remember to bring me back something to eat. Perhaps it's a male instinct, but Sifa wasn't very interested in shopping. I want to go too, and I want to eat more than that bastard captain. Enel pulled out a banana from somewhere, chewing it as he spoke. Food. I want to go too. Bonnie, slurping her noodles, seemed to catch the key phrase. She picked up her plate and dumped everything in her mouth, then wiped her mouth and stood up, wanting to follow Nolan and the others. Then let us go. Robin and Bonnie. Nolan took one arm of each as they prepared to head out, but Bonnie suddenly stopped, signaling to wait a moment. She strode up to Sifa and extended her right hand. What? She was somewhat confused by her meaning, looking bewildered. Give me money. I want pocket money to buy food. Bonnie puffed her cheeks, her small face flushed red. Since this man had promised her father to take care of her, he should at least support her, right? At the very least, he should make sure she has enough to eat. Shifa's eye twitched. He never expected to have another companion so soon while he was in Alabasta. How much does Carrie have left? Originally indifferent, Shifa turned around to ask Shaki. He didn't mind his own words, as he could just let that bastard Enel treat him to a meal. Bonnie was just a kid who ate a lot. It would be troublesome if they went out to eat and didn't have enough money to pay the bill. Ask old Ray. He's been using your card these days. Shaki lightly pointed to the grumpy old man who was about to sneak away. Oh, these days he has become young and restless. Always thinking he can shake something and definitely win big, but luck doesn't seem to be on his side. He probably lost around 50 million. Rayleigh rubbed his hands and scratched his head, seeming a bit embarrassed. Normally, as an old gambler, he would bet a few thousand to 10,000 each day at most. And this was the first time he encountered a card that never ran out. He lost track and ended up losing too much. Whatever. Just consider it a commission for helping me find devil fruits. Also, besides that one fruit, help me find some other devil fruits. Any kind will do. The price is negotiable. Knowing there was at least over 100 million in the card, Shifa felt relieved to take it out and hand it to Bonnie. She gladly accepted it, and then the three girls and a reindeer happily left the tavern. Don't you two need to follow? Although Shifa's reputation scared the islanders into not daring to act recklessly in public, the nature of things behind the scenes wouldn't change. 3 beautiful girls and a talking reindeer seemed like very tempting targets to bully, right? Shaki reminded the two, but to her surprise, they didn't take it to heart at all. As long as they were on this island, nothing could be hidden from the gods. Enel pointed to his ears, his face full of confidence. By the way, Bastard Captain, it seems like we haven't fought in a long time. As the weak little four-man group left, Enel finally revealed the real reason he stayed. Oh, it's really rare. Are you actually asking for punishment? Shifa knows what he is thinking. He just feels that he has made remarkable progress during this time and is eager to show off now that he is master hockey. If you lose, you'll have to let me eat first next time. Enel displays a Super Saiyan Vegeta stance. Let us talk after you win. In the open space near the tavern, a fierce battle is about to break out. In the shadows, it seems that many insects are peering in. Thunder God's spear, with both hands wrapped in lightning. The golden stick is instantly melted into a spear, which is Enel's true weapon of choice. The stick form is just for convenience. I want to hold back. His figure instantly disappears, and when he reappears, the Thunder God's spear is already thrusting towards Shifa. Clang! The barbarian dragon is unsheathed, and the spear and sword collide, revealing a long-lost battle intent on Enel's face. 60 million volts, discharge. As the two forces clash, the light in Enel's hand flickers. and a powerful current surges through the intersection of the Thunder Goddess Spear and the Barbarian Dragon, heading straight for Shifa. Not enough. West Law faced the electric shock, extending his index finger. The scene on the Sky Island seemed to flash through Enel's mind, and he hurriedly transformed into lightning to create distance. You see, he's getting anxious. Shifa's fingers did not make any attack. He smiled from the corner of his eye as he looked at Enel, who had already created a significant distance. You bastard. It was at this moment that the latter realized he had been fooled, mainly because the psychological shadow from that one attack was simply too great. Even now, with the ability to use Haki, Enel did not believe he could withstand such an attack head-on. Yaha, the god will not underestimate you this time. He had learned to be smart. He would definitely not transform into his Thunder God form of fight, as his advantages lay in offense and absolute speed. Unfortunately, the Bastard Captain was also an absolute expert in both areas. Transforming into the Thunder God form would only make him a target. He transformed into lightning and flew in the sky. 100 million volts. Thunder Dragon. He struck the left and right taiko drums in succession, summoning an unprecedentedly rapid dragon-shaped thunder beast, its speed so astonishing that even Rayleigh, who was watching not far away, was taken aback. Boom! The Thunder Dragon crashed into the ground, resulting in a violent explosion, and the immense heat energy spread quickly, charring the entire grassy area. However, Enel frowned, because at that moment, Shifa's presence had disappeared. Even the observation Haki could not detect him. The aftershock was too great. In the next instant, Shifa's leg had already kicked him in the face, sending Enel crashing to the ground, sliding and rolling for dozens of meters before finally stopping. Those bugs have been chattering away. It's so annoying. Divine Judgment. Enel got up from the ground, brushing off the dust that had rolled onto him. His eyes filled with frustration and irritation as he spread his arms wide, sending two massive bolts of lightning towards the sides. Run! The spies who had been lurking finally reacted and tried to escape, but the flashes of lightning kept flickering, and no one could stand up again. Enel is really quite irritable. Sitting next to Rayleigh, Shucky mourned for those affected by the strikes. After all, he was an absolute powerhouse. Rayleigh observed keenly. Aside from needing to improve his physical skills and Haki, Enel was undoubtedly very strong. It was only a matter of time before he became a top figure. Just wait, Bastard Captain. I'm no longer the same as before. Enel was enveloped in electric light. Even the pupils of his eyes flickered with lightning. Oh, it seems like a new technique. Even Shifa had never seen the lightning eye before. It seemed that the other party had been preparing for this day for a long time. Get ready for this, Captain. 200 million volts. Thunder Law Body. The thunder, solidified like armor, covered Enel entirely. With just one step, he appeared before Shifa in an instant. So fast. Shifa's pupils constricted, and in the moment he disappeared. A massive, deep pit was blasted into the ground where he had stood. It's truly astonishing. In just a few months has he reached this level. Floating in the air, Shifa looked at the charred area, feeling somewhat surprised. When they first met, Eneru couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. Yet now his speed was almost enough to catch up with his distracted self. Almost Emperor level. If only considering speed and destructive power. There is no doubt he has already reached the strongest tier, rivaling even the likes of the Emperor. Not enough, not enough. A proud smile appeared on Enelu's face as he closely pursued Shifa, their blades clashing continuously, but Enelu's attacks always fell just a hair short of landing. However, with the enhancement of the lightning pupils, he could barely keep up with Shifa, who had previously been hard to see. But with the 200 million volts of lightning armor wrapping around him, Shifa did not recklessly attack. The two of them on the same ship felt like the next Roger and you. Shaki sighed. Both were incredibly terrifying monsters. No, if we only consider strength, Shifa might actually surpass Roger, and now that I'm getting older, facing Enel would also be quite challenging. Rayleigh's expression was no longer calm, as he had never seen Shifa exhibit a flustered demeanor, whether it was during the encounter with Aokiji or now against Enelu in full output mode. He would definitely be quite troubled if it were him. Void slash. Useless. Divine Judgment. Enelu, in peak condition, was unafraid and directly responded with the maximum power of thunder. The two attacks unexpectedly matched in power, perfectly canceling each other out. Could it be? Shifa noticed something was off. Shifa, I know you can't possibly have only this level of strength to confront me head on. I want you to give it your all. Are you really going to humiliate your companions? Enelu was dissatisfied with the opponent's constant defense and evasion. He craved a fierce battle. Even if he were to be defeated, he didn't want his efforts to be in vain. As you wish. Seal it. Dark Wing Great Demon. The dark wings spread open. and boundless spiritual pressure poured down like rain, a terrifying aura spreading out. As expected, Saifa's guess is not an illusion. He had never had the opportunity to fight with all his strength before, so he hadn't noticed it. Just now, during the normal state clash with Enel, he realized that his strength had significantly increased. In the initial normal state, even the Emperor of Flames might not be able to withstand his ordinary attacks. While Enel's current strength is clearly stronger than Ace's at that time. However, he could still only match himself, which means that his current normal state is not inferior to that of King. After the blade was returned, the amplification became astonishingly exaggerated. Even without making a move, he could feel that overwhelming power. If he were to face Akainu and Whitebeard again now, he would no longer feel strained. He would win. Saifa began to ponder when this increase in power started. It was clearly after the battle between Gaya Island and Eneru. At that time, he wasn't this strong yet. After that, he hadn't taken it seriously. Up until now, what exactly had happened? Is this your full power? It really is like a monster. Eneru felt that terrifyingly strong aura, his excited emotions soaring. This was what he had been pursuing. Interrupted in his thoughts, Saifa looked at Eneru's high fighting spirit, threw the barbarian dragon down from the sky, and planted the blade straight into the ground. He no longer needed it. It is impossible for Saifa to unleash his full power against Enel. Even just a single slash of his blade is more than enough to crush him. You must not waver, don't let your stance collapse, keep your nerves tight, and don't relax for even a second. As the words fell, Saifa disappeared into the sky, as always. Useless, under the full power of the Thunder Eye and the Mind Network. Enel had not finished speaking when a fist slammed into his thunder armor. The armor shattered with a loud bang, transforming into thunder that wrapped around Saifa. While Enel was sent flying once again, 200 million volts flashed continuously on Saifa, yet could not harm him in the slightest. As Enel struggled to rise, he witnessed an unbelievable scene. That man, bathed in a torrent of thunder, looked like a god. No wonder he is my captain. The surrounding environment was in chaos. And although Enel was at a disadvantage, he smiled. Continue. The moment he uttered those two words, Saifa vanished once more. Thunder step. Enel moved erratically at lightning speed. Since the opponent's speed was already so fast that the Mind Network and Thunder I couldn't keep up, he would keep moving to make it difficult for Saifa to easily touch him. Useless. Suddenly, Enel, who was jumping around, was pressed down by a large hand on his head, smashing him into the ground, embedding him into the soil. When he opened his eyes, he saw Saifa's fist coming at him. His whole body shook and a large portion of the ground collapsed. But he elementalized and slipped through the gap to dodge the blow. Judgment of God. After creating some distance, he unleashed a thunderbolt towards Saifa with all his might, melting and shattering everything in its path. Black void flash. The light erupted from his fingertips, eroding all the thunder in an instant. Yet, the exhausted Enel could only watch as the black void flash charged towards him. Just as it was about to hit him head-on, a tall figure stood in front of him. Saifa simply extended a hand and caught the attack that made Enelu feel despair, then crushed it into dust. In the end, it seemed like nothing had changed. The latter slumped to the ground in disappointment, as months of effort seemed to be nothing but a joke, leading to the same outcome. Stop talking nonsense. If I could be easily surpassed, how could I be your captain? I am the strongest. Saifa extended his hand towards him. Gods cannot be easily defeated. Enel smiled calmly, took his hand, and stood up again. Mr. Saifa saw that the battle was over, and the previously timid Bartolomeo, who had been hiding behind Rayleigh, finally dared to speak. Saifa turned around and saw Basie running towards him with a metal box in his hands. It's the devil fruit. This devil fruit appeared on the island today, and although it's just a very ordinary paramecia type, I still managed to get it for you. Basie was very excited. Just a few days ago, he had instructed himself to get it, and now he had it in hand. It was as if he had divine assistance. I even specially locked it in a box made of sea prism stone to ensure it was airtight. Saying this, he took out the key, wanted to open the box. Wait. Saifa reached out to stop him, dispelling the form of the black-winged great demon. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and then opened them again. What happened? Rayleigh and Enel were the most surprised. At that moment, their observation hockey completely failed to detect Saifa's presence. He was clearly standing right there, but they just couldn't sense his existence. Open it. Yes. Basie carefully and quickly opened the box, revealing a fruit with spiral patterns right before Saifa's eyes. It was indeed a hollow, an unconscious entity that only understood the most basic instincts of seeking fortune and avoiding disaster. Was this the special product of the hollow world? In Shifa's eyes, a small hollow, no bigger than a fingertip, peeked out from the devil fruit, looking around in confusion. Although its spiritual pressure was pitifully weak, it was still spiritual pressure, something that shouldn't exist in this world. After looking around for a while, it seemed to find nothing of interest and withdrew back into the devil fruit. It appeared that the hollows of this world were temporarily residing on the devil fruit, seeking a suitable human to inhabit their souls. Well done, what do you want? After taking the box and locking it again, Shifa felt as if a new world was opening up. His mood was quite good as he looked at Basie. It is an honor for Basie to serve Mr. Shifa. The latter was serious. Seemingly everything was as he said, but no matter how hard he tried to restrain himself, he couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth that were forcibly lifting. I remember you. These 5 short words were the only gain for Basie on this trip, and also what he had longed for. In Basie's heart, although the man before him was still a warlord, his strength meant he couldn't possibly remain in this position. He would definitely rise to the top, becoming the new emperor of a sea, or even a new pirate king. Having such a significant figure remember his assistance would surely make his future smooth sailing. Basie, oh Basie, your life is heading towards brilliance. He repeatedly expressed his respect to Shifa, confirming that the other had no further instructions before leaving at the right moment. Just now, you mentioned hollows. That seems to be your race, right? What happened? After Basie left, only the 2 of them remained, and Enel voiced his doubts. He remembered Shifa saying that he was the last of his race. Oh right, you can't see it. Shifa was stunned. This world had no concept of spiritual pressure, so they couldn't see the hollows. Then he should also be invisible, but clearly everyone could see him. Could it be because he wasn't a pure hollow? After all, Shifa was merely a human, and for some unknown reason, it seemed that he had merged with a small creature when he crossed over. He could only explain all the inexplicable parts this way, and there were many other doubts that needed to be answered from the devil fruit. Let's talk more on the ship. Shifa tore open the space, and Eneru followed closely behind. It seemed that some kind of accident had occurred. Shachi thought they would return to the tavern after their fight, but unexpectedly, they just left like that. It didn't matter what the accident was. Today, as young people are truly frightening. Rayleigh's reading glasses reflected the sunlight as he took a small sip from the flask at his waist and walked toward the tavern. By the way, how did you avoid my heart network? The moment the 2 returned to the ship, Eneru raised another question from earlier until now. If he had been watching Shifa all along, he would have thought the other party had vanished. You can consider it as a racial ability. Shifa didn't know how to explain to him. He needed to breathe, needed to eat, and everything seemed no different from a human, but he had no heart. His body was cold, and they could perceive him because spiritual pressure was also a kind of energy. He was constantly emitting powerful spiritual pressure. But if he completely suppressed his spiritual pressure, he would be like a corpse, with no possibility of perception, no matter how strong his observation was. He opened the box, and the void once again poked its head out from the devil fruit, looking at the 2 of them, especially when looking at Enel. There seemed to be a hint of disdain in its expression. It seemed that sea stone could isolate their perception of the outside world. The nearly airtight box, if Shifa didn't examine it carefully, wouldn't reveal even a trace of weak spiritual pressure. It wanted to burrow back into the devil fruit, but this time it didn't succeed. Shifa reached out 2 fingers and pinched it, pulling it out from the fruit. It seemed confused about what was happening, just opening its mouth wide, as if trying to roar, but making no sound. Enel, go find a damned person on the island. Although Enel couldn't understand what Shifa was doing or what he wanted, he still flew to the island at lightning speed. Don't let me down, little thing. Shifa cautiously pinched it in his hand, afraid that he might accidentally kill it. After a moment, a heavily beaten man was thrown onto the deck. Please, let me go. I won't dare to do it again. The man recognized the 2 fearsome figures at a glance, tears and snot streaming down his face as he knelt and cried for mercy. He had heard that someone was always watching these 2, and any disturbance would be immediately reported. So the dark business on the island had only been slightly restrained, not completely stopped. Just when he was short on cash, he thought about pulling off a big job, but unexpectedly got caught red-handed. This guy was trying to be a human trafficker. Enel crossed his arms, his eyes filled with disdain for him. This is the first time, truly the first time. The man desperately knocked his head on the ground, pleading for mercy and trying to argue. If you eat this, maybe you'll gain some power, and there might be a way out. The devil fruit was carelessly tossed in front of him, and when he looked up again, he met Shifa's emotionless eyes. I will eat it. I will eat it. The man never expected that he would have the chance to eat such a treasure of the sea in his life. He didn't care why this benefit had come to him. He just picked up the fruit and shoved it into his mouth. The indescribable taste made him feel nauseous. but he didn't even dare to spit out the peel. It wasn't until he swallowed it completely that he dared to look up at the two. What is your ability? The ability is... The man suddenly trembled as he realized he hadn't noticed any changes in himself. Without an ability, he would die. There must be. He began to flail his body in a panic, seemingly searching for the power granted by the devil fruit. Surely, you won't swim back to the island, right? But, although it was his first time eating, he had heard that eating this would turn one into a useless person. There is no but. Where do you want us to send you on your way? Shifa's gaze fell upon him, and the latter suddenly thought that swimming back was not impossible. He felt that since he hadn't sensed any abilities, perhaps what he had eaten wasn't a devil fruit at all. Anyway, it wasn't far from the shore, and swimming back was much better than dying here. This was his only chance for survival. He could only take a gamble. He expressed his gratitude to the two and then took a deep breath, diving head first into the sea. It's fine. Great, I've been saved. The man did not sink into the sea nor lose strength. He dared not pause for a moment and swam quickly toward the shore. A flash of lightning struck, and the man, just clambering onto the shore, was scorched black and fell back into the sea, never to rise again. What did you do to the devil fruit? Enel also sensed that something was off. Nolan had eaten the devil fruit but gained no abilities, and now this guy hadn't even turned into a landlubber. None of this made sense, but it must be related to that bastard captain. It seemed he had merely extracted some crucial element from it. It appeared that once the essence was lost, the devil fruit would turn into an ordinary fruit with an indeterminate taste. Next up was the next experiment. Enel couldn't understand his cryptic actions, so he just found a comfortable position to lean against the wall and watched him play with the air. Shifa cautiously released his spiritual pressure, and the moment it was sensed, a look of terror appeared on his face as he struggled desperately to escape. Just as expected, it is likely that Nolan's ability not being displayed, as well as that of Monlira, is all because of him. His overwhelming and powerful spiritual pressure is a catastrophic disaster for these small beings. The initial formation of a hollow is related to the desires and obsessions within an individual's heart. For those who are unsuitable, they will find ways to suppress the other's desire to consume. For those who are suitable, they will evoke the other's desire to eat the fruit, thus achieving their purpose. It is probably for this reason that there is this saying about the devil fruit choosing its master. Whether it is Nolan or Monlira, the fruit did not choose them. It was merely their proximity that instilled great fear in it, inadvertently amplifying their desire to consume the fruit. Devil fruit users, no matter how close they are to him, have not lost their abilities. It is estimated that once it resides in a person, it becomes a part of them, no longer merely a hollow, and will no longer confront that powerful spiritual pressure. It seems that fusion takes time. So hollows that have not successfully inhabited yet are crushed by his overflowing spiritual pressure as they approach. But both Nolan and that Monlira are inexperienced. Could it be that the hollows died inside their bodies, thus preserving their most basic characteristics? Shifa looked at his hand, and the phantom seemed to have been frightened by his spiritual pressure. Its whole body had wilted. There are still many questions about the void, such as the mystery of the fruit's reappearance. Does it mean that the void does not die along with its host? Also, will the void that was crushed by itself and the ability user it killed reappear as corresponding fruits? Too many mysteries remain unsolved. But this little guy in front of me clearly does not satisfy my curiosity. So, let me satisfy my last curiosity. Shifa's spiritual pressure suddenly surged back to its usual level. The hollow only showed a momentary look of fear on its face, and then exploded, scattering in the sunlight with a gentle breeze. It seemed that its strength had not increased. As Shifa sensed the spiritual pressure within him, it appeared there was no change. Just as he wondered if he had guessed wrong, he suddenly widened his eyes in shock. Some memories flashed through his mind like a slideshow. What's wrong? Eneru, seeing Shifa display a look of surprise for the first time, quickly stood up, his expression serious. It's nothing. I've just never felt such wonder before. A rare joy appeared on Shifa's face. We are being followed, Robin whispered quietly to everyone after coming out of a clothing store. What? Chopper exclaimed in surprise, seeming to think it was inappropriate, and quickly covered his mouth, then began to look around cautiously. Could it be that Robin is overthinking? Is there really someone on this island who dares to target us? Nolan found it hard to believe. This was the Sabaody Archipelago, where Captain Shifa had officially begun to make a name for himself. They had strolled around the island with the captain, so there shouldn't be anyone who didn't know their identities. There's no mistake. Robin had been on the run since she was a child, and over 20 years, she had become very sensitive to these matters. It's truly troublesome to be discovered. a group of tall men emerged, and at the front stood a twisted-faced dwarf. "We've been eyeing several young ladies for a long time. Why not come with us?" The dwarf grinned lewdly. "Don't you know who our captain is? How dare you be so arrogant?" Nolan stepped forward, questioning. "Of course I know." Surprisingly, the dwarf gave a positive answer. "My boss has been unhappy with your captain for a long time, so he specially sent us to invite you ladies for a little gathering. It was tough to find those two monsters when they weren't with you." The dwarf laughed heartily, while his subordinates split into two groups. One began clearing the area, driving away bystanders, while the other surrounded them. Well then, consider it a post-meal digestion. Bonnie took the initiative, and in a matter of moments, the elderly and children were already lying scattered on the ground. Robin and Chopper joined the fray one after another. The group of big men seemed intimidating, but they were weak on the inside. Even Nolan, in her first real battle, took down several of them in hand-to-hand combat. Although lacking combat experience, her strength was unmatched by ordinary people. In no time, the dwarf's men were all down, leaving only him, sniffling as he watched the unbelievable scene. Then, "Please lie down too." 6-wheel flower palm strike. Suddenly, 6 arms sprouted from the dwarf's body, continuously slapping his own face. The smack sounds incessant, until his face swelled up like a pig's, and he fell to the ground. "That was easy." Chopper stepped on one of the big men, delivering a victorious speech. "What a bunch of useless fools. A few little girls and a raccoon can't handle them." Just as they were excited, a man over 5 meters tall with a scarred face stepped out. "I didn't want to show myself. It would be troublesome to run into that madman." The man's face revealed a brutal expression. "But since it has come to this, it's best to take you down quickly. Blame your weakness." Shave. His figure instantly appeared in front of Bonnie, swinging his arm towards her stomach. "Shrink." At the moment he struck her, Bonnie activated her ability and slapped him, only to be thrown back. It didn't work. Robin and the others began to feel anxious. They had all learned from Rayleigh, and naturally knew this was a sign that the opponent's haki was stronger than theirs. Logically, there shouldn't be many who could use haki in the first half of the Grand Line. Moreover, Robin seemed to have heard of the opponent's move. It was the legendary Marine 6 styles. Could the Marines be opposing the 7 Warlords? Surrounding Bonnie and confirming she was unhurt, Robin let out a sigh of relief and questioned loudly. "A mere warlord, I don't take you seriously at all. I'm a man who has even defeated Revolutionary Army officers." The man, seeing that the strongest on the opposite side was no match for him, suddenly became arrogant, completely forgetting what he had just said. "To avoid hurting your delicate bodies, it's better to just come with me." The man strode towards them, and they did not respond, preparing for a counterattack. "Fine, then let us all take a nap." He suddenly charged, swinging his fist towards their necks at high speed, trying to knock them out. The speed was so fast that they couldn't react at all. Binding way number 4, the rope. A familiar voice rang out from the air, and the man was bound by a sudden beam of light, falling to the ground. "What is this?" The man fell to the ground, struggling madly, but he couldn't escape the bindings, writhing like a worm. "You dare to attack my companions? You have quite the guts." Standing in the sky were those 2 world-shaking men. What Shifa used was precisely the binding aspect of the ghost path. Just now, after killing that hollow, Shifa unexpectedly found memories of the ghost path flashing through his mind. Immediately, he was able to use it perfectly. It seems that this body holds not only the power of Little Wu, but also other abilities. The continuous deaths of those hollows, residing within the devil fruit, seem to be breaking some kind of physical constraint imposed by this world. Ulquiorra. His pupils contracted sharply. He had finally encountered the man he least wanted to see on this trip. "Wait, your companions haven't suffered any real harm. I can offer compensation." The opponent's small trick rendered him unable to move, and fear began to creep in. At this moment, his pride in his own strength appeared utterly laughable in front of that man. "You are no longer an ordinary pirate. You are a warlord of the sea. If you kill me, it will create a conflict with the world government. My master is." He kept talking about their identities, trying to shake this man's intent to kill him. "It's that group of fat pigs, right? You have a pig-like smell about you." But before he could finish his sentence, Shifa had already completed it with extremely insulting words. "That is the great celestial dragon. My master is a descendant of the creator." Hearing Shifa's words, the man's anxiety intensified. After all, the man in front of him had a history of slaughtering celestial dragons. Moreover, killing a celestial dragon while being a warlord of the sea would undoubtedly make the Navy headquarters and the 5 elders extremely wary of him. He began to regret why he had taken on this task. That dead fat pig had only heard rumors of several beautiful women around Ulquiorra and demanded that he steal them for him. The luck of that revolutionary cadre over a decade ago had allowed him to thrive under the celestial dragons. Over the years, he had truly believed himself to be a top-tier powerhouse, daring to point his spear at this man. He kept emphasizing the nobility of his identity as a celestial dragon behind him, perhaps to tell Shifa, or maybe to convince himself. But he ultimately did not dare to utter the name of the celestial dragons. They were not just one person. Celestial dragons are indeed infuriating beings. Sifa even had the thought of attacking Mariewa. With his current strength, it wouldn't be a problem at all. However, he cast a discreet glance at Bonnie. The large-scale death of the celestial dragons would surely plunge the entire world into an abyss. Moreover, if not cleaned up thoroughly in one go, it would lead to endless future troubles. With his current power still insufficient to resist this,